young man.
You too.
I don't know why I'm shaking.
I don't. You're going to run out of stamina first. We both know this.
I've been working out, Cinderin.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a good one.
All right.
Believe you me, this is going to be a truly great match. I can feel it because Aurora, Cinderin, one of my favorite teams to cast, Nightfall, has changed his hairdo from one of the worst that anyone's ever seen to something presentable on camera. Congratulations to him. They're going to face up against Extreme Game. We're still shaking hands, by the way, despite not being on camera anymore. The game shall begin, though.
Yeah, but well, as we say that, we do have a pause, so technically the game
shall begin.
Has not yet
at some
begun.
point.
But this gives us ample time to talk a little bit more in depth, perhaps, about what the panel were touching on with these two lineups, because I think I found the draft really interesting here in terms of the style that both teams are bringing to the table. Right, on one side you've got Aurora, who, as Rhea was talking about, self-proclaimed feel like they mess up too much in the mid-late game, versus Extreme Gaming, who, in my opinion, their best stage of the game is the late one. And how do you approach that series as Aurora? Well, you pick some extreme early aggression, no pun intended, with Prophet as well as Chen, so you're just trying to run over the map and play fast. Whereas this Extreme Gaming are going a little bit more in an earlier direction than they sometimes do themselves, by having some earlier impact, such as, you know, a strong laning carry in the Ursa. You're picking an early Lesh mid, which is a very tempo-reliant mid laner. So I think both teams are kind of adjusting to their perceived way that this game is going to play out, specifically against their opponent, and that's really cool to see in round one.
In round one of a Swiss bracket, by the way, which you and I haven't got to talk too much about, but first time at TI, right? And are you expecting any differences as a result? I mean, I think the players are generally pretty happy with the format, to my knowledge, from the 0 people that I've asked. But just using logic alone, because we like Swiss brackets.
Yeah. So I think one of the biggest strengths of the Swiss format is that every series is best of 3. I think that's something a lot of players are very happy with. TI, throughout the many years that we've had it by now, has gone through a plethora of formats. The majority of them, I believe, started with round robin. The clear majority. We've had different group stage formats, etc. But very few of them have been best of 3s from the get-go, if not literally only this, because round robins, you're not playing BO3s, that would take forever, there's logistical issues, right? But with this, you can actually have BO3s the whole way, so yeah, that's interesting. I think it makes, that's going to be largely to the benefit of teams that have a little bit more of a deep hero pool, and are a little bit less one-trick ponies, if you will. So if you come in with a cool pocket strat, yeah, it might net you one game, but you need to win the whole thing. So
that's right.
Possibly a format that is slightly better for the favorites than underdogs. Underdogs oftentimes like BO1s because they can, you know, pull an upset.
Who likes BO7s? Let's categorize those people.
Yeah, there's not many of them, and if they are, they're not really getting very much representation in Pro Dota. When was the last BO7? It was like 2017 or something?
Was it Nanyang or something like that?
I don't remember.
It was on a ship, I believe.
I remember this BO7 series where one team was up 3-0, and then there was a lunch break.
Sweep.
Then there was a lunch break, and they lost all momentum. Yeah, very nice setup for that, of course, the BO7. We're not going to have any of those here, guys. The longest series of this tournament will be a BO5, and there will only be one of them.
As far as we know.
And that isn't a long time. Oh, true.
I think it's under Valve's jurisdiction to be able to change the rules at any time, as should be their right, honestly.
Yeah, what do you think? Should this series be BO7 today?
So, hey, if it's good enough, then why not? So just some issues that we're going to get through here together, ladies and gentlemen. We can start the road to TI off the podcast anyway. That's fine by me. We've been there before. Easy peasy.
This will be audio related for one of the teams, I do believe, so trying to fix that up. So
I don't think we've gotten to the point of desperation where we'll talk about the lore of the statue on the right, for example. That's when we're truly out of conversation pieces. Cinderin?
Yeah, I can talk about Roshan's teeth, though.
Yeah, that's far more relevant, of course.
He can't close his mouth with those tusks. They don't fit.
That's right.
Actually.
That's called is that an overbite or I think it's an underbite.
All I can think is this guy snores.
Oh, yeah.
Really loudly.
You know, a good way to deal with snoring, by the way, is to use mouth tape. You ever heard of that?
Mouth tape?
Yeah, I actually been using I've been literally taping my mouth.
While you're alone in your hotel room.
Even now, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't wake up from your own snoring.
Well, it's not about waking. It's about getting a sore throat from snoring.
Oh,
so much,
I see.
When you get old, things happen.
Yeah, not really relatable.
Of course, I don't think tape could ever shut the mouth of Roshan or my co-casting partner Cinderin. Of course.
Well, we of course have not tried it yet, but
true.
I'll start talking out of my nose instead.
So with the what patch are we on? Is it a C patch?
I think it's D, right?
D at this point?
If I'm not mistaken.
What are you expecting that is different from the past tournaments that we've been covering? Because it's been a hot minute, right? Like the last big tournament was EWC, which is over a month ago at this stage.
Yeah, I think largely what the D patch brought about was, whatever was. This is usually how when the letters get far enough, when we get into D, sometimes E, even F, rarely versions, then a lot of the times the later patches are mainly just nerf patches, which, you look at, okay, these meta heroes were doing too well in the previous tournament, or there's like some tech that you couldn't have foreseen. Like sometimes it can be teams stacking a specific mechanic. If you go down history, sometimes there's been a patch where healing was just really powerful and teams were running like 4 or 5 healing heroes, and then maybe you nerf either the playstyle or the heroes specifically. In this one, I think it's kind of just been like a broad, okay, these heroes are a little bit looking too powerful, they're getting way too much priority in Pro Dota, you nerf some of their abilities slightly and their item buildups. But still, I feel like the overall archetype gameplay that we mostly have seen be successful in the last half year is still there. I don't think you're going to see, some truly surprising switch-ups with, say, like, any team starting like a tri-lane or running a roaming hero or, God forbid, jungling, which we haven't had forever.
Would you rather have tri-laning back or jungling?
Tri-laning.
Really?
I think tri-lanes are awesome. I miss them.
I think jungling is awesome. As we get started here, the game has begun. We can stop talking about absolutely useless information and tell you about what you're watching on the screen, which is XM and Company for Extreme Gaming versus Aurora. Do you have a favorite in this best of 3?
I think
in terms of like general results this year, Aurora has been more consistent.
Right. I think I'm going to double check this, but I think when you and I did the predictions for this was one of the ones where we were on the border between, we think these two teams are in power levels going in. They're around the upper part of the middle-ish, like somewhere in the range of 7 to 9 is probably, or 7 to 10 is where we would probably place these in terms of power rankings. So I think this is a close match. In this game individually, I really like Aurora's draft. I think its bring against Extreme is very good, but there's also the whole, the mental aspect. This is game number 1 of the tournament, so maybe not as much in your own heads just yet with all the pressure and whatnot, but there's probably still this voice in the back of your mind saying, all right, we don't want to go too late against Extreme. They're good at late game. It's our Achilles heel.
Right.
So make sure you keep a stable and safe early game. But I think if both lineups play to the potential of what we've seen of these types of lineups recently, I think Aurora came out better for this. So got to deliver it in the gameplay, though. Pixlr, just a small part of the puzzle.
Yeah, will we have a level 1 fight? It looks to... could have one here. Disruption from Jin Q, who gets sprouted. And everybody's going to walk away nice and safe. You did bring up an interesting point. Because the format of the tournament is quite different than past TIs, do you think there's more pressure on teams? Because a lot of times you could kind of skate by with the usual group stage, where now we have Swiss bracket. Every match matters so much more.
I definitely think... I mean, I suppose in order to be knocked out, you need to lose a couple of series, right? So you could still have like an off day or at least one bad series and still easily bounce back. But I don't know. I think there's day 1 feels probably more important than usual. I guess that's what I'm gonna say here, because when you did the round robin format, we plenty of times saw teams come off to a slow start, like maybe 1-3 or even 0-4 on their first day and not looking too good. They get time to figure out what's going on and make adjustments. If you start 0-2 in series, you can barely drop a series anymore. Whereas when you're 1-3, for example, in a round robin, you can still drop a couple of games here and there and recover it, right? So I think day 1 is more important. And yeah, even more so than you just want to get off to a hot start, where, again, Aurora definitely have the tools here to be able to try to play it fast. Now, Panto, as we're seeing on our screens here, starting with the tried and true Satyr Mindstealer Convert. This is the most popular facet to pick on Chen. You just keep mana burning and effectively winning a lane, almost. Just make the supports feel miserable. You can see Jin-Q already almost out of mana 1 minute into the game.
And plus they have Lion on their team, so even more mana drain sooner. What a combination.
Lion, your favorite hero, by the way.
Of course. Yeah, we won't get into that, of course. Yeah. That'll be beating a dead horse. Ame playing the Ursa Warrior in this game number 1. How's this hero feeling these days?
I think it's very good in the right game. If you have a good lane matchup against, a lot of the time you're looking to lane against a melee core, but Dawnbreaker is just its own category in my book. It's an extremely powerful laner, so even Ursa doesn't feel particularly safe here. The stun combo between Lion and Dawn does a ton of damage, and you need to be careful about fighting at daytime. Don't talk about this too much with Dawn, but her innate, the Break of Dawn ability, which gives her more damage the closer to daybreak it is, means that you enter the laning stage against Ursa when the sun is at its highest point, and effectively the first couple of minutes of the lane you just out-damage Ursa quite significantly. It makes it hard for him to build that early advantage that he finds against a lot of other melee heroes. So then when nighttime comes around, if Dawn has won the laning by a little bit, maybe you can't necessarily treat her the same way as other melees. A lot of the time when you're Ursa, you're also looking at the bigger picture, like, is there enough lockdown for me, or can I play fights semi-freely, can I isolate and kill targets? And he definitely has the setup and the ability to get in there if he gets either an Aghanims or BKB here somewhere down the road.
So I'm sure that will certainly happen. As top lane, Panto continuing to be a nuisance here. Jin-Q constantly out of mana.
Yeah.
And XXS just trying to get as much as he can in this laning stage. Only 9 CS for him at the moment versus the 13 on the other side for Toronto Tokyo on the Dawn. First Lotus goes to Aurora, so definitely dominating the lane to start things out.
Yeah, this is definitely the most one-sided lane we have in this game currently. Mars only 10-1 against Prophet's 20-4, and of course, generally how this lane is just going to go. I think this is on paper just a default loss, the lane for Extreme. I don't think Shadow Demon Mars can really hold a candle to this lane, and they don't have to either. The main thing with Mars in a lot of laning stages is to just get by and get your levels. This hero, I find a lot of the time, actually can do quite a lot with relatively little means, especially when played by XXS. Is one of my favorite Marses to watch. So getting him levels, as long as he doesn't get completely destroyed, should be okay.
Mars does feel like one of those heroes that can still have pretty big impact in the game without having a ton of farm.
Yep.
As first blood, okay, X-Nova takes a tumble. Mira getting chased as Ame on the wrong side of the trees now has to try to get to the other side, goes to the north instead. 3 members of Aurora beating upon him. Hammer on top. Ame still trying to get around the tree line. Starbreaker completely misses as Nightfall with the casual TP. Ame might actually live through this. TP support's coming in. Toronto took, I mean, he's not getting any CS, Ame, under this tower. As a glimpse, not going to do too much, but Ame does live through the day.
This is definitely game 1 of the tournament here. A little bit of cold fingers for Aurora. Some of those spells, not their best casts, but they still got the first blood, which is what they were looking for. And this is, of course, the X factor of having Nature's Prophet in any position, is you can just globally bring that extra player to the table if you see an opportunity to dive. And this bottom lane is quite susceptible to it. Sure, you've got Glimpse, but if Prophet comes in at the right time and then gets glimpsed away, just the Sprout and 2 attacks might be enough to finish a kill, as you saw there onto the Disruptor of X-Nova. Oh, Mira. One more hit would do it. Good Hex.
Quite a bit of trouble, but Toronto Tokyo able to turn the tide a bit. Glimpse, though, onto Mira. Last right click from Ame is enough, so finally getting some retribution in this lane for the Extreme side. As he works towards the eventual Battle Fury, which will always have, I mean, the fact that he can eat through the Sprout, going to be pretty handy as well. As mid lane, haven't really talked too much about this, but XM on the Lesh, 31-6 versus Kiyotaka's 34-2, so extremely even so far, as we're only 30 seconds away from the first power rune.
I think this is a pretty good result for Ember.
Ame, another TP from Nightfall, a couple more right clicks, not quite enough. Ame does find the distance.
Yeah, I was gonna point out, he opted for Treads. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Phase is still the majority of the time is the prioritized choice, the preferred one for Ursas, but This
Yeah,
time
I thought
around,
so as well.
maybe the health from Treads there slightly better than the armor. I don't know. I think FaZe would have saved him as well. But we'll see if this build up. Obviously, on Ursa it might be a little bit counterintuitive, right? You have a built-in ability that gives you 1,000,000 attack speed, and then you're still buying the attack speed boost rather than the move speed ones to stick on your target and the ones that give more flat damage. But yeah, I guess in all the downtime and being able to tread switch, this has some merit. This is not the only hero that I've seen this on. We also had a hero like Abaddon, where FaZe boots was just the standard for years. And then Tread started becoming more popular there as well. So maybe this is just a trend that we're going to be seeing this tournament more and more, that FaZe boots perhaps are at the point now where they're not considered the best. Mars will still go for them though, as it looks. XXS has them queued up. Unfortunately, he's not rich enough to afford any upgraded footwear just yet.
Panto with really the gate. Obsessed with FaZe boots right now.
Yeah, do love them. Dawnbreak will also buy FaZe boots.
Yeah, give us the full list. We're so interested. My goodness.
That's right.
Panto with his creeps through the gate, like you said, but we can see that XNOVA and company are keeping their distance, so the tower might be taking the brunt of the damage here. Are they going to give it up, though, is the question. The catapult's going to be at the ready for Aurora.
Exactly. This is the time that you want to make that Chen rotation, is when you have a siege creep connecting on the tower. And Chen's creeps can cut the wave or tank tower shots if needed, so that the siege stays alive. And yep, that's exactly what's going to happen here. Summoning a new convert to block these attacks from the siege creep, and then the next wave is coming in. And yeah, I don't really think Extreme have what it takes to defend this whatsoever.
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
It's a very difficult play to rotate to. Leshrac looked like he was thinking about it on XM, but
if only they had FaZe boots on Ursa, then maybe they could defend us.
Yeah, or Lesh.
Yeah, that would make sense. And Panto makes his way back to the top lane. Nightfall level 5 right now, going to be working on the Maelstrom. Have we seen the other facet a single time? The money bags. In a pro game, that is. I don't even think I've seen it in a pub game.
I think we saw it the day it came out. The first game Prophet was picked, maybe, and then I think they were like, oh.
Oh, the enemy can pick up the call.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that part.
Would it be broken if only your allies could pick it up?
I mean, isn't it just track, kind of?
I feel like the amounts you get from the money bags isn't even...
I mean, just being able to say money bags is too funny that I hope they keep the concept, as XM has a slight level advantage over Kiyotaka at the moment and has the illusion rune as well, so a way to dispel the searing chains if it comes to be.
It's actually a full level ahead. That's really surprising, considering their CS. And, well, they both have 8 denies, or rather, Lesh only has the 6, so I'm assuming Kiyotaka has been spending a little more time on lower value CS.
Well, XM also took a pretty nice stack in the triangle.
Yeah, okay, so the experience from that, it's still surprising that is worth a full level to me. All right, actually, Kiyotaka with a dive here.
Actually, out of mana is XM, but the Diabolic Edict is something you truly have to respect.
Oh,
Glimpse back, though, into the kinetic field. Kiyotaka did have a remnant up.
Yeah, that's the panel was talking about this. Kiyotaka is a very high-risk, high-reward type of player. And having a player like that in your team can be really powerful, because when he's on, he's super on. Obviously, the risks of him messing up sometimes is very much there, but playing against very aggressive players can be challenging for sure. And for a team like Extreme, you could see there, they were bringing in multiple heroes to try to defend a Leshrac that technically wasn't even really under fire, but you just never know when Kiyotaka goes for these aggressive moves, if it's a poke and prod or if it's a true commit. So...
Mira gonna get glimpsed back. First Solar Guardian of the game will actually be brought correctly. Starbreaker to follow. XM looks to be the death of the Lesh along with XNOVA, so a nice retaliation from Aurora. And now they have all these creeps here as Panto makes his way over, so another tier 1 in peril.
This is the start that their lineup wanted. As already established, their team can play very fast in this game and kind of exploit the early power timing of heroes like Chen and Prophet to get those buildings down. With a 3k lead, looking at a mid tower as well, could be closing in on the 4,000 gold already. That's a quite substantial advantage to have now.
Success, first arena of the game, it instantly gets impaled by Mira into the Hex. Might be the sacrifice for Aurora. Rebuke with the Pulse Nova enough. Ame actually makes his way over as well. Kiyotaka glimpse back. He's going to get speared to a tree. Has a sleight of fist to buy a little bit of time with the remnant to the other side. XNOVA, though, spots him. Another remnant onto the other side of the kinetic field this time. And Aurora will be able to get out with most of their lives. 3K lead, forcing the Ursa out. Definitely a good thing for the Aurora side.
Yeah, the enemy team placed 5 heroes mid for like 30 or 40 seconds. This is a lot of efficiency being lost in side lanes. In the meantime, Prophet just TP top and immediately continued farming. The Dawnbreaker's bottom, so Aurora, without question, getting more out of this exchange. Yes, you did stop the push, but having to bring all 5 heroes to stem the bleeding is not ideal, to say the least, for Extreme. Still, this is not in the territory of... You're not in big trouble yet, and I think holding onto your mid tower has a lot of value. The main thing you want to avoid is that you just get rolled in the first 20. Like, if Ursa gets to his second or third item timing after the Battle Fury, that's when this game gets really interesting, because his matchups are as good as they are. Like we talked about, there's nothing really countering this hero this game. So the hero-to-hero matchup against carry Prophet is very good. Prophet has great stat gains and is usually just gonna stand and deliver. Ursa wins that fight 10 out of 10 times. So yeah, Extreme, if they can keep it in this range.
Denied haste rune.
Gonna cost them.
Xnova actually gets to the high ground. He's going to be okay, it seems. Although Kiyotaka, one more slide, does finish the jobs. Solar Guardian coming in. Mira getting some health back, but will be the death of Aurora. So 1 for 1. But XM trying to get outside this arena. A lot of damage with the Diabolic Edict. Toronto took to the high ground. Looks like he will survive. Unfortunately for Extreme, they do lose the Lesh. And now Jin Q eats his way out of the Sprout. Now, far enough away that should be okay. Another Searing Chains, though. Disruption. Help keep him alive a little bit longer as the Shadow Poison start to stack up a bit. Next, Nova looking for a glimpse. Oh, he gets Mira back to base.
See ya.
The classic.
Another win there for Aurora, though. Overall, killing Lesh once more.
They haven't really gotten it. I mean, I don't think he just hit level 6 recently for Xnova, but that Static Storm, gonna pay huge dividends in these fights.
This, worth noting, that fight was also without Hand of God, so Panto didn't have it available at the time. In the upcoming fight, that is going to make a big difference. Fear was talking about this on the panel. I believe it was him or Fly, or both. You know, they sound the same to me. They both say very smart things consistently. The sustain between Chen and Dawn is nothing to scoff at here. A lot of Extreme Gaming's damage is actually not bursty. It's only really the Ursa that brings that burst to the table. Leshrac is consistent damage over time. You're definitely getting in your Chen heal. You're definitely getting in your Dawnbreaker heal in that. And as they also mentioned, damage issues is a bit of a concern. Between Mars, Shadow Demon, and Disruptor, these heroes don't do significant damage, so you're really putting all your eggs into the Leshrac Ursa basket to do the damage needed to kill heroes, which in turn means that in this early part of the game, you know, the sustain goes a long way. Interesting to see Panto opt for drums over mech, by the way, for that reason in particular. I thought he was actually going to just triple down on the healing angle, but he will go drums into pipe. That one less surprising. Good against many abilities here. Leshrac, Shadow Demon, Disruptor, and even Mars Spear. A lot of magic damage to be blocked. Ursa doesn't give a crap, though.
No, he does not.
There's Earth Shock.
Yeah, that's a little bit here and there. And Ame only the recipe away from Battle Fury, so that's when the farm will start to truly take off.
What do you make of the Atos on Lesh? Do you... Because the panel was talking about this is a game where Lesh can kind of get isolated and taken down by bursts from heroes such as Lion and, you know, connecting Dawn Ultimate. I'm a little bit worried that this Atos is not going to pay off in the way that you're hoping. Because are you really able to make the aggressive moves that this item kind of sets up?
Right.
Or should you just opt for, you know, something more defensive like Kaya Sanj, BKB, maybe Bloodstone, these types of items? He's going Kaya next. Oh. Sometimes we see Lesh Rush Blink as the offensive option, not this case.
Well, either way, it is an offensive option, right? So
yeah.
Seems that they're going to be wanting to fight relatively soon. The only problem is, I mean, the Ursa can't really fight until the second item, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe that's the idea. It gives you more of a fighting chance until Ursa's online, so it's kind of bridging the gap. It's also not strictly offensive. You got the 275 HP on it, but yeah, other options for Lesh usually favored in the defensive.
Mira and Kiyotaka just walk right past the bear, unknowing. Kiyotaka's going to take a little bit of the farm on the sideline. But Ame taking a nice stack with that Battle Fury, as another tier 1 is likely to bite the dust.
Yep.
Oh,
that's a lot of rally there.
Oh yeah, I love rally.
Skeleton Warriors getting to work.
What's the... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, really surely you're going mid next, right?
I thought you were going to mention phase boots again, my bad.
Yeah, well, if those skeletons had phase boots, that would be...
Oh, they're going to jump. The Ember Static Storm being used, and that is exactly what we were talking about. That is the one use here that could find the early deaths of Kiyotaka, taking advantage of that very aggressive style that you talked about. And this is something that we've talked about in the past as well, is every team feels like they need one of these high risk, high reward type of players, and that's what Kiyotaka is. Well, I guess the issue is Aurora kind of has a lot of historically.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have one player that can bring chaos. But I also think it's also a little bit, how to say, it's not ideal if you're too conservative on the other players simultaneously, right? Like you want the right dynamic. Okay, this is a nice catch onto Xnova.
Yep. Nice
find there from Mira plus Nightfall in tandem, and we'll get Nightfall his killing spree, the first of the game, retaining this 4K lead. But yeah, this Emperor kill might not seem like the biggest of deals. You know, you already got the tower, but keep in mind that the goal here for Extreme Gaming is to stay afloat. The goal isn't to be winning or get ahead. So every kill you get on a core to slow things down a little bit and retain some semblance of control over your side of the map is quite valuable. And to be fair, Kiyotaka is supposed to play aggressive here. You just need to not overplay your hand too much. You've got Hand of God, you've got Donald, so if you're not extremely out of position, you can be safe.
Pretty aggressive, but the backup is here. XXS with the spear, but not able to find the latch. And Kiyotaka gonna posture a bit more with another Sleight of Fist. Has that Mage Slayer, so
yeah,
mitigating a lot of damage, especially from the Lesh.
It's a super good item this game. It's the item against Lesh. You get the Magic Resist, is very nice against a lot of the other heroes as well. Just reducing a lot of the threats, but as we already just saw, if you are out of position enough, you could have basically almost any item you can afford at 17 minutes, and you are just going to get killed off there. Big item alerts here. Dawn rushing the BKB here on Toronto Tokyo. Did not go for Aghanim's Scepter. So he wants the staying power of getting in there and staying in there, and now probably rushing BKB first. You might just go straight for more scaling. Is he only getting this against Glimpse? You could have bought your shard, right? Which is, it's not a foolproof solution.
You have to time it for sure.
Yeah, and you can ulti in and you can get into Static Storm. Then you can't use your Starbreaker either.
They spot Xnova, the Hex to start things out. The pipe is activated though. Now Mira trying to get on the run. The Bear's gonna eat up Panto. He pops the hand of Gabe, and 2 dead already for Aurora though. He'll likely have to retreat now.
Yeah.
XXS still looking for the opening though. Spear gonna be faked out. Not able to find anything though, so Extreme get 2 supports and a tier 1 tower in all likelihood.
They were very prepared for that, just fully set up. Aurora were trying to go for a stab and immediately counterplayed. This is really good news for Extreme Gaming. This is half the lead cut away. Ursa is getting there. He's closing in now on the Basher. Ame's farm is starting to ramp up to a high degree. He was trailing quite a bit behind Prophet. Now we're only looking at 800. And considering how well these heroes farm and generally what level you're looking at to be right now, I think Ursa is ahead in this game by being 800 gold down only against Prophet. So taking full game plans into consideration, and again, this isn't just about the numbers, it's also about how do the teams feel now? Like, what is Aurora's next play? Do you have a clear plan in mind for the next way you want to try to shut down the map? Because ideally in this stage, you are looking at tier 2 towers. You're looking at contesting the Tormentor, you're looking at the first Roshan of the game. You're not there. Like, Aurora have they put a dent into a tier 2 tower? Barely in the mid lane, so I can't say that they fully met the goals of their draft at this point. And now it can maybe get a little bit awkward. Perhaps you have to slow things down a bit and get to your next items, but Extreme will be more than happy to just trade.
Yeah, being able to take an early Rosh against an Ursa lineup would have been really big, but now it just feels like if Extreme comes out even slightly on top of the next fight, they should be able to get Rosh.
Yeah, looking for move of their own here with the smoke. They're well aware that Aurora have big counterplay potential with Dawn, Chen, as well as Prophet, so they're bringing all 5 in this move. And Mira, I believe, did just just get scouted there by XM. So he's probably going to end up dying here. It's a small price to pay, though, for a 5-man smoke break. He might even get out.
Oh,
nice.
Very
played.
close.
Beautiful stuff.
But it will be the old Tormy.
Yeah.
Shard goes to X-Nova. Not the best. I mean, how good is Cleanse this game? I guess that depends.
It's good against chains.
Yeah.
Mainly.
That's kind of it, I
That's
guess.
really it. Which is also still really good, to be fair.
Yeah.
But from my perspective, this isn't so much about you getting on your supports. It's about the fact that Aurora don't get this, which was, you know, again, this is part of what their lineup is meant to do, is get these early objectives kind of for free by being impossible to overwhelm. And Extreme Gaming have already managed to do just that.
Yeah,
so.
and if Aurora had the 50-50, if they were to get Torm, then potentially Chen could get the Ancient Creeps.
Yeah.
Which is one of the bigger power spikes for a support, I feel like, getting a Shard.
Even Lion's Shard isn't too bad this game either, right? You're playing against a lot of stuns, and just having this reliable Mana Drain upgrade would have been quite nice in the fights too. Draining out Ursa can actually be very impactful. But yeah, not going to be the case here, as Mira is well at the bottom of the net worth. In spite of that, does now have his Blink Dagger, but we're 21 minutes in, and you won the laning stage? It's quite late Blink to pick up. Now, do Aurora have a timing coming up? So Kiyotaka is 300 gold away from BKB. That's a big one. They have the BKB on the Prophet as well and on Dawn. So this is going to be triple BKB timing. A very strong moment to strike. Panta will complete Pipe as well. As you pointed out in that previous engagement, the Pipe was on Extreme. They got it first because XXS did not go the Blink Dagger on Mars. He went double Bracer Soul Ring into Pipe and now going Yules. So doesn't feel like he needs the dagger whatsoever, as it seems.
Yeah, very utility build from XXS.
I kind of like it. You got Glimpse anyway to bring heroes back as long as you run into them. You've got Ursa who has dagger and now Basher, so he can go in first. I think this is a cool game to skip the Blink on Mars, maybe entirely. We'll see if he queues it up now after Yules. Wouldn't necessarily mind just seeing him going more aura heavy or something like, I don't know.
I feel like he'd get it at some point, surely.
Yeah. Probably is. I mean, if this goes late, you do want the jump, right? It's just the surprise of the catch. But I wouldn't blame him for not queuing it up next. I think there's some other interesting possibilities with something like, if you wanted to get creative, like Octarine Core, or you could just buy another Aura Hex. Let's see. BKB.
Smoke from Aurora.
Queuing up the BKB for now. Just one step.
Well, they spot XXS. I don't know if that is the easiest target to go for, though, with that Pipe and Yules at the ready.
They have to hex him if they want to burst him. He has Yules and, yeah.
You show that they're there. Mira, in the meantime, finding a support on the other side. Gets the finger, and that is the death of X-Nova.
Okay, can they convert this to anything? Roshan is currently bottom. Looks to be what they're potentially planning here. And
this would be pretty big if they can get away with this, but I do feel like Extreme could try to contest.
This is extremely telegraphed. They have to know this. Like there's no way. You know, you can see XXS already.
Yeah, trying to delay.
Moving in.
I don't know if they can stay in the pit.
They can.
XXS has the arena. Gonna get sprouted to start things out. Very tanky boys. Nightfall trying to get through it. Gets the Mars arena off onto 2 with a Rebuke to follow. Demonic conversion as Nightfall pops the BKB. Trying to right-click everybody is XM also popping his BKB. He's going to be fine. Solar Guardian not going to hit anybody. It's Toronto Tokyo now. Yules speared into the cliff with the split earth to follow. Kiyotaka with a nice searing chains onto several heroes. And after all of this, they do get the glimpse, but that's the BKB now from Toronto Tokyo. Ame in a little bit too deep. Popsy and Rage can mitigate a lot of that damage as a result. There's the Static Storm just on the outskirts. The Ember in a lot of trouble. Will be able to get dropped as XM pops the Essence Ring to stay alive. Meantime, disruption to save the time being is Ame, focusing everything onto Nightfall. The spear onto the low ground. Nightfall might be able to get out now. Gets glimpsed though into the split earth. Down goes another member of Aurora. Toronto Tokyo trying to get something out of this fight. He's just likely to get glimpsed back. Oh, that's down for 6 seconds. So might be fine, in fact, with the cover of creeps on the high ground. But still, 2 cores dead for Aurora. And Extreme, they defend the Roche successfully.
That was exceptional defensive utility usage there from the side of Extreme. Keeping Mars alive there was very impressive. They needed to do everything more or less flawlessly in the tail end of that fight. XXS gets off the Euls at 100 HP, he comes out, he gets disrupted, then he gets glimmered, and in the meantime they're hitting all of their offensive abilities too. Just dancing around the 3 BKBs of Aurora, losing absolutely nothing here. We're gonna see the start of the fight here. Also, keep in mind, XXS is solo here for the first 10 seconds. Yeah. It's just a full-on bluff. If they hard commit on him, he's just going to die, but instead they don't have the information. Lion gets burst immediately by Ame, which is a huge find to start off this fight. Nice offensive Euls, gets the spear catch. And now here, it doesn't look clear-cut that this is going to end up the way that it did, but the glimpse... The fight could have ended here, right?
Yeah.
Aurora could have disengaged.
They wanted him bad.
Could have disengaged, and...
The fact that they held on to Static Storm this long, a lot of patience.
Look at this from XXS. Side. So Euls, he has 60 HP. Okay, that's not XXS anymore. It is the duality of Kiyotaka. A little bit of a face palm there.
Modern day Eternal Envy, some would call him.
He is, in terms of playstyle and hero pools, you could say sometimes at least. Well, I guess the only hero he truly shares with Envy is actually the one we're seeing in this game. At least the number one that comes to mind for me is that Ember. That Envy obviously had some very famous moments on many years ago. One of the most entertaining players in the game's history. I think most people would agree with that. Just
That's right.
Some players just create moments, for better or worse. And Kiyotaka is... I would say Kiyotaka is more stable than Envy was. I think Envy just had games that left you completely dumbfounded the whole way through. And Kiyotaka has these ridiculous pop-up games where you're like, this guy's the best player in the world. And then in the next game, you're like...
Who is this guy?
Yeah. What happened in 20 minutes?
That's true. It's not a fair comparison. Nobody can really truly be compared to Envy.
Yeah. He was one of a kind.
Nobody played for late game as much as Envy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. He leveled up when he lost Barracks. That's when he played his best, always. Yeah, Kiyotaka, not as much of a comeback player. He's generally the guy paving the way for success or kind of going down with his ship.
Yeah.
So far in this game, just a simple 1k lead for Extreme. Looking at the bigger picture, though, do like it for them. And especially now, if they manage to get this Roshan, which seems completely uncontested from Aurora. Say that, Kiyotaka might try to be cute here.
Okay, we've seen a steal or two from an Ember. Remnant in, and Ame is able to get it. They take the Euls now. On to Kiyotaka's going to pop the BKB. He's going to take the brunt of the damage from Ame, trying to get through him, but there's a Solar Guarding. He's actually stuck inside the pit. They now really get to burn through this Aegis to start things out, but Ame able to get to the other side of the pit in time. Mars Arena onto 2. Meanwhile, XM, he was taking the brunt of damage for the time being, but Toronto token pops the BKB, trying to pursue XXS, but another beautiful disruption from Jin Q. Ame in really deep. That is life number 1 for him. They take out the Ember. As XM with the BKB, he's just going to run away, and Ame looks like they want to fall back. I say that, but their spear onto the low ground. Mira in a lot of trouble, gets the finger of death, but dies shortly after. The right clicks are enough from Nightfall to delete XM from the map. Ame now focusing on the Nightfall, cannot get the bash, but the glimpse back, and another right click will do it. Meanwhile, the bash is reserved for Toronto Tokyo instead. Down he goes, 4 dead for Aurora. Looking for the cleanup onto Panto, but looks to be safe for the time being.
Damn. There's a little bit of divine intervention in that fight, and it's going against Chen, so might want to change his faith after this one. Well, Mars just has a haste rune spawning in front of him, picks it up, and gets the backstab angle onto Mira, which had pretty big implications for that fight. If he doesn't get that spear into the river, perhaps Mira gets another stun chain on the Ursa, and we could be looking at the direct opposite outcome. You're going to see the replay here. So first of all, good defense from the side of Extreme to protect the Aegis from Kiyotaka. Now this Dawn ulti, very, very strong coming in from Toronto Tokyo, does give them a fighting chance. Not sure if we get all the way through the replay. This is coming up, but now you see 28 minutes coming in. Now the haste rune is going to spawn at the bottom right of the screen there. And as he comes out of disruption, Mira could have taken it. He didn't see it.
Wow.
He never had the mouse or the camera around his hero, which is very understandable. You're looking at the fight, not where you are yourself necessarily, but if he could have taken that haste rune, we could have been looking at a very different result. XXS continues using it here, right? Gets that. Just runs in, gets the backstab on Mira, and then following up on additional heroes. And since he isn't playing with Blink, he was not really going to get there in the same fashion without a haste. A little bit of a gift from the gods there going his way, and now
No, 6K. A pretty healthy spot. I mean, they don't have the Aegis anymore, of course, but they used it to be able to win that fight relatively handily, and Now with that 5K lead.
And it's worth keeping in mind that the prognosis here is about a 60% advantage for the Radiant, but again, I think you can maybe add some percentages to that. Knowing the teams.
Instantly bash and just destroyed. Ame, no chance to get away for Kiyotaka.
I believe that's the Abyssal reveal, right? I don't think he had it last fight, so Kiyotaka might not have anticipated this.
And looks like Torment time again.
Yeah. Knowing the two teams, I don't know if 60-40 is where I'm at personally right now. I do like Extreme's chances a lot. This is the stage of the game that for many Aurora games, things you start bleeding out a kill here, they're making a few mistakes.
Yeah.
You can't afford it here. Like we're looking at almost perfection here on out if you want to stabilize this game once more.
XXS has a full AC, by the way.
Yep.
Split Earth. Gonna find Toronto, Tokyo trying to get out, but the bash and Ame just eats him for dinner or breakfast since it is morning here.
Yep.
Nightfall
tower.
Trying to find the distance. XXS, of course, not with the Blink Dagger, but he is so ridiculously tanky now.
I love the AC choice. Like I was saying, I don't think Blink was a necessity. He was queuing up BKB for the longest time and then just took that good fight. And he probably felt like, oh, I had 4K, now I have 5.5. Maybe I'll buy something bigger. And with this AC, 3000 HP, also looking at the damage breakdown of the Dire, it's heavily physical. Prophet's almost exclusively physical, Dawn is physical, and then you've got well, Dawn's a mix, but Ember at this point, that's the problem with Kiyotaka's build. Do you even talk about damage types? Do you even talk about damage?
Yeah, that's
you have BKB Mage Slayer at 32 minutes. Your hero does very little damage, so I don't think the BKB was necessary at all, so I really like XXS's choice here of playing like a hybrid item. This is nice just to, you know, stand in the front of the fight, take as much damage as possible without dying, and adding to your own and Ursa's output. Comes with sieging towers. There's a lot of upsides to Assault Cuirass. Feels like this has been 20 minutes in the making that Panto's hitting this tower.
Yeah, the Satyr will finally get
something.
He'll get solace in death.
Yeah.
Tower survives. Just chicken away at it though.
On XM as well.
But Extreme with a 10K lead now in a pretty comfortable position. So from Aurora's side, what are they missing here? It feels like these fights are pretty long-winded, I want to say.
They're missing damage. I think that's the simple answer to that question. You just don't do enough.
All right, well, obviously Nightfall is going to be getting more damage, but you're saying a second hero needs to arrive, right?
I think so.
So in terms of itemization, what are you looking for either the Dawn or Ember?
So Ember could go something like Kaya-Sanj Eggs, but talking like 9,000 gold. For Dawn, AC, which is on the docket here for Toronto, Tokyo, I think is the best pickup because he needs to be able to, first of all, increase his own output and staying power in the fights, but also it helps Prophet do that little bit extra. So I think these items are fine. The problem is you are the team that needs time now, and that is really not where you want it to be. But yeah, Daedalus plus AC and then Ember getting one damage item perhaps can swing things around a little bit. It's the Daedalus complete, that's 1 out of 3. AC is 2,000 away, 2.5K. And Kiyotaka is not committed yet for the Kaya, by the way, so I wonder if he's weighing his options here, if there's something else he's seeing.
Divine Rapier syndrome?
Yeah, just go for it, go YOLO. It wouldn't surprise me if Kiyotaka did it, surprise me for anyone else. Well, considering he's not buying this yet, either he does not have enough for buyback and it, he does not indeed. Quick buy and buyback, 80 gold away, so maybe that's just the case, he's just got it locked. Or, I'm just trying to think of what alternative items he could be considering. Because I think it's good if he goes a magic route, because if he also starts going a physical route along with his Dawn and Prophet, I think the AC and Shivas are just way too good.
Oh, yeah.
You have to mix your damage types here.
I mean, maybe things change a bit for Extreme now that the AC is online. They don't exactly have the craziest tower push. I mean, Diabolic Edict doesn't do damage to buildings. But there's a point where the critical mass on the items for Ursa and the Mars just get to a point where it doesn't matter what heroes you have, they can push.
It's actually you just gave me an interesting idea. What if you could change your facet at some point? Would you think
like for a gold amount, you mean?
Either for gold or like there's a time that it becomes available. Like let's say you can change your facet at 45 minutes. One time.
I think then it makes
I mean, obviously some heroes would be ridiculous.
It makes facets too one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because you can always change it. Like
well,
the decision,
45 minutes is quite long.
The decision should be at the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
I think.
For sure. I don't know. It's just I've never really thought about the possibility.
In other
of what
words,
if you could,
really stupid idea.
I didn't say it was a good idea. It just had me thinking.
That's true. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
Oh, Nightfall. Might be spotted. Ame. Oh, gets the Abyssal Blade onto Ember. Kyoto in a lot of trouble. Tries to run away, but Remnant's on himself and dies to the bear. Ame trying to turn his sights onto Nightfall instead. They do take the support out. So 1 for 1, but definitely in favor of Extreme again.
Yep.
And XM going to the high ground. He's going to get hexed, but XXS is there. BKB pop from Nightfall. Solar Guardian to follow as well. Starbreaker on top of XM taking a ton of damage, but the Mars Arena doing quite a bit. Pronto Toki's getting melted along with Nightfall. So just like that, 3 cores dead for Aurora. It feels like their supports are living longer consistently over their cores, but it's 4.
Yeah, well, none of their heroes have saves, except the Dawn ulti, if you will. So whoever Ursa gets his teeth on, or claws, I suppose he doesn't bite, generally not long for this world.
I mean, bears bite, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, not Ursa, though.
Maybe a new cosmetic. Yeah, where's the Ursa Arcana?
Yeah, Valve.
You have the cowboy hat. You gotta get something on top of that, right?
Oh, isn't that funny that was such a controversial item back in the days, and now it's just like, if that cowboy hat cosmetic came out, everyone was like, that's par for the course.
I think nobody would even care. Like, it would be a point, like, this is not crazy enough anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's a cowboy hat, who cares?
Very storied item. I believe still one of the more valuable items in the game, right? It's pretty rare.
I haven't kept up with the marketplace recently.
Okay. I know you're a big hat aficionado, of course.
Yeah, sure am.
You love rating sets, but you don't really like playing many heroes.
I think in the course of like the Dota Cinema days, I don't know how many chests I opened. I probably have the worst luck of anybody. I think in terms of like the ultra rares, I've gotten 1 in my entire life.
Yeah, I
Isn't
think
that kind of crazy?
Yeah, it's funny how everybody you talk to thinks they're the least lucky person ever.
It's not confirmation bias with me though.
No.
At some point, it's true.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's what everybody says as well. It's also not confirmation bias with me, by the way. I'm the least lucky person.
That's right.
Oh.
You finally met the person that is true for us. Okay?
Okay. Been looking for you all this time. We finally found the world's unluckiest man. He's right here on this broadcast.
That's right.
Well, you've had luck with other things in life, Shin. Okay, maybe you haven't had luck with cosmetics. There's a lot of other things.
Fortunate enough to meet you.
That's right. That is the highlight of your life.
Indeed.
Yeah. Wife can take second place. Uh-oh.
XXS showing off the Hex. Finding the Dawnbreaker. I don't think the Hand of God is going to be enough as Ame takes another one to the grave. Glimpse just in time. And a second casualty for Aurora.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble.
Now they're in trouble. After those 2 kills. They were in it till that point.
Yep. They're in troubler than
Swift
before.
blink for Ame. Going for the Satanic next. In fact, almost has enough to finish it anyway. And Roche number 2. The Belch won't really dissuade much.
It's a pretty good Satanic game as well. What is going to stop you from using this? Only the Lion and the Dawn. So if those stuns are on cooldown, you can break out of Searing Chains and stick on a target, get that big heal up. As you already established, the fights generally tend to take a little bit of time before Extreme's cores seem to be under any pressure, and I feel like we haven't sung Jinkyu's praises enough this game. I think disruptions have been incredible this game. And it's one thing to cast the spell well, which, you know, in itself, this is...
Kiyotaka, Atos to start, Diabolic Edict, and the Hex to follow. Shivas, he had the time.
Absolutely.
Playing with his food, which really he's getting scraps this game, so that was unfortunate.
Yeah, not ideal.
Maybe he's trying to bait in some more heroes and get the min-max. The min-max was death for him, though.
Yeah, I'm not really sold. I think that's just to get the hell out of their situation, but not that time. But yeah, just to what I was mainly impressed by in Jinkyu this game is, it's one thing to time the disruptions as well as he has, but I think his positioning has been stellar. Right? It's really, really important in this game for Shadow Demon to just play at the correct distance and keep formation at all times. If you are the one getting jumped by Lion a singular time, or if Ember gets to isolate you, you can very quickly die and the fight changes in a big way.
Yeah.
I feel like Jinkyu has never been the primary target the entire game. We're 40 minutes in. I've seen 2 disruptions every team fight. Great Glimmer usage.
Yes.
all the tools he's had at his disposal just been used to...
I think the only knock on him this game probably for Jin-Q is that he didn't buy phase boots. Other than that, he's just had a masterful performance.
Obviously,
on the Shadow Demon.
phase boots great for positioning. You get that extra mobility and you can run through things. So
and armor.
Yeah.
Don't forget the armor.
Yeah, not that important when you don't get caught though.
Yeah, but it dissuades the enemy. It's like, oh, he has 5 extra armor? Okay, not interested anymore.
I think you need to be careful. There's quite a lot of people listening here, and you might give beginners the wrong idea here. Oh, I've never tried Shadow Demon with phase boots.
Just don't play Shadow Demon if you're a new player.
Slacks is listening. He's like, I buy
Glimpse,
phase boots on
Mira.
every hero because I buy 5
It's going
boots.
to stay a little bit longer. Oh, Disruption dodges the finger of death. Disgusting display again from Jin-Q as Ame in the front eats another target. This time it's Mira. 50 seconds of no Lion. No buyback either. Roche Banner going to try to protect this a bit, but Nightfall ends up taking it out. So now Extreme have to wait for the next creep wave. Blink Dagger now online for Jin-Q. So no longer needing those phase boots that we talked about.
Decent poke onto XM here. Might keep Extreme Gaming on the defense. Nope.
XXS was looking for an initiation. We'll use the Mars Arena anyway. Spear is dodged thanks to Nightfall's BKB as Ame just focusing on the objectives. Tower dead, and now the retreat, at least for the time being, from Extreme. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis, though. Playing it very safe. And
considering how XXS has been playing this game, I wonder if Nightfall should have bought a Silver Edge instead of the Satanic. It's not characteristic at all for Prophet to go that build, but the way that Extreme have structured all of their fights is XXS goes in front, Bulwark up, and Prophet just cannot kill him. So having some sort of way to get through XXS could have perhaps broken the fight wide open. It just makes Extreme's job of keeping formation so easy when they can just send in the centerpiece that seemingly cannot die. As a matter of fact, XXS is 1-0 and 18. He never died this game.
pretty impressive.
Pretty much, I mean, I love watching this guy's Mars for a reason. I think you can tell just how experienced he is in knowing the limits of the hero, and also the itemization is something that I think most players just wouldn't have gone this game. The pipe rush into Ewells was really clever, in my opinion.
Especially the phase boots, that was also quite clever.
Yeah, love that.
Like, all 6 items just work so well together. Incredible.
Ame, unfortunately...
Kiyotaka gets Split Earth, and another kill for Ame.
Yep. Will they find a glimpse too? No.
So buyback is available for Kiyotaka. Otherwise, has to wait 80 seconds. Glimpse. Oh, they're going to be able to dodge that. Knife on down with the BKB. XXS gets the Mars Arena onto 2 heroes. The rest of his team going to try to focus on the melee barracks. Only 30 seconds on the Aegis.
He forced Nightfall's BKB with that arena. I think that's a worthwhile trade, honestly.
Yeah, this will be 1 lane at the very least, and they will likely go mid to try to capitalize on this. What can Aurora do here? Another fortification. That's going to be potentially the last of the game.
Aurora can thank the format that this is not a BO1, so they get a chance to return fire in the upcoming games, unless they find some heroic play here. Okay, good Ghost Scepter.
Yes, they still have the spear connection, and that's going to be a dead Lion. 50 seconds of no Mira, no buyback to come either. And more buildings will melt, so they're waiting for this death timer of Kiyotaka, despite having the buyback, just for one last hurrah, but they're going to lose most of their buildings in the meantime. Actually, the jump onto Nightfall, already at half HP. The Solar Guardian doing very little. That is the death of Nightfall, and they did not buy back on Kiyotaka at all. In fact, they're just going to call it GG. So game 1 going to Extreme. Pretty entertaining game, though. Yeah. I mean, Aurora off to a good start, as we talked about. They needed to get off to, but in the mid game, just a couple of mistakes that were capitalized by Extreme.
Yeah, I think this was a pretty good illustration of what both teams' lineups were meant to do and what needed to happen. And Aurora, they passed the bar on the first 10 minutes, and then afterwards probably just fell a bit short. So
that's right, Nat.
I don't even know how to take that one, but yeah, it was a real rough one for Aurora. We were thinking that everything from the draft into the items, the way that they could have played, would have been this snowballed for them, Fly. It should have been a big build-up, a big crescendo to what could have been a win for them, but unfortunately it just didn't feel like the constant pressure was placed on Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I think early game went well. They were able to take tier 1 bottom, they were able to go middle, even get the top tower. Everything was going well, and then they kind of just stopped doing stuff, which was a little bit awkward, and I think we see this Roche fight here that Fear you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game as a whole really was just, does Kiyotaka pop off or does he not? And he tried to pop off, and it just didn't really work out. And Nightfall's not the type of player, and Toronto Tokyo sometimes can be that player, but his hero was really reliant on someone else going in first. And unfortunately, most of the times that Kiyotaka did go in, he was just way too deep and ended up dying, and they couldn't really play aggressively and use these auras to their advantage.
Yeah. The formation of Extreme Gaming, though, were able to take advantage of that, right? Whether it's they just know how Kiyotaka wanted to play this game, they kind of know just how slippery an Ember can get. They were always bringing those numbers. It felt like wherever an Ember was trying to get a pick-off, trying to be disruptive on backline, there's still another 3 heroes there waiting for him, and spells just getting put down to kind of blow him up and dissuade any Dawnbreaker coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor was really good for that, for stopping him from being able to Remnant away. There's that time when they were playing top and taking like 2-1 tower, and then Kiyotaka's just behind the tier 2 tower for some reason and dies, and that can't happen. I do think this game was honestly really boring early game. When you have a lineup that's so global and is able to put that pressure on the map, you know, with the Chen and the Natures, the fact that the score was just 6-6 for so long, it feels wrong. Like, it just feels like this was a massive like execution problem from Aurora that's not really acceptable. You know, you're not even playing like on Extreme Gaming for aggression. Your Mars is not going for a blink or BKB. He's just rushing pipe, and he's happy to do that because nothing is happening on the map. And like Extreme were bunching all their heroes on the mid tower as well for like the first 10 minutes straight plus. I feel like when you're committing so many heroes to a play like that, when you have a Nature's Prophet, you should be able to take way more advantage.
Well, one of our standout players there, Ame, on his Ursa. We talked about this potential for that team fight, just how if everything goes right for them, Fear, how impactful it is going to be. I mean, you can see it right there. His itemization, you know, pretty stock standard, but yeah, just with all the stats around him and how he played.
Yeah, there's not too many clever ways you can build this hero.
Unfortunately not.
He wasn't even like, he was like the least farmed core at like 15 minutes in this game too, but a couple bad moves. Ame, he doesn't die. He takes advantage of the situation of being last pick in this game. Does get to his farm eventually, then, you know, the last pick just kind of does the work from there. He just solo killed multiple heroes when he did get to his items.
An amazing display for them. It almost feels like, Fly, that Aura overcompensated. They were so worried about losing a lead in the mid game that there wasn't, you know, I know we keep saying there wasn't that pressure, but it was like they just played safe, I think is maybe a nicer way to word it. It was like, yeah, we know we could do this, but they're running together as like a group of 4 or a group of 5, and it just, yeah, too safe, a little bit scared.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that the way Aurora played, like after the early game lead, we're going to see how they dropped the ball, especially when it came to this team fight around 1830. And the key thing here is that they're actually dying close to the tier 1, which I think they might have still had at this point. Yeah, they still have the tower. And once they lose this fight, they kind of lose Tormentor area, which when you play this early game lineup with Chen, with Prophet, Dawnbreaker, you want to be able to take all the objectives, especially when they had this lead. And then once you give up Tormentor, you give up the tower, you lose 2 supports like that, the map is starting to slowly crumble, and you're going to give too much space to the enemy team. And you can't have that. You need the Ember in front, constantly pushing. And another thing we can quickly highlight is the item choices that they had. I think Ember Spirit going for a BKB early on when he has a Chen with a pipe, I think it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're supposed to sort of play off each other. And if your Chen is buying this pipe, maybe the Ember should go something a little more aggressive. Maybe an Atos, or like a Vessel, a Eul's, anything that would help them propel the game forward. But I think this is kind of anti-synergy, and maybe they didn't discuss it in the game, but I would look at the items for sure.
Okay, so you think that the gold used for the BKB could have had a more impactful item picked up, knowing that the Chen is behind you, he's running with you, has that pipe.
Exactly. The Chen is going to be able to save you from all that magic damage with the Hand of God and pipe. So yeah, not good item choices.
Okay. And you know, when the map, you talked about there, Fly, as well, but Fear, when you lose that map, when you feel like you don't have as much to play with, how do you kind of get your way back into this game for the side of Aurora? How are you able to still find areas for yourself, take fights, knowing how heavy Extreme Gaming's lineup is for team fights?
Well, itemization might be a good point on that one, and I think Toronto, Tokyo, we see a similar trend going on here, where you kind of just look at his itemization. A lot of BKB rushes in this game, and I think this probably wasn't the right choice either. Like, this Chin does have these auras for you. I want to see more aggressive items. I'd like to see, you know, at this point, he could have Aghanims ready. Now, you can go in with Kiyotaka, build more small tanky items. You don't have to rely on that BKB just in case you do get stunned. Then you can take the fights. And you'll kind of see in these earlier fights where, yeah, you do want to commit pretty early on Kiyotaka to make things happen, but you're not having any follow-up here. Imagine if Dawn has an Aghanims and can ult in and maybe save him here, but just how these fights went out, like, they're relying on these burst fights with these early BKBs, but unfortunately that's not how the fights played out for them, and I think that was a bit of a mistake from their end here, not really just utilizing the fact that they have multiple heroes that could be very sustainable if they itemize correctly instead of putting themselves on a timer by buying these BKBs on these cores very early on.
Can I hype as well, by the way?
Yes.
Extreme played that fight so well. Like, I was so, when I saw that, I was so happy because the way that they caught the line at the very beginning of the fight was like massive. And then the way that X-Nova on Disruptor held his ult for like this, you know, when fights happen, there's like stages. There's like a first go, it's like a second go sometimes, and so on. Them having the Disruptor ulti for that second part of the fight was so massive, and just turning it around, you know, when all of these previous ults and spells and stuff have been expended and items and blah blah, and there's not much left in the tank. To see a Disruptor ult come out at that point, it's just like, okay. And they're playing into their high ground as well. It's like, just, I love the way that Extreme played that whole fight. Just perfect pickoff, perfect spell usage. Really, really good coordination.
Yeah, they had that idea, how they wanted the draft to go, just exactly how they were going to have those team fights. But when it came to it, beautiful execution for them. Obviously a nice game one win for themselves. And my panel giving me great insight between items, different fights that's going on as well. But there is, of course, another person that we want to bring into the conversation. So I want to say hi to our Weatherman Purge for the first time about Road to the International Playoffs.
Hey Nat, yeah, I actually wanted to look at that exact same team fight that we were just talking about on the panel and talk about all the cool things that led to it and the really, really nice plays that were made during this fight to result in Extreme Gaming getting a gold advantage. So if we take a look at the clip here, first thing that Aurora did that was really nice is they're zoning the Mars. He's the guy that wanted to play near Roche so that they could contest the Roche. So they basically feinted by pressuring him, then going to kill the support. And then he runs in anyways, waiting for his team to back him up. He's got the pipe, he's got a lot of physical damage reduction. So what he basically accomplishes is buying time. And there's two things I want you to look at the start. First off, that he ultis the Nature's Prophet, which means Nature's Prophet feels the need to BKB, and keep an eye on Mira on the right as well. Mira's going to disappear in a second here. So there's going to be a BKB that pops on Nightfall. He's going to be missing like 3 or 4 attacks here because the wall's actually hitting it. So he wastes a lot of his BKB, and then on the side, the line gets exploded because Ame spots him because he's mana draining. At this point, Aurora says, okay, we should back up. We use 2 BKBs. We're probably not going to be able to get a kill. Extreme Gaming's going to try to delay this. They pop the pipe, just a little bit of soft defend to keep Toronto Tokyo alive. But then this glimpse comes out, and kind of strangely, Ame jumps in at the exact same time, which is a bit of a mystery. Can we jump back into the clips? Is that possible? Ame has a jump in which is aggressive, and then Aurora says, oh, this is the perfect time for us to get a kill. And at the same time, this is when Kiyotaka went in, and Chief's talking about the ulti from the static field, which is going to silence him because he goes in. And then XSS looks dead, but watch these attacks here. These next 3 attacks, he evades 2 of them, and 1 of them doesn't mouse from proc. So as a result, he gets to Yules himself up into the air and ends up staying alive with the disruption to follow it up. And then finally, Ame gets a jump in and finally go on Nightfall, which is great. Really cool move by Panto here. He uses the Tornado creep to push him to the low ground to protect him, but then X-Nova glimpses him back up into his death. So really amazing play by Extreme Gaming. They just split the fight perfectly there, which resulted in them some big kills, and that is the point of the game where they started really compounding their net worth advantage.
That was amazing. I really appreciate the breakdown, Purge. Of course, you know, going all the way into it from the lead up all the way to the end there too. You talked about it, the spell use is massive. But yeah, the key pivotal team fight that changed what felt like this trajectory within the game. And I'm sure Aurora going to be thinking about it a little bit, but Fly, you got to push it aside. It's a best of 3, of course. And you're just like, dang, maybe we can't let them have Disruptor.
Well, if I'm the coach right now, I would go outside, I would look at Nightfall, and it'd be like, it's time to bring out Prime.
No more regular Nightfall.
You're not playing Nature's Prophet, sir. Honestly, it's not even about him necessarily playing that hero. I just think he has a role to fulfill for that team. And when you play Prophet, you rely a lot on your other teammates to kind of go in for you, set up stuff on the map. And I think when Nightfall has a good game on an active like melee hero, he can extend his lead. He can push a tower, he can play aggressively into the enemy, but Prophet can't do that. So it's not necessarily about him not being a good Prophet player. I just don't think it fits his team. So if I'm their coach, I would want something different. I would be go play one of your heroes, do what you need to do because they have a system, and when they have their system, they play well. I think this was off script for them, which is why we ended up seeing gameplay mistakes.
And there were really small things, you know, you see someone go in, of course your brain's going to be like, yeah, we can take this, but there's a lot of questions around it. For me, though, Fear, the biggest one is getting into this game, and Fly's giving his insight on what he kind of wants Nightfall, how they fit the role, and of course that's great to hear if you're an Aurora fan, but if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, you want this to be a nice 2-0. You don't want to sweat over it anymore. So going into a game 2, how do you keep that edge? How do you stay above them to ensure that you're going to have that draft advantage?
Well, I think they picked a lot of comfort heroes, so I think go with that. We didn't really expect the Disruptor to be picked as a response to the Dawn. It looked pretty good. Maybe it answered a couple other heroes that maybe Kiyotaka wanted to play later in the draft as well, like the Storm Spirit. So they seem to have an idea of like what general heroes they want to play against Aurora, and that is working out well. And of course, Ame, he's always been a very good last pick player for the most part, but I will say yet again, you won this game, right? Maybe let's not see the Ame Juggernaut come out or something, and let's not get too crazy on these last picks. Keep it down to heroes that are good. So like the same advice for Ame that, you know, Tall is giving Nightfall here. Just continue doing a good thing and don't go out of your comfort zone.
So both the carries need the similar sort of advice, both off a win and one off a loss as well. I haven't actually asked you, Fia. Do you want to give a short ranking of carry plays you don't want to see at the road to the international players?
Carry players?
Sorry, heroes. Carry players. Carry heroes. Woo! That was a bad slip up there.
It's hard to say because I think there's so much has changed right now, and I was keeping an eye on like the Tundra series, and we saw 3 Helm of the Dominators across all cores.
Well, that's an item we don't want to see.
Yeah, so like I don't know if there's any bad carry heroes right now necessarily if you can build the right items for it. So I think it's definitely very versatile, but as long as you're not like stubborn and just forcing a hero into the game where it's not a good game for it, it probably should work.
Sure. Okay, I like it. I feel like this is the most open-minded we've been about carry heroes, all because of one item.
That's not a good sign.
So I do want to give a very brief update as well. Of course, our Game 1 has finished on this stream. If you guys don't want any spoilers, I am giving you a spoiler warning of what's been happening on the other stream. We did see Falcons take the first game off of Nemesis. We saw Tundra take the first game off of Yukto Brothers. That was what we were talking about with the 3 Helm of the Dominators. And I have not gotten an update on the Spirit or Wildcard, but when we left... Okay, yeah.
Team Spirit won.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when we left, it was something like a 20k lead for Team Spirit. So brief update, but either way, we're gonna focus back on the series that's at hand. It's still round 1 for the Swiss stage here for our road to the international playoffs, and it is Aurora up against Extreme Gaming, who are 1 game ahead, a game to draft here, and let's see if there's any shakeups in those drafts. If you know, able to balance to what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Recalibrate. Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome. I do want to give like one small props to that wildcard series. If you didn't see game 1, it was pretty even for quite a long time, and like wildcard were actually making a lot of really good plays. So I do think it's worth checking in if you're a fan of some NA doubts.
Or fan of a potential upset.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the biggest, like, it wasn't the stomp I expected it to be honest, given that Spirit had 70% of people thinking it's going to be
Don't fall into the trap.
I just think it's worth to look at. It was fun.
Doing a job.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
It was good stuff there, yeah.
And we'll get some fun here as well when we do see a little bit more of the band. So yeah, Marcy, Abba, Naga,
Shaker,
Disruptor.
Yes.
That is the biggest change. That the Aurora do not want to change up what their opening is. They still want to stick by this Dawn. They say, we have a lot of faith in it. It's that comfort. We talked about Toronto great on it. And you said, the Disruptor dissuaded me too much. We got to get rid of him.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, it's interesting that they got first pick twice. So I assume that Extreme Gaming was happy with second pick and they either chose that or the side instead. And then they go for the Dawnbreaker again with a different ban, which I think is okay. I don't see a problem with the Dawnbreaker. I thought the hero is strong. It synergizes well with Kiyotaka, like we've mentioned. And now we get to see a different response with the Puck, which is a good hero against Dawnbreaker because it is a hard hero to usually catch and get follow-up on. So they're going to need some kind of hard stun to catch this Puck and have the Dawnbreaker follow-up. So we'll see how this goes from here, but I would assume this is just a straight-up Puck mid.
I'm curious how the conversation did go for Aurora after that game, because we could definitely talk about how maybe Nightfall can play a Nightfall Prime hero. But I'm just kind of like looking at the stats though. He was the only one that did well on the team in comparison.
Sure, it's like a little bit of a
yeah, I mean, like Toronto Tokyo was 0-5, Mirror 0-8, Panto 0-3, Kiyotaka 2-7, Nightfall, I mean, he was 7-4. I mean, stats don't look bad, but it is definitely still not their style necessarily. But I think this is like classic Aurora. Like they'll have these games where they just like underperform very heavily, and they'll come back in game 2 and like, oh, that's a tier 1 team. So this is something they do a lot, and I think this is a team that goes to 3 games more than any other team I've ever seen. So I expect that they might just draft the same heroes and just play better and just take this game as well. So very curious to see what approach they'll take, but Extreme Gaming taking their time here. And then Elder Titan comes out. So what I've seen as a trend versus Dawn as a whole is like, you want to make it so when Dawn does go into the fight, you have like this massive AoE she's like teleporting into, whether it be like the Static Storm idea, maybe an Earth Splitter or a Stomp can really just like mess with that, make it uncomfortable for you to use your ult or make you think twice.
I think follow-up damage is always good with Puck, which is why the Snapfire ban was also interesting, because I think that is a great follow-up damage. And ET does give you that. The Spirit with the minus magic resistance is great with Puck. You have the Earth Splitter. And I think if you're Aurora now, you're looking at some hero that disables Puck. So maybe Rasta, maybe Lion, something like this. And as for the other position, it's pretty open. They can choose to pick a mid laner because they see Puck already, or they can just take another support and wait a little bit. But we do see Rasta, which I think is just a solid response to Puck. You want some kind of hex. You'd never want to give Puck a free game because this hero can just 1v5 the game at some point. So Rasta is great. As for the position 5, we'll see. I think they have another option in taking something like the Void Spirit. I think Void Spirit is a great answer to Puck. You have the Aghanim's of the Silence, and they actually do end up taking Void Spirit, so they're going to wait with the 5, which I think is a great choice, because sometimes when you get a counter pick with the support, that just means you're going to already win the lane. And you see the Puck already, it's 90% sure it's going to be mid, unless Xingqiu is crazy. You know, he's going to play the plus 4.
I mean, he is, but
he is.
We don't know right now.
So I like this approach. I think this is very solid drafting. Like, I like this from Aurora for sure.
I have a question. In this game, we've not seen a ban or pick for SF. I feel like he's been so hotly contested. Is there a reason why?
He was nerfed in the recent patch. I think that's like the one reason a lot of teams aren't really looking at it. I think it's not in Nightfall Prime hero either.
Oh, okay,
it really is.
Yeah.
So like,
you're right.
That was point 1. He just didn't want to say it fast.
yeah,
I mean, Kiyotaka plays it on that
Does?
team.
he does, but clearly they've decided the nerfs are significant enough where they're not just going to jam it first pick anymore.
Yeah.
So
And
that'll
also,
happen.
a little what Fly was talking about with the lane matchups, right? You could be pretty safe in that Puck, and maybe they just favor when it comes to it. Confidence, nerfs.
Well, I'm
Lane
mostly
matchup?
wondering because in the past I've seen like Puck is a good counter to Spirit heroes, right? And so a lot of teams, what they would do is they would pick a Spirit. I say a lot of teams. I definitely saw Spirit do it. They would pick a Spirit like Storm Spirit or so, and then they would cover it with a Silencer so that when the Puck is there, you know, it's hard to play into that. But Silencer's banned, so I was thinking, oh, well, you know, Aurora could play maybe the SF, but instead they just go for Void. So
yeah, and it's just comfort for Kiyotaka. This is like his answer to Puck. Seen it enough times now where he just feels really good playing this hero. And if he wants to pick SF, he's probably going to first pick it.
Right.
There's no point in really waiting.
That animation is crazy, by the way. That Pugna animation, holy. Pugna, this is probably the best pause 5 right now, overall. I'm surprised we didn't see it in the previous game. I don't think it was touched. The reason this hero is so strong is because he's incredible in lane. He's super fast. He kills tier 1s, and in the current meta, it's very good to progress the map early, and Pugna helps with that. And overall, the Nether Ward is also a fantastic tool for team fights. So I think they had a hard choice here on Aurora, where they had to decide whether they want to take the carry, because they know it's basically Undying offlane. They see pretty much everything. So they could have taken a carry that they like against Undying, or they chose to go with the Pugna, which is it's probably the best pause 5 against Undying in the lane, because you drop down the Nether Ward, you protect it, and Undying wants to spam DKs, he can't, he's gonna lose too much. So this is definitely, I really like this choice, and we'll see what Nightfall's gonna end up playing, but Pugna is a fantastic hero, and I'm sure it's gonna be very highly contested throughout this tournament.
I do have a question about their other support as well, because we talked about, Strongie's got the channeled lockdown, and then of course his hex as well. A lot of people are going though when it comes to facets for Big Snake facet, kind of overlooking the chicken fingers one, right, which is where you right click that has a hex. When you come up against a puck, are you more inclined to go that one, more of a way for a lockdown for him, or are you still thinking that the Big Snake is so good with its damage output?
I mean, I don't think the chicken finger is going to help a lot versus Puck. You're usually just like relying on quick cast hex to get him immediately, and after that, that should be enough to kill him. I think when you do play Shaman, you're really kind of like deciding what you need in your lineup. If you need like Roche or something like that, or some building push, then I think going for the Big Snake might be better. If you really have to have some more team fight presence, so potentially ward trapping, or have better laning stage, then maybe you can go for the chicken fingers. I think it might be game dependent.
I think this is a good game for chicken fingers because, first of all, in lane, ET relies on hitting you, and every time ET is running up to you, you get to attack him first. You kind of stop his momentum. So for laning, it's always going to be better, and it's specifically good against ET. It's also good at killing the tombstone. So when you have like the little wards, right, because they all count as a percentage attack. So killing the tombstone also a reason. So I would say chicken fingers. Ooh, there it is. Dominator hero coming out. Exciting.
I can really hear it in your voice. It was just so enthralled. But yeah, Faceless Void, right? People hit and miss. We're not really sure where we want to sit with it, but now at the helm of the Dominator, what exactly is this combination fear that makes it work with this item that people are like, yeah, it's worthy being picked?
Yeah, well, Faceless Void did get buffed a little bit in the most recent patch, but his biggest problem for several patches in a row now is like laning has just been so important. And he just couldn't have any impact in the laning stage. Even if he had a decent laning stage, it just took him so long to get online. So this Helm of the Dominator gives you the early Helm of Iron Will, so you can stay in the laning stage, more armor, more HP. And then all of a sudden, you can just make plays on the map with your Helm of Dominator. You can take towers, you can farm faster. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it. So it gets him to the game earlier, and you're still Faceless Void in the late game, right? So if you can get past that hump in the early game, you're all of a sudden like one of the best late game carries. So being able to skip the early game by buying this item is conceptually very broken on a lot of heroes, and I think we're going to see it a lot more going forward.
Okay. And then, of course, there was that very quick response in Sven. It felt like
really confident.
Yeah, Extreme did not. They're like, you could pick any hero, and we're still going to pick Sven.
I like it a lot. I mean, I'm thinking like mechanically, oh, it's nice because he can itemize into like having the Dispel on go. You're playing into Pugna, it's really annoying, so you don't necessarily have to go Nullifier. You're also going to have that ET debuff on armor, so you're playing with a lot of physical. You've got a lot of burst between the finger and just arm jump. Also the fact that the ult does last for a while on him, so it means that, you get Chronosphere. It's not like it's the end of your team fight or anything like that, or you can try and get the Dawnbreaker to use her ult and then move back, reset, go in again, right? I really like the Sven. I think I like the confidence it came out with it, and
That's
I like
true, yeah.
how many applications it has in this game against Aurora.
Okay, are you then kind of leaning towards you're really liking Extreme Gaming? This is going to be a game in their favor, and then therefore the series?
I mean, Aurora are playing a bit more comfort this time, so I'm kind of hoping to see what they look like at, like Prime.
Aurora Prime.
Aurora Prime. I like both lineups. I think they both synergize well with each other. It makes sense. Yeah. I have to go with Aurora this game. I think it's a very good Faceless Void game. If he manages to get a decent enough lane, I think he can carry this game. And it is Nightfall Prime time, so
I like it. There is significantly more confidence in Aurora's lineup here, even though that's where you guys were for game one. But either way, it's a game number 2. Let's see what our casters have to say about this one.
That's correct. It is game number 2. Sunsfan here with Synderen. We got Extreme versus Aurora. This is going 3 games, Synderen, because Aurora is playing
Oh,
I agree with
okay.
everything the panel said, even though I listened to about 5% of it, but I believe I did pick up on the fact that Aurora goes 3 games, and I would agree with that sentiment
good,
because
yeah.
I've cast a lot of Aurora, and in fact, they do go 3 games, if I haven't said that before.
Yeah, I think this time around they definitely drafted themselves way less into, how to say, they're way less on a timer, which in the last game might have got the better of them, that they maybe felt like, okay, we have to keep dominating the map and putting pressure, and then once you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you kind of ran out of steam pretty quickly. This time around, you probably feel better going later. You've got a faceless Void carry, you've got Void Spirit as well, who has pretty strong scaling potential and a good matchup into the puck. Your supports scale exceptionally well. I think both Shadow Shaman and Pugna can be very, very strong late game.
Yep.
And yeah, as you're seeing pointed out here from the observers, Shadow Shaman did go for the chicken fingers that they were talking about on the panel. I do like the choice as well for the exact same reasons. I think against ET in lane is very nice. Breaking Tombstone is obviously paramount against Undying in general, and Shadow Shaman, one of the few supports that actually has a pretty good shot at it with the Serpents. If he only has the 1 snake, it takes forever. How about having some more?
Yeah, this is... just takes quite a bit.
Well, with the Helm of the Dominator popping up now, it's definitely accelerating him a bit. You can think of it as like just a better Midas. You're getting extra farm because the creep can help you farm. Either you can put the creep in the lane while you jungle, vice versa, or you can just play them together for faster speed at whatever you're doing. It gives you good stats. Helm of Iron Will is really good in lane, so definitely come online faster, but the Dom doesn't... It can also hit in your chrono, so it's some more damage, but it's not like Void is just gonna crush the game at 15 minutes, right? It's not like,
Yeah.
he's still the same hero, but you've limited the weakness that used to be exploited the most, which is that early mid game for him. So he'll come online, but I think the truly scary Void that you're used to seeing from highlight clips, that's like chronoing and killing 2 or 3 heroes, that's the same as always.
Yeah.
It's late.
Very hard to deal with a late game Void. That has never changed. Especially with that 25 talent, if they choose to go for that, which is the AoE increase. Very scary indeed.
Backtrack
200
chance has to be the choice against Sven, though, right?
I know.
You just have to take it.
But
I think.
the AoE, if you have like amazing setup, can just be game winning.
Yeah.
200 AoE when the radius is that wide to begin with is absurdly large. As Kiyotaka playing the Void Spirit this game versus XM's Puck. 14-5 so far for Kiyotaka, so slight advantage with a 10-0.
It's a good lane matchup for Void. It's unsurprising that Kiyotaka is doing well here. His laning last game was also fine on his Ember versus Lesh, so I don't really feel like you can fault Kiyotaka too much for the laning stage. Last game, though, a couple of moments past the laning stage, dropped the ball a little bit. And that's part of my concern for this game as well, is we can talk all we want about the theory of the lineups, but at the end of the day, it's about what level of play are you bringing to the server, right? I think in game number 1, Kiyotaka was not on his A game, so he needs to level up for this game. I think if everybody plays to the same level as last game, Extreme just played better, right? Like, through and through. All their players did a great job in the fights. They had good target selection, good itemization.
Oh, really? I mean, we talked about Aurora did get off to a good start. It was really that first Roche fight that I feel like really turned the tables in Extreme's favor, and they just never looked back after that.
Yeah, that's true. Extreme genuinely won every engagement beyond that until the game was over. I don't think they lost a single skirmish. It was always a trade or them just getting kills.
And their
at
trades
no
were
cost.
always support for core.
Yeah. Exactly.
And we'll see if Toronto Tokyo has anything to say about this situation, though, playing the Dawn second game in a row. You talked about this being kind of the off lane of the patch right now. As this creep, this is interesting. Ame will eventually get it, pops the Warcry as well. Apply a little bit of pressure to Mira as the Astral Spirit just shadowing him. Talk to me about the Pugna.
Yeah, there's a lot of value to Netherward here against Puck and the Lion, and it's also a bad lane matchup for. Oh, hang on.
That's first blood. So Mira
from Mira
did eventually go down.
Okay, and
Wow,
so did Panto. Talk to me about Pugna while he's dead.
You know, that's not a good way to look at it. Is Nightfall trying to take out the Tombstone? Will be able to time walk away.
Yeah, so Pugna obviously has multiple benefits here. Netherward against high mana cost spells is nice. You've got Decrepify against ET, which in turn Xnova just avoided that lane. He has to pick his poison between Shadow Shaman and Pugna, and I think he'd rather play against the Shaman anyway. And you can't really talk about Decrepify against Sven, because Sven was picked last, right? So that's not a part of the equation here. It's overall a solid support. I think Pugna is pretty good this patch. I think we'll be seeing it a good amount this tournament. I believe some people even thought Pugna was going to be the support, which I'm not sure I agree with, but I definitely do place it in like the...
It's been a long time since
range.
Pugna has been the support hero.
Yeah.
There was a time where, you know, Life Drain would give mana, right?
Yep.
And HP, of course. And it was used pretty consistently as like this support that did nothing but give mana to Storm.
The butler for Storm, yeah.
And it's been a long road back for Pugna, so good to see him getting back into the meta.
Why? I feel like I've never seen anyone run Lion as a battery for Storm.
I have.
You have?
But it's a very poor man's version of the Pugna.
It's still, level 4 mana drain is still
okay,
600 mana in 5 seconds. It's not
the Remnant
bad.
does connect XM as the orb to try to get away. Actually gets a little fancy with it and dies as a result.
Oops.
So it has the curveball facet, trying to get a little bit of extra farm. Could have just gotten away, I feel like.
That's a big kill.
Coolest facet in the game, though, I will say.
Curveball is very nice.
Very, very cool addition.
But this is, it's big for Aurora to get Kiyotaka on the board. You want Void Spirit to have a good start. This hero is very polarizing in my opinion. He has games that he takes over and games that he falls very flat. So, you know, a great fit for Kiyotaka. If he's having a bad game, he can just blame the hero. You're like,
That's
well,
a really
I'm Void
big.
Spirit.
He just died to Lion by himself, basically.
Yeah, that is unexpected, to say the least. But if you could pick a singular hero in this game to have a good start, I would pick Void Spirit if I'm Aurora. Because this hero can really accelerate your game if he has the start that you're looking for, which is definitely the case here. Obviously, that time around, it comes at the expense of losing their Void, but maybe those two, or Faceless Void, let's be clear, there's 2 Voids. A worthwhile trade, if you could even say those 2 plays are connected. Might just have been a mess up on Nightfall's side.
Kiyotaka with the first power rune of the game, which is the Arcane. He's going to find a little Jin Q action. Panto there. Another Astral Step with some good body blocks as well. XXS actually places down his Tombstone to try to contest this, and Jin Q, is he actually going to live through this? Looks like that might be the case as Kiyotaka has to try to run away. Trying to go for the Tombstone, gets impaled in the meantime though. Does take out the Tombstone, getting some extra gold. As XXS now with a double decay, and going to force Kiyotaka out with not too much to show for it. In fact, it's going to be the death of the support instead for Panto as XM finally makes his way over.
Yeah, that was a very deep dive. They missed the Astral Remnant, I think, at that point. Or, excuse me, the Remnant. At that point, you're just probably not getting the kill. It was close, but diving that deep between the 2 towers at minute 7 is absolutely going to cost Pugna his life. Big damage onto Sven down bot, but the TP rotation.
Stormhammer and a God Strength coming out as well. Only the level 5 Dawnbreaker not able to use anything to get out of dodge. Does have Hammer up in a second, but just too much damage in this early game from Ame.
Ame says Stormhammer is the better one. And he's right that time. Power Rune taken away by Xnova. Nothing here for Kiyotaka. Big rune snag. He's running out of mana. So this is a really awkward spot now for Kiyotaka. He's got 160 mana, no rune to claim. I guess he could get his own bounty rune, perhaps, if that's still there, but otherwise would be a long walk of shame. Or sending out multiple clarities. He's going to go for the standard Vessel build. Void Spirit, one of the few mid heroes that more or less consistently does this, of course, being Universal, likes to buy it, and it's not really the best game for it, right? Like, what are you really countering with Vessel? Soul Rip?
I guess that's the only
Sven has
heal.
some lifesteal. It's okay. You're mainly buying it for the damage because Void Spirit kind of needs to just get pushed over the edge with that. But I think some cases people maybe autopilot a little bit too much, and you could buy Dagon instead. You know, I don't dislike Dagon on this hero. I think it plays nicely into the pace that he's playing.
Yeah.
So in this particular game, I would have loved to see that choice also for bursting a hero like Puck, whereas Vessel isn't really gonna finish the job. If you have a Dagon, you might just burst Puck in one go.
I mean, there's no way he's upgrading this, right? Is this just a casual earn?
I mean, he must be upgrading it, otherwise you wouldn't buy it, right?
Oh, okay.
I think.
That is a little weird.
Let's see.
And the helm being used now for Nightfall. Gets the Centaur creep. And gonna make their way over to the lane where XXS is playing very confidently in tower range right now.
He has
The ward is
ults.
placed. He's already at half HP though. Aether Remnant pop. There's the Centaur stomp. He gets his ult off here, which he will. Solar Guardian to follow, but he's dead already. Solar Guardian from Toronto Tokyo to try to help out. They will be able to get Jin Q on top of this, so double kill for Kiyotaka.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's a nice little find there as Tombstone not available. Undying coming right back to life, TPing in and dying instantly. So using that innate to feed relentlessly, it seems.
Okay.
Ceaseless Dirge, indeed.
That was already a good, successful move for Aurora, and a
The
nice,
bad manners pause to follow from Panto.
the classic double kill onto Undying minute 10. We have all become used to seeing this in our pub games, but usually it's for different reason. Yeah, just didn't think they have enough in the tank there to go for him again, but Aurora had more where that came from.
If he had saved his ult, then he would have been fine.
Yeah.
No doubt.
True. And I
Popped
also
that
think
really
maybe
late.
on this initial go, I think if you're planning to turn this around, you should ult instantly, right?
Yeah.
Like, he
This
used
was
it
too
so low,
Yeah, that was.
this ult does nothing. And then, yeah, as you said, on the second go around, doesn't have it. It's just funny. There's just, he didn't
Oh.
anticipate Mira coming in, to be fair. I think that was what got him by surprise. Their Shaman is there too, but yeah. Far from ideal here for XXS.
Yeah, that's going to put him behind a bit.
Not a very animated player. You saw his camera shot there. For a player that just died back to back like that, it looked like he just said, "I'm dead."
Well, he is playing
Not-
Undying, so
Yeah.
got to get into character, I
Yeah,
suppose.
that's true. Not enough gummy vitamins this morning.
Did we ever figure, like, what is the actual lore behind that line?
I don't know. Maybe it's a reference to another game or a movie or something. You would know if it's a movie, so it must be another
It's
game.
not definitely not a movie, yeah.
And if neither of us knows, it's probably a book.
Yeah, it's probably something from the Bible.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
sure. They had gummy vitamins.
One of the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt eat thine vitamins.
Delicious. The Serpent Wards doing a good amount of work here to the tier 1. It will survive. Well, we'll see if Extreme can... I mean, the game, in terms of net worth, is still quite even. Kiyotaka, though, leading the way in net worth at the moment. And it feels like anytime a Sven is being played, he's always going to be in the top of the net worth. It's such a hard hero to contest.
Yeah. He is a level and a half ahead of the
They get the
Faceless
Hex, they
Void.
get the finger, and that is the death of the Faceless Void and his Pine Cone. His
Oh, will
trusty
they get
Pine
it?
Cone
Yeah.
is dead.
Oh.
Oh, the death animation is beautiful, and then the sinking in the ground just ruins it.
Yeah, bodies decay really fast in this world,
Apparently.
actually.
I mean, it is biodegradable.
Yeah,
It is a Pine
That's
Cone.
fair.
Panto, very
Unlike
little
the
mana to
other
work
heroes
with.
that are made of plastic.
That's well, if there's gummy vitamins in the Undying stomach, there's probably some plastic in there. We have a lot of microplastic in our guts, and I don't know if
yes.
you're aware of that.
Yeah, that's
Perfectly
just what I
normal.
needed this morning to be reminded of that. Yeah,
They're working on
overall,
the Echo Saber.
the game state is pretty even, but I think the big difference right here is Sven's lead over Void. I know it's only 700 gold, which might not seem like a lot, but it's also the levels. Like, Ami is 2 full levels up against Nightfall, so expect this to accelerate even further. And the win probability does say the 60-40 for the Dire. generally tends to love Faceless Void if it isn't losing too hard early, because this hero just is a late game beast. And for all intents and purposes, I think Aurora are completely fine. Don't get me wrong. This game state is good enough for them. It's just, again, this is the type of game where the writing on the wall is this is going late, right? And we can't ignore the fact that Aurora and us alike feel like Aurora sometimes struggle late. So now you've drafted yourself into a lineup that has to play there and has to get there and overpower a team that, honestly, in my mind, Extreme is one of the best late game teams in the world. The problem for them is why they don't get many trophies or top 3 finishes. A lot of their games, they just don't really get there.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes they get crushed in the laning stage, or their drafts don't really click, or whatever. But when things are working and they get late, I really like their chances. So this is another game that is probably getting to that stage, and I think a lot of pressure in this game for me is on Nightfall. Like, you gotta pop off on Void this game. I don't think your team is going to win this late if Faceless Void doesn't hit those big chronos.
Yeah, and he hasn't really pulled off the Nightfall either in this series so far.
True.
This is game 2, and we haven't seen a single maneuver yet.
He even had 2 teleports to do it with last game.
Yeah.
Could have picked which one he wanted. He Nightfalled in.
That's true.
Oh,
For the
that's nice.
Faceless Void.
That's nice. This new feature with the past 5
Yeah,
minutes
it's-
GPM here,
it's
or
nice.
gold gained. So looks relatively even across the board with how much they gained. But yeah, compare the Sven and the Void, right?
Yeah, almost double.
195 XPM to the 77. He died, so it's not, you know. This is not just raw efficiency. There's obviously the kill coming to play, but if nothing else, this also shows how stifling it is to die as a carry. Like, how much does it cost in the equation when you die while the enemy carry is farming? It's big. Sven is doubling your numbers in the last 5 minutes on experience and gold on average, so you know which way that's going to continue to go.
Does Sven still have that shard that dispels? No.
No,
that's
it's
the war
the
cry.
Undispellable Warcry.
Okay.
The
I was gonna
Dispel
say,
is-
would have been nice for the
This-
Decrepify.
The Dispel is Aghanim's Scepter, which,
So they just added it on top.
yeah,
of
he
everything else.
could technically buy that this game. I don't think he will, though. I think Nullifier's just probably better, right?
Yeah.
More damage.
Yeah.
Some armor also is pretty helpful against Void Spirit, Dawn, and Faceless. There's a lot of physical there. A decent chunk of Faceless, Void Spirit's output is physical damage to an extent. I know all his spells are magical, but he's a universal hero. He hits quite a lot in fights. And so,
How are you feeling about Sister's Shroud? I had to think of the name there for a
Mm.
second. I keep thinking underwear. Sister Shroud, Cinderin, these days. Have you come around at all, or are you still a true hater?
I think, so in the pool of neutral items, it is the one I like the least, and I feel like that is a sentiment that is shared by the pro scene. Now, they did nerf it quite significantly this patch. It is still being picked up a lot. I think it's getting cycled out after TI. I think so. I hope so, too. I'm not personally an enjoyer in this. I think there's a lot of the other neutral items that I really like in concept. This is not my favorite.
Every time I turn on your stream, you have Sister Shroud in your inventory.
And I have Sister Shroud in my inventory, and I'm complaining about it while having it, too.
I'm not enjoying living right now. You're just so used to dying as a support.
That's
like,
right.
It's just been conditioned. It's actually kind of sad. You have some PTSD.
It's, without a doubt, it's a very polarizing item because the concept of having guaranteed evasion at minute 5 is, you know, ultimately it's the same for both teams, right? So it's not like it inherently favors a typical...
What was that
type of
neutral
playstyle
that
or whatever.
was good against TA before that they cycled out?
Exactly. That was the other one, right? The Gossamer Cave.
Yeah, Gossamer. So that was a cooldown based.
Yeah. So
As Toronto Tokyo going to get surrounded. Flesh Golem activated from XXS.
Oh, that
and the
is-
TP instantly canceled because Jin Q was there with his million disables and a finger to delete Toronto Tokyo.
didn't get it off. His animation was stopped because the Decay took the kill. Jinkyu didn't look too phased by it. Not to be mistaken for faced by it. Of course, face wash, important to him. But now that Finger was unused, which I think is a good thing, you don't have to use Finger for guaranteed kills just to get stacks. I think, personally, that's pretty overrated. I think having the cooldown is much better.
Aether Remnant misses again. X-Nova, though, getting blocked by Kiyotaka. The Simile is there, but the Chronosphere is being used to just kill the one, but on top of the Undying now, XXS is going to be fine. Spirit Vessel applied. Ame gets a Stormhammer onto 2 heroes, trying to go for the Rasta, but of course the foul play comes into play, no pun intended, does kill him off in the end. Toronto Tokyo looks to be next for Ame in the midst of this Wisdom Shrine. It matters not. That's 2 dead. And now the coil snapping. Kiyotaka with another Dissimilate onto low ground with the Astral Step is going to be fine, although XM uses the Illusory Orb, but no more catch to follow up with. So several dead for Aurora as Extreme taking full advantage.
It's actually quite important in this matchup. It didn't happen in that exact scenario, but the curveball facet on Puck against Void Spirit is potentially crucial. Just having that longer chase time on the orb and the better speed, you can, when he jumps away with Aether Remnant, you can easily catch up, or rather with Astral Step. So, yeah, nice angle find there from Ame, and another. This is the second game in a row now. Toronto, Tokyo with these Solar Guardians. I feel like Aurora are not getting enough bang for their buck here with this first pick hero, right? This is the second game in a row they run it.
Yeah.
In game 1, we didn't really have those, all right, Solar Guardian owned here.
Solar Guardian. That's like a New Jersey accent all of a sudden.
Solar Guardian. I talked to Trent a little bit in the green room. It's rubbing off on me.
Yeah, understood.
Guardian.
No, I would agree. It's been a bit underwhelming, but I don't know if it's entirely on him.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm saying that considering you're first picking this hero and this is like top meta, they're not completely setting it up for success. And also, to Extreme's credit, not giving too many good opportunities to find those connections. When you are running a Dawnbreaker with stuns, you want to use that ability offensively. And they tried there onto Undying, didn't really get the kill though in the chrono. Just ran away. Aether Remnant accuracy now down to 15% here. Oh, I'm just pulling that number out.
But a follow-up hex from Mira. Get the life drain on top of him. X-Nova is going to try to channel. Does get off the Echo Stomp. The Earth Splitter to follow. Is going to hit one. That's going to be the deletion of Panto and another support to follow suit. So, in the end, a 1 for 2 in favor of Extreme again.
You seeing a pattern with the item build on XXS? Because it's literally the exact same inventory as last game. Down to a T.
Yeah, that's true. 2
Bracer, Wand, Soul Ring, Phase Boots, Pipe, and lest we forget, of course, Phase Boots.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He's not going to go Yules, though, I don't think, this game.
No, probably
Into
not.
AC.
He's going...
AC maybe at some point.
I mean, the Lotus is just great, right? You're gonna... If the enemy is buying a Vessel, you might as well Dispel it. Get Dispel, Offensive Decrepify. You want the armor. Undying has a lot of HP, but bad armor, so EHP-wise, any armor item goes a long way for him. So I think it's a pretty solid choice here. Now, Aurora will finally take down this pesky top tower. Took them a while, but they get there. And the Faceless Void of Nightfall now completing Maelstrom, so more farming speed. But again, this hero needs time.
Not ready to fight yet. We've only seen the 1 chrono so far from Nightfall. As the Maelstrom, as the coil.
Oh.
Will connect onto the 1, but no follow-up it looks like. So with the coil expended, does Extreme even want to continue here? Looks like they'll just be taking out the creep instead, and the tier 1 that is almost certainly going to be given up from Aurora.
It's good play from both teams there, though. Shaman, first of all, being in position to break that engagement, but also the discipline for Extreme to not chase through there when you've spent the coil. Just recognizing that this situation is too risky. Gonna get counterplayed with a chrono, with a Dawn ulti. You'll compromise your positioning too much by diving for the Void, so you just call it quits, you take the tower, and you're happy with it.
XM, Aether Remnant going to be avoided thanks to the blink. XXS showing up now. Kiyotaka will just Astral Step to safety. So no fight to come as a haste rune taken by XM.
Might put it to use almost immediately here. They have eyes on Nightfall again. No coil, though,
Yeah,
but
it'll be tough.
Lion, of course, packs quite a bit of disable. No, not gonna reach.
Yeah, just being a bit of a nuisance.
And this time around, Ags first now for Toronto, Tokyo. So no BKB shenanigans. Spotted last game for the Glimpse at large. Not necessary this time, of course. So can go for the standard Ags rush. Very powerful item when you get it this early. I think part of the problem last game when you go BKB first and then Ags, the value of Ags has already gone down significantly by missing that 5, 6, 7, whatever minute window that you farmed it in. This time around, sub 20. Just the overall impact of this ability, very, very strong. So look for Aurora to try to make moves. Void Spirit also closing in on his. The double silence against Puck and the supports of Lion and ET. Amazing item for the game.
Yeah, for sure. Nightfall in the meantime, working on upgrading his Maelstrom into the Mjolnir.
Yep. And Ame has now pulled ahead by 3k on it.
Yeah. I mean, we were expecting this to a degree, right? I mean, there's no way, even with the helm, no way you can really match up to a Sven in terms of farm efficiency. As we have a smoke from Extreme.
Ame being ahead by 80 CS though is...
Yeah, it's a little extreme. No pun intended.
It's more than you would have liked to see for the side of Aurora for sure.
Yep, this is a setup for the Tormentor. Maybe looking for a pickoff beforehand, but no. Gonna go straight for Tormy.
I wonder in a game where Void has quote-unquote free farm, how many CS you can expect at minute 20. Because a hero like Sven, if he has free farm and you stack for him, he can close in on like 250, 300. Void right now has 140 minute 20. Obviously didn't have free farm either, so it's not fair to say, but I think with a Dominator into Maelstrom build, a benchmark for a really good game here is probably being close to 200, to be honest. So if you take that into account, Nightfall is quite a bit behind the mark of a great game. It's still good. Like it's not like his game is bad by any means, but definitely not having a great time. Those 2 deaths to his name slowed him down, but there comes the Mjolnir, and now BKB has to be the choice, and that's instantly queued up. Queued up Linken's too, though, so which one will it be? I don't think he's buying both. I would very much favor the BKB. I think it's just too risky.
Yeah, but he's not afraid of a little risk from time to time. You've seen his hairdo, Cinderella.
Yeah. Love to talk about that. For whatever reason, you're obsessed with hairstyles.
Do I talk about hairstyles with anybody else?
No, so you're obsessed with Nightfall.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Nightfall thing. He takes the Wisdom Shrine himself.
Yep.
Level 14. And
is the 15 talent good on Void? Not particularly. Their time lock damage is okay.
He just wants to get as fast to 25 as possible.
Yeah, the 20 talent is sick.
Yeah, that's true.
Really, really good. Both of them are amazing, but obviously you're taking the right one if you're playing carry. I really do hope we get to see this hero in other roles than carry this tournament. There are games where Time Dilation is just the spell. We've seen it played in mid in the past sometimes, notably mainly by Topson. We've seen offlane Void sometimes. XXS is a player who would pull it out if it makes sense. And even support Void can work in the right circumstance, but yeah. Maybe it's just a pipe dream for me to see this hero in other roles. I love watching Void not carry. I think
that doesn't bode well for Nightfall this game.
In other roles than carry, not carrying the game from position 1.
But you don't like Time Zone.
No, I genuinely still think you can play it with Chrono in the other roles. You're just not... You need to draft it in such a way that the other heroes are killing in Chrono, not you. But your main skill when you're playing it non-carry is not your ult. Your main skill is Time Dilation.
Smoke versus Smoke. Kiyotaka runs into both XXS and Jin Q. Gets something similar before the Hex comes through. Getting slowed by the right clicks of XXS. And they're going to get the Waning Rift, though. XM gets the nice silence. They have the coil to follow. Kiyotaka in a lot of trouble. He's going to pop the Resonant Pulse to try to stay alive. Gets the barrier, getting healed now from the sideline. Meanwhile, Ame just deletes Mirror off the face of the map. So 1 death already for Aurora as they try to hightail away. Attempted TP, and it is successful. So only 1 death in the midst of all that.
XM didn't jaunt to the previous orb. I think that was just a misplay. I think he was meant to connect there and then get an additional puck kill, or Pugna kill, but okay. They get out relatively unscathed there on Aurora. I don't think that was too bad. You lose your Shaman. Obviously you had the Void Spirit jump in first and get caught by a couple of spells, but he did survive. So this isn't the biggest of deals. Also, Sven, of course, committing the ultimate will be a cooldown that you could potentially even play around. You didn't Chrono, so you have Chrono and Dawn ulti. I would really like to see Aurora just go for a smoke immediately, to be honest. Just try to take some initiative here and exploit the cooldowns. See if they do. But again, notice the same pattern as the previous game. XXS is the one breaking the smokes, taking the first point of connection, and it's just unkillable. This time, instead of Mars, it's the Undying, but the logic and the overall, like, idea of the strategy is the exact same.
Yeah, and even if he dies, like we saw at the beginning of the game, could potentially just respawn right away anyway.
Yeah, true that.
And that would be probably more effective at any other point of the game than what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
So Roche attempt from Aurora. We saw this last game, and Echo Stomp is something you do have to worry about. Connects onto one hero, but also delays a bit. XXS getting in the exact same position we saw from last game again. Is this a replay from game number 1? No, Roche is a lot lower this time. Tombstone is placed. Nightfall able to snag the Aegis this time, though. So Aurora get away with it.
Yeah, that's good. Again, they needed to take some sort of initiative. I like the smoke angle. This is even better, unless the smoke could have also led to a Roche. So, good heads-up play to take advantage of the cooldown of God Strength, and it did come up as Roche was about to die, and I think Extreme just did not have time to set up a play for that. So, we'll be conceding the Roshan to Aurora, and as a result, you can just farm up this BKB now on Faceless Void with this Aegis, and then maybe put it to good use.
A very early BKB for XM, by the way.
Interesting.
Not a item you see that often on Puck.
Yeah, it's very good against Void Spirit, right? You know there's the 2 silences, so if you buy Euls, it's not protection. You just come out of the Euls and get silenced again. It allows you to largely ignore Netherward as a factor. Oh. Ame, you don't hit that hard. Well, I guess you thought GQ could connect in time. He hits hard enough on that guy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But Void Spirit does get out. I guess, yeah, Jinkyu was not in range in time. Obviously does not have the dagger online, opting to go Glimmer first. Again, carbon copy of last game. Jinkyu, ranged support, protecting with Glimmer and playing backline. Now he will go dagger now as next choice.
You have 2 cores with dagger.
Yeah,
so.
you don't have to buy Lion. Lion is just the best, right?
Like
because you have instant hex.
I feel like a lot of times we see when teams have these compositions where these heroes could buy Blink, they all buy Blink and it ends up being kind of too much.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or it could have been distributed a little bit better onto whatever other items.
Yeah, and I think in this game you don't play Puck or Sven without it, right? So if anybody skips it, it's the Lion, which is quite rare. Usually, if Lion is in the game, he will buy the Blink and somebody else, like a core, can scale more or whatever. But the identity of Sven and Puck just rely too heavily on having Blink.
All right, Troll Summoner destroyed. XXS. What a riveting fight that was with the Decay.
He did win.
3 minutes on the Aegis for Nightfall. Has the BKB still queuing up the Lincolns, by the way. See if he opts for it in the end.
It protects him against
Stormhammer
Storm,
and then
Lion Hex.
2 spells from Lion, right?
Yeah, the problem is if Lion is clutch, he will just Mana Drain first, right? So you have to... I think if he is buying it, it's mainly against Ame, because as we talked about after the draft, Sven, one of the few carries that can actually just obliterate Void, and the way you protect yourself from that is, if you have the Lincoln, Sven can't do it alone. So then they have to get a 2-hero play, which a lot of the time in fights, the way they break down, if Lion, let's say Lion is part of the initial round of spells in the fight, Sven can't just jump in and kill Void anymore. Lion's spells have already been expended. Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. A little bit on the side of, do we have damage concerns again, like we did for Aurora Game 1? Like, does Void Spirit... Dawn this time, obviously, AC immediately after Ags, so definitely gonna hit.
Oh, we got the Hex. Open up with the Shackle to follow. Jin Q, though, Impale, gonna buy a little bit of time. Toronto Toki gets the Soul Guardian out, but again, Ame coming in from the north, deletes 2 supports, and Nightfall has to chrono and run away. Toronto Tokyo fingered to death. Didn't mean it that way, of course, Cinderin. Aurora, 3 dead, and the Aegis is just gonna expire the old-fashioned way. Just, Ame has seemingly come out of nowhere repeatedly in this game.
He keeps finding the right targets. I think this is just a beautiful showcase of what Sven is really good at, which is isolating and killing weak targets first is generally the go-to. We've talked about the Void counter, but it's infinitely better if you kill the supports and the fight just ends immediately. Like, when he casts his stun, this fight is over. And look at this angle. Beautifully, he teams in from the top. They also have to be careful. They got caught by the sleep, too.
Yeah.
Like, just beautiful Echo Stomp setup. Very nice there from Xnova.
And Nightfall chronoed, hit Ame twice, and realized, okay, this is not a fight any longer.
No.
I am tickling him.
I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit more Sven this tournament, by the way. I have a feeling that this hero will go up in stocks and is one of the best carries right now for this meta. I don't think teams are able to punish Sven's or prevent him from farming enough of the time, and I think especially if it's picked later in the draft, like in this game it was the 10th pick, so obviously it's a bit of a trump card, but a lot of the time when this hero gets picked late in the draft, do you have the tools to really solve him? To me, Sven needs a farmed Sven needs specific counters to not find impact, right? Yeah. And with the carries being picked late in drafts, Sven is definitely worth
to some degree.
considering.
This is a byproduct of the map being so large, right? It's inherently going to cater to heroes that farm really well.
Yeah.
Which Sven is always going to be one of those with inherent cleave.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that hero damage on Nightfall. That is pitiful.
Yeah,
3.4k.
Waning Rift to start, XM.
Can we get a fantasy point breakdown for Nightfall for this game?
Do you have him on your fantasy team?
No. I heard a player that a lot of people have on their fantasy team, Yatoro, though.
Yes.
Got a rampage in his previous game.
Oh, really? That's good for me. Ame
Good
takes
for you.
out Mira. Yeah, I definitely have Yatoro on my team.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the most rampages in TI history, I'm fairly certain, right?
I think that's right.
I just made that up, but I'm pretty sure
I
I'm
think
still
you're
right.
I think you're right.
And Tormentor number 2. This time Ame getting the shard.
Oh.
So the Warcry getting just a little bit better for his team. Undispellable.
Passive 6 armor is great.
Yeah, absolutely.
This takes me back to Kataomi playing support Sven for Entity. They had their Sven Pudge strat with Pure, and then Kataomi would play the 4 Sven, rush Shard, and just always Warcry his Pudge, and you would have insane EHP. Alright.
Oh, Nightfall, Chronosphere. Nova goes out with the...
Oh, the
he gets
Tombstone save.
Grab allied. Oh my goodness. As the Nightfall maneuver was successful this time, but it's going to be at the cost of a support as Ame and company just running through Aurora. The grab ally out of nowhere. I don't think he got that from any of the Tormentors, so he purchased that for exactly that purpose.
I think the play call there from Nightfall was, I'm going to ult and use Solar Guardian at the end of it so we can keep chain stun. And then he gets put in the Tombstone and the fight's just over. Just lack of information there going for that play. To be honest, I don't even know if they would have killed him.
I was going to say, how would they kill him anyway?
He has 4,000 HP on the Sven.
Yeah.
I don't... Satanic? I don't know, man. Like...
Alright, high ground attempt. Aurora's going to have their full 5 in just a moment.
Yeah, we were talking about late game here. Did we...
There's the
get ahead of
God Strength.
ourselves? Are we even getting there?
Fortification comes out. Creep Wave is going to take all of that damage.
I mean, surely you can't kill him without Chrono, right? So Ami just gets a lane.
Yeah, looks like it.
I don't think Aurora interested in this. Just have to let it go.
And that is going to be Elena Barracks in favor of Extreme after a not so great Chronosphere in the end. But like you said, I mean, how often do we see a grab ally reveal quite like that?
All right, Sven just cracked level 25 after this camp, I believe. Don't check. What do you think is the highest level hero on the Dire?
18?
It's 19. That was a good guess. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, all 3 cores on the Dire are level 19. And if we do bring up the level chart, well, Sven is slightly ahead of everyone else. He's 5 levels above Puck.
Yep, a little bit.
Ame with a classic, true hard carry performance here. But not in the sense of, okay, I'm farming all game, showing up with 6 items. He has been to every meaningful fight and crushed it.
Indeed.
Just a totally clean game. 450 CS now at 30 minutes. And this bodes well for the 0.95% of the fans that chose Extreme Gaming to get 4-0. If they could start off with a 2-0 start, that would obviously be good news for them.
And Ame is actually opting to go for Aghanim Scepter, so a lot earlier than... I mean, I guess he does have a ton... Oh, okay,
he swapped
changed
away
it.
again.
Damn.
I can understand why he was considering it. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. You'd basically be getting it to dispel Decrepify, which, in all honesty, hasn't really been that big of a factor this game in general.
Yeah, it's hard to use Decrepify when you're the one getting jumped by Sven every fight.
That's right.
Just fall flat immediately. Yeah,
It looks like it'll be an MKB instead.
Definitely not been a fun game for the Aurora supports. 1 and 13 combined. and KD.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you get two shot.
No.
I mean, Rasta, that's the whole purpose, is to not get one shot, right?
Yeah,
you
the
stay
reason
alive a little bit longer.
Rasta gets 2 shot because of foul play. Pugner gets 1 shot.
True.
Yeah, tough. You can see now that Aurora are
Oh my goodness.
testing out their BKBs.
Oh my goodness gracious.
They're getting more and more cornered on the map.
He looks so derpy there. Why? All right, so things just getting worse for Aurora. Maybe need to check their hotkeys a bit here. Extreme, of course, didn't have. I don't think they had vision there, so they don't have the information. But if they take a fight now, then they're going to be even more at an advantage. In the next 70 seconds, that is. And there is a smoke from Extreme. First series of the day, Synderen. We were expecting this to go 3. Not looking like that's going to be the case, but of course...
You were expecting this to go 3. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said it was going to be 3 games.
Well, you didn't say...
Everybody else said that.
You didn't refute it either, so...
No, that's how you play it safe. I feel...
The best kind of analyst, yeah.
I do not feel strongly about it one way or another.
We talk about the MKB
I will
instead of
say,
the Swift Link for Ame.
With the way this is going, let's just entertain the idea that this continues and Extreme kind of crush this game. I would say going into today, I would have not expected the series to be this one-sided for either team. Like,
Yeah,
regardless
I
of
would agree.
score, I did not think the teams were seemingly so far based on today this separated in terms of just their prowess that they've shown.
Yep, as the Roshan will be attempted from Extreme, and you can tell by the top of your screen, the smoke comes out from Aurora. It means they want to contest. Roche is already at half HP, though. XXS in that Flesh Golem form as well, and the Tombstone is placed in the pit. There's the Hex to start things out. XM getting the brunt of the damage onto the Rasta. The coil comes out as well as Ame just cleans up Roche himself. 2 shots, Nightfall, goodbye. As Kiyotaka's BKB finally comes back online, he gets the support for his troubles. As you can see, the Dawnbreaker able to BKB out, and now the pursuit of the supports and Kiyotaka. Stormhammer connects, and that's a Thor that gets ethereal there from a moment there from Panto, but in the end, the Crepify can only do so much. So a 2 for 1, and likely to be a 3rd. So Extreme get basically everything that they want. They get Roche all the goodies. They delete the Faceless Void in 2 hits.
Realistically speaking, the only way you win this Roche fight is by finding the backline. When Aurora go into the pit and they throw an Aether Remnant and the target they connect on is Undying, they can't go on him first.
Yeah.
Even if they somehow kill him, he's immediately back in the fight with everything. And Sven is unaccounted for in the pit. You can't... Not to sound like a broken record, but again, damage issues, right? Can you actually kill the big cores that you have to get through? And if the answer is no, you never go on them first. You have to, this smoke, it has to wrap around fully. It has to find Lion, ET. If you can somehow pick them off first, maybe you can build a fight around that. But again, this just leads to yet another team fight with unexpended ults. We never got a Chrono, we never got a Solar Guardian. They just couldn't find an entry.
And Nightfall ready to go now, potentially. Doesn't use the Chrono. Ame literally just standing still, hitting buildings, will get the second lane. And the Hex from Mira. Kiyotaka on the sidelines as XM coming in with the coil onto 2. Nice heals from Panto. But the Stormhammer coming in. Ame wants to get in deep. He gets the 1 kill. And then back and forth from Nightfall. As you can see, the reset was there, but Ame now with that God Strength available. Earthsplitter does a decent amount, but Nightfall able to time walk most of it away. Toronto Tokyo getting on top of the Sven. Remember, this is still an Aegis Sven who just brushes off the damage with that Satanic. Gets back to full HP, brings him back with the Harpoon, but the Chronosphere is there with the Life Break on top of him. This could be enough to take out life number 1 of Ame. Can you do it again, though, is the question. Ame pops the Warcry. Basically invincible now as a result. Finger of Death deletes Toronto Tokyo, and it looks like Nightfall is next on the list, although Time Walks gets most of his HP back as a result. Kiyotaka, in the midst of all this, doing decent amount of damage, takes out another support. So Lion dead again. Toronto Tokyo is going to get harpooned back into the arms of Ame. That's a double kill for XXS, though, as Nightfall and Kiyotaka, last remaining members of Aurora, as it looks like this game 2 will likely just come to an end right now.
They just cannot deal with Ami.
GG's come out, so Extreme 2-0 pretty convincingly.
10,
Really
0,
impressive.
and 10. I'm sure Fear has a little smile on his face. Obviously, a big Sven Jory himself, one of his favorite heroes of all time. Of course, second only to Klinks that we have yet to see in 2025. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll get a Klinks this
Yeah,
tournament.
maybe we will. Let's go to the panel.
Great turn. Great game from them.
Yeah, I mean, we had it from Fear leading into this game. Almost any hero could work, especially with Helm of the Dominator and item that everyone is picking up to get through that laning phase. And look, Faceless Void, get a little bit more hope in Aurora after seeing it. You thought, yeah, this is something that could kind of work for them, but it's going to be said, Fear. Drafting might be going in favor of
kind of consider, can you get away with a hero that has Dominator? Can you get away with triple Dominator game again?
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's...
I'm just letting you struggle a little bit, but yes, I do know what you mean.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Dawnbreaker banned out too.
That's not surprising. That's been a Liquid staple.
Yeah.
They are so strong with this. It does mean the Bat Rider's in, which I think is another hero where Liquid just looks disgusting with it.
Yeah.
So I'm
Go
kind of curious to see
Pugna.
how that gets played. Oh, and that's almost makes it even better, to be honest with you.
Instant pick. The one you hate to see. Will they decide to go for the bat?
0-1 so far, buddy. Just saying.
That's probably, there's been a couple other picks, I'm sure.
0-1 for us, buddy. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I should look to see what the first round is, if there's any standout picks that we hadn't seen yet or hadn't been looking for. I'm going to open that up.
I mean,
on the
apparently there
side.
was an Invoker, which sounds pretty hype.
Well, right. That was the Invoker Helm of the Dominator, which I still don't really understand.
I mean, it's just a good item, I think. I think it's
Yeah.
that simple.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing it elsewhere.
I think we're going to see it everywhere,
Well,
to be honest with you.
I mean, that's the thing, is that I feel like when Tundra does it, they do something like weird and unique and special. And yeah, it is going to be the bat. But then, like, people that try and emulate it, you know, sometimes, like, the emulation doesn't go as well.
Yeah, that's my problem with the Pugna especially. Speaking of which.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing. I feel like, yeah, the hero is really good, but I think it's really hard to be that good with it.
So 3 Mars picks, a couple Chens, Hoodwink undefeated through 2 games.
Nice.
Any weird heroes that have come out? This isn't all the way caught up either because it says that Marcia's 0% win rate. So something went wrong. Weaver got a pick.
That's a little surprising, actually. If anything, you'd think that would be Liquid.
Yeah.
All the teams that are willing to bust that hero out.
Interesting. Okay, we'll see if there's anything else. So far, nothing much. But they take out the Lycan and the Monkey. Do you think that Liquid are going to try and go sort of a more high-tempo Dominator thing? I feel like they're one of the teams that's less likely to run that type of strat.
Out of the mid lane, I would not expect it.
Yeah.
That's not really their go-to, you know, with Nisha. But for Mickey, for sure. Like, if they get the Marcy, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
But, like, would he go Faceless Void, Dominator? I mean, probably, because they like to have their supports rotate with Nisha a lot. They like to have Saberlight on more active, like, playing into his lane heroes, but accepting. Like, he likes to have people coming to his lane, I feel like, a lot.
Yeah.
He likes to play these heroes that, like, add on with kill threat and stuff, like the Mars. So, yeah, I could definitely see them trying to isolate Mickey in a safe way, and that would be a Dominator carry.
Or I mean, yeah, there's a lot of potential ways to do that. I wonder if they sort of can apply some early pressure. I feel like Faceless Void is one of those heroes that looks very cool looking.
Now that's more like it. Best voice lines in Dota 2, other than our own, of course.
Which you can still purchase.
The other thing I love about Disruptor, specifically for Team Liquid, is that Mickey is one of the best TAs in the world. Nisha's also very good at TA. I love Disruptor plus Templar Assassin plus Bat Rider. Those 3 heroes sync up insanely well because you just have TA traps, and they give vision, and they help for glimpses, and they help for Bat Rider jumps, and everything else that TA is good at. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
Dude, these little animations are something else. All right, they take the ABBA, though, so now an answer to the Bat Rider, at least, not an answer to the Disruptor shenanigans. Okay.
And Pugna also, in the mid-game, like those big 5v5 team fights, I think Pugna struggles a bit versus Disruptor because it's hard to reach across that static storm and that kinetic field because you have a relatively low cast range for your save.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that does bode well a little bit at least. And I think the Liquid thing too that's interesting here is it's like as the fight starts to break down, both Bat and Disruptor are heroes that punish like a not static sort of like formation fight. You know, and as like people are trying to run away, it's just not going to happen. It also, like with Hoodwink even, you know, these are two heroes that can really lock this guy down, and as long as you can get that initial like, you know, Q onto her from the Disruptor, things are going to hurt.
Yeah, that's very annoying for Hoodwink to deal with for sure.
So 1.5 minutes of reserve time, as they will have to reveal one of their cores here very clearly. Obviously, Batrider, that flex still, but this is a lot of the draft coming out now. Have seen the ABBA get picked. So which also does signal that it's going to be position 3 ABBA, and they'll take the Beast.
Okay, so that of course can be a flex, can go mid, can go off lane, but traditionally it's been very good for Saberlight, and gives him that bit of active hero here. Doesn't know too much about his safe lane, just has the support. But Primal Beast, a pretty survivable hero, really good at cheating the lane as well, right? You can do your go behind shenanigans, you can do your level 1 blood grenade plays, but then they go instantly into the Doom. So again, another flex. Could be safe lane Doom, could be off lane Doom, could be mid Primal Beast, could be off lane Primal Beast, and this is the core to all drafting at the top tier of Dota 2 right now, is keeping these big... It used to be, I feel like it was more important, or at least more common to have a hero that was either a support or a core. And that was how it was flexed a lot.
Yeah.
But it has become much more about, like, you don't know which lane the core is going to.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a different dynamic now. I like the Doom in any 3 role right now, honestly. I think that it could fit pretty well in there. We've seen how hard Doom can carry throughout the last couple of years, how this hero has changed, and you know, even having his you know, his shard and stuff.
Hear me out. Ready? Okay. Devour plus Helm plus Midas.
Yeah,
that sounds like an OD Pixel build. I should not tell him about that. He would be queuing up immediately.
Oh, dude! All right, when our day's off, this is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that would be really easy to convince him.
Did you know that Doom is like my worst percentage-oriented hero? Have I told you about this before?
Well, okay, so traditionally you're an offlane player. So is it because Darkseer gets banned and you jump into it? Is that what happens?
No, it's that I'm not good at the hero. I don't know why. I don't know how. I have 32 games on it.
Okay.
I have 6 wins.
That's pretty bad.
I have an 18% win rate on Doom. It's really bad. This hero just eludes me sometimes. But when I see these other guys play it, they just jump in, they make high percentage plays, they're right clicking like crazy.
I often say that Doom is the hero, like 3-3 is like the best Doom in my eyes, because he's the best at like pulling apart team fights and deciding how the other team wants to take a fight, and he knows how to shut that down.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of insight and makes him a really good Doom player.
They take Lesh into this.
So, like, if you were bad at Doom, it might suggest something. They take the Lesh rack.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
What a guy. The Lesh into Doom is a bold move.
Yeah, that's not good. You know, maybe you get the spells rocking and you're okay. What I guess would be the hope.
Yeah, but it's just, I mean, I guess also...
You know, he likes to have heals and saves, is what you're saying, right?
Well, right. And, like, he sort of relies upon spell lifesteal and, like, the damage being dealt, keeping him back alive. I kind of feel like ABBA still is one of the better ones to help him through those issues, because you can Aphotic Shield, and then you're just, like, adding barrier that you have to work your way through as the Doom. So, I don't know. It can go, I guess, either ways, because, like you said, you have your spells used, and then it's just, you know... It's eventually going to kill you, but in the meantime, you can do a lot. But I feel like this is also like double blade mail heroes you're building into. I guess you can get BKB, but it's, I don't know. It feels like you're asking for trouble.
That is pretty spicy. It feels like I'd almost say more of a support Leshrac game where you were trying to like deal with towers or something, but I can't unless they're doing the pure position 1 hoodwink.
Right.
Yeah, it looks tough. I like this that 9 class style Leshrac. I really do like a lot actually. I found it pretty powerful.
Do you think then that they would ever bump the Pugna up to mid?
No, I don't know because like the 4 Leshrac relies really heavily on a disabling core hero, which makes this really weird. You know, so I think it's just going to be mid. I think they're going to try and find some sort of an offlaner to help out and go and probably put the Abba as 1. You can see Liquid are banning for coverage on both because obviously it could just be Abba 3, it could be Abba 1. So they just get rid of 2 powerful heroes in the Sven and the Enigma. And Boom, like they look like they're protecting a mid Lesh.
I kind of feel like for Boom, I like an Ursa here.
Bring out the bear.
I think it's an interesting matchup against Doom too, because if you go for enough of like the Enrage, you can sort of make things difficult for Doom to go on you at least.
It's very annoying if you try and Doom an Enraged bear.
Yeah, and then at least you have this sort of like backup if your Lesh ends up running into issues and dying in the midst of a fight, or if the Lesh gets doomed, then your Ursa can maybe clean up and do enough damage to take out the rest of these guys. They take out the Terror Blade.
It's an interesting ban. I mean, they have Pugna, they have Decrep, they have potential Nihilism. But
I just saw Insania do like an arm and face momentum thing that was like very clearly they can only do this or something like that. I don't know. It was like we're fine, we're gonna win. I think the Liquid squad looks very confident. I'm not sure about Boom. They look a little.
What's that hero?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I mean, another like transformation. I don't care if you doom me guy.
I have not seen Dragon Knight in a while. That guy was him.
Yeah.
He was the man for a pretty long time, obviously. After a few patches and with the fire cleaving dragon.
Yep.
But that's funny. Instead of fire breathing, that's clever. But then he just got nerfed into oblivion.
Right.
And his now you sometimes see him to counter a puck, and that's pretty much it. And even that I don't think is that real anymore. So yeah, as you said, it does kind of feel like it's just in response to this idea of the Doom. But again, it's another hero that even, yeah, sure, you can transform, and then you get Doom, but you still like your regen a lot on this hero. That's a pretty big reason you're tanky.
I mean, I think that you're still going to want to Doom the Lesh every time that you can.
True.
But
speaking of which, see how it's not real? This is the least real like counter of all time. Do not pick DK into that, but it will be a carry DK in this case.
Yeah.
And Armel is grabbing his Leshrac, as you would expect. So we'll see how it goes. Currently eyeing up the Corrosive Dragon, which I would say has been the most common out of the Dragon Knights I've seen lately.
Okay. Yeah, I think it sets up for like, again, I think that Boom is just this wall that is hoping to be run into a little bit in a way. Maybe Armel's like a little bit of a counter initiator in a way if he can stay off the front line. But it feels like for Boom, we're going to present this like forward presence of a Dragon Knight hitting a tower and you have to come and deal with us. And then the question is, how good is that initiation going to be? And it looks pretty good for Team Liquid. You know, you got Primal, you've got Doom, Disruptor or Batrider are there to follow up afterwards if things get a little bit spicy. The question is, are they going to have the damage that they need to sort of eat through that Dragon Knight? And I think probably, but
the Doom will be clutch because of that too. Trying to help deal with like the mitigation of like this Pugna heals and then the Abba throwing out the shields.
Right.
So Doom will be pretty clutch. And then I always like it when Jabs has the Decider move. Like I like it when he has like the leading stun and the initiation. I think that's when he thrives. I think realistically,
he'll be just fine. Looks like 33 already trying to get perhaps the blocks going on this creep wave, even the Iron Shell, but no, he doesn't bother. Meanwhile, Toby gonna show up there for a second, cops a Thunderstrike, but will be just fine. It looks like Sarks is even around here just in case. They will, of course, TP Toby out of there. There we go. I mean, bottom lane, of course, you are going to have Darkseid Tiny against Disruptor Morphling. It doesn't really feel like you've got too much to be concerned about here as Fly. Just make sure you don't get caught with your pants down with low HP against this toss of Sarks.
Yeah, shouldn't be too rough here for Fly. Maybe you have some opportunities when you have that level 2 Iron Shell. And whether or not Saksa can kind of get that spacing, you're probably just going to be looking for pulls here as a standard for Tiny gameplay in lane in the year 2025. Whether or not he can, though, is the real question. Ollie already burning through a lot of his mana with all this Thunder Strike spam can kind of simplify the lane a bit. He does have at least a Mango on hand. Would love to be able to get Lotus control as well later on. We'll have to see if they can manage that lane properly to get these resources lined up, but going to be pretty static until at least level 3 down bot here. Unless, again, a severe misstep happens. Bit of a back and forth up top as well. Not quite connecting.
Strike out bottom lane. So I guess there's another thing Firefly does have to be severely concerned about is these constant Sunstrikes flying in. But it'll be just fine for now. All lanes going pretty smoothly, I might add. Of course, the top lane, no real contest at all for Crystallis, but you could say the same for Beyond on the pos 3 Abaddon. And even I was just looking at mid, like, Emo is going to find the CS advantage in the Void Spirit, which is kind of anticipated. But we saw this in Game 1. Like, BZM, he doesn't really care too much. He understands he's going to have that disadvantage in CS. It's all about the XP for him on the Voka. And of course, he has also queued up the Helm of the Dominator. So, you know, he's got the catch-up to come.
That he does.
Bottom lane. Ollie, back to back. They're going to try for the kill, and they've got it. 33 able to secure as Firefly able to find the trade. He's getting a little bit worried about him because he wasn't strength morphing, but he does make it up.
And does. You take that trade any day here for Yakuto. You do give away a little bit of a bonus, of course, but you get some soul XP for Firefly. That level 3 spike comes in a little bit faster for him. And he's going to get some free regen as well out from Ollie. A couple of... There's a salve in the backpack. There's some tangos left to share. Firefly's going to be nice and happy. You're, again, seeing some of that potential come in, and that's without the level 2 Iron Shell up on 33. So there is more damage to come out once you do hit these level spikes up for Tundra. You're not able to get the pulse, but you are playing a more aggressive laning support here for Saksa in trying to utilize this Tiny. And again, it's going to be down to how well your timings line up, because last time 33 had a really quick timing into Dominator. And he is now at the point where he's just lacking the recipe, so I guess it's going to be another quick timing for him as long as the sails keep, the wind keeps blowing into his sails. The other lanes, like you mentioned, still pretty static. You are starting to pull ahead on Crystallis. There's not too much presence that Beyond can really do. The Abaddon Rubik lane is just really a non-threat. It's very defensive by nature, so there's not really much you can do to kind of punish there. Still a lot of diving down bot, though.
They're going to find Ollie as well. That's the one they wanted. They were ignoring the morph. They just wanted the quick disruptor kill. And it looks like Ollie, I mean, as annoying as this electromagnetic repulsion is going to be, he's still in pretty big danger. Sunstrike won't land. So he will make it out for now. The thing is, like, you're getting closer and closer to the Helm of the Dom. And once he's got that up, you're going to feel a lot more confident just diving in. Even setting up with a toss onto the creep with an Iron Shell is going to be a big problem. Mid lane, bit of an attempt onto BZM, just some harassment though. Yeah, it's kind of the thing with this matchup, like you get the CS advantage as the Void Spirit, but in terms of kill potential, you're not really finding much. Bottom, Glimpseback was there up to 33, but he's going to be perfectly fine as well.
He's going to be able to skedaddle away. We get a much quieter time in our lanes. The lane setups are kind of geared towards that. Top is slower, bot is slower as well. For Yakuto, the safe lanes are relatively slow lanes. Although maybe more aggression can come out from Tundra, but you're playing to Rubik Abaddon, so you can't really hope for a Nightmare spin in. Mid lane is, I will say, a little bit better for Emo in comparison to Game 1. Like, this is a much more smooth time laning into this Invoker. His network, his CS advantage is a little bit cleaner. He's not copying as much random damage from BZM because BZM keeps trying to go for these Sunstrikes across lane. He's not having as many resources to pump in onto mid with his own spell spam there. So it is holding back in how much he can stop Emo. And then the question then is, how well can you control these runes coming into 6 minutes? Because that's the big one, where Emo is going to be approaching level 6. He wants that first power rune. We saw that commitment earlier where Tundra was finding the better end of the stick because of how much pressure was on bot. This time around, you don't have that laning pressure to hold back these supports from rotating early. So there should be an opportunity here for Yakuto to get a smoother start with that first power rune spawn in a few seconds here.
Not sure if this is part of the game plan, Jonathan, but concerning signs for Tundra, Crystallis has not queued up a Helm of the Dominator yet. Well, what's going on?
Oh,
no. He's queued up a Battle Fury. What's going on here, Jonathan?
He's playing it smart. You know, I mean, the Dominator does make sense, but this is a jug. He wants to farm. He wants to farm the good old-fashioned way. You know, it is what it is, Mikey.
Karune's being denied away from Emo, but he will jump in, trying to chase down this Tiny. Though starts with the Fairy Fire, actually still surviving, but they will glimpse back the Tiny, as now the chase continues for Emo. But you aren't going to have the follow-up, so Emo's going to be perfectly fine. They will not secure a Power Rune here for the Void Spirit, but they get something even better, which is a quick support kit.
I think you're happy enough to just get some more gold flowing onto Emo. Still gets a top up from the bounty rune at the very least. Not the most pretty tree. Pretty deep dive here.
Sunstrike's gonna fly in though! It hurts me to watch that, Jonathan, I'll be honest. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? It's like you don't anticipate it to be that much damage, but it certainly is, Jonathan. It certainly is.
And it is. Just very deep commitment from Fly. Understandable, the timing is into that 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom. Emo will find it, but there's a Dominator being revealed as well now.
Oh, here we go. Toss back, Emo. He's got one Astral Step charge. He's trying to get there, and he will eventually, but they've got the cancel. The shenanigans have begun. He almost took the Shrine away with that Hurricane play with the Wandering Ripper. Almost got it.
Almost, not quite, but man. A mid-kill for a Shrine of Wisdom, you're happy enough. You're getting some EXP flowing on your supports anyhow. Kind of compensate. Fly?
He's okay. What he forms out, I mean, I can't imagine they'd kill him that easily anyway. So he will be able to make it out just fine. Top lane, I mean, it's still just no contest here between Chrysalis and Beyond. Both of them CSing very well. You wonder how concerned Yakuto brothers are feeling about this Jug right now, because he's just having the freest game of his life. They will try, but of course the spin TP away, just going to allow him a way out pretty safely. Another Power Rune as well in the meantime for BZM, picking up an illusion, so another denied Power Rune here from Emo. But overall, still a relatively slow game, which again is kind of what you anticipate with these Helm of the Dawn plays. You know it's going to be a slower time. Not much happening in the way of action right now, but it makes enough sense. They do try onto Emo, but nothing comes up.
Not quite the timing you're looking for there for Sox at the land of stun. Maybe a bit optimistic anyhow. I do agree with you. I mean, again, when you're looking for Dominator plays, you are looking to play it slower, but that farm will ramp up. And you've got the Dominate for BZM, he's already playing around in the jungle as well. You've got the bot lane completely freed up here for 323 to just play. Top lane is freeing up for Yakuto as well, but Jug can easily sit in that jungle just fine with Cornucopia up. You've got enough stats to play with. Maybe another attempt onto mid. Again, Emo's not the easiest thing to go for. You do spot Sox just hanging.
You've got Ollie, but he comes 33. Now, this could make things a little bit more complicated. He even got the Satyr Mind Stealer as well, just to be an extra nuisance with that mana drain while he's at it. Jump in, toss is there, they'll drop the wall as well, and they've got the kill! Alright, well, I wasn't anticipating they'd have that much control and damage, but apparently they do, Jonathan.
That they do. Just enough. Good set of chain stuns coming out with BZM on top. And yeah, I mean, if you can't dodge out the Sunstrike, that's where your damage is coming in. Mid-tier 1, a pretty devastating blow for Yakuto, but again, when you have double Dominators and all of these creeps that can just help siege so fast, you do lose map space quickly. Mind you, Yakuto still has good control in the triangle. They have small stack built up on the medium camp.
Oh,
Regenerate.
The Boka. He's trying to deny it away. Here comes Emo to help out, as maybe BZM going a bit too far, but he'll drop the Chaos Meteor just before he does go down, though he's still alive. They'll find Boka. Regen Room picked up here from our Boka, so he's still running. They'll glimpse him back and finally take down BZM. So almost thought he was going to get away there. Zemo chasing for more, but won't have enough follow-up to secure the Bane kill.
No.
Well, they're still going. Emo's going to be a little bit cautious, but he will make no Fiend's Grip yet.
Not quite. Not quite enough EXP up there on Toby. If you did have that grip, maybe a little bit of a different story. Still, you can see just how much Tundra is working the map. Again, these fights are happening away from Crystallis, away from 33 as well. They already took mid. They might be able to try, but Emo is still slippery.
still like one creep away from Fiend's Grip being up. They're still going to try and chase him down. He has an actual step charge, but maybe they can time a nice Sunstrike here. And it won't be enough anyway. They won't bother. 33. Starting more shenanigans across the map as Desi tossback plays into the creeps. And, well, this is a bit annoying for Beyond. He will make it out, but it's starting to look a little bit scary. Keep in mind now, Toby has the Fiend's Grip up, so if it wasn't already kind of scary enough for Emo as it was, now with the Fiend's Grip, you've got a guaranteed way of just holding him down.
You do, and you see the confidence coming out from Tundra now. Just crossing that river into that bot jungle and dragging off this attention away from Crystallis, who is very close to the full Battle Fury, pretty much just lacking Quelling and the recipe itself. They're still looking.
Toby, he's going to get jumped. Toby should be going down here as a Static Storm not going to allow him any kind of play. So a very nice pickup now from Emo. And finding some forge spirits for themselves here for Baboka and well, Yakuto, 4 to 5 so far, not doing too badly, though again I do get very concerned about the fact that they've left this jug alone this long. As I say that though, Fly, he's still keeping up in farm pretty well. In fact, he's ahead of him at the moment. But it is that Battle Fury timing you start to get a little bit concerned about, and it is coming now.
And it is. And again, you've just gotten so much off of this investment on Turkey Tree. Mech already up, going for the full pipe, mitigating a lot of that early output we're seeing here from Yakuto Brothers quite fast. Yakuto do have the right idea, and they've warded up top. They know the general area where Crystallis has been playing because he's not been showing on map. The issue is trying to jump the jug with Blade Fury is just difficult, to say the least. So even if they manage to catch him up, whether or not they can kill him is another question as well. It doesn't feel like they really have the best tools. And again, when it boils down to this kind of game where both of you are kind of trying to eat each other's map, the side that farms faster is just better off, and that is certainly Tundra right now. With all of these Dominators, they're able to keep that pressure on mid tier 1 still standing for Tundra's end, relatively healthy as well. And once these auras are up, that's where some danger starts to really pop in for Yakuto. Still, Yakuto looking for a smoke. They've got the haste being popped or expiring here for Emo to play with, and he is rushing the Ags.
Find Toby. Poor old Toby can do nothing about it, but he will at least break the smoke for his side. In the meantime, the mid tier 2, or rather bottom tier 2 tower was being focused down. They won't stick around for it. They know the rotations were incoming from Yakuto Brothers, but they still get a substantial amount of damage out. Meanwhile, Fly forced to back away from the top lane. The rotation was there from BZM. I guess it still feels like it favors Tundra. But again, Yakuto Brothers, they are not really far behind the net worth at all. It's just a 1k advantage so far for Tundra Esports. Like Fly, happy to just bully away Crystallis every chance he gets.
Yep. Again, it's that threat of the output on Fly. He does. And just kind of pressure. I mean, Waterfall, but the safe lanes are just farming up top, so they're trying to equalize in terms of being effective on the map and setting up some safe zones, considering how scary bot is with these forays coming out from Tundra. Bit of a smoke out. Again, they still have the grip. We haven't seen that commitment yet from Toby. You are still a ways off from your next key items in something like the Ags on BZM. They do have enough control to just snipe one here.
I'm going to find Ollie, but a quick Static Storm down going to ensure that Toby can't really follow up with anything. He's still safe for now. Here comes the Maul. Fly, trying to find himself a target, but the Fiend's Grip is going to lock him down. It is cancelled though. Emo saving the day for this Morphling, as it seems like Tundra will need to retreat. And they will do so. Yakuto, they're happy to continue this fight. The Tundra are the ones not looking to keep it going. And still, it still proves to be a hard game for Toby. You know, he finds a nice Fiend's Grip, but it just doesn't last long enough in the end.
No. I mean, there's just so many ways to cancel it off. And like you've got a lot of saves coming in. You've got the lift, kind of break up with a stun. You've got Void Spirit. You've got the Static Storm that's been very good from Ollie, breaking up these smokes and just instantly dropping Static Storm, stalling out this movement out from Tundra. Tundra's best bet right now is just this steady scaling for Crystallis, and the fact that they're still holding on to this mid-tier 1 somehow.
Here's out to Baboka. They're going to try and at least burst down the Rubik quickly. And they should have him, as Chrysalis does show himself to boot. Emo going to be fine to step his way out. That was a full 5-man committal here in this mid lane, though, in absolute fairness. So, Yakuto brothers, they might call that a bit of a win. They will look to retreat now on the side of Tundra. But that T1 tower, I mean, it's standing on nothing at this point. They'll come back for it eventually.
I think the key issue for Yakuto is that they have to come back. I think that's the key thing. They can't use these wards effectively. They can't try to sneak around with a smoke from mid into that top jungle because of the mid tier 1 still standing.
And they got on to Beyond, but it's just a bit of chip damage right now, trying to proc that borrowed time. Sunstrike not going to land. A nice little juke out from Beyond. No borrowed time to be expended. Meanwhile, top lane, they are going to find Toby. They love finding this Bane because it just makes them feel so much safer on the map. It'll be another quick one here for Flyfly.
Well, at the end, again, it's a very even game, but I would say it's looking a lot better now for Yakuto, considering how much you're getting out from Flyfly. This investment in 323, yeah, it's been good. The pipe's coming out relatively soon, but it doesn't feel like you're really seeing the connections as we saw in game 1. This kind of idea on the strategy. Right? Like, you need so much more to come in for Crystallis first. He's not ready to really fully commit on the Juggernaut yet. You are 2 parts away from the Ags of BZM on the Invoker, but it's banking heavily on this big Vac Wall Avalanche idea from Turkey Tree. I don't know if you're going to be finding that. Maybe if you're just going for a solo pickoff, double Sunstrike on 1 is nice. You have enough control to at least guarantee that, but going through for a wider team fight doesn't feel as feasible at the moment for Tundra. And Yakuto are just feeling stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Like, Manta up on Flyfly, Dragonlance next, already has his Vlads earlier on for the farm as well. Their own Ags timing with Emo is still a little bit further away on that Void Spirit, bottom network core, but once you do hit that Ags, that's, again, a very dangerous timing here for Tundra. It's not like you're going to be farming quick BKBs anytime soon either. And that timing for the Ags should still be better than any preemptive BKB that may be queued up. So you have a big window for Emo anyhow. That's 7-6. Still a very quiet game in comparison, but you do feel the stakes, right? And it does feel like both of these teams understand just how much is at stake with this best of 3 here as Flyfly.
Match up the Morphling. Not an easy target. Comes back onto Saksa. They will Fiend's grip him up though. He's now stuck. He needs some help, but it's not coming. So maybe just not anticipating that many numbers to come in. They'll lose the Morphling. And this is huge from Tundra. They'll find a secondary and they might even just start pushing through the bottom lane. Why the hell not?
About the opportunity to take a free tier 2, already got some gate usage out from Sox up top, just to even out the lane a tad bit as well, and start to set up perhaps for that Tormentor with his timing. Some very good timings overall lining up here. Sox up.
Will be on. They're going to find Beyond. Beyond's still sticking around, but he's going to be a little bit wary of Saksa having a toss target. Here comes the cavalry, but Saksa's got the help. This all looks like bait right now, as they do jump in for the Tiny, but the pipe will keep him alive a little bit longer. Nightmare round to Beyond as well. Here comes BZM to boot, as Saksa somehow still alive. Now the Vac into the healing wall to keep the Tiny going. Is Yakuto rather, they're still going for more. They'll move in on to Beyond now. Beyond, he still has that borrowed time available. Sux is still being chased down some way, somehow. They'll finally take him down. There goes Toby to boot. That's 2 supports gone now for Tundra. That'll be enough for this team fight. They'll need to get out of there. But Emo, he's on the chase. Ash will step up in a few seconds. They don't want to mess with the Croaker, though. They'll leave the Croaker alone.
Yeah. Really... a lot of wasted time coming out from Tundra. It's just that they can't capitalize, right? Like, it's so hard to look for an angle for Crystallis to get something like a good Omni Slash off. They've got the space now for Yakuto to take that Tormentor, and they get the D-wards off. So a snipe here from Tundra doesn't really seem feasible. Timing on the Sunstrike just slightly off for BZM. And now you have the upgrades coming in for Boboka. Free shard up. Having that defensive lift back can be massive as well in terms of, again, saving from this single person control that Tundra has. They are looking to force the fight in, though.
Why not? They know they're weak right now. Or perhaps weak. 33. Not going to find the angle to move in. They are still posturing around that top tier 1 tower, but they haven't really found the opportunity, as now a counter smoke is out, but it seems like Tundra, they might be aware, but the Nightmare is out now from Baboka to lock down Crystallis into the Static Storm. Do they have a way to help? A big back wall out from 33! It's kept him alive! The Jug can fight back! Borrow time is out. How long does it last? Does it keep him alive? It does, but Baboka's the one to go down. It's now the Fiend's Grip. Emo got caught, but the Aphotic Shield is going to allow him to get away. Now the Omni Slash is going through the whole creep wave. They'll even glyph it up to ensure it does no damage. No creeps will die. Crystallis continuing to run with the healing water will finally go down. They'll try it for Toby once again. Now the turnaround in with the avalanche up from Saksa. There goes Beyond, and now the vacuum onto 3 targets. Fly. He's trying to fight back, but there's no fighting. He is gone, and even more now. It's the Nightmare out of Tolly. He will catch another target. Triple kill for BZM. Oh, you just can't go for these prolonged fights against Tundra.
No. I mean, there's just way too much sustain, way too much utility, and this is all boiling back to just giving 33 the space to form the orbs. Right? Like, there's a lot of healing just spreading around. You've got the healing ward as well from Crystallis to get some easy resets in the middle of these engagements. The Static Storm as well was all in commitment.
Ulti and Leshrac being there to burst people, but the Fissure block from Shaker, again, just so insanely well positioned. Look at this. Keep an eye on the Fissure, cutting them off from going in. They can't reach the Roche to steal the Aegis. So they get the Aegis on Bristle. I think if Skeeter got it, it would have maybe been even better for them. So they can have him through the fight. But either way, that's like what made that fight even be at all decent. Otherwise, stolen Aegis, they just lose that flat out.
His Razor goes wild in this fight.
Yeah, but Bristle getting the kill on him towards the end, he actually finds himself being the most farmed in the game right now. He got 3 kills in that fight. Got the Leshrac, got the Silencer, got the Razor towards the very back of it. So this Bristle is getting big.
And Bristle, like, well, he lost Aegis in the river. He reset and then was able to TP in. I was wondering how he got full HP, full mana again. But it was just the Aegis being claimed up.
Yeah, he didn't get bursted in the Roche pit at first, so he still had the Aegis. But yeah, he has full Lotus Orb now on Bristleback. And that's gonna be a great item. He has Silencer against the Static Link, against the Batrider sticking Napalm. This is amazing here. Even against Lasso, you know. I wouldn't put it past Amar to be able to Lotus someone right before Lasso comes out.
Oh my god, sometimes I hate my brain so much, you know. I was thinking about Mario again, but you've banned me from doing it. We have a guy called Amar. It's a me, a Mario, and I just
stop it, man.
I just can't help myself.
Going back to this. That should be his catchphrase.
He's gonna have to practice his accent though. Do a bit of voice coaching with him. In comes the Lasso. Ballard finds the Chen. Should be easy pickings on the snaking, easy through. The Mac and the heel.
Oh, save.
Little box save again. He's actually alright with the Hand of God, and Akashi the one being turned on. I thought that was easy pickings. Snaking makes it a meal, and Falcons they want to kill. Marie's there with a Blink Echo on the one. Raven getting help from Mac now. They're coming with a latch. BKB up, but Falcons reset. They've got the river flow in their direction, and Nemesis running back towards their fountain. Afraid and scared of Amar, the F coming towards them in their base. Look at this, Skitter is in there. Right in their faces with a blink and a catch, but not enough to follow through.
Yeah, he tried, but the duration long enough there for the Dawnbreaker to stay alive. It's gonna be completely fine. Just the tail end of her BKB duration. So tower is gonna fall down bottom. Falcons really opening up the map a little bit. The first tier 2 tower to fall. I also haven't mentioned this, but they only lost 1 tower this game so far. The tier 1 top is all that they ever got on the side of Radiant.
Really?
Feels crazy. Like, it feels like they have been more in control of the game than that, but no, not really.
Wow.
Got a good job.
Is it the Chen effect? Like, how?
I think Shaker is also, you know, hard here to push against sometimes because the threat of the big Echo Slam, so they haven't really stacked up to push.
Right.
And the building damage is pretty, you know, low. Lesh doesn't do damage to buildings.
And I guess Shaker doesn't really need to show on waves and stuff like that either, right?
Yeah.
Just push wave from long range, go then to reposition with your team. 15 camps stacked by Crit. Yeah, slotting into the POS 5 role very nicely.
That is a lot of camps, actually. Anyone who has camp stacked for their fantasy is going to be very happy. Is that even a thing? Camp stacked?
I have no idea.
I don't know nothing. Yeah, surely it is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I used to be quite into the fantasy when they were the player cards that you'd collect. I don't know. I loved unpacking a gold, Hector from Beast Coast or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Now it's like pick 3 players. It's like okay, yeah.
I like the building though. I mean, now it's more about your banner. It's not about your players. It's about building a banner that you're happy with, and then you can slot out the players as we go along throughout the tournaments. I think the new system is really cool, to be honest. I didn't expect it to be as convoluted as it is, or as much depth as it has.
That's the thing. I think it is a bit complicated for simpletons like me.
It is. It's I thought it was just like, okay, let's do fantasy, and then I got into it like, wait, I have to think.
Because the old system was like, do you have gold card? Yes. Does it have one good stat for, creep skill for core player? Yes.
Yeah, you have a golden carry with creep skills or something. Okay, you're good.
Not anymore.
Okay, so they're opening up even more of the map, using the ancient creeps as well, taking over. I love the creeps that he's choosing to bring here, snaking. Got the Granite Golem, got the Ancient Prowler Acolytes. 11% lifesteal is honestly pretty insane when you have Bristleback and Sven.
Yes.
Like, that's a lot of life. Even a Shaker getting a hit when Enchant Totem is going to heal him a lot.
That's pretty good. And yeah, no real traction here for Nemesis to get out on the map and make a play.
Oh no!
Chain creep in the mid lanes and some nice juicy gold for Akashi. That's the only play they'll have for now. A minute and a half until next fast spawn on Road Jam means a minute and a half here for Falcons to play with the map as they see fit.
I think right now Nemesis, they're eyeing the light at the end of the tunnel. They're seeing something, that's going to help them. The Hex on the left track and getting to the point of having perhaps a Refresher on the Razor, then they're going to be insanely strong. Even Refreshers being queued up on the Dawnbreaker. All these power spikes are going to be huge, but right now they are quite far behind. The gold difference is only 2k, but I would say Dire is quite a bit stronger. Unless Radiant get a good jump, of course. If they get the right targets, I mean, you find the Ringmaster, you find the Shaker, then Radiant can still fight, but I think they want to go later here.
The classic Amar flag placement.
The creep wave flag gets dropped.
Just hide the Invis rune behind the flag. Enemies can't see it, they can't pick it up.
Yeah.
Enemies, though, have smoked up. Moving forward into top left corner, Akashi smoke breaks. They see Snake King and they'll jump the check. Got a Lotus to return the lasso a little bit to allow Amar to get onto the Batrider. Nearly bring down Jing with a couple of taps. The Batrider's speedy and off he goes with a Firefly. And the help coming in. Mac, meanwhile, though, being love tapped by the Sven. BKB got straight going here for Skitter. Raven came through with that Soul Guardian. Fisher and a Blink Echo catches the Razor, but the Global gives that coverage of safety.
He's fine, though.
Skitter still going. The static link's flowing, and this Akashi Razor shredding the Sven. Turning up the Ringmaster with a double kill for Raven. And now jump. Jing and Mac. They found Malrine. Eon Disc is going to proc, so that keeps him alive. Can get the blink away if need be. Amar and Malrine, though, playing aggressively. Of course they are. Gets on the bat, but now TP's home. A little hello, how you doing? Then just kidding, I'm TPing the Fountain. While Amar has been left all alone. Doesn't get the kill on bat, and now he's got to run back.
Yo, this Nemesis team, they're playing really, really well. So nice play from them. I do think Falcons kind of fumbled there as well. They popped a big Echo Slam onto just a single Razor, trying to burst him, but didn't really have enough damage to do it quickly. The goal from Sven and Shaker was not really coordinated enough. Overall, Amar played the fight really beautifully. Like, quick Lotus here, runs in, almost kills off the Batrider, who stays alive just barely. But then I think the Sven and Shaker needed to perhaps go on the same target, chain stunning burst someone. Instead it was just one go and then, the follow-up wasn't really there. That was a quick reaction from Mac. I mean, he BKB'd the Sven stun. If he didn't, I think they lose that fight, possibly.
It's honestly quite impressive the way that fight started and watching where the Earthshaker came from top rune spot when the the Chen got gone on. So there was a good like 15 seconds or so there where the Earthshaker was making his way to the fight. Falcons kind of, deciding to fight around that moment. Interesting choice, seeing how far he was away and how long it would take to get there. I just can't help but imagine if they were ready, Falcons would have that one.
Yeah, probably.
But Nemesis doing very good to kind of exploit that little weakness.
Yeah, I mean they do a great job at like juking and jiving throughout the fights, kiting a lot against the Bristleback, making sure not to let him hit too much, using their defensive abilities. All their ultis are available again. Roche getting taken pretty fast here by the Sven and Bristle. Alright, so Aegis go over to Skeeter. Hex is completed on the Lesh, so he's looking to burst people. Problem is, now Sven is a bad target. The Bristleback has a heart and a Lotus Blade Mail. He's not a good target. And then you have the Aeon Disc Shaker. Is he a good target to blink Hex? You know, so all of them are kind of bad to go on right now. Tricky. Very tricky game for Radiant as the stance right now.
And it was meant to be the big, the whole grand reveal, book opens, magic comes out. This is where Nemesis was meant to pick up the pace and maybe find a direction.
Yeah. Well, they're
Falcon's just going to bunker down and wait another 5 minutes.
I think Nemesis are trying to get to Satanic on the Racer so that he doesn't just die to Blade Mail, and so that he can maybe out-sustain some of the Sven hits at least. Not saying he can full-on tank the Daedalus God Strength, but at least having some strong lifesteal his way might be able to alarm kites.
Bye-bye, Torment.
Victorm.
And this is where Falcons come into their own right. Playing through Chen, playing with map control, presence through taking objectives, and very swiftly going from Roshan to Tormentor to top lane to into mid-tier 2. As Dire, they want to play through the enemy Ancients, get access to the extra bit of gold, stop your enemy from getting it, and also pivot in towards the enemy base.
You know what I want to see? I want to see if Amar on the next tier Nutra item coming up here will find the Period Cloak. Because I think that's actually going to be a very deciding factor for how this game is going to play out, whether or not he gets it. Also, the Leshrac is still cooking his Curio. If he gets Desun Bloodright on Leshrac with AoE increase on Defilement, that's going to be some enormous stunts.
Well, Nemesis, they're positioning themselves to go now. And Snaking, Smoke Breaker, they've just been Blink Lasso, dragged up towards the cliff top. He get heals off to escape from Akashi. He might be able to with the help of his team. Tons of heals come in. Chen still alive, finally brought down, but they needed the Solar Guardian and the Razor to get chased, but Skitter's lost his first life. Aegis on the floor, and Bristleback thinking about disengaging. BKB Sven turning to fight. Marlene being zoned down, so no good Echo Slam here. And that means the Razor going to go wild on his two strength cores in the middle of the fight. Crit has been trying to escape, but he's being blown up by Akashi, and it's Bristleback stuck on the wrong side of the picture. Marine could not get into this one. Could not save his buddies. And Nemesis, the perfect play in these choke point fights to dismantle Falcons.
Give it to Jing, man. Give it to Jing. The Racer, enormous. Like, he's doing all the damage, but Jing found the Shaker right before he Echo Slammed. He Echo Slammed the Batrider. I don't even think he realized that he had Batrider on him by the time he did it.
He did Echo? I missed that.
Yes, he echoed the Batrider because Bat, I think, got on him right before. We can see it here in the recap. As, fight starts. Okay, Racer gets to drain a lot of damage here. Yeah. Super nice for him. And why he can stay alive with Dawnbreaker help. But look at the top of the screen now. Shaker looking for an angle. And look at Bat. He's going to get over there and find the Shaker. Blinks behind. And here he stops him. And I don't even think he had a scream on himself. You know, he ulted it at Batrider and stuff like that.
That's a rough one from Mallory. Very, very well done by the Bat though. Yeah, I saw the Bat was like fighting the Shaker. I thought he was just stopping him from jumping, but he did so much more.
Yeah. And at that point, maybe he could have walked in ulted if he realized the Batrider was on him. He could have maybe tried to go in and like provide some turn around power, but no, there's just nothing to be done anymore.
Holy moly.
Big stuff going for Radiant, and now we see them come into this power of late game again. Level 25 Leshrac with Edict talent, enormous. Racer level 25 stealing attack speed, also insanely strong. This is where things get dirty.
as is like Nemesis, and again get their stride. The
Not far
BKB
away
of that
from-
helps for sure.
Not far away from the Dawnbreaker getting 25 as well, and the Starbreaker CD talent is generally very, very strong. I've seen people go for both. The range is really good on the Celestial Hammer, but with the Star Surge or Solar Charge facet, it's so nice to have the Starbreaker cooldown.
Life still more. We do now have Refresher Orb on the Earthshaker though, so potentially able to weasel himself out of those situations and get a Blink Echo on someone that he needs to. Or just 2 ultis straight up.
You know, he didn't get Desmond Blood right on the Leshrac, but he got the Crippling Crossbow with Curio increase as well, and it's timeless. So this is really good against the Bristleback in his heart. It's not bad. I guess he probably didn't have Desmond Blood right as a available choice, because I think he would have taken it every day of the week, but it's still not bad.
I mean, I'm disappointed he didn't wait for tier 5.
Yeah. I wish the Curio got stronger every time you kept it. Then maybe people would be greeting for tier 5 Curio.
Yeah.
You know, like the potency increases even more.
I was sure that's how it worked for like my first 20 games.
Yeah, like 30% stronger on the 30%, so that we keep scaling it up. Yeah. But, you know, come on, Valve, make it happen. For us greedy bastards, it's not going to be OP, it's just going to be people griefing themselves by holding it. You know, it's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be Lone Druid Hand of Midas all over again.
Yeah.
I still can't believe this game has like no net worth lead or anything. 25 to 15, minute 40.
I mean,
Roshan is 2 minutes away.
How hype is this Nemesis team, though? I feel so so happy to be so wrong, like you said earlier, that they were at the bottom of my prediction.
That's TI, right? I mean, it's like unknown underdog story from Southeast Asia, Filipino roster, and you know, like deep down, you know, super skilled players. They could beat, you know, they could beat big teams on a day.
Yeah.
But coming in and showing all 3 games prowess.
I
has
think
been impressive.
I think that's the thing for TI, though. All the teams are always going to be like, yeah, they all have potential, right, to beat the high teams, but who's going to be in form on the day? Who's going to be in form by the time the tournament comes around? And looking at it right now, man, Nemesis are rising to the occasion, and gets me really hyped for the entire tournament already. So some split pushing by the Chen creeps, trying to force people back, but it is Radiant with a firm hold on the map, having the Refresher on Razor and Refresher Dawnbreaker. This is just so tricky to fight into. Sven has to burst someone quickly, else it's just like impossible to fight against Razor. You're never outstaying the Razor in a team fight.
Yeah, it's got to be like a one and done. Get in there first, someone quickly. Sven and Earthshaker very adept at doing so, but you've got to then worry about global silence. Batrider with Flame Break, Lasso, the saving from the Dawnbreaker. That's why Falcons right now sat in their third of the map, just allowing Nemesis here to get into these spots where potentially Razor all alone in that mid lane just gets clapped. Now the Dawnbreaker who came in to save the Razor may also be in danger. Anything to go through the BKB? No. TP's back home.
Shiva's BKB still tanky enough, but yeah, Razor did not expect to die that fast. Big Shaker and Sven coordination. That's what I've been wanting to see from Falcons. The two of them together. Just pairing up their stunts and dealing quick damage.
And that's what Akashi pretending he's got 4 people behind him in the mid lane. Falcon's calling the bluff, or I guess it's seeing with information that they've got Observer Ward on the left-hand side. Saw a couple of heroes there, knowing Razor was kind of alone.
They see Roche is up on the side of Falcons, scouted with creeps, so they're just gonna head over there. They could try and force a buyback, but it's also risky. If you lose a fight on the high ground, then the enemy team will get Roche. So just gonna play a little bit safer, get their own advantage built.
Roshan has roared. He's being attacked by the Dire. And poor little Roshan.
Roche, and that's going to be enough experience, I think, for Sven to hit level 25 on the back of Roche dying.
Nice.
He's going to get even more damage as normally to take, yeah. Going to be damage.
That's what he needs.
Refresher for him as well.
Oh, hello.
What's this jump? Shaker.
We've got a TP in from the Mac Lash onto the bat, who blink lassos the Earthshaker, hexing him up and trying to catch Marine, but he's got double Eon Disc with that Refresher Orb. Amar, meanwhile, just face tanking everybody else to zone them away.
I mean, there's Aeon Disc plus Refresher Aeon Disc triggered, so not bad. Still trade for the Batrider ulti. Finding a chance to do something while the enemy have Aegis is great. Maybe this gives them some confidence to try for a move, but Shaker does have ulti available, at least one.
Marine probably just making the call to chill for a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Or relax a little bit.
You can also wonder how much does the dynamic of the team fight change with Aegis on Bristleback. I feel like the answer is not that much. They didn't want to go on Bristle anyway. Now you still don't want to go on the Bristle.
Does that mean that Amara can just go sit high ground if they push to tier 3?
Essentially. I mean, he's got to lead the way. Look, Flash, look at Mac. He blinks in. But Sven gets scared. He gets spooked. Blinks away as well. Probably correct choices. Bat and Silencer, Dawnbreaker could be nearby. I mean, you don't want to fight without your Shaker nearby.
Yeah,
or without your Bristle.
They've fully tucked themselves in the jungle there, haven't they? Just wait for the cooldowns to come back up.
Holding on to the game Radiant. He is working on the Refresher. He's got the Gold Scepter, Solar Crest. He has the Tiara already, like a pretty princess. But no Cornucopia and Ring of Trask yet. He has 2k gold though, so he's not too far. Silamaine.
Yeah, you say the name.
Tiara. You know, when you buy Tiara as hold up, Kess. Snaking is gone.
Yeah, the Mars coming here to try and fight back. Snaking's dead. Akashi BKB's up to secure it, and they've also found crit on the right hand side. The lasso and a kill by Mac. Looks like Lashrak should clear it up.
Killing the supports first is probably the only real way to approach the team fights for them. No big loss for Falcons though, as they can keep farming on all the cores, but this does open up the map a little bit for Radiant, and possibly they could get over and take Tormentor for themselves. I don't know if they really want to push into Shaker. I'm curious if any of them are gonna go for a break this game to deal with the Bristleback. Like at some point I feel like you need to get a break. Maybe, you know, get a Silver Edge built in on the Razor. He has the Blink queued up right now. I wonder if it wouldn't be good to have Silver instead.
Batrider, non-stop. Sees the target, goes in on them. Marine Eon Disc 4. And another one. He echoes, BKB's up and tries to run away. Refreshes now as well, so he's got another couple of spells to play with, but Marine is dead. Nonetheless, look at Skitter disappearing. Just hit down by Akashi. The Razor's going wild. Looks for another one. Chen's in trouble. Bristleback, Amar running back to his high ground, so he'll be safe and sound there for now. But Nemesis have come in, swept through Falcons, killed a tier 2, and they're going high ground now.
Wow. Amar's trying to defend this. He does have the Lotus, the Aegis. He's trying to stand his ground against an entire team. Buyback available on Shaker, but they do not want to use that. They really
just
don't want to.
Ignore him.
Ignore him.
You can't do anything.
Nah, he's the defender of this high ground. They're not gonna be able to force it. With 2 heroes dead, with the +1 and +2 dead, they are forced away from pushing. That is how strong this Bristleback is. I mean, great pickoffs for sure by Nemesis, but if you don't get any structure here, it feels a bit bad.
42,000 damage by the Razor. 46 minutes in.
Akashi is playing amazing. He's played amazing the entire series, I think.
Oh, we got level 5 glaives for the Silencer now.
But he does have them, yeah.
Didn't he start with like 4 brain drain?
Yeah, he did start with 3. He missed 1 on the first blood. Or he started with 2, I think. He missed 1 on the first blood.
Okay.
But yeah, he only has 8. He hasn't been draining a lot of brains.
Yeah, he's gotta get on that.
Yeah.
So
he also has no attack speed at all. So I don't know. I feel like the Synaptic Split was not the play this game, but
Who am I to blame? He can farm a little bit faster, you know? He can push waves.
It's the scaling. Oh, block of cheese. Didn't even see that one get created, but Snaking's got the block of cheese and an Eon Disc on himself.
It happens so fast now, the block of cheese, because of the way lotuses
the upgraded
are reworked.
lotuses.
Yeah. It's like all of a sudden a team just has like 3 greater healing lotuses after having no lotus.
Yeah.
The block of cheese, I think a lot of teams use incorrectly. A lot of them just pop it no matter what before anything happens, but it still is a cheese. So you do kind of want to use it to heal as well, and then get the block.
Like mid fight,
yeah.
Goblin heal, and look at that. Akashi hiding Invis to get the catch on Bristleback. No Aegis for him anymore. Trying to step away, get into the imprisonment, away from the Solar Guardian, and the Echoes come in. The Skitters damage, they've killed Akashi off. Bristleback has survived it all, stays alive, back to full HP, and Raven, that Dawnbreaker's dead. The Falcons strike back. Malrine finally gets to use his spells as he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, Malrine just absolutely slamming them there. He did, what, 6,000 damage, I think, immediately to the 2 heroes that died. They took 3,000 each. Just, I don't know, dominated that fight. And I think also that was a case of you have to go on the correct targets. You can't go on the Bristleback. You straight up just can't.
No. I mean, yeah, it's an insane move.
Yeah. I mean, this is why they need a break if they're ever gonna kill him. But here goes the push. Razor doesn't have buyback.
Tier 4. I mean, I guess they saw the Razor just bought the Silver Edge, so they know that the Skitters have been dragged back into his own demise. Mac, can they save him from the damage at the Bristleback? They can, thanks to Raven. And now Dive's gone awry here as the Falcons are going to get punished and paid for this insolence of fighting Tier 4. Raven goes in, Amar's dead. No way! He can't be allowed to escape this. The Batrider's gone in with Mac. They need the damage to follow through. Amar must die! They finally kill him off. Mac nearly pays with his own life, while Malrine is being hounded by Raven now. Falcons, you had it handed to you on a silver platter, but Nemesis, they fight back.
On the backline, Crit finds the kill on Mac. Crit with Ninja. How was he even there? He has Blink 4 stuff. What? You assassin, Crit. He found a way in to get the Lesh takedown. So in the end, not all that bad for... I mean, yeah, they lost all their cores, but that one kill on Lesh prevents a complete disaster.
What is this game?
Crit did 480 damage in that fight, but that damage was to Lesh to kill him.
That's insane.
Oh my god.
What is going on?
I love to see it, man.
Well, 50 minutes hits. Got a 7k lead for Nemesis. Falcons, 3 cores dead, all with buyback. And what did they get? They got the majority of mid lane, tier 3 top's gone, but now Nemesis are going to come back and even the playing field a little more.
This is some pushing power coming in as well. They hit pretty hard, pretty fast. Sven is respawning normally. He's going to be up. I don't think they'll be able to force any buyback. They are going for the racks. No way you can go for anything else, really, but I think I get more than just 1 melee racks? I don't think so.
I think they're going to get a dead even trade there, yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
not completely. They only lost range racks, so they actually get the upper hand on the mid lane. They get the melee themselves, so a bit of a better spot.
I guess tier 3 top dying adds into the equation, but...
Yeah, but for the balance of the map,
the mid lane,
the natural pushing is going to be very nice. Now Roche, how fast can you take it? How quick does it melt? It's decent speed. Falcons not in time to react to this one, and of course no roar, because they were not the last ones to pick Roche.
Right.
That helps a lot.
Oh, scan goes red. Right, the front lining gets a blink echoed by Malrine, double echoed, and the global comes far too late.
He held 1 echo, so he has 1, but he refreshed for it. Oh no, the stun. Quick TP out with the ulti. Global science as well.
Amar's chasing though. He wants something. It's going to be the silencer. No, Ghost Scepter cannot. TP cancelled by Earthshaker. While Crit and Amar chasing for the cores.
No detection, the sentry.
Invis gets away. Ares is the one to die. So Nemesis loses both their supports, and they keep hold of the Aegis. So they got Aegis, Chi, Refresher all on the Razor.
Yeah. And they have Refresher Shard as well, but they have 4 Refreshers in their team already. It's just Batrider who can use it.
Well, go on then.
They leave it for him. Yeah, that's a present for you, Batrider. On his respawn, he'll have that. Push now, though, with the buybacks. Perhaps being forced. Do they even use it?
It's a difficult
Shaker starts.
Malrine trying to make it for them, but Blink echoing onto Mac. No follow-through, though, now. Sven going to go straight in for this secondary barracks to the top lane.
Oh, without Shaker ultis. This is risky for Falcons, though. Fighting high ground with Shaker not having his tools.
Yeah, Nemesis cliff it.
This will feel
as long as
strong.
possible.
Now quick TP out by Sven. He's gonna show himself top. He's waiting with showing. He's saying, get to safety, get to safety. I'm gonna show. Shows himself finally. His team is already out. So they do get a bit of an advantage there, getting the side lane racks taken. But still all these resources from the Roche, the Refresher, the Aegis, the cheese in the backpack of the Lesh. I don't even know if he's gonna be able to juggle that in. Maybe with the Refresher he can do a quick pass later on. He has level 2 travels, by the way, so he can join fights anywhere.
That's cool, but Sven has 2 banners.
So yeah, it's like Legion Commander with the banners on her back, you know, the double banner.
You get all the archers from whatever castle she's from firing at you.
Yeah. So Sven doesn't have anything that he's from. He's the Rogue Knight. He's alone.
His mother was a fish, and his father was an elderberry, or a
half
hamster,
a man,
or a
half
By the
fish.
way, I'm mixing up lore here.
No, it smelled like it. Oh, we're going in.
What is he? He's half fish, half man, right?
Yeah, half fish, half man. He's a merman.
Meranth. That's what it is. I had to dig deep and find a conversation I had with Slack 7 years ago.
Dive into the lore.
Yeah. Deep dive. Well, Falcon's very defensively postured, sat in their base, waiting to see what comes, which means Nemesis get complete freedom, pushing lanes, taking objectives, farming deep, shallow, wherever they might want to.
Yeah, but Dawnbreaker doesn't have her buyback yet, so she can't push out side lanes, and is having to be pretty cautious. That's why they're a little bit limited on shoving out that top lane. Dude, everyone is so high level this game now. We're soon about to hit our first level 30 hero. 29, nearly done with level 30 on Lesh. It's not a massive power spike. Pulse Nova Lightning Storm, I mean, it's a nice addition, but it's not gonna fundamentally change the hero. Some heroes, when they get 30, is like, oh my, you know, you get both of those power spikes.
And we get into the period of the game where all these, like, the delta change, right? Like the last 5 minutes, XPM difference, whatever, is going negative because you just can't gain anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we saw the TI record book made by Lamar earlier, read through that, and how, you know, different teams broke the net worth, the entity game. That was a crazy one.
Link in the back. BKB back. Akashi frontlining, trying to deward and take control of the area, while Lamar has kept him at bay. Good blitz. Echo trying to take out the Sansa, but the Dawnbreaker saved him. So the global comes out. Matt can now focus in onto the Chen. The Raze is giving chase onto Earthshake on the right-hand side with Raven. Getting onto the core heroes, cancelling the TP, so Malrine is stuck here. Does have buyback, but I don't know if he can use it and do anything with it.
Sven now.
Skitter, his BKB and Lincoln's popped and expiring, turning to try and fight it, but Akashi and Raven have got his number. Good force staff, dragged back into base.
Amar,
Saved
though.
up by snaking while Amar is going wild in the back. The Bristle, snotting and gooing, forcing Razor to TP out this time, and nothing to stop his escape. They cost a couple of buybacks, snaking and Malrine. Sansa going to get chased down here. They should die.
No buyback on Dawn, but she will have it in 10 seconds. Don't panic, there's no golden border, but 10 seconds time, it will be back. Silencer, however, does not have buyback. So it is 110 seconds where he is dead. The first real number advantage power play available. Falcons will not waste this opportunity.
The TI Power Advantage Power Play Numbers Advantage brought to
Brought
you
to you by
Wagamama.
not Nintendo.
Woohoo! Like, what do you do in this spot though? Like, do you buy back Lesh here? You gotta hold for as long as possible, right? You don't want to buy back Lesh.
You go now. Razor's going.
You go now. Right now, Lotus all dead, bouncing back lasso, the save from the Ringmaster on the Sven. Skitter still dying and being burnt by the Lesh DPS though. There we go. Mac finds the kill, dead with buyback though. Crit might not be so lucky.
They want Mac.
Getting pummeled by Akashi and Mac. They found the Ringmaster. Malrine and Amar, the two tanky boys on the front line, looking to slip away and escape now. It might just be Malrine giving his life. A last-ditch echo, not enough to save him, while Amar just leave him be. Again, ignore him. Let him go and oink off to some other end of the world, and you go do your own thing, Nemesis.
Holy shit, what a game this is, dude. Like, the quality
What a
of this first series of TI is absolutely through the roof. It's so good. Like, this is actually a fantastic series to start out TI on. I don't know if any of the years I've cast TI, I've been as blessed as this, getting, like, this nice of a first series. This game in particular. Like, the storyline of Amar Bristleback just fighting everyone, but he can't do it all alone.
What we got now? Another lasso, another Eon disc. Leshrac just gonna charge straight in towards Snaking's Chen though. A hand of
the save?
for Greaves is nowhere near enough, is it? Can he get out of here through the barrier? Oh, he's off to safety.
And meanwhile, Amar is still running after people, but the Dawnbreaker ulti saved the Batrider. He gets out of there. Amar just wants to lock someone in place. I bet he wishes he had like an Abyssal Blade right now, but it's gonna be Wind Waker for him. Definitely a high utility item in this game as well. I can see why he wants it. A way to save teammates or yourself. Also a way for him to dodge the Dawnbreaker stun.
Yeah, and where's that Dormant Curio now, Leshrac? Tier 5 items.
Yeah, the tier 5 items are actually coming in, dude. They're actually about to drop. Only 40 seconds to go. Shaker, no buyback, but doesn't really matter. They can't force him. How many level 30s are we up to now? We have the Dawnbreaker, of course, and the Leshrac. And the Bristleback. And Razor is just about to hit it as well. That is not a big power spike, though. The second plasma fields, yeah, I mean, I guess. It's not, you don't really care at 60 minutes in.
Well, look what we have here. It's classic Midas at minute 60.
Ah, do we? The Midas preparation for getting your neutrals. Leave it to Skeeter to be efficient.
There he is.
I have to say though, he doesn't have Moonshard or Aghanims yet, you know? He can still scale. He still has a Mask of Madness in his inventory. This Midas is cute and all to get the next tier item, but his inventory isn't done.
He's got some growing to do.
He does.
Oh. Growing
He's
might
jumped
get
on the
cut
Ancients.
short. He's dead.
Oh
He
no,
was trying to pick his neutral
he
item.
was
You
thinking...
can't do that to people. They're picking their neutral item, you leave them to do it.
Yeah, he had the store open and he was looking like, is any of these really good for me? The Fallen Sky, the Unrelenting. He goes for the Fallen Sky. Has plenty of time to think about it while he's dead, Gareth.
He does. quite a lot. But I guess he's got to be thinking, do I need to buy back here? I'm dead for 70.
What he's really thinking is, I'm not dropping these banners. They're mine. God damn it! I'm not giving them away.
Snaking surely has some inventory space.
No. It's full. It's you can't hold any banners.
I can clearly see 2 empty slots.
That's dedicated slots. Also, he's thinking as well now. Take the Divine Regalia, become the king. Oh, he gets the Book of the Dead. That makes a lot more sense.
That's a good Chen item.
A feverish Book of the Dead, so he's got the CDR.
Lovely.
Any other big items? So what did Radiant get? They got the Helm of Undying on Silencer. That is so nice. So he can't get bursted. Double Book of the Dead, Minotaur Horn on Razor, and a Fallen Sky Lesh. Fallen Sky plus Helm of the plus Overwhelming Blink. He's gonna be able to move.
Well, good luck to the play-by-play caster who has to figure out what's going on.
I wouldn't want to be getting that guy. Nah. He also has the Fleet-footed buff on Fallen Sky on Leshrac, which is really nice because obviously to be able to have a way to swap out your travels at some point. Still have movement speed. This time Roche does roar as it's Radiant coming back for him.
Give me your best Roshan roar. He doesn't do like a a deep bellow or anything, right? Like there's actually a pain.
He sounds pained or sleepy, which I guess is also me in the morning. I feel pretty pained. I'm not much of a morning person. I relate to Roshan with that roar.
I wonder when he dies, do little baby Roshans have to go and find a little tree star to figure out where their mummy Roshan went? We should have a Land Before Time, but Dota themed, I think.
The sad lore.
Yeah.
Oh, Land Before Time. That was one of my favorites growing up, man. Some good stuff.
A little Triceratops. She was the real main character.
True. It's always like that, you know.
Someone comes in and steals the show.
Yeah, not
so
like
your tragedy, your mother died. Yeah, that's that.
Think about it. Any good animated show,
I'm
right?
the loud
Anything.
one.
Any good animated show is gonna have a dull, basic main character, and then it's the side characters that's the real MVP. That
like
is always true.
Futurama. Who's the main character in Futurama?
Exactly.
It's Bender. It's Bender.
Yeah. Alright.
A bit of calm. Not for long, though. I feel like something's brewing in this middle lane. Akashi. Nasal goo lobbed at him. And a couple of fishers his way. Unrelenting eye of Amar.
Still no Nullfire to deal with the Ringmaster saves, by the way. The Ringmaster saves could be big. He's got these boxes, but we've seen the staying power of the Racer. He's just like, okay, I can't burst someone, I'll just chase that box and then I kill whoever comes out of it eventually. But I feel like having a way to actually kill the target without having to wait out the escape act would be really nice.
Yeah. It could be handy. For now, though, my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Akashi's he's gonna withstand it here with the help of the Global, the Solar Guardian, still holding Aegis as well, but the chase is on. Well, it was from Amar.
That was a lot of damage. He has the Divine Regalia with Spell Amp on Shaker, so that slam does a ton of damage. Dear me.
Not worth refreshing and double slamming the Aegis, right?
No, I think you lose the fight for sure if you do, right? Like, maybe he could have refreshed and not slammed, like refresh into Fissure, but it's so hard to say, because it all gonna happen so fast. I think you would have to double Echo if you're gonna kill, because otherwise the save comes out. The Global Silence is not very late, comes in and saves.
I mean, it really is about these little things, right? Like baiting one spell to get an advantage here, or like in 30 seconds. Like right now, there's like, what, 45 seconds, no Global, which is a potential window just to force the refresher from Silencer. It's all about like baiting a spell here, baiting a BKB there, trying to hold on to this team fight in whatever way you can.
Can I just say that the unrelenting Ion Bristleback is very fitting for how Amar is playing this game?
Yes.
He is very unrelenting, and this gives him 100% slow resistance, which is, you know, pretty damn cool. Then of course it gets weaker when multiple enemy heroes are nearby, but he will be really tough to deal with. And if he runs into everyone, he will get 1,000,000 status resistance, because it's 10% per enemy hero nearby.
1.5 minutes of Aegis for Razor. Necro unit's gonna spot him. He was trying to Silver Edge down to the bottom room. And it's gonna be Amar with the Arcane though. That's gonna get some spam going real good. Fissure. A catch on Bat. Wind Waker is there to get him to high ground. And Nemesis toying with the idea of kiting and baiting here. Because Leshrakt's nowhere to be seen. Dawnbreaker could join with an ulti. It feels like Nemesis very much just biding their time and waiting for a moment to strike as they tried to go on the Sven. Lincoln is there to save him though. Multiple Lincolns for the refresher back. Goes in with a lasso. This time they catch him. Skitter's been hexed up, taken out of the fight completely. Dead for 100, and Mac is hungry. He goes in for more. Marine with the Echo, the beacon up, but the Wind Waker saved. They've lost their Razor, that's first life only. Mac is low, he needs somebody to bail him out of this. Maybe the TP can get him home. Ah, there's the Yules. Amar will cancel it. Razor in the meantime going into the back lines while Mac still being saved up by this Bat Rider. Pushed around by the Flame Break, but Amar will get a double. Razor, what's he up to? Akashi sees another target. Looks like easy pickings on the Chen, but the Hand of God comes in again. And this Raven Dawnbreaker is being handled by
Lesh is
Amar
coming back, he bought back. Look for Lesh to jump in.
Fleshrack running in. He needs to get some damage done quickly. Mallory and Amar, broken bristleback, but saved by his own Wind Waker. Cycloned up and off to safety. Nemesis, not quite enough left in the tank.
But their base, the Necrobooks, they're pushing bottom as well.
Bot lane's shoved in.
They're gonna be fine, but a bit of chip damage there as well. Big fight for Falcons. Buybacks forced. 2 buybacks, Dawnbreaker and Leshrac. Really, really nice for them. Now they have created a dent in this armor that is Nemesis, you know, buybacks and globals. Now they could possibly exploit that with the next refresher timing.
Moonshot eaten by the bristleback, I think, there as well.
Yeah,
and the Link all the money he's got.
The Linkus bristleback procced and prevented the hex on Lesh. You know, the first death on, or the death on Lesh there. He tried to hex the bristle and get away, but Linkus was up again. If he had tried to get a lightning storm first before the hex, but unfortunately, this profile. Lesh gonna pick up some greater healing lotuses.
I was struggling to think, how do things go better for Nemesis? Because they got the Sven, they executed it pretty well, but they still just cannot deal with Bristleback.
I think they need Ringmaster. I'm gonna be honest. I think they need to have someone get in on Ringmaster and then go on the Sven. Otherwise, it takes too long. They have a lot of saves.
And now Amar, with some Necro units behind him, just goes on to buildings.
There's also Chen with a strong Dispel ulti, by the way. He's countering a lot of these lasso plays, so even if you do get through the Lincolns, then the Hand of God strong Dispels it and allows them to stay safe.
And he's got Refresher now, I think, as well.
Yeah, he does.
Multiple Hands of God.
They're going behind. This is a big move coming out from Nemesis. They don't have buyback on Lesh, but he's going.
He's got to go in. With the Soul Guardian over the top, Mac and Raven in onto the Earthshaker. Malrine getting drifted away, but the damage keeps on flowing, and Nemesis, they have brought him down, but he goes skitter. Big hits and cleaves. Akashi will turn and try and fight back into the Sven, while Raven dodging away is looking like he's going to get brought down by Amar. Mac and Raven both dead. 2 minutes cooldown, no buybacks. And it looks like the Falcons have got this one now. Game 3, it's all down to Akashi. Can he hold on? Can he survive? No. No, he cannot. He'll buy back, but the rest of his team in disarray.
And I think they've finally done it. After a long battle, 70 minutes back and forth, GG gets called. Akashi runs out. He's gonna die a hero on the battlefield.
Respect tips to Akashi, playing Razor against the Razor boys and dragging it to 70 minutes in a close
fight, potentially 4 versus 5. They have the Aegis, of course, as Schofield taking the barrage. Mortimer's kisses. There's the grab ally. Now they have the silence on top of the puck as well, but they'll be able to walk away. There's no one. He uses well. He still lost the fight here?
Not enough.
And the Aghanim Scepter doing a decent amount, but the Glimmer Cape keeping him alive.
And no one itemizing into Lincoln's next rather than some damage for his Axe Coil. Could have maybe seen something like a Daedalus or a Revenant's Brooch, or sometimes we've seen Mjolnir in the past. I don't think that's particularly good here, but well, maybe it feels like damage is not really the issue. We just need the fights to go long enough, and then we'll manage, which is probably a fair choice. You get your answer for 9 class. He's going BKB. The classic Blink BKB Alk. Not really.
Very fearsome.
Well, it's usually good on carry with Radiance in between, but
he doesn't play carry. So
nope. That's
the issue. Boundless Strike opening. No one. Gonna brush it off. Yuma actually gets clipped by the Scatter Blast. Jumps all over the place. Oh, they spot him at the last moment. The cookie hits. They have the lasso. Try to counteract this completely. Snapfire's going to stay alive, getting healed to a high degree, but the Wukong's command is going to seal his fate. Yuma, though, extremely low. The dodge on the balance strike, so can't heal up. The phase shift keeping no one alive, trying to take out the Monkey King. Turns on the statue again. The last moment trying to dodge with the mischief again. The laser and the grab ally keeping the Monkey King alive inside this Wukong's command. Finally drops to the deck. And now the barrage continuing onto the Bristleback, making him less and less tanky with each instance of damage. Attempted Nightfall, successful. The P-Vision.
Oh yeah, the
They're
root
winning
doesn't
this
stop
fight.
the gate. He went down, and Tinker got the Warp Flare on Slaughter as he's going through the gate. That's not stopping it, but, well, he can still TP up the other way.
It was like an endless chase, but the Slaughter will survive.
Look at that damage on Yuma, though. That's crazy. He did 13k there.
When that many heroes are inside your Wukong's command for that long.
Still not... You
And
weren't
it's pretty
expecting...
cool, though. Like, you have the Boundless Strike to get to the other side if you want. You have the Soldier thingy, the Facet. You have Tombstone, Grab Ally.
Yep, they used their utility really well. He did a ton of damage. He doubled Tinker, and they still lost.
Yes, that is the issue. Fortification popped as P-Vision. They're only missing one member, and that is the support Alk that has given up his whole net worth. And this is likely to be a lane as they have the Dragon at their disposal. Question is, will they go for 2? 30 seconds for the Monkey King. That looks like a full reset from P-Vision.
I think something to keep in mind about this game, in like the grander scheme of the tournament, is that if you're P-Vision and you're a confident team, some might even say sometimes you might be like a little cocky on that side of like we know we're better.
Yeah.
If that's your mindset going in, this could be a statement game to like plant a seed for later in the tournament to make it harder for enemy teams to draft against you.
Yeah. Oh, we might pick Tinker at position 1.
You're just showing carry Tinker in the very first game of your very first game of the tournament against a team that you feel like you're better than, so you should win. And then this is like, it's an interesting strategy because we've seen it used before as well. In matches where you're more favored, you will bring out more experimental stuff that you can then use as leverage later in the tournament and drafting. So you could argue, why did you show your carry Tinker in game 1 against a team that you're favored against? But the value of just having you be a harder team to draft against goes a long way when you get to the tougher matchups.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, I feel like there's this whole discussion about teams kind of sitting on strats, and with this Swiss format, you're not really, it's not catered towards that anyway, right?
No, you want to
need
take
be able to do well.
Yeah, you have to take it seriously. Getting off to a good start.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams. There's no one going for the Haste Rune. Able to blink out, but the lasso actually reflected. Nullifier applied to him as well. No one's going to get stunned by several members of P-Vision. Actually dies and buys back instantly. Wukong's command continuing. The rest of the heroes on the outskirts. Lasers continuing on to Schofield. He looks to be dead with one more. Down he goes. No buyback for him. As Undying dying solo to no one. As a Concoction will not claim another member. So 2 dead for Heroic at the cost of a buyback.
In a vacuum, it's not that bad of a trade for Heroic, but you don't have buybacks. So if the pressure is coming the other way, if P-Vision recognize what's going on, the game is actually probably just over here. A full minute. Okay, Undying got his back. That helps. Bad Rider is far away. That's not happening, even with Bountier and pickups. So this is a guaranteed 5v4 at best for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the Agnum Scepter for the Bat Rider. Usually that is a luxury pickup for this hero.
Yeah, I can't say I love it here. It doesn't feel like it's a likely game to get 2 lassoed targets together, right?
But if you did.
That's right, if you do.
On the high ground, Roche Banner doing work. Fortification only going to delay the inevitable. 30 seconds on the Bat Rider to come back. P-Vision talked about their high ground not being the craziest in terms of push. This will take a bit. And nobody can really get close to Roche's banner. That is the main issue right now with triple melee core. That is an inherent issue with your lineup. There's a coil, another grab ally onto 1. 9 class Concoction on self into Yuma's arms, and Yuma will clean him up easily. No one has to pop the BKB in retreat. No Wukong's command to work with. Maybe P-Vision just reset. Schofield looking for an opening with that lasso with the Agnum Scepter. Could find 2 targets. Blink down for 8 seconds though. And P-Vision just standing their ground. As I say that, they blink away.
Yeah, they should really try to go on the hunt here. I think a smoke up and then using this, if you can somehow find the jump with Bristle and Slaughter together, you might just be able to instantly burst a Korra. Bristle with the Orchid, Abyssal, and Nullifier. Gotta make sure he presses his buttons cleverly here, because you are playing against some nice defensive utility, but make sure you just get in there, get the damage out, and burst immediately. Once the fight stabilizes, it seems very difficult for them to get through P-Vision, but like theoretically speaking, there's so insanely overwhelming amounts of physical damage that you should be able to burst even Tinker. I actually think Tinker is the easiest core to kill here, right? Beastmaster is sitting on almost 60 armor. Puck has almost 40, but Tinker only 18.
Oh, so they spot him.
This will be
Lasso.
good.
And with all that armor, is it going to be enough? No,
yes.
He is dead. No one. Boundless Strike, not going to connect for Yuma.
But that was also without Monkey, right? That was the other heroes. So they only had 2 of their hard-hitting boys there. That's a big kill. If this buyback doesn't come out, you get the Roche. And even if it does come out, this looks how stupidly fast this was.
That's like killing a creep.
That was a 5-second Roche.
Oh, Mortimer's, okay. There's no one going in. It's a shield rune. Shiva's activated. Yuma pops the BKB and brings the Alchemist back into his arms again. Chomps him.
Okay.
So 2 still dead here for P-Vision now. Both retain buybacks and Heroic.
It's a pretty good sequence for Heroic.
Absolutely.
Nullifier now also going to be bought by Yuma. When's the last time you've seen the same team have 3 Nullifiers? I don't know if I've ever seen that.
It's a massive hate for that Tinker.
At least not the current version of Nullifier. Maybe the old one.
The one that muted?
Yeah, that one was pretty sick.
Yeah, the old classic.
This is
Orchid
definitely
Nullifier.
very rare. 9 class, stat farming.
Nice little gem just chilling there. Is it bait? No, it is not. It is for the courier to pick up, it seems. As we are 52 minutes in. How much can Heroic get out of this Aegis?
I actually think there's some really important items coming up now for Heroic. They have a lot of gold in the bank. So Bad Rider's close to BKB, which I think could be huge. We've seen Schofield being targeted and isolated quite a lot by the side of P-Vision with 7 out of the 20 deaths. You got Bristleback almost with Lincoln's if he wants to, or he could upgrade his dagger. Also 6.5k on the Slardar. And Monkey King is opting for Satanic rather than the Nullifier, so wanted to go that route instead for more ability to stick around in fights. This is definitely... I found this game very difficult to predict. Like, it's so uncharacteristic the way P-Vision have drafted here that it's hard to really say with much confidence how the game state really feels. And I wonder if it's the same for the teams as well, right? You're kind of playing off of feeling here rather than a lot of experience against this exact archetype lineup. Because when's the last time you played against Carry Tinker, right? Like, you kind of just have to...
Yeah.
Have a read. He is maxed out now, by the way, I do believe, on Satanic.
Oh, is he now?
So he could buy a Moon Shard for the Puck.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything else he could really do here with his inventory? I think he needs everything he has. Like, what would you even replace? You could get a Rapier, I suppose, but I don't know what you would slot out for that.
Well, yeah, that's true, because you can't backpack a Rapier.
No.
Because I was
like, I don't think
a BKB with a Rapier on your courier.
Yeah.
The delivers, and then you put the BKB in your backpack.
I guess. I mean, that's what we're getting to, I think. I don't think any of your items are replaceable. So, probably just going to be the inventory here. I'm very curious how he spends his gold now.
Well, it could be a refresher backpack for something else.
Yeah, he can backpack the refresher after using it, but he has to have it available.
Yeah.
It needs to be in the inventory.
Yeah, of course.
So you're right. He could put something in the backpack to swap in on refresher use, but what would that be then? Hex?
Yeah, Hex is
I mean,
good.
what else is there, really?
You'd be missing out on double Hex in that case, but yeah. Wasn't prioritizing it anyway. Balance Strike not going to hit. Coil onto 2. Mortimer's Kisses to follow. DM coming in. The grab ally saving 1. As Whisper going to town onto 9 class gets a double hit and killed off. Crimson Guard with the BKBs. 1 dead for P-Vision. Heroic, remember, they still have this Aegis, minute and a half. They have the cheese. They have double Roshan banner, apparently.
It genuinely feels like half the fights this game are, is it 9 class or is it Schofield dying? That's kind of been the constant in every engagement. Either Bat or Alk will go down. Now that's the 11th death for 9 class. A thankless job to give away all your hard-earned money and then feeding after. Unfair.
Very sad.
He even bought the BKB to try to protect himself. Isn't really offering much protection, but now it obviously, together with the Ghost Scepter, can keep you alive because you block the nullifiers.
I mean, the good news is, because of his Aghanim Scepter giving, he has 50 attack damage, Synderen.
Yep.
That is really strong.
True that. If this game does go to 120 minutes, he could become a carry.
Yeah, he can gain 100 damage.
Yep.
Wait, if you give yourself Ags, it's 125 then, right?
Yep. And then...
Really strong.
And then you... Well, can you still give yourself, or did they remove that? I actually don't remember.
Don't know, yeah. It's been a while.
Either way.
Okay, the roar will connect. Satanic with the lasers from afar, but Yuma going to be A-okay. They placed Roshan's banner pretty far back, actually. This is kind of interesting. Trying to bait them into killing it off.
Stacking waves.
Yeah, maybe. There's a crush from Analog. And Roshan's banner is taken out. There's the lasso. It's reflected, though. Wukong's command comes out, connecting on the 3 heroes. Grab ally, saving one again, but DM will not be the recipient. He will drop. 97 seconds. Does have the buyback at the ready, though. There's no one in company waiting out both the Tombstone and the Wukongs.
It's
now we'll back away.
tanky, too. They don't have the best heroes for destroying this. They have Snapfire, which is good, but you give it one Soul Rip, so many instances of damage to get through, and they will just let the creeps take care of it, which will take forever, so they won't, and they will be too late.
Well, that was the beta test Roche banner. Now they have... Well, maybe it was the alpha, actually. This is the beta.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, amp damage rune. This is a potentially... a lot of the time, amp damage runes this late in the game can be game enders. They did see it, right?
They
didn't Analog see it? Oh, they're pinging it now with Schofield. They didn't
Their base
notice.
is in shambles, though. These siege creeps killed off a tier 4. Now they're going to have to push out this lane.
Bit of buffer for now. They have a good push bot now. Okay, amp damage rune for Yuma.
They're definitely not panicking. They're still showing themselves in the area.
I feel like it's been a very long time since I've seen a game where Lotus Orb had this much impact for both teams, right? It's just so much. Reflected roars, reflected lasso, reflected lasers. Lotus Orbs in total have played more than the role of a hero, I think, in this game.
It's been pretty annoying to deal with, no doubt.
60 minutes, Shannon.
Oh, yeah.
We're only 2 minutes away.
Didn't want
These
to
are
say
the
anything.
games that every pup player loves. The late game Tinker 60-minute slugfest. This is why people queue up. This is why Turbo was invented, actually.
Yeah,
Some people don't like this.
Schofield looking for an opening.
Early
Gets
BKB.
coiled, though, for his troubles. Lose your orb, but the Mortimers to follow. There's the grab ally again. Puck inside this Wukong's command. It's a massive one. Has the face shift, pops the BKB, but they get lassoed after the fact. Gonna stay alive thanks to the E-Blade being used defensively this time. And just like that, the Wukong's command has ended. Can they fight now? Crush. Nullifier applied to the Beastmaster as well. Cookie to save him. 9 class. We get hexed. Lasers from afar. This is such a hard fight for Heroic to take. Maybe it is the tier 5s that are needed.
Wait, so how many heroes on Heroic have Ags? Slardar? Is he the only one? Slardar and Bat. It matters because when those heroes are Lotus, they reflect an Ags laser, right?
Ah.
So whenever you're lasering Bat or Slardar, you're also probably blinding a teammate.
So basically you don't want to go Ags now for Heroic, right? To counteract that.
Well, you...
Very important.
No, you want to have Ags so that when Tinker lasers you, he lasers more of his teammates, right? They're doing so much damage reflection with this.
We're going to find the connection. There's the BKB pop from the Slardar, though. Coil onto 2. Mortimer's again from afar. Grab ally. Try to take down this Tombstone. It's going to be close. The Analog comes out the last moment. Pops the cheese as well to stay alive. Back to half HP again. The Cookie to get no one into the front of this fight. Pops the BKB with the Crimson Guard. Laser again into the Dagon. Satanic doing so much from so far away. They just cannot deal with it. And it looks like the Bristleback is completely isolated from his team and eventually brought down. Wukong's command has been so long, it's back up again. DM gets dropped as a result. So 1-for-1, big laser on the 2, but a huge heal from the Jingu as another beautiful boundless strike, double kill for Yuma, another Wukong's command. Attempted. Okay, they're going to be able to take out 9 Class again. A triple kill for Yuma. And finally, the damage is starting to stack up in favor of Heroic. With the buyback now to the Beastmaster. Laser far. Satanic still staying alive. Gets to the low ground. Another laser coming up. Analog super low. Looks to be the death of him. Triple kill for no one. Buybacks galore come out from P-Vision. Make it 3. And now the brunt of the damage being placed onto this Monkey King. They finally take out Yuma. Double buyback available from Heroic side. As KJ going to be spotted. There's many gems to pick up to be able to reveal him. And he's going to grab Ally himself. I've been there before. Eventually will be brought down, though. Double kill for Satanic. And that is 4 dead for Heroic with 3 out of the 4 with buybacks available, but many buybacks expended from P-Vision.
What a sick fight.
And now the tier 5 items are up, by the way.
Yuma is popping off this game. If he wasn't having this good of a game on the Monkey King, I don't think we would still be here. 17, 3, and 10. Another clutch fight from him. Great Wukong's usage. Great Satanic Boundless usage. Just did everything he could. And if it weren't for all the buybacks on P-Vision, this would have been an outstanding fight for Heroic, but just the numbers game. They have the buyback and they have the outpost, so they connect faster. Now they will get the Aegis, a Refresher, and Cheese. I don't even know where these go anymore. Is there a tier 5 yet? Nobody has one, right?
No one trying to take out this second lane. He will eventually get it. We're seeing out a BKB as well from Whisper, trying to retain all these buybacks on the Heroic side.
Yeah, so Aegis on Satanic instead of Refresher makes a ton of sense.
Satanic is so annoying. Look, it actually gets brought back in. Thanks to the Lotus. Nullifier applied to him. He's going to be able to find the distance. Whisper the BKB trying to tail it at the Satanic. Tinker trying to get out. The Aegis is expended. So he did take the Aegis in turn. Wukong's command now from Yuma. No one stuck inside. They're going to be able to kill Tinker again. That's 2 minutes dead for Satanic. No buyback. And now the rest of P-Vision on the retreat. Not able to find any more from the Heroic side.
Okay, they're going to commit hard here. It's so unlikely you get an opportunity like this again for the next long while. 2 minutes. You have a lot to get through, but you also hit really hard on the buildings. If you were to find an opening, this lineup can end the game fast. Monkey King as well as Bristle hit stupidly hard at this stage of the game. Level 30 talent's about to come up for both of them as well to help out that little bit extra. And an amp damage rune? Okay, a little bit of an extra.
We're 63 minutes in and nobody has a tier 5 yet, I don't think. Yeah, nobody's picked one up.
Okay, Yuma's queuing up Rapier.
Smoke, P-Vision. They want to fight outside the base, knowing that this buyback is down. Buybacks are down for most of their team, in fact. No one. Trying to stay in front, gets the phase shift off, but he gets crushed, he gets stunned again, and he's dead! Buys back instantly. That is very costly for P-Vision. As 9 Class with the concoction, not going to do too much as Yuma comes in with that Deso. They're going to be able to decimate these buildings quite fast. Wukong's command is placed. No one has to pop the Refresher. There's a nice grab Ally to save the primal target. Yuma pops out with the BKB, Boundless Strike again. Still leashed up as the Mortimer's kisses are so much damage. He goes back inside the Tombstone again. Schofield getting extremely low. Analog is first to fall. 9 Class dies to Whisper's right click. DM in the meantime gets the roar off. Schofield's going to be fine, though, as Yuma has another Wukong command to work with. Brings him back in with the harpoon as DM gets to the outskirts. Turns into a soldier. And no one. Back to the high ground he goes. So 2 dead for the Heroic side. Their tier 4 is dead and their Ancient is exposed. So they're going to have to back away.
Okay,
so in the end, they don't get any barracks. That's crazy hold.
Look at Ducalis. I was going to say, without looking at the numbers, I was like, he did a lot of damage that fight.
Dude, that Mortimer is...
He had 2 full level 25 Mortimers going off. This is the extra kisses launched as well. So he's firing how many? 16 globs twice. It was 32 kisses in that fight.
We have...
Eventually, heroes will
Rapier.
die.
Rapier on Yuma. So this Balance Strike is going to be disgusting. Stygian for Whisper. That was the first tier 5 we've seen, despite it being 65 minutes in the game now.
They haven't had time.
Oh, for sure. They're going to go for the Megas as the Ancient, like I said, is exposed. KJ's going to have to defend this. As Whisper and Yuma coming in from the sideline. They're going to have to try to backstab. Now we have a Wind Waker for the Tinker as the item number 20, feels like.
Yeah.
Yuma.
Classic backpack Wind Waker.
For the opening. Whisper's gonna show himself first, I believe. They chop the tree, though, into the coil, into the lasers. Down goes Monkey King along with the Divine Rapier. Oh, man, that is a sad way to go out in this game number 1. As they will eventually get the Mega Creeps. One more grab ally for the road, but this is the end of game 1, surely. GG's called. Very entertaining affair, but P-Vision prevail in game 1.
And almost in poetic fashion, Yuma has a crazy performance this game, playing an absolutely stellar Monkey King, gets the Rapier, it's super hype, and he hits 0 heroes with it, and the game just instantly ends. Wow, that was crazy, though. They made them work for it. This was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that was definitely the
If they get information, maybe. But it's hard to do it now because they have to pick their next 2 heroes and they don't know what the carry is yet. So you don't want to go offlane Shaker and then you end up being against like a Pugna plus a strong carry against Shaker.
Ursa.
Yeah, some hero that's tailored against you. Ursa might even be like more playable. I think there are even harder ones that you could run into. Some range heroes that don't care about the aftershock stun. If you go up against a Pugna Drow or something, it's like, okay, why am I doing on this lane?
Yeah, sounds nasty.
I always think that Pugna is best paired with a hero who has really good poke, because Pugna has crazy good poke, and when you have the 2 heroes together, you end up just harassing the living hell out of your opponents.
Yeah, we saw an awful lot of, like Pugna PA, right?
Yeah. But PA is kind of dead hero now.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if we even get a single PA game at TI. It is where she is at in my mind.
Mid-tournament patch? Just fix that
Yeah,
up a little bit?
Drop a hot patch.
And they are thinking long and hard about this pick. It's a Doom, so that kind of says they're sticking to their guns with that mid-air Shaker and offlane Doom, huh?
Yes, yeah, most likely.
There is
Also
some
could be
flex,
carry.
like we've seen. Yeah.
I don't know, has Ghost played that much carry Doom though? I know that, there are plenty of players who are specialists on carry Doom, like Got the Juice and so on, but I can't recall watching Ghost too much on Doom.
I can't think of it either.
I'm looking through the games.
He did play
they
one.
played here? Yeah, he did play it. It was like 2 months ago or something.
Well, there's an
Yeah.
option there. Okay,
Well,
so
he
they
was
do keep that flex.
3, 10, and 4, so
Oh.
and then they didn't play it since then, I think. So
Do that
maybe,
in for what you will.
yeah, maybe he won't be carry Doom.
Oh, here we go. So
This is boy.
ET for Enigma Galaxy, good GH hero, nice strong lanes into team fight through that Earthshaker. But now we've got Faceless Void, the Dominator carry.
Yeah, Dominator Void is the meta right now. It's very, very annoying to play against. Dominator Creep can move into your Chronosphere, but it can also just be really great for farming and makes you a bit tankier. And it's like the pro players have said in the interviews, right? It's essentially a hand of Midas. You use it as though it was a Midas. And then you also have the benefit of taking towers with it and pushing. And on a serious note, though, I think Faceless Void time dilation in this game looks so good. Against these low cooldown spells that you want to spam, Shaker, Batrider, because time dilation is better and better the lower cooldown the enemy spells are. A little bit counterintuitively, you'd think that, if they're long cooldown, that means that you're always gonna get 1 extra proc on the time dilation because the spell is on cooldown. But it's really the spammy spells that get ruined by it.
Yeah. Well, it's got long duration silence, basically.
Yeah.
Trying to remember who did it. My brain is telling me Bulba 10 years ago played Carry Faceless Void and he bought like Necronomicon Helm Dominator Man. Like he did Summons Void.
Oh, yeah.
Because all his summons just run inside the Chrono as normal.
Yeah, Necrobook Void was pretty common around the same, a little bit before the Necrobook Sniper. Because there was the Necro Sniper era as well with 25% CDR on level 10, I think it was. Yeah, that one was... You know, I will give credit here, okay? I saw Pylai do it in one game, and then I spammed it really hard. He stopped doing it as well for some reason, but Pylai did it one game.
The sniper one.
Yeah, Sniper mid with Necrobook, and then I spammed it for like 50 or 100 games or something, and then it became a global meta where everyone started doing it. But I will give credit that I was not the inventor of that build, I was just the one pushing it.
Acolyte.
I was merely a disciple for that build.
Bringing people into the cult.
Yeah. No.
It reminded me of the Biver, the Danish player. His Tusk, brown boots into Necro book. Didn't even upgrade, just Necro 1, and you get the tag team and the
Right. Yeah, just for the damage. Yeah, with hitting.
Yeah, like movement speed to chase, the slow. That was good. Anyway, we've got real Dota in front of us. Final picks coming up. We've got Puck, Storm, Enigma, and Medusa banned. And we're looking for what? Potentially off-lane / mid-hero for BB team. Enigma Galaxy, same story?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see what it's going to be. Magnus, so giving farm speed to your Void, and also a bit of catch to set up. More AoE here.
More team fight.
The Empower is one of the main reasons you pick the Magnus in this game, though, I think. So you have a way for Void to really farm faster.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, is that mid Lone Druid?
That is not mid.
It's carry Lone Druid.
It's going to be carry Lone Druid. Oh, no.
So they keep their mid, so they do lock in the mid Earthshaker, the offlane Doom, and now... what does Lone Druid do anymore? Who's this guy?
I have not seen too many games of this hero in a long time, but Lone Druid against Magnus in the lane is going to be really tough for Magnus, I think. Because Lone Druid is not that easy to lane into as a melee hero who can continuously get harassed. And good luck ever Shockwave skewering back Lone Druid, who has the bear between him and you, always hitting you. So, yeah, pretty damn cool. This is a tempo pick, though. This is a hero that wants to run away with the game, abuse the fact that Pure is playing Void, which is a very greedy hero. And, yeah, I think they don't have the best heroes against the Lone Druid. There's no massive continuous damage, no Fury Swipes, no Static Link, no Eye of the Storm, you know, there's no good way to continuously damage him. So if Void doesn't get big this game, they might not have the tools to kill Lone Druid. I guess Pugna Drain is like the best continuous damage source.
That's an incredible last pick. When you come into your first series, first game, you come out with a last pick Lone Druid, surprising pretty much everybody. What does Lone Druid build nowadays?
Well, usually it's been Diffusal, and I expect there to be a Diffusal in this game too, because Diffusal against Faceless Void is a really nasty item. If you burn all the mana from Faceless Void, he can't time walk anymore, and his entire playstyle is based on time walking, so that's a really big consideration. But it is a carry Lone Druid. Normally we see it mid, and that's when Diffusal is more of a timing item. Does he go for Radiance as a carry? Does he want to go for some form of Maelstrom builds? There are alternatives here since he is carry. So we'll see exactly what he's going to go down.
Can we go help the Donator? Can we go help the Donator?
Yes, that's what he's going to go. He's going to come in with 2 Centaurs and chain stun you. Or he can bring the whole zoo. He can take one little wolf and he can take one little bear, you know?
Wait a second. I mean, I was joking about the Lone Druid Midas earlier on. There's multiple helms of the Dominator. Oh, man. Straight into a pause. Bear with me on the Lone Druid. Because the other one is it still has the shrinking inventory 3-item.
Yes. The other ones are essentially really bad. You don't really want to play... The bare necessities is still a thing, the 3 inventory. And then there was was it Unbearable or something that was removed? Or what was it called? The one that made his... Because he had 3 facets before. That one was removed though. The one where his ulti was on the bear instead or something? I don't even know. I'm not a Lone Druid spammer, but this is essentially the
Gift
good
bearer?
one.
No.
There was an era where the bare necessities was completely broken, but that was with the Wraith Bands, right? The doubled Wraith Bands and bare necessities. I have a memory that you had like 3 bracers or something on your Lone Druid, and those 3 braces gave you like 2,000 HP because they were doubled and then they were increased again.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty.
But yeah, we're far from that. He already has helped us, by the way. It's gonna be Face Boots, 1 Frost Orb, and then it's gonna be the Blade of Alacrity. Actually, Orb of Corrosion total, because he has Blightstone already. So Face Boots, Orb of Corrosion, Diffusal. There we go, thank you. I like players that put their entire inventory in their quick buy, so we can tell what's going on in their mind. Unless it's the, you know, Amar queuing up 5 rapiers or something where it's not so helpful.
Refresher orbs.
People trolling us. Ether lens on Lone Druid.
Bonus hero, the bottom rune spot. Lone Druid Bear helps out, so Omar and GH can grab one apiece. Then Pure and is it Kataomi up top? Yeah, grab the other one. Helm of Iron Will already queued on Pure. We know the Helm of the Dominator is coming.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be the build. We'll have to keep an eye on the mid lane and see who gets an advantage. Like I said, I think first 2 or 3 levels should be pretty good for the Shaker, but I think this lane gets harder and harder. So we'll see. GPK putting down the Sandstorm, just making it painful for Sumail to even get last hits, but he is gonna find only 1 deny. Okay, decent for GPK then.
Funny little battle in that mid lane. I guess you got Slugger doing like a bit of chip damage, but Sand King's gonna overwhelm you over time. Good
Nice
couple
use
of
of
connections
the
there.
nice use of the Slugger to last it. Side lanes, we have angry GH running at people and smacking them. Gets disrupted a little bit by Bushwhack.
And that's not fun, is it? Having the bear and the steroid Elder Titan hitting you with double damage, double movement speed, all that business. Like he's got Brown Boots ET with a bear chasing you.
Yeah, that hurts. Miero has probably one of the hardest lanes, I think, out of all the core players in this game. I think his lane is just not going to be easy at all to play.
Save has a lot of work to protect his core.
Yeah, for certain.
Mid lane Sumail dropping pretty damn low just to try and gather up some of these last hits, while Sankin 8 and nothing, having a easy breezy time. But the denies are building up for Sumail, which is nice.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to prevent the Shaker from getting a fair number of denies on mid lane though, so that's expected damage so far for GPK, and we'll see what he can do on level 3 and onward, how the higher points in Sandstorm is going to come into play. 10 top with the blood grenades. Pugna is too fast for them though. This is why that speedy little boy is the first pick.
It does mean the lane is now pretty hard to play for BB Team. Pure is low. Kataomi can't really offer too much apart from maybe denying the range creep. You can see the Doom and Batrider get up in their faces again.
Yeah, and constant damage from the Omar just right clicking into the Faceless Void. GH hunting for save, but he does have Bushwhack, so just gonna leave him there. Park your Elder Titan right here, sir. 3 minutes coming up. Who's gonna get the Lotuses? Sending the bear over. Lone is like you, fetch.
That shouldn't be allowed.
He doesn't have fetch yet. He doesn't have the Aghanim's shard. The role playing. I'm a Batrider.
Why is he allowed to pick stuff up? He doesn't have hands.
You should be able to put your Dominator creep on the Lotuses and they just drop on the ground. Or maybe that's the next patch. Helm of Dominator creeps get an inventory.
It creates a puddle on the floor. The Lotus puddle. Hello. First blood. Ooh. Miero gets it onto Ghost. What? Save traded out for it. But how did that Lone Druid die?
They actually connected with a Skewer. Yeah, level 2 Skewer. Got the range. I mean, I didn't see any way that he should be dying on this lane, but I guess he didn't actually have too much regen. I don't know if he bought any tangles earlier.
Yeah, just chilling. Chill lanes, nothing's happening. Now, GPK's playing aggressively mid lane with save onto Sumail. Shaker has already popped his wand, but it looks like a couple more hits from saves. Hoodwink should be able to finish the job off. Burrow? Anything more? No. Sumail's alive.
Stays alive, but not gonna be able to take any of the water runes, so he's gonna have to go base. And that does mean that GPK, he's gonna pull the creeps, keep them out of, or keep them inside the tower rather. So that Shaker misses a bit of experience. But that kill bottom was so huge. I want to go back to like how impactful that is for Miero to get the last hit as well. I thought he was going to be struggling, but he's going to be pretty fine with this. Still, as I say that, he has no HP and is being zoned out by GH, but...
Getting something out of a nothing lane is huge.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's definitely happy.
things not going to get any easier for him. With phase boots on the bear and stuff like that, going to make life much harder. The top lane looks like Batrider has been harassed out of it.
Stacking jungle, meanwhile he was waiting for his salve to arrive, so at least making the most out of it. But bottom lane, a pull into the tower.
Another attempt.
A lot of damage to GH.
Looking a little worse for wear there. And yeah, now a little bit of breathing room from Miero to gather up some more last hits. And he's bottom of the chart, but not by much. Really doing a tremendous job to stay in this one. Now another go. Fear back Miero, Shockwave, and another skewer incoming. Are they killing him again?
Yeah.
They've just got the damage to kill the lone druid hero. They don't care about the bear.
I mean, they got rid of the Elder Titan. He took too much damage. So first skewer on ET, bringing him under tower, makes him leave the lane, and then lone druid just dies. Ghost off to a horrible start with 2 deaths in a lane that we, or at least I, consider to be a completely free lane. BB team just strike hard at him.
Yeah, I mean, props to Save and Miero for finding these openings.
Oh, yeah.
Just carving their way back into that lane. Doing it with the best they know how, through aggression.
Yeah, clearly these players, they know their ins and outs of pulling their combo off. And this is already 1,000 gold on the Magnus. Looks like he's saving to go for an early Blink Dagger. Maybe eye up the other lanes later on.
No levels in
swinging down bottom.
I guess that's also a thing, right? No levels in power.
They're on him
He's
again.
gone for all this max magic damage, so he can keep doing this.
Oh.
The pushback goes a couple more touches though from Pugnet and Hoodwink. Secure the kill on this lone druid a 3rd time. On Miero, blood grenades on him, so he will die, but a double kill there for Kataomi gets the kill on back. While GH is left trying to lap up the remaining heroes. Sumail has joined in, but Bushwhack's back. Kataomi scurrying away on the right side of the Fissure, but still punched down.
The long arm, man. He reaches over the Fissure and gets the kill. Nicely clicked by GH. Easy to misclick there and not get in range first. But GH, man, he doesn't fail. Very nicely done there. But still, that was Lone Druid dying again. A 3rd death. No TP for him. No bear resummon for him either. So, we talk about the walk of shame, but what do you call it when a Lone Druid doesn't have a friend? The true Alone Druid.
It's nice to start speed dating in the jungle, I guess. This is where he should buy Helm of the Dominator.
Yeah, that's why, yeah. you would never be alone anymore.
So I was just thinking too far ahead, apparently.
Okay, so they got level 6 on Doom. Oh, nice time walk. Pure was ready.
Because Pure, comparatively, is meant to be the one that's under the boot, right? This Faceless Void was meant to be kind of harassed and zoned away. Like, yes, his farm isn't incredible, but like on par with the Lone Druid right now, comparatively puts him in a good spot as the Void.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he almost has his Dominator, so then he can start jungling and doing other stuff. He's staying top as much as he can. Survived the gank attempt by the Shaker. Has not been getting doomed yet, but farming under tower, even going for these range creeps, is probably just death if you go for the lower one. You'll get this one as it's a little bit closer. Has to stay away from the tree line. There's a noob lurking in the shadows.
And then we have to bring in, you know, Sumail, his Earthshaker into the fold, right? Mid lane wasn't easy. He's behind the Sand King, tried to move down bottom to make a play.
Yeah.
Lost his mid tower. But trying to find connections as the Earthshaker pre-blink here seems like it's going to be a challenging prospect.
Yeah, it's already...
He can't play into Lone Druid, right? Lone Druid's out of the picture for a while.
Pretty much, yeah. Lone Druid's not going to have any fighting ideas until he has Diffu. When he has Diffusal, then you can maybe start comboing, but that's a long while away. Both teams are stacking up Ancients heavily. Shaker probably going to finish his Blink with this Ancient stack. I think that's the best play for Sumail.
Yeah. Because it's such a weird map state, right? Like, you look at this map and think, okay, no one has defended 2 or 3 waves bottom, so Magnus and Pugna gets to shove that. That means Lone Druid is jungling. Earthshaker showed mid and then kind of naturally went Ancient. So BB team knows the Faceless Void is kind of fine just hugging jungle top. The rest of them can farm Ancients on the right-hand side and then pivot down to bottom tier 1. It just feels every option is open to BB team, especially with a blink on Sand King pre-minute 10.
Yeah, even just farming is like very acceptable for them right now. Building their lead a little bit more. But like you mentioned, the blink timings here. We're gonna see Magnus be the one to TP mid. They see... Oh, they saw the Shaker but didn't get him yet. Could still reach him though. He
They're
doesn't
having
have
Miero's
any
coming. Oh,
Oh, they didn't see which way he took.
guessed incorrectly.
It's pretty much a 50-50 there. Either he went down or he went up. Unfortunate for them. But meanwhile, the Doom also hasn't found a way to activate his ulti. Noob got level 6, but Pure has been able to stay far enough away. And
The
now he has
Satyr
this
runs
creep.
forward, and anyone here? Hello? How you doing?
Exactly. Yeah, it's like a shielding Satyr, and it's stealing some creeps that Doom wanted to farm.
GH trying to do something on the other side of the map, contesting stacks or jungle camps. Miero's going to whiff out on that skewer attempt. GH too quick on his feet to be manoeuvred around, but is going to get bushwhacked and finished off. I like how GPK sat in the trees there in XP range, but still kept his blink and burst strike ready for the secondary play. An attempt on Omar's life, but not coming to fruition properly.
Yeah, just a nice attempt, but ultimately, Batrider is not the easiest kill for him there. Get himself to safety. All this time, the Lone Druid that was supposed to dictate, you know, this part of the game and what's happening is sitting in the safest area, farming super far away. I think that took all the air out of Nigma's scrap, and meanwhile, here we see Epicenter revealed.
Yeah, it's a tanky Doom. Oh, the Faceless Void Chrono coming in and clipping onto the Earthshaker. They may have a bonus kill. ET Stomp, though, is going to cut things short. Omar looking for a flame break into Lasso, but not able to latch on to the Hoodwink while we've got another jump in. Is that a reinitiation from GPK? Thinking about it.
Still have ulti on the Shaker, but look at the positioning by BB team. They're spreading out, not stacking too much, pulling the best
stealing stacks.
They added into the stack.
Sumail just having to use spells defensively there. And this is now becoming overwhelming. The relentless nature of BB team, the blink daggers they've bought, just giving this non-stop aggression. Means Nigma Galaxy have had to all kind of group up top using Echo Slam and all the goodies there to kill off Katomi's Pugna. Because Katomi felt bold enough to stand there and keep blasting the tower.
Katomi saw it as a risk versus reward, and I think even when he dies like this, he's not too unhappy. He's like, okay, now they don't have Shaker ulti. The Lone Druid's still weak, doesn't have his Diffu. I think they're completely happy with just getting some tower damage.
Is it 100 XP as well from the Helm Creep?
Yeah, exactly. You get the experience when you pop it, right? Yeah, you get experience and the bounty of the dominated creep, and then when someone kills it, you get. So it's not 100 experience. You get the experience of the creep.
Okay.
But if you kill the dominator creep, if you're an enemy to it, then you get 100 gold.
But no XP?
Yeah, you get experience. You get the experience of the creep as well.
Oh, just the creep, okay.
Yeah. I don't
So
think
I guess
there's
the
an
reason I'm
increased
asking is
EXP bounty.
Lone Druid Bear was always, you saw the plus 300 and you knew it's 300 gold and 300 experience.
Right, yeah.
So I guess I was looking at the Satyr and thinking, oh, 100 gold. How much experience do you get? So it's just the creep XP.
I think it's regular. I actually never paid too much attention to it. But I think you don't get more experience. I've never noticed I get like a massive pull.
Yeah. This is much
Very
needed.
nice.
Catch with the stuns, kill with the Doom, while Batrider gets picked off on the other side. But that death of Miero, super important that Sumail, gets to sink his teeth into something.
Yeah, I think he needs to get some kills, get on the board, and get more item progression. He's building towards a shard, which I can completely respect. It's a good farming item, very good utility in it as well. For now, both teams kind of chilling. We have a 1-for-1 on the Wisdom, it looks like. Radiants are gonna go and grab there soon. GH is going in and scouting, but we'll see that the Wisdom was already taken.
Does Ghost feel comfortable enough now? Diffusal Blade ready, pushing out top lane.
Yeah,
but is this Lone Druid a frontline hero to go in and start things off? Like, what's his role in this game?
Essentially, I mean, he lost his role by dying that much in lane and by being this far behind. Lone Druid wanted to be ahead and stay ahead and take all the towers super early. Now he's not been able to do that at all. they only removed one tower. Ideally, they would have removed all the tier 1 towers and already started threatening the tier 2 towers. So his game plan is completely thrown off. And this build he's doing is not a farming build. He's gonna go back into Mjolnir, and that will help him farm. But his schedule is completely whack right now. Like you're far behind where you want to be, and you're entering instead Faces Void's territory. He's happier to go late game, much happier.
So much happier. And then the rest of BB team are also just gunning for your other heroes on the other side of the map, making it very unsafe to be in this bottom jungle. ET though is going to come in with a nice sweep and to stomp, and the Doom is tanky. Still blown up though by Kazaomi. Ghost has come in and dropped pretty low, gets off the shift, but GBK with an epicenter bursts through the lone druid hero. 2 cores for the price of 1. BB team would say thank you very much. Yep, Faceless Void still farming.
Omar is looking for something. We'll get the lasso, but no, the neutral stun him immediately. Oh, he can't get across now.
Staying alive. Sandstorm maybe offering him some protection as well, as Enigma Galaxy do not want to be stepping into that Sand King's territory.
Man, oh my god. If he didn't get stunned there, he would have pulled the Pugnet down to the other side. But he didn't make it across because the Croaker, man, he got croaked.
Just get croaked, mate.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have trespassed, I guess. It's really their home. Oh, they look menacing.
Tendrils of the deep, mate. You get croaked.
Yeah,
don't step into our neck of the woods. I wonder where croakers are from.
As accent-wise?
Yeah. Oh, the Doom dead again up top. Caught out by these initiation tools, but Miero misses another skewer.
We got a Pudge. Hell yeah. Everybody loves Pudge.
This is a bit of a wild one for me from Heroic, the way they opened this. So it's, I mean, first picking Prophet comes as no real big surprise, but following it up with Ench Pudge, I think is very much of a curveball. And I can't say I hate throwing curveballs against P-Vision when you are the underdog, but I think if anything, game number 1 showed that you might just, you know, be able to bring a close game in the second one if you keep things standard.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit unsure how to feel about this, because if this was game 1, I would have liked it more than I do in game 2 now that we see how much closer the teams were than I personally anticipated they would be. This is pretty high risk. I think I share the same perspective here with the panel that it's possible that the lanes for Heroic just fall apart too early and the game gets really difficult to play. I think the Pudge Nyx lane in particular should really struggle.
Yeah, talk about 2 dead heroes in a lane.
Yeah, it's Pudge is a better laner than you might think, but
Nyx has always been garbage.
Nyx just really does not bring out the best in you. Like if you're playing Pudge offlane, there's like, let's say you had the Snapfire. Then all of a sudden, this lane could be a lot more interesting, obviously, than the other team doesn't have the Snap, but give them a good 5 and you have Snap Pudge, you actually have a fighting chance against Monkey +1, but the Monkey versus Pudge matchup is, in isolation, is very Monkey favored, and it's the supports that make the difference. This time around just seems hard to imagine. Okay, nice little self-stun here from 9 Class being juked out by Schofield, who's really trying to pull the wave, but P-Vision are aware that this is a necessity for Pudge, so they are effectively adding that extra hero to the mix to prevent that first pull from going through, and this has massive ramifications on the lane now, because now Monkey King is ahead by a full wave when Whisper can start, I was gonna say contesting, I think that's the wrong word here, start looking at the creeps.
Very good, Cinderin. It's funny, when I look at this P-Vision draft, even though, you know, the Alchemist remains and whatnot, the strategy feels actually similar to Heroic's game 1. It's just crazy amount of minus armor. 4 out of the 5 heroes have just ridiculous. Well, I guess the Monkey King does it, but if he goes for Deso this time around, it's still a lot of physical damage on the side of P-Vision. But this time the Quap is kind of the separator. Instead of the Slardar from game 1 on Heroic, you do have mixed damage now with the Magic and Pure coming out from her.
And I think the good news here for...
Oh boy. Impale will follow a beautiful hook from Whisper, and that's going to be first blood for the Pudge.
Yes.
Try to turn this around onto Satanic as the rot will continue, just giving more damage to Whisper.
The kill we all expected. Of course, Pudge Nyx getting first blood on Snap.
Yeah, after we just shat all over the lane. Another hook, Satanic not able to dodge the Impale, and down goes another member of P-Vision. Whisper, Pudge, God.
I can't believe P-Vision picked Monkey King into Pudge. This is such an easy lane for Pudge.
God, I love watching Pudge.
Yeah. That's good, though. You really needed that for Pudge, too. The thing here is, if you don't find these kills, you have 3 CS, you know? Like, the lane was already starting to look really grim, but this is what makes Pudge more interesting now than it used to be, is when you do run this Rotten Core, you do quite a lot of damage when Rot starts stacking up.
Yeah.
Starting to see some trouble now for Schofield. Will be a trade-off, but he'll be able to return with full resources.
Yes, indeed. Satanic is very upset about Ducalis taking that.
And while we focused a lot on bottom, the other lanes for Heroic looking quite good. So Kunkka against Quap is seemingly a wash right now. I think that's kind of expected in the early levels. And then in the top lane, Nature's Prophet, very happy.
I have a real question for you. I want you to not... I want you to take it seriously.
Okay.
Why have we never seen Spirit Wolves in a pro game? At least to my knowledge.
What does it do?
The wolves are not controllable. They give you crazy amount of stats.
Oh, I have seen that in a game.
You're a stat bot. You've seen it in a pro game or a pub game?
I have seen that in a pro game.
Oh, really?
I think it was shortly. It's so like I had to ask because I didn't even remember that this still existed because I haven't seen it for a long time now. But just when it came out, I think I did see some carry Lycans try this. It was okay. I think that was the thing. It didn't really make a splash.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It might be a numbers thing where you make it a bit better and all of a sudden it...
In my pub turbo games, it's really strong.
You couldn't even say that without laughing. You got halfway through the sentence.
Yeah, I'm just so funny.
You knew,
I can't help myself.
You knew that wasn't worth being said out loud, and you still did it.
No one going to continue with the Shadow Strikes, and they have a TP. No, going to be canceled. As Analog kind of stuck in a weird spot, but Schofield comes to play as well. Of course, no one out. Does not expend a spell, though. So, in terms of the Helm of the Dom type heroes, is...
Oh, another hook?
Yeah, another hook into the tower, but Ducalis will live. Are we just going to be seeing heroes... I mean, we're seeing heroes that don't typically buy Helm by Helm, so I assume the heroes that normally like Helm are going to be higher priority in this patch.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Ooh, close call there. Thinking about the teleportation. By the way, Analog has gone 2-2-0 here, so no point in X mark against Quap. Interesting with a double point in Torrent. Obviously great when you do connect it, but some situations...
No one's going to be missing some good XP here. Has to walk all the way back to base as 9 class drops to Yuma, who's playing the position 1 Nature's Prophet this time around. One of his favorite heroes. Cast quite a few of his games in the past.
Yep. Not surprising at all to see Heroic opt for that as the very first pick. Also, is a patch that Prophet is very popular in general.
DM getting chased by the Tomato and a couple of range heroes to boot and a lot of trouble. 9 class a little bit too late with Concoction, so KJ nets himself a very nice kill onto the Lycan. So Heroic off to an early 4-1 start as Schofield snipes a Courier, which had treads, a fully completed treads for Satanic.
That's a big one. I say that at the same time, though, Monkey King is still crushing bottom, right? But with treads, maybe he poses more of a threat to Whisper. Now, Whisper with boots advantage can just run away from trouble. Or they could try to make their own move.
They want to get in deep. Yuma's there, though. Gets off the Sprout, forces Satanic onto the other side, and an easy kill for Yuma and company. Really high-octane offense from Heroic in this game, too.
God, I love Pudge.
Indeed. Oh, yeah, look at that heal. Sprout heals now.
Yeah. Not even position 1 Prophet will go for the money bags.
Yeah, imagine how much gold they would have had.
Go for the heal that has been nerfed to about 50% on level 4 of what it used to be, and it's still better than money bags.
I mean, I'm not complaining. We don't have the 25 talent with the creep anymore.
That's true. You know, by comparison, you can make anything sound
I feel like Nature's Prophet's not really a boring hero, though, in general. So no, I don't really mind. I mean, terribly, on the other hand. Don't get me started. 9 class. On the run, gets enchanted. The Impetus doing a decent amount of damage. No one comes in, wants the trade, gets it with the Sonic Wave. So 1 for 1. Yuma will be able to dodge all of that, though.
I don't think you feel all that good about that as no one. That was your entire mana pool depleted for this kill on the 5-inch. And your TP? It's something, but not all that great. And boy, this could have been a really big prize for Heroic. If he gambled it there, Yuma might have actually been able to get the Wisdom in time before 9 class came over. But assumed that P-Vision would be on top of it. We'll trade evenly. Schofield Getting the level 4 onto Nyx. Of course, there's a hero we don't see very often, primarily because of its struggles in the laning phase, but now that you've got over that hurdle, Nyx can get quite interesting. So this was a lane that we were absolutely not expecting Heroic to win, and in all fairness, they didn't, but they did much better than we expected. So relative to expectations, absolutely a win. Monkey King is obviously still doing quite well in spite of losing his towers with Prophet rotation, but...
Oh, they want to go for Whisper. The Pudge requires everyone's attention. Wrath of Nature comes out. Pudge falls first. Satanic inside the Sprout gets out just fine. Has the full Jingu as well.
I think Whisper might have misplayed that a little bit. I think maybe he could have got Dismember off on the Monkey King. After all the stuns were expended, that could have gone kind of interesting, but I think he had cooldown on Meat Shield, unfortunately for him, so might not have worked. But, alright, back the other way we go. Heroic, whenever they have Ench and King jungles, he loves to get involved in these early tower pushes, as you should when you're playing Ench 5. So, twisting the screw in mid, and they might just get the tower.
Yeah, looks to be the case.
Amp damage on Kunkka.
Pretty early.
Yeah, this is really good. Mid and enemy safe lane tower taken minute 8.
As Whisper, oh boy, dies again. So after such a good start, now this is looking more like a pub version of Pudge. What?
So, no, it's just that the default pub Pudge is just bad. That is your definition of a pub Pudge is
yeah, of course.
bad.
Yeah, if it's on my team.
Oh,
so the enemy team, they're just destroying.
No, really good, yeah.
Confirmation bias.
So now this is looking more like a pub Pudge on my team.
Boat is coming for DM. Gets off the shapeshift.
He's fine.
And he's going to be A-okay.
Might be a
Gets
turnaround
off
even.
the house. The minus armor is going to be used by Satanic. Get the Boundless Strike off as well. This turns into a very valuable kill for the P-Vision side. And now Analog onto the high ground. DM is still here. TP canceled thanks to the cookie. This is going to be the death of the Kunkka. Not to the Centaur, though, to no one instead. It was looking pretty good for Heroic, but P-Vision come back into this early stages of the game with a couple of nice fights.
Yeah, this one was on... The thing that stings about this for Heroic is that it was on their initiative. They were the ones going on Lycan, and they just didn't have the damage. They landed all of their spells, but it's not enough. So, ultimately just a mistake trying this to begin with. No, everything, as mentioned, just landing here, not enough damage. Shapeshift giving the 250 health definitely helped there as well for DM.
Yep, true.
They might not have accounted for that. It's almost it is impossible to hit Torrent ship without Shapeshift going off in between. So yeah, just not enough in the tank.
All right, we'll see if 9 class wants to go for the same build. Ooh, this is the true Slack special. Arcane into Ags first.
Yeah.
So not going to be stopping off with the Blink Dagger. It seems. Actually, this is not the Slack special. Slack's is Brown Boots Ags. My bad.
I'm surprised he gets boots.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'm not surprised he gets boots. I'm surprised he stays with one pair.
Yeah,
because when I play with Slacks, he buys one of each.
True.
Very
toxic.
Very much to my dismay.
9 class, Concoction. Gonna come for Schofield. Gets off the Spike Carapace. And no one is here, but Schofield does get off the Vendetta.
Scuttle.
Sentry was close. Well, that's theirs, actually.
Little mistimed there. I think with perfect execution, that could have been a kill. The stun going into the Carapace might have... I don't know. Might still have been fine, actually.
Really backseating today, it seems.
Oh, okay.
Really strong backseating from Cinder and Azuma. Mortimer's kisses are going to destroy him. 9 class steals it, though, with the Concoction.
This Ducalis Snapfire, both this game and the last one, has seemed really valuable.
Yeah, it's looked really good.
P-Vision, so perhaps this could be something to look out for future teams. We also seen it in a decent amount of other series today, of course, so the hero in general is just pretty popular, and I can't say I hate it. I think Snap is a very entertaining hero to watch and play, so I'm on board with it. Long-range heavy artillery is fun. That's why you love Tink.
No one. Inside the Sprout, gets off the Sonic Wave, actually kills off Schofield. Boat is coming for no one, though, at half HP, but not enough to withstand that barrage of damage. So he at least claims 1, but Heroic going to be happy with this exchange.
They brought 5 heroes for that.
That's true. Maybe not as happy.
Can't say that was necessary.
All right, so first Ags for 9 class.
Yeah, it's
Quap.
Probably.
Quaps is really good, but
Monkey King is also not bad.
If you give it to Lycan, Cinder, they can just bite Monkey King.
So, considering that you're playing against a lineup with 2 melee cores and Nyx also coming up close, I think the AoE Shadow Strike's just too good.
Yeah, it's a crazy
I don't think you can pass up on getting that for free.
Yeah, I would agree. It's a top 10 Ags, I would say. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
It's extremely good.
It's one of those Ags that has games where it's not that good, but in all of the games where it's even if it's decent, it's one of the best. So you just want to avoid the games. Like, let's say the enemy team has like 3 or 4 very mobile heroes that play from range. Oftentimes, you're not going to find those AoE Shadow Strikes, but in this game, you definitely will.
Schofield using Vendetta, it seems.
13-minute Treads Battle Fury on Satanic after 2 deaths and losing his tower minute 7 is quite impressive. Now, they did allocate some extra resources to bring him back, but in spite of that, I still have to say this is a very solid time. He's keeping up with the Nature's Prophet, mind you.
Yeah, goes for the Battle Fury, so a way to get out of Sprout throughout the game.
True. I think he's in part also buying it to farm. What do you think?
I think that's a secondary feature of the Battle Fury.
Just for the Sprout.
Yeah, the Quelling Blade's really important. So
yeah, just for the Sprout. Okay. Interesting as well. Let's see.
Wait, did he change his mind? How dare you, Nike?
Is he going Blink?
Why would you tease us with such a juicy item?
No.
So it will be exactly the same as last time around.
Well, he's probably going to get the Ags again shortly. So.
Yeah, I would assume so.
It'll be exciting later.
DM getting closer to the helm of the Overlord. Actually, I didn't even check which facet took. It's the pack leader.
Pack leader, yeah.
So, shapeshift being a little bit stronger. Do you like this one or the other one, which gives you 6 levels of the wolves?
I think Alpha Wolves are more game specific. I think they can be really good if there's enemy supports that truly struggle with the wolves. I don't think that's the case here. Ench is actually quite good against them, as we've already established with both Enchant and Untouchable, so the Alpha Wolves can't really mess with her all that much. And Nyx is just off map. So if these supports, let's say you're playing against Bane. Bane hates Alpha Wolves, Shadow Shaman, these kind of heroes that are very positioning dependent and can't fight back against the wolves. Just not the case here. I think it's more of an anti-support facet than anything. So this
fair.
one is just the stable choice, and then you pick the other one when you have a good reason to. And then you pick the third one if you're...
Spirit Wolves.
Yeah, if you're playing Turbo. I don't know.
I like how you refrain from saying being bad at the game. Appreciate that. It's DM with the Satyr. Ready to push as, ooh, no one. Blinking in, but Analog out of reach. 9 class with another self-concoction. Does have the blink as Whisper is getting close to finishing his Aghanim Scepter. This is a nice classic. Back in the day, young children, you could deny yourself with Pudge.
Yeah.
It was good times for all. You could do the same with Double Edge on Centaur. It used to mini stun as well. Really cool information.
Yeah.
For all of you out there.
Now that you can't die from rots, you can actually farm infinite amounts of stacks as long as you smoke.
That's right. Schofield spotted. Scatterblast hits. Concoction hits as well. Does not use... Okay, doesn't have time apparently. Schofield does get off the Impale now. Uses his ult to try to skitter away. Will be able to dodge most of these globs, and he wastes quite a bit of time and resources from P-Vision, so not too bad.
These are the worst moments when you have like a quote-unquote free kill, and then you're just trying to save one spell, and then you're like, oh, we actually need it, and then you throw it, and then it misses.
Yeah.
If they use Kisses instantly, he's just dead on the spot, but they didn't think they would need them.
They're also trying to wait out the Spike Carapace, which he didn't pop for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. They have to wait for Carapace before they can throw out the Kisses, but...
Panic. Oh, man, that was a nice force staff into the Centaur stomp. Uses the Shard with the Boundless Strike to get away, though.
I love that he bought it this early. I think it's really good this game. It gives him a way of getting away from Pudge if he gets hooked. He can maybe get away from Nyx openings, and this one as well. Get out of Sprout easily. So, very clever purchase here from Satanic. And that previous kill, I don't know. Like, if you stun the Nyx and you throw out... You could probably throw out 3 globs before he gets Carapace off, right? In a max concoction, I would think. He would have had it. Anyway. Backseating a little much there,
Yep, as usual. Thanks, Cinder.
DM,
Oh,
dodge
the hook actually misses DM. Because his ult was being popped, dodges that. Boat looks like he's going to get the cookie. Runs away. Satanic inside the Wukong's command, turns into the statue. Gets to the other side. He's going to be fine. Yuma kind of isolated from his team now as the Boundless Strike will take him down. Double kill for DM as Satanic trying to dodge a little bit, but the hook finally brings him back into the fray, but it's going to be at the cost of many heroes on the heroic side as 9 Class and Company looking to clean up his analog super low. Will be the 4th death for heroic, and it's a full team wipe. And all P-Vision lost was the one Monkey King. Pretty crazy fight for P-Vision.
Man, there were a couple of whiffed spells in the start, and ultimately that really helps P-Vision get the win there. They don't get the X-Torrent boat combination onto Lycan. He just runs away from it all. The hook misses because he by chance casts Shapeshift at the exact same time.
Yeah, that was...
You can't... I mean, that's just lucky. There's no... I don't think DM had vision of the Pudge. He doesn't know the hook is coming. It's just coincidence that it overlaps fully. You're going to see the replay of it here. So look here.
This is a top play nominee right here. Oh,
so
yeah!
That hook's going to miss.
That's gorgeous.
Now, this is the one that can't miss. You can't miss this X-Torn chip, right?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That whiffs entirely. DM runs out. You have a Wukong's command that is effectively hitting nothing as well from the side of P-Vision, but Yuma gets isolated in a really precarious spot because the X-Torrent combo misses. If that lands, they kill Lycan and probably stay in formation. Instead, they get separated. And if not for that nice hook from Whisper, this would have been a clean wipe. At the very least, he got 1 kill. But not the greatest result there for Heroic. Gotta be tighter on those executions if you want to beat a team like P-Vision, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. As a result, P-Vision now with a 3K lead. Nothing too crazy. I mean, the problem really, I mean, this, how often can you say this? Yuma on the Nature's Prophet. Well, speaking of which, he's
so dead.
Scouted a bit by no one. Concoction comes from 9 Class into the Sonic Wave. He goes to the grave. I was going to say, in terms of net worth, top of his team, but 4th overall in the game as a Nature's Prophet. That is kind of unheard of, it feels like.
And it's only going to get worse when Alk gets Axe, because then somebody's going to skyrocket even further.
Yeah.
And catching up will be all that harder. Speak of the Alk, see you later. Not gonna miss
Cannot
this
buy
one.
any components, so we'll lose 100 precious gold towards whatever Aghanim Scepter he chooses.
I've been wondering with these voice lines, I feel like a lot of them have translations and some don't. So Satanic just dropped this voice line and I have no idea what it's saying, but other voice lines there's an English subtitle. Are Valve hiding something from us? Is there subliminal messaging?
Is this you submitting a bug report on a cast at TI?
This is a bug.
Okay, just checking. Valve loves hearing about bug reports. There's one.
I don't know if it's a bug. Like
Nyx is a bug, literally.
Okay, great segue.
And Tormentor. KJ takes it.
Okay, so gets Sprunk. It's a really nice one for sure. The panel was talking about Ags as a potential solution for Lycan, but doesn't seem interested in it. It's going to go drums into Solar. And the problem with Ags as well is it's very...
DM, very slow boy. Pops his ult, but they have the connection. Dismember to follow. And Sprout coming if needed, not. Enough damage for days. He was pretty close to finishing the AC. Still not too far away from the recipe now.
Sprung is actually really good for them to get for free here for the side of Heroic. The pure damage, Ench can become the X factor in this game. We've seen that a lot of times throughout Dota's history, that as far as fives go, Ench sometimes becomes a 4th core. And the core matchups that you have here, in particular Monkey King and Lycan, having Sprung to get out of the ring and then do damage as well, would be nice.
That's a really fast BKB. Oh, he actually gets hooked in, though, into the Dismember. Teammates are on the way, turns into a little soldier, and now runs away in shame. Satanic, 1 BKB charge down.
Changing up the guard is such a strong facet.
It is crazy good. And cool conceptually. When those two things align, beautiful stuff happens.
It's pretty amazing against Kunkka in particular, right? Because when you are changing in the guard, you can't be pulled out by X, I think? Or?
I highly doubt you can, yeah.
So then, it's just when the X is about to reach its point where you're like, he's going to pull back into Torrent ship, you can just jump into your ult if you have it running. Kind of hard to keep in place.
I feel like if you can guess which soldier it is, You should be able to click the soldier and then click a sub ability of the soldier and it insta kills the hero. What do you think?
Oh, so like you win a prize.
Yeah, that's right. And then confetti falls.
I think Wukong's command should be a game of whack-a-mole, and you run around and you hit each monkey.
That's good.
And when you hit the right one, he gets stunned.
Okay. So just like the tree.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Ship it. Next update. Alk Ags halfway there.
Yep. Taking his time again. Haven't been the most convincing cases for this Alk. I think this game has gone better, though, overall for 9-class than the last one.
Speaking of Aghanim Scepter, talk to me about this one. This one, to me, has always felt underwhelming in general. It's the cannons on the boat.
Yeah, it gives you more team fight damage, and obviously stats are good. You get tankier. But in comparison to other items, this is one of the eggs of the game that I'm not personally that sold on buying.
No one actually blinks into everybody. Pops the BKB. There's the boat with the apples falling out of it. Very delicious indeed. Is 9-class going to pop the Essence Ring to stay alive. Impetus doing quite a bit of damage. The Impale is enough as Schofield gets the kill, but 2 dead for P-Vision. Satanic coming in to try to counteract this, though. They get the Kunkka, so 2 supports for the 1 core so far. No one with the blink should be able to survive now. Does he actually want to continue to fight, though? Shadow Strike applied to Schofield. As Whisper apparently dies to DM on the other side.
Oh, they found him together
so
with...
2 supports for 2 cores. P-Vision gonna be pretty happy.
Satanic's thinking about this.
He is.
It's too far, surely, right?
How old is he? Isn't he like 17? You have all the confidence in the world.
Yeah?
It's not until your mid-20s you start feeling this impending doom, you know, as a human being.
This is why everybody loves your casting. They come here for the positivity and the good vibes.
Yeah, when you're 17, nothing can happen to you.
It's been a while since I had a reality check. I'm going to tune into Suns fan casting right now so I can feel better about my life.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all good.
It only gets worse with age. I can attest to you.
The secret, though, is to stay mentally young.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I have a 4th grade education sitting down. As young as possible.
That's, well, sure.
All right, 600 away. 9-class Ags. We've been hyping it all game. I mean, the difference here is last game he bought it for a Tinker who already had Ags.
Yeah, there's no refund here, right?
Yeah, no need for it.
Yeah.
I mean, typically Quaps will not be buying. I mean, in a normal game when it's good, how fast would they normally buy it, would you say? Like 2nd, 3rd?
Yeah, probably 3rd, right? You often see either Blade Mail or Kaya Sanj, and then BKB, and then probably that's the time you would buy it. But here you can go both Blade Mail and Kaya Sanj because you know you're getting the extra. I mean, I'm assuming he's getting the extra free based on his item build-up. Because otherwise, I think right now, with no one's exact inventory, I would suggest buying Ags now instead of finishing Kaya Sanj. I think just keep the casual Kaya and get an earlier Ags. So just assuming that he'll get it here just makes the most sense. Let's see, your bite suggestion is not out of the question.
I think you do that second.
Or, hear me out, you give Ags to Snap, and then she throws in Monkey King and he drops the ring.
See, I wanted that last game. I didn't say it because I knew it was a stupid suggestion, so I'm just going to say that that's a stupid suggestion. I would love to see it, though.
It is a stupid suggestion. Yeah. That's why we hope to see it.
I mean, the fact that he went for, I think, 2 Ags, and then he just didn't buy another one just shows that they don't really value the Snap Ag set.
Gobble Up has its games. The last one...
It's a cool Ags. It's a very cool Ags.
Okay. 9-class, the time has come. It is on its way. One thing we haven't discussed is he could misclick it and use it on himself.
Yep, that's true.
Yep,
that's a potential.
Okay, who do you give it to? Queen of Pain. Shocking.
Alright, so Shadow Strike. Very strong. Into the pit, P-Vision goes.
He still chose 30 damage instead of -1 second Shadow Strike damage interval on level 15 as his talent.
Yeah.
I thought...
Schofield getting in really deep, pops the Vendetta, try to get away, has the ability to traverse terrain. Balance Strike misses. Looked like it went right through him. Scatterblast will not miss. Schofield gets off the Spike Carapace. They really want to kill this cockroach. And Schofield pops the Essence Ring, no longer invisible as a result. He's wasting a lot of time. Gets an Impale onto 2, and there is the death. of the Nyx assassin.
Pretty sure this is like the encyclopedia clip for Schofield. Look it up.
Okay.
He just kites the entire enemy team for 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd.
Such a Schofield moment.
Nine class, so it's a full concoction onto Analog's face, and now his face is gone. And this is a free Roche if they can't get more kills, which isn't out of the question. Hook gonna miss. And into the pit they go for a second time, this time backed up by the Prowler. The fearsome neutral creep. First Aegis to Satanic. Has the Crystallis, not too far off from getting the Demon Edge into an eventual Daedalus.
He's going to hit really hard. This is a pretty early Daedalus build from the Monkey King. Not necessarily what we see every time. What was it Yuma did last game? Did he do the same build order?
No,
he went Echo.
Deso.
He went Echo, Deso, and then Daedalus, right? And BKB in between?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm trying to think of other recent Battle Fury Monkey King builds if the default is to go Daedalus third. I think it varies a bit. Like sometimes you see Monkey Kings go Manta, sometimes you see Sanjin Yasha as well. Sometimes you see Bloodthorn. So I think there's quite a few build paths after the BKB.
Whisper. It's off the blink, 9 class, self-concocts. Looks like that's the case. Satanic. He finds Schofield, or is it the other way around? The Impale into the blink now is no one. Nice little haste rune for his troubles. Yeah, the Stolen Wolves can be pretty annoying. I feel like it hasn't had a huge impact on this game, though.
No, if a really big part of the edge this game, if that was to counter Lycan, I feel like mission failed, right? I don't think DM's laning was bad enough that it justified it, and the panel was talking about buying Ags for little friends, but he's not even buying that, which I can understand, because I think it's just too reliant on the enemy players making mistakes, right? When that Ags comes into play, you just don't stack your Wolves and your Dom with anything, then it's fine.
Analog goes through the gate, now he'll be greeted by 9 class with another concoct. Torn actually hits no one, but now they're gonna completely surround him, but the TP is successful. Kind of a weird engagement overall. Whisper gonna blink in with the dismember. Mortimer's kisses from afar though, as no one getting extremely low, gets the blink off of the BKB as well. And now Whisper and Schofield on the potential run. King or KJ nearby. 9 class kind of out of gas though. 9 class and company. Oh, going to be accompanied now by Satanic with the Boundless Strike. Into a retreat, so everyone is just going to go their merry way.
Close calls all around, but no casualties. Satanic looking at Scotty next. A little bit of anti-healing against Ench, and of course the...
You use mana the instant you touch that, right?
Yeah. Anti-healing against, I guess, Pudge to an extent. I feel like he's not really buying for that at all.
Man, has to use but the Sonic Wave completely whiffs. But they have enough damage for days. Analog taken out again. 60 seconds on the deck. Feels like P-Vision in pretty decent control of the game, despite only being up 5k. It's nothing crazy, but it feels like they are dictating everything. Like, when's the last time Heroic has really gone for a fight? I mean, are they waiting for some sort of specific item to come online? Or some other timing?
Yeah, they definitely need to wait for the BKB plus Shivas to complete, right? You're pretty close, and that's a nice level up for Kunkka and Pudge together, and you would probably get the Daedalus of Aegis Prophet at the same time, so those three, and then you go for it. But yeah, the reason this feels so relatively one-sided with only a 5k lead is just the nature of the lineups. Pudge, where he's sitting on net worth right now, and the matchups that he has in this game are pretty tough to play.
Ooh, Satanic cleans up both. Oh man. All over the map. Meanwhile, the rest of his team pushing down mid. Gonna knock on the door. So 70 seconds of no position 1 Nature's Prophet.
This could actually be 2 lanes out of nowhere.
Well, they're going to get the tower for free, and with that Pine Cone, yeah, this is going to be 1 set at the very least. This is super
a monster in these situations. This is, I mean, this is just 2 lanes. Well, what are you going to do? If you hook someone, you're just going to lose the fight. you have to let both sets go. They have Glyph, but there's so many units, so they're not even killing the siege creep.
Still 40 seconds. Yeah, I think you're right, and they still have to go against the second life of the Monkey King for another 30.
I wonder if they try to force Megas.
The
30
timing
seconds
is
on Profit. I genuinely think there was a possibility to go for it, but this is completely fine. Play it safe. Meanwhile, 9th class is nowhere to be seen except by the 2 enemy heroes who were also nowhere to be seen, and therefore they met.
He's buying another Ags, it seems, huh? All right, now this is the true debate. Is it the Monkey King or the Lycan? Because both help Monkey King, right?
Give in to your temptation. Give it to Snap.
Okay, that's the other option.
Give in.
And of course, the option we already discussed is the misclick on self.
Yeah, I think it's better to give it to Lycan.
Lycan?
Yeah, I think so. Just make a monster Monkey King.
It feels like the Monkey King, like he is using those soldiers a lot. He's using his balanced strike to get away. He doesn't really need the mobility. I know it gives you other aspects.
Yeah.
I actually think the Ags on Monkey King is better as a result.
I guess if you're looking to high ground as well, the Monkey King one also has value there, just for the zone control. So, yeah, I'm fine with either. I don't think it's...
No, you made your choice
not that important. Okay. Alright, I choose Monkey King.
Vendetta. Satanic will take...
Oh,
tries to go for balance strike. Oh, nice Force Staff, though. Disrupts the hook combo. Well, it's not really it's just hook. It's not a combo. Schofield, he's a little bit too aggressive, my friend. Will be a kill one way or the other. DM claims him.
9 class going for another self-concoct for the tally.
Who are we casting a few years ago that did it 15 plus times? Do you remember?
I remember a no-tail game.
Nah, I remember it was no-tail. There was somebody else.
I don't think I was casting it. I just remember watching it. I think he self-stunned so many times in a row. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we cast a game where this happened.
It was before he won TI, so I was probably not thinking, oh, I could win TI from watching that. But yeah, that was something else. I don't remember who it was, but I do recall that we had a game together as well where somebody was just self-stunning non-stop. Oh boy, Yuma. Oh, he overjumped
Sonic
his ring.
Wave. Yuma, half HP, attempted Nightfall, unsuccessful.
Satanic almost messed that up by jumping out of his ring with the Boundless. That was very
So
close.
the Ags, oh, it did go to Lycan. Good call, Cinderin. You said Monkey, though.
Yeah, as expected, Lycan.
DM with the BKB, gonna get the bite off. 9 class is gonna be the first to fall, but it's gonna be the trade for Pudge in all likelihood. Force Staff, though, keeping him safe. Boat with the apples.
The Wolf Brothers
are gonna do anything.
Here comes
They're
the pack.
chasing. Boundless Strike finishes the job, and Satanic now as a wolf, running around with his animations broken, it looks like. Nullify the poor Enchantress. 1-shot, 2-shot kill. Satanic with the BKB can run to his heart's content, can leave the Lycan, but doesn't want to leave his friend to die to the rest of Heroic. But they bought back onto the Pudge, and this is going to be a dieback now for Whisper. And this looks to be a 2-0 for P-Vision. Really, really impressive play off the back of 2 support Alk games. It was all Alk, of course.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this begs the question: how good was the Alk? Like,
It was good.
I'm still unsure.
It was good.
Still unsure how much the Alk really. Okay, I'm not gonna say that it wasn't good, because it was. It was good and it worked and it did its job. But it's always gonna be by comparison, right? Versus having some other. I was gonna say classic 9 class hero. What's that at this point? Let's say more traditional support, if you will.
This guy get banned every
Showing it
game.
here, like striking fear into the hearts. Like everyone watching this is like, shit. We've got the first ban line already.
You need.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, or you need to have a very, very good solution. Like, oh yeah, we
Yeah.
just pick this and this will solve it. But I don't know if I
Such
would
a
take the
power
risk.
play. Like it is a
Yeah.
it is a big bear move to go for this
Oh.
kind of draft.
Oh, he wants to run in with the bear as the creeps are in top. He's going for it. BKB is up in 1 second. He's gonna BKB and hit this if they go on.
They have
He
glyph?
doesn't need BKB yet. Yeah, but okay, there's the. But he chronoed his Magnus too, and then he gets feared away.
God,
BKB? You have to RP as well.
The tower's building's gone.
Oh, he doesn't have. Oh, RP's on cooldown for 15 seconds, and he didn't want to refresh to do it. Who is the Benny Hill music?
Somebody kill his bear! Oh my god.
Oh
my. The ghost is in the jungle just laughing maniacally.
Yeah. The evil mastermind puppeteering this bear, sending him to its unfortunate but inevitable demise after it scores yet another lane of buildings.
Incredible. Just absolutely incredible scenes. So mid lane, all that remains in that BB team base. BB team, the team that has felt like they are ahead the majority of this game, have only killed a tier 3.
Yep. He just
they have been ahead. The entire there's like one little bump, insignificant bump at minute 45, whatever that is. The rest of the game they've been ahead.
Should we mention that this bear is stealing the show so hard we can't talk about anything else? But like, there's the fact that Pure is insanely farmed and Shaker is massive, but all of it feels irrelevant compared to the importance of the bear right now. But
puny, insignificant mortals.
Yeah, I mean the Shaker level 26 with a Desun Blood Right with this item build, he's crazy strong too. But it's all about that Lone Druid. The sad thing is, even if you kill him, right, the bear doesn't die. So if you find the main hero, we haven't seen many assassination attempts because it doesn't matter. The bear stays alive.
And now Roshan's back up. Wondering what the hell, why hasn't the game ended yet?
It has
55
butterfly.
minutes in.
It has a butterfly now. Oh, they're going? Doom didn't get the ulti out. BKB's everywhere.
Epicenter borrow from TPK is gonna whiff. Noob refreshes up. Could turn and fight if he wants to, but it's just gonna be a swift escape. So BB team jump in, strike, spend a bunch of cooldowns, don't get anything, and then we refocus our attention, like you said, to the start of the show.
So again, we have RP on cooldown and Chrono ready, but you know, we saw what happened last time with Chrono ready and RP on cooldown. The bear just went in, and Faceless Void can't kill him because he can fear the Void away during the Chrono. And the bear's gonna actually steal the third wisdom. And this is a lot of experience at this point for 2.2k.
So funny.
Yeah. If you ask BB team, it's not funny. I worry for their keyboards right now, man. He's going for an assassination attempt. The bear, a mauling. It's a mauling.
It's gone.
There's no way, dude. He assassinated him with the Invis Rune.
How is this balanced?
I can't, dude. I'm actually losing it watching this bear randomly just mauling people.
I feel like I don't know, I don't understand Dota when I see games like this, but I think I've come to the realization that this isn't Dota. This is just Ghost. This is Ghost doing whatever the hell he wants. The bear has a mind of his own.
I think you were right. He watched Cocaine Bear and he was like, that's cool. I'll do that in Dota.
And now into Roshan. Off with Pop.
Yeah, why not solo Roche? Solo kill, solo push building, solo Roche.
We've used the last 3 Roshans as bait to try and trick BB team into a bad fight. BB team having their hand bitten and burnt a little bit too much and not gone for this.
I like how they sit around like beggars, like, yes, please give me some Aegis, Mr. Bear. Oh, thank you, so kind of you. The bear provides.
On the Serengeti or something, right? Like there's a dead antelope, and you've got the lions there. They get there first. They're allowed to, you know, eat the meat, and they've got vultures and little scavengers and hyenas. They're the ones waiting. The scavenger guys. Like, please. One of them runs forward and tries to steal a bit.
Yeah,
it turned on fire. On the lionesses.
I mean, now with the shield rune.
Dude, we're gonna get to like 50k net worth on these some of these heroes, and just like nothing happens.
So we're getting close to the point where Lone Druid has to start itemizing himself. It's not far now. Moonshard is still possible. Shard is still possible. I don't know why he would ever take Shard on Lone Druid's bear anymore, because you know he can't auto attack while he does. So that's probably not gonna happen. But yeah, he bought Moonshard, so okay, he already Moonsharded up. He's like, why would I save buyback? I'm not the star of the show. The bear is.
I'm in disbelief. BB team are cowering.
They have no solution. They look absolutely stunned here. And I'm not talking about in-game. It's just like they have not come up with a solution. They're just sitting in base.
This is where we need those, you know, like basketball or whatever. We need a technical, or Counter-Strike. We need a technical timeout
They need the coach to come in. Alright, listen up here, you ragdolls.
Listen up, guys, they have a lone druid. You want to deal with that?
It's simple. Just counter it. Just
kill the bear.
Yeah. 2 times.
Dear me. Well, Enigma Galaxy now, what, 3 lanes pressed in? BB team hiding in their base. So that means Enigma can go back, farm, lap up all this extra gold and
I think my
experience.
favorite part of this game is still watching Ghost's main hero farming jungle creeps slowly. Like, it's 60 minutes in, and watching him kill the Ancients is hilarious to me. He's just slowly slapping them.
I like that he has... Are those the dusts that were on the floor? On the right side of the map, someone dropped dust on the floor, and I think
No,
Ghost
he
has
destroyed
picked them
he
up.
destroyed those with his bear.
Oh,
The bear
he
killed
did.
them, because why wouldn't he? The bear kills anything. It has killed Roche, Courier, buildings, racks, enemy heroes alone. And if you could kill Wisdom Runes, it would have counted as doing that as well.
You should give it a quelling blade. It just goes around chopping every tree on the map. It's just full-on demolisher. Oh, we were talking about the Captain Planet villain earlier on. Is the Lone Druid Bear a villain?
This bear is an Avengers level threat. I'll tell you that at least. This is serious mode.
Goodness gracious me. What do we have to get? The 5 Minotaur horns?
Oh no, no, dude, no, no! It has
That's
the Helm of Undying.
No, that's not allowed. I'm sorry.
No,
but
not the Helm of Undying.
I
dude.
don't want to be. I don't want to be a part of this. So this goes against all of my morals and ethics.
And it's audacious too. You bet your ass this bear is audacious. I like how everyone is just chilling on Radiant. It's like, yeah, so we'll just use the map forever, I guess. Oh, Hoodwink going in, gonna get lassoed. Action happening, hero on hero action.
Hoodwink dead.
And no bears were involved or harmed. I don't know what to do to stop it. You can't RP and chrono it. You can't, Gareth. It doesn't feel right. How do you ever take the team fight then?
It's a bear role-playing as a tinker now. He can just teleport home and TP back out again.
Yeah. Also, they have 4 Aeon discs on Radiant, by the way. In case you ever want to, if you can maybe RP the rest of them or burst them. 4 Aeon discs, 3 out of which can be refreshed immediately.
Double damage top. Bear. Not
They're
that
smoking.
bear.
This is a desperation smoke. They know that they're gonna lose if they just wait. They want to get out and do something.
They need a huge team fight.
They have
Like,
3
they need a
Necrobooks as well,
huge-
dude. It's as if the bear wasn't enough.
Is obnoxious.
There's
Pure.
all the Necrobooks.
He's gonna poke forward, try and deal with Necrobooks, but
here we go.
Samael is in. There we go with a jump and a catch. The bear will go wild.
The boy,
Fear not
he's dead.
boy, he is dead. He's got buyback on Pure. He's gonna have to spend it, but they've lost their buildings. Look at the bear go.
The bear's
oh my
ending.
God. You've got a glyph, but the game is ending if you don't deal with this bear right here, right now. Yeah, ping it all you want, chrono it now. Deal your damage all you can. That throne looks pretty dead. The bear
It's not dying.
Nullifier trying to survive. The bear is finally dropping. The butterfly, the evasion.
It's still
and now
alive.
the undying. He's been bushwhacked up and stunned. I can't believe it's literally just a Lone Druid bear on our screen, and it is so freaking high. The dudes will get caught by the void, but Sumail comes in, big echo, and Pure. Oh my God, he gets the Tribal Corp. The Earthsplit is huge though. The ET claps it down on them. BB team getting slept up and held in place.
The bear's
bear
coming
is
in, round
back
2.
again.
Round 2.
Ghost is coming in. The throne
Stop him.
exposed. The clip
Go
is
ahead.
available. They have to spend it. The bear is in the throne. He's in a chrono now as well. He's always going to deal with it. BB team holding on and defending their base. Oh my God.
The throne is so low. All the heroes are alive on Radiant, but they don't want to
Can
go
they
in.
finish it though? The bears have died.
This is the timing window. He's dead. The bear is dead as well.
Okay, BB team is now or never. Here against what, Mega Creeps and
Yes.
Necrobooks and Sumail.
But the slamming
Another
a bit.
jump.
Ooh,
The
this is
voice
better.
is dead. 2 minutes, no Pure. And this might just be it. Enigma Galaxy getting run at by GBK. Noob and GH holding the line. They've nullified and dealt with the Earthshaker for a while, but the buyback out of Ghost, knowing that this Void is out for 2 minutes, and she's called GG! They just call it! They just call GG!
Oh my god. Oh
so
my
Sumail
god.
had to
what a
wait
game.
60 minutes to cast his spells, but when he does, he ends the game with it!
Wow. You know what he did towards the end? He didn't even get to do it, but he swapped all the items from the dead bear? I don't even know how. I didn't know you could, but he swapped all the items from the dead bear to his main hero, and
This hero it used to be a meme build because the creep could move in the chrono and it was funny. So, for example, you could.
You win, you don't exactly know why. So it's a bit hard to tell sometimes. But I think overall we had a very good.
they don't even. There's no.
Just because the creep can go in the.
No TP, walk of shame.
There's a lot to break down with what 33 just said to Pyrian, and we're going to do that as the road to TI continues. We are going to see Tundra go up against Falcons, and we have switched the entire panel up. It's the second half of the day. I'll be your host, Cheever, and I'm joined by 3 panelists. And when we made it even, we made sure that we had representation for any player, because you know normally there's a lot of support players on the panel, and I'm guilty of that too, and I recognize that, but we changed it up. We got a mid lane specialist, Stormer. How you doing?
Hi guys. Yeah, doing fine. Thanks for having me.
Good, great representation, and I know Misery mostly support during your career, but at the moment it's everything.
Sure. I mean, I just kind of take the last role.
Yes.
People choose what they want to play, and then I just take it. You know.
Good, the filler role.
Yeah.
Very good. And Lizard, you play a little bit of everything as well, but maybe a little bit more of a core nowadays?
Yeah, a bit of everything. Whatever is broken at the moment.
Ooh.
I feel like that's the attitude.
That's the vibe. Well, that's exactly what we're going to talk about as well, because we heard it from 33 in his interview as well. I want to dive straight into this matchup, because we are going to head into that very soon. Both of these teams are coming up.
Last round of bans for Boom. They are going to have to pick first and most likely take their mid here. I'm assuming this is going to be a Zeus support paired together with the Mars.
I think Zeus is probably going to go 5.
Well,
because the Willow.
Oh, right,
so
Willow.
good.
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so if they do that, are we seeing Lycan mid again? That's the big question mark that I have.
Certainly hope not.
Yeah, I think Saberlight on it sounds better.
I'm banning Nisha heroes 100%. Like, I'll ban, Monkey's great ban, and I ban Puck.
Okay.
I mean, even though Puck and Void are a little overlap, like, you could ban Ember if you're not going to pick someone that stomps Ember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what do Boom want to take now for their mid?
I mean, I assume he'll take Queen if it's left in, because I think it fits really nicely here. Getting Chrono kind of sucks, and they don't have a save. That is the one thing, but that's kind of true for all mid heroes. It's not just a Queen problem.
If Boom don't ban Puck, I see them taking Void Spirit potentially too.
I think, I think Void Spirit looks really good for Liquid as well, actually, because I like the idea of like the jump AoE silence versus Zeus, Dark Willow, Terrorblade.
Dude, you know what else Boom could do?
What?
They could Pudge it. Try and bait the Puck, take the Pudge. Now they have a save for Chrono.
They have to pick first.
Save for.
Oh, you're saying Liquid take the Pudge?
No, I'm saying Boom take the Pudge.
Yeah, but they pick first.
I know, but I think Pudge could work still, just in like answer to Faceless Void, and then also you like leave in a Puck and dare them to take it.
That's a bold move.
Although also I don't know if I feel like Pudge mid is less of a counter now against Puck because of Curveball. Because
that's true. It is less good, but it's still winning for sure.
Right.
I would think.
They take out the Kunkka. There's no way they're picking Pudge.
Kunkka would have been cool.
You know what's interesting too is I feel like Pudge has that like iconic sort of connection to Eastern Europe, but for SEA it's Puck. Puck is that hero for them.
Yeah, that's pretty true. I would agree. It's slowly migrated away, but you know, I mean, before it was like Huskar was just like the C and SA hero, but now they don't even have that many Huskars anymore. It feels like.
Right.
Now I think more of Eastern European when I think Huskars.
True.
Or even Western Europe has a lot
I
of
think
Huskar players.
I think
now,
of
too.
SA as Huskar too. Ooh, they take out the Invoker.
Classic. Cataclysm plus Faceless Void, you know? Any Invoker spell plus Faceless Void, really.
Tornado, yeah. Great.
They're all good.
All right, Boom. Where are you going? Not a ton of time left in reserve for
Give me an
either
RML
team.
Ember. Let them pick the puck. Let RML style a little bit.
I think okay, yeah, they just go for it.
Just style with the puck. Fair enough. All right, now it's the Liquid Pudge.
Void Spirit or Pudge? Let's see it. I mean, I think the Pudge has less value here because you've got Chrono. That's why I like the Pudge more.
I don't want to see any talking here, Saberlight. Have every year liking, buddy. I don't want I don't want this again. Oh, of course. That's
all right.
classic.
All right.
All right. So the Nisha Shaker into the puck. And this is more their typical style.
Okay. I like it. I think that there is a ton of big play potential, obviously, on Team Liquid. Their team fight is, like, gross. It's insanely good.
It is.
The one thing that I will say that's a little sketch is that they don't really have a puck answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, other than, like, beating him up.
Right. But like, that's phase shift, you know, jaunt away, all the rest of that stuff. I kind of feel like they're going to need to itemize to deal with him.
Yeah, not an easy hero to itemize against that. It's very late game, right? Unless you're going Orchid, which they don't really have a good Orchid buyer.
No.
So, I mean, they have Chrono, so maybe they can get some light, like Fisher into Chrono.
Yeah, I could see that, I guess.
Pretty decent answer.
Well, game number 3, all coming down to this. I think people thought that this was going to be a walkover, but in every game, Boom has put up a really good performance.
And Liquid tripped.
Yeah, I think that's something to watch for. I thought Trip was like a pun or something. That
it was on walkover. See, he missed.
I was like, there's something in my brain that's just like tickling.
Well, it's only 3:30. It's still early for you, so it's okay. We're sorting it out.
I don't know what this is. Is that another pun? It's 3:30 to 6.
No, it's just that's what time it is.
Okay.
It's been a long one so far here. It's day 1, you know. I mean, we're still like, I think it's probably still one of the faster streams. Maybe not now that we've got a game 5 happening here, but it's taken a little while to get through this new series.
In this series, game 5,
the 5th game
in
of our stream.
See, I got you now.
Are you okay?
We're there. I just, I think that the audience didn't know that this was going to 5 games, so that's fine.
They definitely didn't know that. They had no idea that this stream would go to 5 games. In fact, it might even go to more after us, perhaps. They
That's
might
a
even
possibility.
keep playing Dota. It's possible.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think everybody's just going to call it for the day.
That sounds good. And then Cap and Avery just go home.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Perfect. We're the B stream boys here today. It'll be
That's
us
right.
and then Cap and Avery coming through. It's nice.
They're coming through with the woo.
Yeah. It's a little secluded, the B stream. We're kind of like,
We're
you
the-
got the
we're the
panel.
rebels.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're the bad boys. That's what we decided yesterday.
That's what I think of when I think of us.
Yeah, same. Because like the A stream's up there with the panel and stuff, and they're like hanging out. And
We
you know.
brought slacks on our panel.
That's right. We had slacks.
Production didn't even know. Let's get into the game though, because it's underway.
They didn't.
They just really come over here, start talking. Can do whatever we want.
Wow, we've grown really powerful here. Can you imagine pulling that off on your first TI?
Oh no.
You would have. Slack, shut up. Slack,
be quiet. We're paneling. Oh, good. All right, Boxy in the danger zone. Da-na, danger zone. He's body blocks.
Oh, look at that. Oh no.
Oh,
I
into
thought
the
he had
roots.
it. Thought he had it. Oh, the tree was there. I couldn't even see that tree. I don't think.
Cams.
You know what? It's the glasses.
Oh my God, you're right.
How could he even? That tree was like perfectly shaded with the river.
To be fair, I think all these pros play with like none of this like this stuff. It's all like the lowest pixel possible that they're playing under. Yeah, Chronosphere obviously taken for Mickey.
Disappointment.
And does have the Helm of the Dominator queued up.
As is good.
I will say, I think the one problem that I can maybe foresee is with a Zeus, like you're sort of dependent on the Helm of the Dominator to like keep you constantly surviving and up and like sort of dealing with chip damage. And I feel like it is max burst coming out from Boom.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm wondering if they're going to find a way to kind of punish this Faceless Void a little bit, who obviously not the sturdiest of gentlemen. It only has 2.6 on the strength gain. We'll see.
All right. Well, they've already missed out on the attempt to stop the stacks, so that's been good. Genuel getting off some good sentries. The first sentry, it is in vision, like it sees the block that Falling Boxy threw it down, but we'll see if he comes back and actually finds it.
Right. Not as great of heroes to clear out the stacks in terms of the Lycan, but you're probably going to see Nisha instead be the one that heads back for him when eventually they get built up. Jackie taking some hits. Yeah, Saberlight able to pull that wave all the way over. Some good damage. Really well. On to Boxy.
Boing.
Does need to sort of deal with these wolves. Although it is kind of nice. Zeus, one of the heroes that has like pretty good base damage, is actually able to kill them.
Yeah, he's got some guns now, you know. It's kind of like Shadow Shaman, where he feels all right, you know. Over the years, it's gotten a little bit stronger, been hitting the weights.
Ooh,
the jump ahead.
Dude, what a play. Boxy in trouble, and a few more hits.
He's going.
Oh, well, takes him down.
The first big Zeus.
It did
kill.
It cost a lot of mana. So he's going to have to salve up and try and... Oh, no, but the wolves. Yeah, that's... Excuse me, not salve. Clarity up.
That does seem annoying. And also, how are you ever going to stop this wolf from not blocking the camp, right? That's a never-ending battle. You're never going to win.
Right.
So he will not get a small camp spawn.
Yeah, in a weird spot after using all that mana. I feel like that top lane might start going a little better for Liquid now. But in the meantime, we take a look down bottom.
He's lurking. His clarity's still going. The wolves didn't find him, so...
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, he's going to be okay. Yes, there is a bottom lane. That is true. Insania just trading hits here, has the Shadow Word. What we're looking for Insania to do this game, the Fatal Bonds, right? Very clumpy team fights. We know they have crazy team fight. If he can hit big Fatal Bonds, the fights are just straight up over. Like,
right.
There's so much potential here in this game for him. Oh, the revenge up top.
Well, used his leap already and just gets punched to death by Saberlight.
Tips him. Okay.
Not sure why, but that's great.
I mean, he kind of blocked him with the wolves. I think it was a nice tip, you know?
I love nice tips.
Me too.
Nisha taking some damage. Oh, the clip.
You love to see that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gotta be careful there, buddy.
Dodging?
Playing it out, playing it out,
wait,
playing
he's
it
gaming?
out. Is he puckish? Yes, he is. I don't know if he's gonna try and go for this. I feel like it's a little bit bold to make that move, but...
It's better, you know, just whittle.
Yeah.
Play for the 4-minute rune, perhaps. But, you know it's Nisha. He sometimes gets a friend.
Boxy!
Yep.
Thinking about it. Power shot!
Well, it's not enough with the kill shot.
That is close.
I mean, it's 5%. That's pretty small at this point. Is he going to stick around and try again, though, at the rune spawn? Like, he's still got another power shot left in him. Puck's going bottom because of it. Genuel's just going to take the top rune and no one to contest bottom. So RML's just going to get it.
Yeah.
And Nisha's doing the walk home.
Yeah, he's got it. It's too difficult. He's close to boots, too, which makes it hurt it much more.
Now, that being said, he's at 21 CS and Puck's at 14. Because this is the Shaker versus Puck matchup, so it's fine.
Oh, nicely done, Insania.
All right, that was cool. Kind of putting his career on top of his hero so that he doesn't get the next right click on him.
Gotta get that Dota Lab settings in.
That's right.
Although, actually, it wouldn't be for couriers. Well, I guess you could just do it for not heroes.
Yeah.
So that set should work.
Dota Lab is just way too crazy now.
Yeah.
Shout out to the search function in the settings.
Yes.
That's kind of amazing, to be honest.
Oh, he kills the wolves.
Boing.
So they don't get the pull back behind the tower.
Yeah, not a lot of heroes that can do that so easily.
Armel? Oh, pump faked it. Didn't end up going for anything more. Still thinking about a chance here. Not any bottle left on Armel, and Tim's Makes the move, but not able to make the connection. So the main lane that's sort of hurting right now is going to be Saberlight. 14 and 7 right now on the Lycan. Does, I think, have a wave coming into him, if I'm not mistaken. No, not a big one.
I mean, as the levels are stacking up too and the orbs are being spammed, it's also kind of hurting Nisha mid. Like, he's now fallen behind despite the early advantage.
Saberlight. Oh, one of his wolves takes the brambles and now trying to run away. Are they going to keep this pressure going? The body blocks to keep him alive is actually kind of working.
Oh, the tree plant? Saberlight, he's gaming?
Staying alive, staying alive. And he manages to do it very well.
That was we had some amazing tree plays.
He's happy
this
about
game.
that. Smiles.
Or sorry, today. We had a push out of a kinetic field.
Yep.
Into a tree block with a chase down.
Good word placement.
If only people bought Quelling Blades still.
Oh, a chance? Mickey, he almost got out.
Live reaction of what Mickey sounded like in that moment.
Mickey does always, like, he gets animated.
It's always when he dies, and he always makes a face that you can tell he's saying, "What?"
Yeah, exactly. Tim's? Saberlight. Oh, can't plant any trees there. And the Wolves are going to try and do what they can, but I think this is going to be Wisdom going the direction of Boom.
That's not good.
Can they bring more? They're bringing over people to try and stop this.
I think you got to run. This is not yours.
Yeah.
Jaggy's losing meta. Yeah, you're not getting this.
But it at least forced the rotations, which is what you want. People have learned, like, one, you can't necessarily guarantee that you get it, and two, that it sometimes feels like it's not worth it if you end up losing like 2 to 3 heroes.
Yeah, and creep waves too.
Right.
Like, all that positioning and stuff just going down the drain because you really wanted that one Wisdom. Well, boom, it is a 2K lead. Start things off here. Terrorblade riding pretty high right now. Followed up next by Jabs, who again is on this hero that we like to see. Him on these blink stunners. It's where he shines, commanding the team. And Mickey close to his Helm of the Dominator though here, 150 gold away, and he can start grabbing some of these neutral camps and try and inflate his own gold.
I am thinking though that, like, if you look back over in Radiant Ancients right now, this is where things are going to change. Like, if you can get an easy sort of little injection of gold, right now Boxy's only at 800 net worth. That's going to be inflated when you manage to get this done. Nisha steps over.
Oh, he
just
needs
go,
this.
go Ancients,
Yeah.
go
He's
Ancients.
gonna go Echo for sure after this wave.
Yeah, I think that is a really nice situation for him. Oh, wait a minute, but the coil.
Dude.
Arena down, dead.
But he bottled it.
Okay.
It's okay. But yeah, big kill. Jab just coming in, locking that one down.
I think that's fine if they can secure the sex.
Yeah.
Boom need to go check him though, because if Boom can take those stacks right now, that's where you, like, absolutely destroy.
Yeah, even just orbing the hard camp would be good.
Yeah.
And Nisha's even saying, hey, do they have vision here? He just asked Bosky to put down a sentry because he wants to come and dunk this. So come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. Here we go. All right, he's warming up.
He wants to get a creep wave first.
Oh, he does.
And they're going to stack one more time. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that works out. He just wants the XP. He's letting Insania grab it.
Right.
All right, he's pre-toteming. We're not going to watch anything else in this game until this happens.
Look at how much damage Box is taking.
This is going to be kind of spicy.
Yeah, they need to pull them
All right,
over
here we go.
together. And...
Dude, that was so stupid. That was cool.
That was sick.
All right, good setup. God, that is... I wasn't even watching his gold.
Well, they've actually gathered more net worth into the favor of Boom while this has been happening, with all the ancient stacks taken. So,
and the kill too. Yeah, that's
right. That does make a difference.
Mickey is kind of eyeing up Tim's here. He's got his little ghosty ghost, some piercing. You know, can I get a rotation? Can I get some help?
All right. Well, I mean, this is going to be interesting too, because also, it's Blink Dagger almost done. On the Earthshaker.
That was pretty absurd. That was a really successful one. He did an extremely good job with the Slugger. I feel like sometimes the Slugger isn't that nice. My guy's bowling a strike. Actually, he picked up a spare, to be fair. You know, it wasn't all down on one hit.
No, it's true.
But there's only a few, considering how many there were.
But he converted the spare.
He did convert the spare. I'll give him that.
Yeah. This is the most we've ever talked about bowling.
It's all because of that Pango animation.
Yeah, it's true. It did it to us. Well, only 5 kills. Again, a relatively slow match and series as a whole. Both teams feeling content to kind of just wait for that first set of items. And Blink done. Echo back online in 8 seconds. How close are we to...
Oh, they're closing in. Nikkei.
And... Oh!
To the layering.
The spear got him.
Ooh, wait.
Echo. Not great, but not terrible. And there's the chrono. And, well, Tower's starting to hit jabs. Armel starting to fall and gets the jaunt out of there. Insania. Woo!
He phase shifted.
Damage.
He phase shifted the Echo.
Yeah.
Oh, man, if he'd have lived.
It would have been very nice.
That was sick.
Jabs, unfortunately, is not going to be long for this world. He will get obliterated.
That was cool. I wish for his sake he lived through that one, but I mean, that was a big effort there from Boom, and it turns completely back on them to lose the Mars and the puck. That's really going to cut in their lead here.
About 1,400 gold swing out of that fight. Still holding on as the Terrorblade continues to farm and working towards a Manta next. Yasha coming out on the Courier. How close are we? Grimoire only at 2, but Warlock is already level 7, so kind of doesn't matter. Takes it over. Good. It's a nice little farm accelerant.
It's really annoying. Yeah. Get used to it, folks. I mean, apparently all the other streams, it's been everywhere, as we expected. You know, it's been all over the pubs, so...
Yeah.
It is, it's very good.
Jackie goes through the gate, takes the tower. Looks like he's heading back after. In the meantime, Nisha waiting for Echo to come back online before they make another move.
Okay, Croaker trying to help out here.
Getting involved. Killing the creep, yes indeed. Another 100 gold. And about to lose his Courier on Dark Willow? No.
Not just going to feed Lin?
Meanwhile, Nisha 5 seconds away on Echo.
Has to be careful if Thunder God's interrupting some of this.
True.
Like, oh, if he pops it before the smoke pops, though.
No, he still got there. It's. Whoa! Wait a minute. Sunder?
Jabs?
Thunder! Oh
man, the arena was close.
And now Jabs might be able to play follow up here.
I think he's got too many in there, though. It's kind of scary.
It is, but it's the damage that's coming out and starting to really rack up. Januel doing what he needs to. Boxy trying to escape. The chase is there. Armel dodges. Gets the kill.
Yeah, good play there. Getting the pipe. It was kind of spooky. He was a little alone, but then the backup arrived.
Yeah.
Dark Willow and puck with all the damage there. Saberlight with a cute little hurricane play there from the bird.
Tim's dying. Sania. Oh! You forgot about the imp.
Oh man, the Eldritch explosion.
That was good. Well, an even split. I mean, look, if I'm Liquid, I'm still feeling okay in this moment, right? You've got Chrono, you've got Echo, you've got Warlock shenanigans as this game goes later. Like, it's not looking sort of amazing if you look at just the core's net worth, but I kind of feel like as this game gets later and later, there's a chance that you can just out team fight them. I mean, the question is going to be, can they deal with Terrorblade?
And Puck still, as you said. Like there is definitely a question of like having the answer to Puck, you know?
Right.
Because you cannot consistently chrono the Puck. And if you don't chrono the Puck, it's going to be a problem. Oh, also, Insania is still holding the book.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's interesting. Don't see that very often.
Up to 4 now. Maybe he's trying to like get it to a level 2 ulti earlier.
Yeah, that would be my assumption as well.
Something like that. Yeah, I think the thing I'm curious about is going to be like, because I do think late game also Liquid can sort of itemize to deal with the puck super late game if it gets to that area. I just sort of feel like late game Faceless Void is too insane.
That's true.
But the timing that Boom is going to hit, there's some worry that I have about that being too hard to deal with.
It's a weird stare down bottom. General gets the hop away first, but I mean, there will be a cleanup kill. They just won't get the TB, so.
They have Chrono if they need it. He's going to die, surely. Yeah. Wait, TB?
Jackie's still hanging around. They're bringing in jabs. They're going to fight this.
Oh! He missed.
Okay, that's not good. I mean, you have Echo
They
in
have
2
Chrono,
seconds.
though. Very weird. Chrono dropped down. Oh,
beautiful.
He catches the puck. See, John's in. Not sure if it's going to be enough damage, so that's 2 dead.
Yeah, they only commit on the Willow.
They have to be careful, though. Thunder God's Wrath is going to be back up again. They can make this jump if they want.
There's a Yules on jabs.
Finds it. Now, Shackle doesn't land. Trying to whittle him down. Nisha jumps in. Fissure, control. Catching now. Jackie is caught on the far side of this.
Armel, the Wolves.
Foxy thought about a power shot.
Scrappy little engagement here. As there's also a Thunder God's Wrath just lurking throughout all of this.
That was a really nicely played by Liquid. I was really impressed with their patience.
They have Yules here?
He just goes. Dude, that cannot feel good as Boom.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, raindrop, like they don't even bother trying to throw the Thunder God's Wrath. They know he's not going to die.
I mean, the thing is, this is again still like not changing the dynamic of Terrorblade being an issue eventually, but you're buying yourself more time. You're sort of accelerating your own farm.
Liquid coming in.
Armel. Silence.
He jumps back.
Coil onto 3. Now Thunder God stun connection. How much damage do they have left in the tank? Nisha is hurt and Nisha dying. Or is it instead going to be Jabs that dies? Yule Scepter to keep him alive a little bit longer. But the stun is there. And, well, another moment where Boom are just floundering.
I mean, TB's taking a tower up top, and that gives Liquid the confidence to just drop it all on that fight mid. Even if they don't think they're going to get the puck, it results in pretty good trade for them, considering they're down.
Yeah. Ranger holding on to 2 smokes. Nisha shoves out this wave. Yeah, just going to be going right into that Kaya. Faceless Void on the other side. Maelstrom.
It's going to munch him up.
Yeah.
Get that Maelstrom out.
Jackie, the scan connects by the Radiant. How are we looking on Echo? It's back up again. Although he's like really close to level 2. And yeah, 7 on the Kromar. He could go for it if he wants.
Man, he's just hanging under this tier 1 tower is Jaggy.
Yeah, this is going to be a Chrono play for them.
The Wolf is following.
Oh! Is it enough? Yes, it is. Nisha takes him down.
Sneaky Wolves. Making that one nice and easy. There's a good reason to see this combo some more, I'm sure. The Lycan plus the Shaker obviously has to strike at the perfect moments for the Echo Slam to be most effective, and a sneaky Invisible Wolf is really good at providing that for you.
Yeah. Really good vision. Punishing. And getting that Terrorblade kill is just so important.
Yeah, because it just shrinks the map for the opponents so much when the illusions are out spamming and just... He's obviously still top of the board. You're still just trying to keep up as this Faceless Void who doesn't have the same farming options. Now that you have the Maelstrom, it's obviously better, but before that, he's just Helm dependent.
Puck Orb. Wolves are on him. And having to back away.
Not the best Roshing team unless you like hard commit with the Lycan, which I guess is what they're doing. So there you go.
Okay.
But they have Thunder God's Wrath. They have everything up on the Dire, so this has to be at least a little bit sneaky. But yeah, as you can see, like, unless you ulti, this is going to take a while.
And in fact, they're going to lose their creep.
Okay, they're bringing everyone.
Yeah.
So. Flash from Boxy, nice.
They do have a Terrorize there.
Oh, there's the Thunder Gods.
Now a weird situation, blink out.
No one gets hit by that.
And instead, it's going to be a Dark Willow in a weird spot. Stun comes in, and now Mickey there is going to manage to bring him down.
that doesn't cost all too much either.
I mean, Thunder Gods is a big part of being able to scout it. They take out that ward. Liquid move back in. Roche regaining a little bit of life. Curveball.
They got Sentry to keep an eye on the Wolves.
They know where it's at.
Echo in 15.
Opportunity here. No blink on jabs. He just walks forward, gets caught by the fissure, in more trouble, and the Chrono manages to land onto both of them. Good Fatal Bond, silence out, big Golem down. Jackie's still living. The hits keep on coming, and now in some trouble. Mickey manages to get out, though.
Roche is on the run.
Roche running through the river. And yeah, they're going to have to let it go.
I mean, there's a jabs buyback, but he doesn't want to go for this fight.
And they find him. Jumping dead on Nisha. They lose Januel, but the bigger kill is that mid. Still, the damage coming out is insane. Jackie needs a Sunder.
Jackie?
Needs a Sunder target. Boxy, get close.
Oh, thank you.
Obliges. But there's still a ton of hits coming in onto Jackie. And power shot, it's going to be enough as they take down that Terrorblade.
Hold on, puck in. Armel trying to grab something here. Finish the play.
He does have blink.
Too many barriers up.
Yeah, can't do it.
There's an amplified damage down by that Roche. And, well, I mean, when in Rome, they're thinking about just doing the Tormentor here. I don't know if Saberlight, can he?
Oh.
Yeah, that seems, I mean, he's got Helm of the Overlord. He's got Flamia. Yeah, I just didn't have it, yeah.
Smoke up, though. The extended Roche fight. 3 seconds until Thunder God's Wrath.
They get smoked up here. They're moving through the Wolf Vision, so it could give a false sense of security here, maybe, for Liquid. If they don't know about the smoke.
Down bottom. Warlock is there.
They're going to see this Courier. Okay, here we go. They're in. They got
Thunder
Nisha.
Gods immediately onto him. Dead.
Oh, that's Roche. That is potentially Roche. That's 30 seconds until the Chrono's back up.
Are they going to go for... It feels like they're going to make something happen.
Yeah, they have the Orchid here on the Lycan. So they're going to try and just ulti and Lycan kill.
Tim's found. He
Nice.
gets it off, though. Managed to go into the form. But will it be enough? Yes. All right, now Saberlight in a lot of trouble. Spear connects. Tim's living through all of that. Somehow, some way, that Dark Willow takes up a lot of Mickey's time.
But they've delayed now.
Yeah. And Chrono's going to be back up now.
Shaker's coming back too. Roche just the luckiest guy in the past 5 minutes, you know? He was on death's door. He's almost back up to half HP here.
Also, need to be careful in this moment because they do not have sentry wards down to scout wolves. That one right there could keep an eye on this Terrorblade. Yeah, they know where they're going, and so are just immediately backing out.
Man, if this gives them another freebie here.
Is he going for
there's
this?
Chrono.
TP.
There's the
They're
TP from Nisha.
On it. Immediately got him caught. And Terrorblade. Oh, the Wolves. The Wolves.
The confidence to not dunk there is crazy.
That is so good for them. They still have Chrono too now. And that's everything. Meanwhile, another battle? Okay, yeah, he's just going to TP out.
And Tim's is dead, though.
Liquid picking them apart.
Jeez, they're just picking these kills up without having to drop their ultis at all.
What a great decision to go bots on our Shaker.
Yep. Yeah, very nice.
So they will finally manage to claim the Aegis for themselves. I'm assuming this is Anisha?
Yeah, I mean, he's got this, like, no defense build. Just going the blink the Kaya into the bots. Like, no Kaya BKB. So, very crucial that he has the right moments there. And the Boots Travel can help with that.
He did finally eat the book, by the way, on Insania.
Oh, that's good.
So level 12. Thunder Gods get a little bit of vision, see what's happening. But they're staring down now a 5,000 gold lead into the favor of Team Liquid. Yeah, I think this lineup, as it keeps going later and later, just looks really good for Liquid.
Yeah, it's getting scary. I mean, the damage is starting to amp up here on Mickey, of course. So he gets in the Mjolnir, classic Terrorblade counter jabs though with Jackie. Move now. He's gonna start moving towards his allies. Tims could bait something good out here, but they're not following. They're just gonna let it go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it's into the Aegis. You gotta find the perfect fight if you're gonna take one.
Yeah.
And wait for the Thunder God's wrath. Thanks, John.
Very nice. All right, Courier goes down. 19-11, and Liquid going cross map. Ready to battle into this. Shaker is kind of alone over here.
He's hunting.
The only thing is I don't think you can kill somebody unless they're in the creep wave with them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there was a Ghost Scepter as well in the Zeus, so.
Yeah. The tier 2 tower falls. Jabs has Blink now. What is the item that they're waiting for? Is it Scotty on Jackie?
I think the Zeus eggs would actually be pretty pivotal.
Okay.
That would be really interesting because the way they have to play these fights with the Shaker, it could really help mess things up for them. Which is probably why Nisha is opting towards that BKB as well. Before he goes to that Yasha that he was thinking about.
Just golems, the old E-Blade, and, well, gets all the creeps. Not going to be enough for him to buy another one of those components yet.
Mid lane. A lot of business happening here.
Okay. And Tim's just biting the dust.
I mean, they're killing waves and just trying to delay things here, but now that's a BKB finish as well for Saberlight. The Parasma from Puck would be nice too, but you kind of need the Shard as well for that to feel good. It's certainly a wait out the Aegis moment right now, and unfortunately there's still 2 whole minutes here. Feels like a really long time for Boom to have to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are picking up speed. They've sort of dealt with that early pressure that was coming their way, and yeah, the Chrono, it starts to just secure those objectives. And with a Mjolnir on target now and going towards the Scotty, the ways that this fight are going to go well for Boom are becoming few and far between.
Yeah, they're just sweeping really well across the map. There's the BKB, so Boomer into defensive mode. You know, Armel's down bottom. He's just cutting some waves as he can, picking up neutral camps, trying to get himself into the best position that he can by the time they actually come high ground. Now, I doubt they get high ground with this Aegis on the side of Liquid, right? So that is the good news for Boom. It'll probably just be your last tier 2 here to get knocked out. But going high ground just seems like not really worth it, I would argue, for Liquid.
I mean, there is that like ability to just push up there with the double creeps that they have, which does kind of change stuff a little bit, but you also don't have to.
Yeah, no point risking things here. Armel kind of close.
Break
Wolves
Blitz.
maybe spot him.
That's a Vlad stun on Wind Ranger.
That does signal that they want to get a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
It's a really good like ending the game item for a Wind Ranger, or defending your high ground when you're poor item. You know.
Right.
What? All right, and he's going anti TB with the Dagon as well. All right, I like that.
It's just anti anybody.
It's just
Just
hatred.
to blow him up. Kind of like the Dagon. It's nice. So, as we see more and more creeps get taken over, Liquid just dismantling the map. And you can see the Dark Willow coming back, trying to steal the shrine, but is going to be a little bit late on Tims to get there. They run into each other. Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you. It's been a pleasure. Oh, that's a golem. Yep. And Tims walks away.
Tim's gonna come. He's like, "Wait, what are we doing here, man?"
And Nisha's there too. Okay, and now Tims is dead. He's smiling. Okay.
I mean, you got Golem. That's value.
Such value.
I mean, let's Jabs get a wave down bottom. Let's him know he can BKB TP on Jabs, so he can play the next couple waves more aggressively.
Yeah.
Right? That's fair.
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess it's not true. There's Chrono, but we'll just pretend Chrono's not there.
That's how I like to live my life.
Yep.
Dude, that is almost Scotty. Faceless Void being top net worth is like not a recipe for success.
That ain't it.
No. Are they going to kill down bottom? Looking for it. Boxy surviving. Thunder God,
need this.
not enough, but they will manage in the end.
Lyrical.
Oh my God.
Lyrical.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Armel ends it.
Don't curse them.
Is Mickey going to try and chrono these guys?
Relax, brother.
He thought about it.
Just get the creeps, Mickey.
The creeps in the bag.
Jabs also with Jackie up top here. Are they? I mean, this guy's got PKB. Surely they're not cooking anything special up here, are they?
This is just what you do. You know,
Yep.
You cut the waves, you dodge, you hide, you try and find a pick off when you can. I mean, it does suck having to use that Warlock Golem for that, because now it's like another 60 seconds where you kind of, aren't able to get a ton done. Although maybe they still are. Willow in trouble, and Saberlight can drop the fireball if he wants. The creeps get in on the action, kill off Tim's. 23 to 12.
This big circle up top from Insania just saying, we are going to control and play the top and the mid lane. And that's our territory. Like, bottom's pushing in really hard. We don't have to worry about that. Just stay up here. Play with me. My golem's back in 24. And we'll just try and control Roche.
Mickey queuing up an Aghanim Scepter next. Well, they just had one completed now for Zeus.
Okay. The Nimbus, though, yeah. Big item. Big item. If he casts it at the right time, if he ults and then plunks it on Nisha, he can help him not only like cancel his first blink, but even waste the BKB early, so he has less duration on it.
Yeah. Well, and also you're seeing now a, Scotty done for the Faceless Void, but it's almost done on the Terrorblade too. All this time has just been sort of built into getting that big item.
Oh, I really like the force step here from Insania. It's really good versus Zeus, because your buddy gets stuck in the cloud. You just force him out right away.
Okay, hunting. Jabs is there.
Jabs.
Whoa. Whew. They see him bottom though. And finding Boxy, Yule Scepter gonna land in the stun. Good hits, good kill.
Oh, no buyback as well. Okay.
Now they jump forward. The root connects, spear out. Get away from our high ground, mister.
It's gonna be an early Roche bottom. It will be up in like 30 seconds.
Saberlight realizes he cannot take Tormentor solo.
Ah, unfortunate. It's tough when you realize in your older age you can't do the things you could when you were younger.
Yeah, okay.
You know? I mean, well, what level was he before when he did it?
That's true, yeah.
You know?
We're just moving forward level by level.
He's aging out. It's like whenever I stand up now and I go, ugh.
I think that's what we heard in the Insania interview.
That's right. So here comes his little buddy. Insania gonna help out so they can actually do the Tormentor. Ow, 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 ow.
Run away. And bang. So Boxy gets it.
Man, that underrated shard on Wind Ranger for sure. And Gale Force is a...
Spawn? They hit it right as it spawns. They can get this.
Radiant Scan, they do spot it out. Oh, but then it goes green. Okay.
Jabs finds one. Insania caught. That's a big kill. 50 seconds.
Uno.
Tim's picks up a couple bounties. Nisha has to back away. Dude, are they going to be able to sneak away a Roche? Maybe now they can find Mickey instead.
I like this better.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
Do they have the
jump forward? Get him. Oh, he got hit by the Croaker. Now the fear, the combo, the damage, but Nisha trying to keep him alive. Mickey jumps in. Chrono is out. They catch him now onto the side. He walks inside the Chronosphere, but it's not looking like it's enough damage.
Back to Jabs. Back to Jackie.
Back. And the stun is there onto Saberlight. Gets the Sunder off. Lift up. Yule Scepter. Combo. Saber running, hiding. Really chasing their buddy. That's not going to work. Still, they managed to take down the Faceless Void.
The Croaker.
That Croaker almost ruined their life.
It had some serious things going on there. It just wanted to be involved. I like it. Spear into Croaker.
Yeah.
All right, they're back. A little bit back here. I mean, it doesn't result in the Roche. That is the one problem.
Right.
That would have been great. But if they can turn this next 40 seconds into securing around the Roche pit, that will be pretty nice. They have the Nullifier as well here on the puck. Kind of a tough item to go for. Feels really bad to buy, I would argue,
Do you see
on puck.
Another smoke right there, immediately caught by the Wolves. Like, they're just standing on a Wolves as the smoke comes out. It's so brutal.
I mean, they have a Zeus. You know, it's a vision battle.
Yeah, that's true. Gotta get a gem, I feel like.
What really hurts is they didn't commit for the Roche. They went for the, like, let's try and get another kill to chain it into kills and kills, keep them off balance. They never assemble their 5-hero roster again. But yes, spawning the smoke means that doesn't come into play.
Although they can now maybe get it since they control this area.
And Roche is migrating.
Yeah. Thunder Gods, they spot one.
Oh, that's a great kill.
That is a really nice one. Unfortunately, does not have the gem on him.
Does have buyback as well. So if the Wolves spot them in Roche, he could go for it. He's got tier 2 mid, so he'd make it. And also the outpost, but...
Can see Dota Plus still thinking this is a very even match. Which, I mean, makes sense. We can see, I can see a pathway to victory for either team here.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Also, Genuel is really becoming like another core.
Yeah, he's very, very annoying to play against. And when he gets the refresher, you know, if that comes into play, it's a big deal too.
So 24-16 Octarine core being held to the side right now for Shaker as he can swap it out for his bottle when he needs to. But, I mean, this is the thing that's weird about it, right? Is that you can't really walk into the pit as Boom. And so neither squad wants to, like, take a step towards an objective. They want an objective.
Look at this positioning from Armel and Genuel. Like, they are just in here right now.
And he's silenced.
What is happening?
And no, because there's a freaking gem. Armel gonna try and curveball it. The hunt, it's not gonna happen. That was
optimistic.
That I was gonna use a different word that was shorter.
I guess I mean they were just going for a blow-up kill. I guess it's that simple. But they didn't have Thunder God's Wrath, so it's really hard to play that tight next to the Radiant base. But Roshan has roared. He's being attacked by the Radiant.
Yeah, they can't come and contest though without puck.
And they just got sight on jabs too. Like they really had some stuff. So that's a bit of a heartbreak here for Boom. So
Heartbreak City.
That's what they call it. And that's gonna put the Aegis onto Mickey.
I think when I was sort of feeling about the scaling of Liquid, I was not taking into consideration how much the Zeus was going to do. But this getting the Aegis now is starting to make me feel a lot stronger about Liquid as a squad. And this high ground push, how do they deal with this? Rooted now.
I like the confidence here with the puck being down.
Ready to jump. Finds him there. Eul Scepter out. Nullifier done. Dead. No buyback.
That's a big chain for them. Taking another hero down. They got Nimbus. They got Thunder Gods.
I thought for sure she was going to be able to come back into that one.
No, not even close.
I mean, this is going to be a lot. I don't know how much they keep going for this, but I don't think you have to stop for over to the side. Jab's ready with an arena, but 20 until you've got the Willow back up again.
Can they ignore the Aegis? No, they're going to try and send him in.
Stun, done, damage, Eul's lift up, no nullifier. The Hex is there though. Now the damage is out and they got him caught for the kill. Nisha jumps in, finds the stun onto 2. Good damage out, but that's a dead on your Zeus.
Oh, Jackie.
Chrono comes in, great answer, finds and kills the Terrorblade. 80 seconds gone.
No buy, he bought out on that disperser.
And that is a huge victory. Zeus is gonna buy back. They can slow this down a bit, like the hits from the tower near Faceless Void being slowed as well. But it's 60 seconds. It's such a long window now.
They're just going outside the base. They're going to heal up with this Warlock. They're going right back to the high ground. The Golem's still doing work because he takes the tower. And Boxy just going to be throwing out stuns, and he's still holding this Gale Force. You get too close, he's going to pull you right in.
Yeah. So no Golem, obviously, and no Chrono for 90. No Arena for 40. Puck does have Nullifier and Parasma, but no Ags yet. So it looks like that might be the end of the push here as they take 2 sets of racks.
Yeah, tier 4s are a bit much, and rotating bottom a bit spicy, so they'll give them another shot, but yeah, the second that TB goes down, it's just, you cannot defend until he returns.
Sold Helm for most of the components of Refresher now on Faceless Void.
It's a pretty big GG there, eh? If you you manage to get the Refresher and the 25 talent.
I feel like, in a way, they've got to kill him before he gets that Refresher.
Yeah, they got to make sure he doesn't get another Aegis. It's so hard to play against this hero when he's holding the Aegis. How are you going to kill him twice? Because you have to be like completely perfect on the kill because of the backtrack in the time walk, so...
I mean, so much of this is still dependent upon them getting their spells off, right? Like, you've got Shaker with Refresher 2, and now Refresher done on Faceless Void. So if they're free to cast their spells on Liquid, the game is basically over. But there is that other possibility of, like, a jump-in Hex Spear Arena dynamic, you know?
But it's time to bite the Void.
Yeah.
Nom, nom, nom.
Eat them up. All right,
there goes.
Okay, and they...
I mean, it makes sense.
Immediately.
Oh, where are they?
They're running top. So push in that wave, see if they can find somebody. Also, bottom still very open if you want to make that move.
Boxy just such a solo player.
Yeah.
This man has no team. He's always on his own. Also has 0 mana as they're pushing, but he has a regen rune, so he's just been spamming it away.
Waiting for that regen to take off, and then he can go. Okay. Fight, positioning, everything else. You need to kill one of Faceless Void and Shaker in your stuns. Do you have to kill both? Is that what has to happen?
I mean,
I guess if you BKB and you're hexing Mickey and you kill him.
Yeah, that's what it has to be.
Yeah. Also has the backtrack chance now too.
Oh, he did go it, eh? Oh, I thought with the Chrono, with the Refresher, he might go Chrono AoE. Disappointing.
He should just finish 25.
I just want to see the giant bubbles, because they are huge.
Echo Slam cooldown.
Yep.
Oh, it has a shielder in now too. Gross.
That's kind of crazy to have Refresher and still go Echo Slam cooldown.
Yeah. Just feels like it's better, you know?
I just feel like the chain stunning of the totem's kind of hype.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll go down to like, what, 2.3?
All right, Mickey. Now they head in. What could be a final hurrah here.
Oh, there goes that Willow.
Just instantly.
Slugs are in there.
With no time at all. Mickey hitting on the tower, daring them to come after him. Jumps in. Do they have it? No, misses the spear, but the silence, the stun, the Chrono is out. And that is going to be a dead Terrorblade. Jabs could not manage to hit him. Just moving around too quick in that arena. Meanwhile, the spear does connect onto Mickey, but he has another Chrono. Hits onto 3 of them.
Holy.
What a perfect placement. Triple kill, ultra kill. Oh, give it to him. No, he went back for the building.
He's an objective gamer, you know?
Absolutely.
He's not going to hop in the well for the Rampage. He'll get the real Rampages another time, I'm sure. Nisha in both of those Chronos, just for moral support.
That's right.
Is Mickey closes out the game.
Well, Team Liquid, probably not the way that people anticipated that this was going to go, but they do come away with the victory in the first series that they get to play here at the Road to the International.
That's right.
Playoffs. Trent, takeaways from this game for both Boom and Liquid. Anything that really stuck out to you in the series that we saw?
Liquid trying to move away from their traditional playstyle.
Okay.
Did not work. Went back to something a little bit more standard for them. So will we see them experiment a little bit more? Maybe. Boom finding their own way, right? In that game number 2, Armel spectacular in that Queen of Pain. So remember, defending champs here. You get yourselves a win. I hope that they can take that with them heading into the next series when they battle against the other 0-1 opponent. But they looked pretty good. Like, I don't think Boom should be sad about this series or either of these 2 games where they were relatively close.
They looked like they're the type of team that could be a contender for moving through to TI itself.
Yep.
I think that at least from the teams that we've seen, I didn't feel that way about Wildcard. I do feel that way about Boom. And that's something to at least sort of keep there. Obviously, hard to find that spear. Nicely played by Mickey to make sure that he didn't get caught out by that one and then just completely obliterated. Very nicely done.
I think for me, I mean, it's easy again to praise pretty much everyone on Liquid in a lot of these games. And but I thought Saberlay played really well.
Yeah.
Like in its Primal Beast game was really good. And I think this game of the Lycan was also excellent. Lots of scouting with the Wolves, which helped them sort of delay and secure that mid game. And you know, there's a lot of pressure on him. Obviously, we already saw when they got the rings earlier. He's standing in the back like, I didn't get a ring, but he wants one.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly, of course.
Wants to get his teammates a second one. He wants one for himself. And playing like this, he's got a good shot at it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, you know, another one of those types of games here where it's sort of understated some of the movements that come out, and like the early laning stage, there were some issues there from Liquid, but there was that sort of eventual thing that they were working towards, which was these big team fight ultimates, being able to control those engagements and then come away with the victory. Exactly what you want to see. For Boom, putting a lot of faith in that Terrorblade. I don't want to see that much more Terrorblade, man. This hero doesn't look good.
What? He's all right.
He's now 1 in 5.
He's looked okay doing it.
I don't know, man.
Falling with style, as they say.
Style.
No, you're not in?
Only a rock climber would say that.
That's fair. It's I don't know. He's okay. He's such a good hero, like controlling the map and just like if everyone else can do their job,
right?
You know, Terrorblade will be fine.
But that's the thing, is that like you need this other stuff to like secure his lane, which means that you need to pick some like Undying. Or
you like these
else.
guys. You like these faceless voids. You just, I can do it all myself. I got the stuns, I got the damage, I got the kill.
Like, think about it. Now that you can get Helm of the Dominator, what on Faceless Void, what does Terrorblade give you that Faceless Void doesn't? You're farming at the same rate.
Better farming maps. Better wave push.
Kind of. Maybe Sunder.
Kind of.
Let's take a look at some of the results, though.
Okay.
Let's see if everybody else hates Terrorblade like me.
That's a great question.
A couple.
Okay, so we have not seen any of this, by the way.
No.
So this is us live being like, what's happening? So where? Let me see my upset.
Nigma
here.
beat Bet Boom.
Nemesis got a game.
Dude.
Nigma 1 game up on Bet Boom.
Let's go.
Oh, fans going crazy.
Let's go.
Navi
Tidebound.
Okay, my pick.
Nice. Yeah, Trent has Navi through.
I have Navi as 4 and
Nigma
1.
Through.
I am big time betting on Navi.
It's the reality that I have Nigma through and Bet Boom out.
It's true. He did swap that this morning.
Out. Oh my God. Bet Boom not making it to TI. That's what I call it. I don't think it's going to happen, but the path is there, and I think it's between those two.
That's what you swapped up. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's. It's going to be crazy. Everything else I think is pretty much maybe Extreme winning against Aurora. Is not a big surprise, but like that's like one of those could go either way type.
Yeah,
matchups.
100%. Yeah, pretty.
And a
pretty
2-0 is
that's surprising.
Yes,
I would say.
Yeah.
Good. So that's 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And then they're going to play some more games based on how they did here. And we're going to figure out those matchups for you, and then you'll get Cap and Avery.
That's right. I think I heard that we were ready for a break as well. As we're getting ready to go, it is our first 2 series done. We're going to find out what the rest of them are as this entire round finishes off.
You know who probably knows a lot about this, I bet?
Who's that?
That'd be like the mainstream, like
Go
Stream
check 'em out.
A. They probably got lots of ideas.
Or stay here.
Well, we're probably going to have like a little break while they figure out the matchups.
That's true.
Put them on. And I think we were a little ahead. So I would recommend
They
the
have all
mainstream
left. Nobody's listening
to figure it all out.
It's been wonderful, everybody.
Yeah.
See you all tomorrow. Oh, wait, we have something. We have Spirit and Extreme. We are hearing is the matchup that's going to
So
be here.
keep this tab open,
This is-
100%.
Yeah, this is
That's
going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, now they can go.
All right, back to a break, everybody. We'll see you on the other side, Spirit Extreme, in just a bit.
Welcome back to the road to the International. Me and Avery are going to be taking over the stream now, covering our next matchup, which is going to be Extreme versus Spirits. I know, Avery, you are very excited for this one.
If you're not excited for this matchup, you're not a fan of Dota. You're not a fan of TI Dota. You're not a fan of the Toro anime Love Arc that was introduced in Season 3. We're now in Season also 3. Still Season 3, just later in the season. It's
really long.
It's one of those long animes, like One Piece, that has like 2,000 episodes.
You don't watch any anime.
No, I don't. I'm trying to branch out and connect with our audience.
It's not working at all.
Okay,
they
let's
can
just
see
move
through
on
your
then.
lies. You need to be genuine. How did these teams get here? Well, they both had a matchup that they played earlier today. Equally tough matchups, I would say, Avery. And we can check out the results of what happened there, because Spirit, they did have their matchup against Wildcard, which you heavily backed for this TI. You said NA is going to do it this year. And, well, rough start for them as they got 2-0'd by Spirits. But we also had Extreme. Their matchup was against Aurora. What were your thoughts on Aurora for this? What were your predictions for Aurora going into this TI?
Eastern European squad, CIS team. The CIS region has had a pretty good season. I was pretty big on that region as a whole just coming into this tournament. I think they were going to do good across the board, but hey, Extreme with an early upset a little bit. I do think those two teams were, for me, predictions-wise, that 8th, 9th slot, they were really close. I think you could have taken either team in that series, and Extreme Gaming, they come out guns blazing. Maybe a good sign for China, right? Extreme and Tidebound winning those first series and already on the board.
Yeah, and you've already taken down one Eastern European team. Maybe you can take down another. And Extreme have the history matched up against Spirits anyway, right? This is a matchup that I would say, despite their matches against many of their international opponents, feels like a lot of players have pointed to Extreme being one of the few teams that will match Spirit when it comes to late game.
Well, Yatoro thinks so.
Yeah.
He's only afraid of one carry player in the world.
That's true.
It's Ame on Juggernaut. Apparently, it's unbeatable.
And we'll talk about the two-time TI champs here and their matchup against Extreme, because they have gone against each other throughout this season. Spirit getting the better of them most of the time this season. They did have a tie at the Esports World Cup.
That was the only game they lost.
Yes, that is true.
Entire event. That is why that's worth
swept
noting.
everybody else.
Yes,
so Extreme getting that one win was an important one.
I mean, they basically won that tournament if you think about it.
Well, they basically got second in that tournament if you think about it.
No, they were the only team capable of beating Team Spirit. So if
Yeah,
they had
but
gone
they
up
didn't
against Team
beat
Spirit
them.
in the finals, they would have beaten them.
I don't think that's what that means either, but let's get into the game as we already have draft ready to go. I mean, the last two series have gone a little long, so we are cruising straight into the games as quick as possible, and we already have some bans underway. Avery, what is the expectations for bans throughout this TI?
Will Yatoro ban his hair? That's all I'm thinking about. Will he eventually shave it off if the time comes? Because he dyed it blue this year. It's a big buff in the early
you put
stages.
a lot of work into making that nice
That's
color
expensive.
blue. Like,
That's expensive.
Are you really willing to shave it all off?
I mean, I guess he's got double TI money, so that goes a long way.
That's true.
Man, I mean, that's a...
Throwing around at the barbershop.
It's a wrench to throw in. I think all the bans are going to be standard in this road to TI. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy. I think particularly for Team Spirit, they always think about these team fights a lot. I expect some of these big team fight heroes to get taken out by them, or for them to respect the bans. At least like that Naga Siren can be really problematic for the team fight combinations. Earthshaker has gone up in priority a lot. You do have to think about this Shadow Fiend. I think it's a very scary hero in the hands of Yatoro. We saw him play it earlier. And this Shadow Fiend is a problematic hero for, I think, the way Extreme Gaming plays their offlane. Particularly Jin Q. He tends to be a little greedier on the 4. He'll play some wacky roamers, stuff like that. If you roam with a 4, you play a melee 4 into a Shadow Fiend lane, you are asking for trouble. And you're really asking for trouble against this team. So I'm curious to see where that hero ends up lying, but it does not get banned out. Instead, Team Spirit going back for their tried and true Miposhka Bane. I think he's the best Bane player in the world right now. I think he has been for some time. And this is one of the teams that plays really well around this hero too, because they're very good at shoving out the lanes quickly, showing the right heroes at the right place on the map, and keeping this Bane off the map. And he's just a huge setup threat. Causes you a lot of problems with split pushing, causes you a lot of problems in the team fight, particularly those BKB heavy cores. Whereas XG going more of a skirmish heavy, faster tempo route with the Disruptor, also been a very high priority hero for the event, but
yeah, where did this Disruptor come from? Because this is now the most picked hero of TI.
Well, it sounds like a lore question, Austin. I'm glad you asked. Where did Disruptor?
That's not what I was asking at all, but go ahead.
I don't know Disruptor's lore. I don't think there's anybody who knows Disruptor's lore. Like, who cares about his lore? He's just a dude on a raptor. That's his lore.
I mean, that's a good start anyway.
I expect this hero to fall off. I know people are big on it. There's a lot of people that have a lot of faith in him. I never have faith in this hero deep in lands, particularly high-stress lands like, you know, TI, where there's a lot on the line. I think he performs well early and performs worse late. Teams get better at playing around him. They remember how to play against this hero. And he tends to not work that well when you really need a hero to clutch out later team fights, because his spells are just not that good in late team fight scenarios outside of that Ag Static Storm, which sometimes can be huge. But honestly, a lot of times in some of these pro games, you need better setup for it, right? It's kind of clunky to farm, and then you're just going in the fight. And if you get jumped first, that Static Storm is not a bailout spell.
Yeah, how many times have we talked about a Disruptor losing a game and him being in a last-ditch effort, having to sell items in order to get an Aghanim Scepter, and they get one team fight in order to try and keep the game going, and it's usually not enough. The problem is that Disruptor is on the back foot to begin with, because a lot of his team fight just isn't strong enough, right?
So that's why I think, especially in this meta where games seem to be going pretty late, average game length is high, we're seeing a lot of 60-minute plus games early on, even in the first round. To me, that says you want some scale, you want some teamfight power, and generally hard saves or hard lockdown reigns supreme from that support role. Though I expect some of these heroes to at least make an appearance. The Winter Wyvern, the Phoenixes, the Naga if she gets out of that first phase ban priority, and Shadow Demon is another one. Like, Shadow Demon's great in these late game team fights. He offers you a lot of lockdown on enemy carries and gives you that comfortable save in a counter initiation period. That's where Disruptor is that's his biggest weakness, right? He's not offering you great lockdown or save from a 5-position role, whereas at least this Bane for Spirit gives you a little bit of both, right? Sleep save off of some instant initiation, and you get that grip lockdown on a BKB carry.
The Mars gonna go to XXS here. We've seen a decent amount of Mars. In fact, I would say notable performance from Collapse himself on the Mars at this last Esports World Cup, where we saw Collapse pick a different hero every single game of that tournament, right? And one of those was Mars in the finals against Falcons, right?
I mean, if it's a big land, you're going to see Collapse play the Mars once, and you're going to see ATF play it once, and they're going to get a feel for it.
True.
And you should expect to see it a lot more here. Though, in the hands of XXS, he is also a Mars beast. This is one of his signature heroes going back years and years. I think of him on the Mars. I think of him on the Darkseer as well.
Yes.
And the Enigma. I think his Enigma
big
is also
team
very...
fight offlane.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, this is absolutely his specialty. So, very strong pickup for XG early, just bringing so much AoE control, early team fight, low cooldowns to the battlefield. Team Spirit always need to be careful about not getting run over. It's one of the weaknesses of their like team fight scale heavy lineups, particularly what hero Yatoro ends up on, and they probably show it very early here. I think this is a team that would maybe flex this Sven out of one position if they had some incredibly good clutch pick for Yatoro, but you're probably just looking at the Sven counter to the Mars here that they showed early. Pretty comfortable matchup here. The Chunkster doesn't care about the bulwark. And a BKB buyer against Disruptor, always nice. And they will go for the Silencer pickup. Interesting. Silencer and the Bane. A lot of nasty lockdown in this lineup. This is not a lineup you want to pick a mobile mid into. Seems like a nightmare.
This does seem to be a bit more of a trend for Team Spirit. In their first series against Wildcard, they drafted Yatoro's hero first. Now, that was an SF and a Marcy, so there's a little bit of flex on both ends, but the current meta says those are both carries, and obviously Sven, you're leaning towards him, heavily being a carry. So what does that tell you, meta draft-wise, that Spirit's willing to pick Yatoro's hero so early on?
I'm not going to put too much stock in it, because maybe they're just feeling out the meta as well. This is a team that gains a lot of momentum as they go deeper in tournaments.
Okay.
But it could be they don't have a lot of comfortable picks for Laurel, who is generally that core they take up early, and not super early picks for Collapse if the Mars isn't some first pick gotcha snap, if you're not going to take the Lycan early, which I think you can take a Lycan early, but Team Spirit are not. They're not the team that takes that hero first pick a lot. Like, it's generally something that is very team matchup dependent. They want Lycan against a certain team for the map pressure it gives you. If they don't feel like that's a necessity, they'd rather hold Collapse's hero till later on.
Can I give you my theory?
All right.
I think there are not very many hard carries that are good in the meta right now. And so if there is a limited hard carry pool, then you are incentivized to take Yatoro's picks early. and give more openings for your off lane and mid lane.
That's a fair theory. I think it's wrong, but that's a fair theory.
I mean, have you seriously though? Hard carry, like, do you feel like you have seen a lot of strong carries in this patch? I don't feel like it. Like, every single time I see SF, I'm like, oh, the SF or the Marcy. Maybe the Sven, maybe not, but I feel like the carry pool is kind of limited right now if you're talking about harder carries. Now, if you're one of those teams that is willing to draft, you know, a more of a 2-3 position in your safe lane, then I think the pool is more open.
I think there's a lot of viable carries, but they're all kind of on the same power tier. But I think you can play a lot of stuff if you want to hold the pick. How much value you get out of it later on, picking like a Drow or a Dusa or the Faceless Void that we've seen, it doesn't feel like it just ends the game. But they can be very strong. It can still give you that win condition. I think Sven's totally fine here. And they picked the Lesh into the Sven. Very tough matchup for the Lesh in some ways, but at least they got this Spirit Breaker to split the fight up. I like that coming out from XG. Spirit Breaker owns Sven. This matchup is terrible. You have double BKB piercing abilities. You slow down his initiation a lot if he can't burst that target before a charge or ult comes through.
And
Pretty cool
he's
heroes.
very dependent on that BKB because he's matched up against Kinetic Field and Mars Arena ult. So he needs that BKB to be able to maneuver in the fight, and you get 2, 3, 4 seconds controlled of that BKB. Your BKB runs out. Now the arena walls are blocking you off. The kinetic fields are blocking you off. You're getting glimpsed away from heroes you want to hit. There's a lot of kiting potential for Extreme.
I mean, I like the idea of the Spirit Breaker coming out here from Zhao 8, who's a big fan of that hero, for sure. Used to play at mid in his stand-in days when he was winning tournaments and dunking on kids. But the downside is you pick this Breaker into a game where there's a lot of disable, and Team Spirit had the mid counter pick, which is generally the hero that Breaker is going to interact the most with in the first 25-30 minutes to determine if he has a game. Ember is just a misery to fight into for this hero. Like, you can never land the charges. The chains can always debilitate you in the fight. You're a mobile split push hero that you can't really charge and catch because he just always gets out. It's just a sad matchup. This Ember is also pretty good against the Lesh here. It's another hero that can hold him at bay. Hard for the Lesh to gap close, and you should go that super early blink and snowball the game. And you got to remember, you're still playing into Silencer Bane here. These are two heroes that are going to make whatever XG threw on that mid lane pretty sad to play here unless they went the XM Viper or Sniper route, which was a possibility, but you had to pick it blind. It feels a little worse. They went the Lesh. I think the hero synergy for XG is quite good. I just think Team Spirit are getting their usual, like, we're counter-picking you and getting some good hero value while at the same time constructing something that's going to scale pretty well.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to play against. Like, this team is just really tough to play against when they are controlling the draft and you're not either out-tempoing them or out-greeting them, which is very difficult to do.
Yeah, I think it's literally become a verb within the Dota 2 pro scene to get spirited, right? To get spirited just means that you...
Who says that?
You are winning a game, you go a little late, you get a little sloppy, Spirit is always there to punish you. Every other team that you would match up against, they would just you know, kind of give up on the game. Spirit never does. They're always looking for that opening. And you have to maintain a high amount of distance. I've heard multiple players refer to it as being spirited.
I don't know who you're talking to. You're not in the best social circle.
What?
Last pick Alchemist into this Underlord. Okay. Generally not the funnest time on the lane. I'm not super sold on this Alch pick. I mean, you have the armor from the Sven, you have auras from the Underlord. I don't think this Alch is going to do a lot of damage as this game scales. And you're fighting into Bane Grip, so you can't just go super early BKB, jump in aggressive, and be guaranteed of a free fight. Could bring tempo, though. That's the one thing here for XG. They have a route to play extremely fast here. All three of their cores, you get like one item in this game. You can just start running at people with Disruptor Glimpse. So maybe Zhao felt like, okay, we're not going to outscale him here. Let's just bring the speed. Let's completely run at them. What is a carry that you can play Ame that's going to scale a little bit, but can join fights fast, can give us some early objective taking? Alch kind of fits that bill. If they play this lineup in that way, I think they have a decent shot to take the game. But otherwise, I am heavily favoring Team Spirit here if this game goes late. I think Sven looks like a monster in this game. You're going to have Ember split pushing and scaling. You're going to have Underlord potentially scaling, and you have really good scaling supports here. Scary lineup to fight into past like the 45-minute mark.
And it's pretty interesting just because we talked about Extreme as one of the few teams who's willing to go late. against Spirit. It's where a lot of their wins came against Spirit in the previous year. Haven't been successful so much this year, but last year they got a lot of wins against Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them were going into late game situations that Spirit usually wins. So do you just feel like the draft setup just... Do you agree in that direction that Zhao 8 put them to, which is like, we can't really beat them with our draft going late game? Take the speed.
I think it's fine. It's a fine route to go against this team. It is a style XG can play. But I do agree the other style probably gives them a better chance to win strategically. Like, I prefer them going that route because they're a really scary late game team too. And I think they have a very interesting matchup against Spirit that a lot of other teams don't have, which is they are confident to pick ultra late and legit outscale Spirit and out team fight them in the late game. Not a lot of teams can do that. So see if this idea pays off. But when you go Disruptor Mars, you're kind of locked in. Like, you have to get something going in the first 20 minutes of this game, or it's going to feel really lackluster.
Yeah, the last thing you wanted to be is a Disruptor operating on the back foot. Never able to use Glimpse offensively, and maybe Alchemist will give them that opportunity.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. As Game 1 is about to come underway between Extreme and Team Spirit. You sound like you're favoring Spirit.
I always favor Spirit.
Well,
I mean, I'm
more than normal.
But I think the series will go 2-1. I don't think these two teams are... Again, I think Spirit are playing a lot better as of recent. Obviously, they are a world-class team. They're
Yeah, I mean, I think
Land,
everybody had
won
Spirit.
EWC.
I haven't talked to anybody who didn't have Spirit as their favorite to win the TI.
So that's a given. But like I said, I genuinely think XG are a fine matchup against them, and I think they are a better and scary matchup for Spirit than a lot of other teams because of the two factors. One, they can go late and they can go toe-to-toe in the team fights. And I also think the way they draft is kind of weird for Spirit because they're a little unpredictable. Like, they have these weird picks for Jin Q. Ame's going to kind of play either something random or Juggernaut or something fast. XM's hero pool is kind of weird for Laurel to play into because generally Team Spirit are happy to sacrifice Laurel or pick his hero blind or pick hero that doesn't have the best laning phase but can do a lot in the game. And XM has a lot of these cheese pick mids that might just not even let you go up to the wave.
Yeah, how many times have Spirit been snipered?
Exactly.
XM.
Exactly. So I think a lot of these little things, if they occur in the draft, can cause Spirit problems. This draft seems more straightforward, more stable.
Yeah, this didn't happen. Laurel, you're saying, has the advantage over the Leshrac, especially with the way you're talking about. The chain gang really adds to that disruptive control.
I think it's a very good Ember game in terms of his core matchups going around in the game, but he could get tempoed out here a little bit because he doesn't have the best follow-up with the supports. That's the only part I don't like about Spirit's lineup is this Silencer Bane behind the Ember just feels...
True.
What are we doing? Like, are you bringing supports to Ember? And I think whenever you can't do that, the hero generally loses a lot of his luster. Like, the impact of this hero is not him going around slight chaining people. It's going around slight chaining them into something.
Yeah.
That's
where classically
he's
it was like
careful.
Mirana Arrow, right? Slight chains into Arrow was one of my favorite combinations that just felt so obnoxious to play against. But early smoke is going to be ruined here by Team Spirits. They try and invade the jungle, but blocked out by good defensive ward and defensive positioning.
30 seconds.
Xnova, you said he is one of your favorite players to watch on Extreme. Why is that?
I mean, I've just been a fan of this guy since some of his early runs at TI. I think he's a beast of a player, very good teammate. I've never heard anything negative about this guy from like a team atmosphere, communication standpoint, right?
Yeah.
I just think he's super valuable. I think every team he goes to improves. Like, his track record is very good. People speak very highly of him. And I think he's a fabulous player. I think he's been under the radar for some time, and this is another good opportunity to show up at TI. Sleep dodge.
Played. Good start for the newcomer to Team Spirit, Rue. They already got a series win, but nice little cute play there with Self Nightmare to dodge the unstable concoction.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if that's worth the mana. I think I'd rather just take it. But it's mental damage.
I was a little bit surprised he didn't Nightmare the Alchemist.
That was another possibility as well.
Fun first sight. So
but again,
done himself.
you have to think about the mental warfare here. You're already thinking about what is Zhao gonna tell me after this game about not landing that concoction. It's already in his head.
When the true mental damage is he unstable concoctions himself?
That would also be some mental
Isn't
damage,
that the most embarrassing outcome?
Maybe we'll see that at some point.
All right, how are the lanes going to go here? You already seem pretty skeptical of the Alchemist pick in particular because of the lane matchup.
I think Alec Disruptor is a very strong lane. This lane you can get really aggressive on early, so they have to win it in the first like 2 to 3 levels.
Okay.
You do not want to let Collapse sit here with full resources going into levels 3 to 5, especially if Rue doesn't have to sap a lot of XP. If he gets stacks, that's an absolute nightmare. So keep putting the aggression on, use your mana early well, and this lane is favor for XG, at least in that portion. Top lane is going to be the tough one. This is a very strong lane for Spirit, and
you already see First Blood going to Yutoro.
That's some extra brain drain as
Maposhka?
well.
Okay, he pops the Fairy Fire. I thought he was just going to kill himself on the creep wave that was following him this entire wave.
He wants to make sure all these creeps go to Happy Yutoro over here. Can't lose a single one. You get kicked from the team. Very strong lane for Spirit. Double melee into that. This was a lane for XG that was picked for the mid game, not this laning phase. You're just trying to survive through it, get the Mars whatever he can, let the Spirit Breaker roam. Look for the Breaker into mid or bottom in this game, right? He's the guy who's going to move around. He can create the kill threat, particularly if Laurel gets chipped down mid. I don't think this is a lane XM will win straight up. Like, he's going to win it a little, but he's not going to dumpster Laurel to the point where this Ember can't have a good Ember game. But if the roam from the Breaker comes through off of no chains early, off of some rune battle, that can sway this game a lot. Same on that bottom lane. If there's a couple kills that happen bottom lane for this Alchemist to accelerate him, I would want Jin-Q moving in the first 10 minutes here. I don't think doing much top is going to change this game, but I do think accelerating the Alk or the Lesh does a lot for XG's game plan. Far more important than whatever you're getting for this Mars.
I think that's why that first death hurts so much for the Spirit Breaker, because an ideal situation for this lane is he just like pulls lanes constantly, right? And he soaks a level 2 at some point in time and makes the early charge over.
It used to be the playbook. Like pull wave, reset equilibrium, sap for level 2, insta charge somewhere else.
And you're matched up against a Silencer who doesn't really have a way to stop you unless the damage is overwhelming, which clearly it got to that point. Trying to fight for Lotus's body block from Rune, not going to work out. X-Nova sneaks into Lotus Pool and contests it. Now it's going to be the battle 2v2, one on each side. The Disruptor push pushes Rue all the way across the pool.
Well, that was
X-Nova gets the benefit of it.
As I'm telling you, watch this guy, man. He's a beast.
Yeah, intentional? Is that what you're saying?
They did get the Mars kill top. Again, this lane, you're just trying to get out of it if you're XG. The more gold you feed up here, the faster the Sven gets off to. It's going to be trouble for your Alchemist. You do not want to let Yatoro create a gap here against Ame, particularly in this matchup.
I would also say that the early kills, the experience for Maposhka, Silencers, it can be a really tough laner. You get the extra early level in Clave or Curse. Laurel gets very low, but still as your prediction, XM is winning the lane, but has not been able to dumpster Laurel just yet.
This guy's just a really tough player to dumpster too. Super consistent, pretty hard to build an advantage on. Is used to having his hero picked early, so almost always plays disadvantaged matchups. I mean, Spirit don't really care what happens mid lane in most of their games. They care a lot more about these two side laners. There's that kill Rue was looking for. It's that level 2 sap to go to work. And this aggressive bottom lane never snagged the kill for XG. Little worrying there for the Disruptor start. You want that extra kill or two to get the experience going so you can snowball this game a little bit more. Get Ame into the jungle with a bit more points into the acid spray. Could be a slow start here for Extreme Gaming.
Yatoro is very low on CS though. They may have gotten the kills out of the lane, but
does lead denies.
He does lead denies.
That says something.
Says something about the fixation here, I guess. What they're trying to accomplish, which is killing Jin-Q over and over again. And denying as much experience as possible. Another stack, though, accomplished. Nothing Jin-Q can do to stop that one.
That's it. The Sven is leading a net worth chart. So he's doing just fine. Sacrifice some CS, but you pick up an extra kill or two. That'll even it right out.
It's surprising that despite the much lower CS, he's still beating out the Alchemist.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This early start for Spirit in terms of the carry differential matters a lot here.
Diabolic Edict forced out by Maposhka, rotating into the mid lane. Good timing for it, too, because Jin-Q was already charging into mid, so the counterbalance remains. Maposhka keeping Jin-Q from getting much accomplished in the laning phase.
This is also setting up that 6-minute power rune, which Spirit really want here. They are bringing both supports towards mid. They're dewarding and warding on both sides here. Triple sentry dropped across the river to secure the advantage for Laurel.
Yeah, the Extreme are just giving it up, most likely.
I mean, what are you supposed to do to contest here? Your supports just don't have the levels. And your Lesh had to go heal. Nice Power Rune win for Spirit, denying it out from the Lesh. Don't get the best one, but he'll take the little advantage here.
We'll see if he, at any point, is able to get a good disjoint.
Oh, back to leaving this Ember alone. Prioritize the side lanes. And again, the pressure is on XG here to make some moves with their supports and open up this game. To get the D-ward around mid, that's nice.
Do you think there's any pressure for Laurel to move to side lanes?
No, unless you are responding.
Okay. So he's just going to match the Leshrac?
Yeah, basically. You want to keep tabs on the Slash and the Spirit Breaker in particular. Would not be surprised to see a pretty defensive game from Spirit here. They have very good defensive heroes, very good heroes at reacting. Like Silencer, Ember, Bane, all great at abusing dives or taking advantage of XG overextending. Just keep the stacking up so you don't fall behind on economy. Play your Sven Underlord game. Keep getting solo levels on the Ember. You're pretty happy. Again, another reason there's some pressure on XG to kind of get some more done here. Or at least find something for Jin Q. That's the guy I'm worried about here on this Spirit Breaker. It's a very static game. There's not a lot of fighting. Not the best hero for stacking jungle. Not the best hero to just take over an empty lane. You feel a little bad about it. You'd rather just have a bunch of people dying. If all is said and done. We'll charge bottom here. And there is no vision on this.
Yeah, but the charge isn't really going to hit at a good timing here. Also, was he charging the creep buff? No.
No.
He's charging Mapochka, who went back through the gate. I see.
Awkward charge for him. That would have been seen, so... Again, no action for this breaker.
And another Power Rune that's going to be contested, though. This time, they may have a more even fight on their hands. 2v2. They're going to commit to the top side here. Ember Spirit also commits, and Invis going to be grabbed. Laurel stunned up for a second. The gate comes through. And collapse with the punish. Just a single pit is all it takes to ensure XM's demise. And Jinkyu will have to charge away in fear.
There's the defensive capability in this lineup. The Underlord gate, bringing numbers to all these little dives. I have said a lot about this breaker charging things around the map to get stuff done, but as we saw there, I also don't know how easy it is for Jinkyu to force the issue. Feels like no matter where he goes, Spirit would have numbers or they'd be willing to take that defensive fight. They're just locking the map down right now.
Going on to X-Nova here, but the charge will still come through. And Mapochka likely to die here as Extreme brought a lot of heroes to stop this invasion.
Okay.
Good call from Spirit, though, to pull the plug on that one. We saw Root back out and just leave Mapochka to die, limiting the losses.
Some experience, though. Very much needed for the support duo.
That's true.
Side of XG. You want to get these ults up. Disruptor, Spirit Breaker need level 6s in this game to get that extra kill threat going, particularly on the Ember mid, who's going to be the bulwark of Spirit's early game. If you can get Static Storm, Nether Strike up, Laurel cannot play as aggressively. Might not get bailed out by the Silencer ult either, as
Root being an obnoxious little menace here, but I don't think he realized just how many heroes were still in the neighborhood. Laurel, he might still reach out for that X-Nova kill. No, he plays it safe. Holds the creep wave, stun in from behind right as he got bashed. Wait a minute, the spear is still there, and all 5 of Extreme show up to get a kill on Laurel. He thought there was no way he could be possibly killed by the lineup of Extreme, but a fortuitous bash from the Spirit Breaker sets things off.
17%. That's all you need sometimes, especially at the right time.
That'd
The
be
fact
perfect
Ame
time.
rotated. That was a really nice rotation for him. Does so much for them in the early game. Getting those extra levels up, punishing the over-aggression. Just didn't have remnants on the Ember to reach in there and get that easy Disruptor Slate.
We'll still get the Power Rune.
Oh, look at this
On the
rotation.
revive.
Yatoro.
Got in from behind, and Ame. Well, there's the glimpse to send him back, so Ame will survive here. And the charge, maybe they can still get a punish. Though Mapochka really wanted that kill on Ame, Jinkyu with just a little bit of interference is enough to dissuade the chase. But on the way out, he gets caught by Root. Nightmare back into the rest of the team, quickly surrounded and killed. Collapse, he gets the kill. Mapochka gets the intelligence.
Nice move from Spirit. Catching XG off guard, but they do have enough to get Ame out of that situation. Will cost them the tower, or will it? Ame
Not willing to give up his tower, not to Yotaro anyway. And XXS with the arena on two. Beautiful setup that gets the kill onto the Sven. A teleport away attempted by Collapse, denied as X-Nova gets the glimpse on him, and a second core kill for Extreme Gaming. The defensive play goes both ways here, Avery.
Oh, that was a super nice revenge. Spirit just did not expect that at all. Completely overextending on this tower. I thought the sequence was over.
Oh no, Ame, you could have been patient with it. Had it deny on a tower, free for the taking, but tried to rush it.
Not his finest moment. At least he'll get some recovery stats here.
To his fair.
Ame, don't have ult. Okay, let's not go into a missed tower deny into dying to neutrals. That would have been a
right
highlight
after
sequence.
you tip Yotaro, that would have been really embarrassing. You know, like when you trip in front of your crush at school? Just like that. Glimpse back, Rue. Well, he's kind of stuck, but I guess the damage just isn't there from Extreme. Shin-Q still not having his level 6.
Not there from Spirit either, though. Okay. Damage is there from Yotaro.
What was happening here?
Just chase down. No arena to bail him out. Really nice pickup. Getting the Sven involved very early in this game. Just Mask Madness running around.
Getting the Underlord involved as well really early. Like, it seems like they're using Gate off cooldown.
I mean, this is a good tempo for Spirit. If they don't get run over in the early game, I think they're very comfortable with how their draft scales here.
Still like the best defense is a good offense. Just keep attacking Extreme and not let them get the setup for whatever team fight they want to play, whatever smoke move they want to make.
I mean, that's one way to do it. I feel it's just more getting the Sven involved, right? Because this Alk is going to be involved in early plays. Like, we saw it on the kill in the Ember, we saw it on the bottom tower. It's a carry that has good spells to contribute and is going to be involved at least a little bit, just based on how XG's draft functions. If you end up playing this game 4-on-5, some really bad stuff can happen. If you bring the Sven at least once or twice, it does a lot for the team to have that extra damage. Didn't work out the best, but still, you look at the net worth and how this game is developing. Another power rune, double damage here for the Ember. That's a really nice pickup. And you're gonna have this aura soon for Collapse. That's gonna be a big point in this game. Can XG fight through some of the aura timings from this Underlord? They're gonna be nasty, particularly the pipe in this game. Like, you have an Atos Lesh, you're gonna have a Yule's Mars. These are early fighting items. It's some good early lockdown. You need a lot of damage follow-up. That is where the Alchemist is going to have to deliver. Ame is the majority of the damage follow-up to play off these two cores going in. Lesh has a lot of damage and spells, of course, but he can get bursted down.
Maposhka trying to push in that mid lane will be caught out by the fresh Rod of Atos. Blade Mail going to work, but XM, they just have enough HP to survive through it. Laurel gets so aggressive, put their charge on with the glimpse. Nicely comboed there from X-Nova and Jin-Q, saving XM's life and giving him the kill in the process. Rue is going to snatch away the Wisdom Rune, but TP away at the same time as he takes it. He dodges the unstable concoction that was coming his way.
That's such a beautiful play right there. You get everything, you give up nothing. Very nice steal, salvaging what was happening right now. As Spirit gave up a lot around that mid lane. That was a Blade Mail amp damage Ember that you just sacrificed straight into this Leshrac. I mean, he has a lot of HP, 1500 HP for XM. He's just able to tank through it all.
Got him right on the edge. Pit slowing down XXS. Maposhka once again with the blood grenades. Wants to get these kills, but
or free up the inventory slot.
Yeah, maybe.
He's got a lot of consumables here.
You think that item, do you think blood grenade adds more to the supports that do not bring stuns to the table?
Oh, 100%. I mean, it adds to everything in the early game. I was actually thinking about this. How much did effective removal of Orb of Venom hurt the early melee roamers in Dota?
Oh, yeah.
Because Orb of Frost is just not comparable.
No, it's not.
But you have blood grenades. So there was some sort of early aggression trade-off there, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, what if you had the old Orb of Venom plus blood grenades now?
Yeah, fourth.
I mean,
run around melee fours would be unstoppable.
Yeah, you just have guaranteed chase down kill threat. Man, Collapse has been everywhere in this game.
He has.
He even gets a free trip.
Yeah, doesn't have to bother going back through the gate. He can, and this is the thing I love playing Underlord lately. Some of the things that they changed about him, it just makes him a much more aggressive hero. combined with this cleave facet, you go, you get a kill, you use that kill and the bonus damage you get alongside the cleave facet, and you are just wipe out the entire jungle so much faster.
He is getting fat this game. And he is going to be a team fight beast.
There's a reason why, not too long ago, people were trying this hero as carry.
Atos on this Ember, trying to lock him down. Ame joining the fight.
Global Silence going to be used, and it will save Laurel's life.
Oh, that grip, that is a nasty grip.
It is a nasty one. They don't have much ways to stop. The splitter comes in the last second. Now the arena trying to protect him, but Laurel goes back in for the kill. Ame has protection. He had one, had some heals, and now Laurel has overstepped himself. It draws in XM, a mid lane trade. Meanwhile, Jin-Q charging through the middle of all of them, trying to bail out XXS. A pushback, they go for Yatoro. Yatoro in trouble. Ame brings him down, and now turns his focus onto a collapse. Team Spirit, they chose to fight this one, but it was into a Radiance Alchemist, and it's not a fight they can win out, especially if it goes long, and it certainly has gone long. 15 seconds of team fight, 15 seconds of Radiance burns and glimpse backs. Extreme walk away the victors of this bout.
Difference there, carry diff. You have this Alchemist burning everybody, he gets max use out of his ultimate. I would love to have seen how much damage Ame tanked in that fight, because he had basically 3 effective jumps, and this Sven had no god strength to contribute. You see the damage differential.
Yeah, 3,000 more damage, and as you said, tanked a lot more damage too.
He did so much work there. Also, that arena catching the Ember when he remnanted back was huge. Ends up converting that kill on the Ember that might have escaped, been able to heal, and then come back again. Which would have been massive for Spirit, considering the damage output from the Sven is just non-existent. And I thought this fight's over at the grip. The fact Ame tanks this entire thing, gets out, super good arena from XXS. And next year, they're able to turn. Gotta sacrifice your Leshrac here, but he was already out of mana. So you will take this trade. I mean, you got a lot here on the return. And really nice concoctions from Ame. Lands them all on really good core targets. You're getting glimpse backs. These two supports can chase you down. Like, it's pretty nasty to try and disengage from this lineup if the fight starts going bad. Right. That's the thing for Spirit. And when you go into these fights, you better make sure you're winning them, because you are not getting out. Double chase down support in an Alchemist.
It was a crazy amount of heal he got during that fight. Like, his ult was popped, and he must have had 10 stick charges, but it looked like a mech went off, man. Like, all of a sudden, he was just like 300 HP higher when Laurel tried to go on him.
Maybe it was a Lotus Pass or something.
Yeah, that might be it, actually. I was looking through inventories. I was like, where did that extra burst come from? Jin-Q, he does have one Lotus, so maybe he had a second one that passed over. Something definitely happened.
XG can also build some auras in this game. Like, they're eyeing some Lotus Orbs. They're eyeing Pavis into Solar Crest for the Disruptor. Drama already done for Jin-Q. There's definitely some nice small ways to buff this Alk and accelerate this early game. Also great buffs for the Leshrac. Like, both these cores on the front line can do a lot with some of these auras if XXS on this Mars wants to go more of a utility route. It seems perfectly fine here. Another gate into mid. Spirit do not want to give XM any freedom along this mid lane going into this tower.
It does mean gate is on cooldown. No kill for it, Extreme. Immediately 3-man smoke up, pushing to bottom where XXS is.
They want to find the Sven down here, but it's going to be
Not
Rue
going to
running
find
in
him.
here.
They're going to find Rue instead. Drop the ward to spot him. Immediate static storm just to ensure the kill.
That's a fine smoke tank here. X-Nova. Yep, he'll get the drop, but he's just out of range of that obs up north, so misses the ward on that. At least you land something. This is a lot of time for the Alk.
Going for the kill on XXS. They've got full vision of him, and they know there's no heroes nearby. A defensive ward in the jungle helped Yatoro set this one up. That trio that came into the jungle, they knew they didn't keep pushing forward. Now they're going to find the extra kill on X-Nova as well.
Nice hasted. It's just so many power runes for Laurel this game. Like, you're going to get something with him. Or not.
Apparently not. Haste rune runs out, and he had enough HP. Raindrop, fluffy hat.
There's BKB for the Alk, by the way. This is a very strong timing for Ame. He's just going in. No, he's going in.
Yeah.
But he's racing the Sven BKB timing here as well. Yatoro is about 1,000 off, so if XG can get the fight going right now, they have a big advantage in terms of this Alchemist being invincible and this Sven still being targetable.
Especially set up right now for Tormentor play. This is a bold move for Team Spirit to take this when you do not have the BKB.
And they also don't have God Strength. That got used on the bottom play, so if you get stuck in a fight right here against a team that can chase you down...
You gotta get this and get out. but they're going to turn and fight, maybe? No, TP away, but they got him on the glimpse and the spear. The global sounds gets used there to try and protect him, but Larl and Collapse have been left behind. Larl has a chance to get away, but Collapse is definitely dead. Let's see if Larl can actually get out. Yules into the spear back. He's done as well. 2 cores pick off in exchange for a Tormentor play.
Shard went to the Bane. They don't even have the greatest Shard heroes in this game. I mean, it's fine, but that was not worth it for Spirit. Maybe economically, I'm sure there's some coaches like AUI would be like, that's worth it 100%. But in my eyes, XG would rather have the kills there. They
Yeah,
want
if
to
you were
keep
to
pushing.
throw gold and experience into the mix, particularly since you have some pretty experience. Whoa, wait. Once again, Extreme,
nice kill.
they make a move, and then they only leave one hero behind in that area, and Team Spirit pounce on them.
I agree. The post-move sequences for XG have not been super clean, and it's cost them a lot in this game. It gives little windows for Spirit to claw their way back after all these big core kills have occurred.
I mean,
Particularly if
theoretically,
Yatoro's
against other teams, this would work, right? There are a lot of other teams where you hit a space with a 4 or 5 man move, and then you don't want to be stuck up there with that many heroes, right? You want to be efficient. You want to play the map, so you only leave 1 or 2 behind, and everybody else farms the other parts.
I mean, the ironic sequence about this game has been a lot of the fights have gone XG's way because God Strength has been on cooldown for the fight. But the reason God Strength's been on cooldown for the fight is because Yatoro used it to kill somebody after the previous fight didn't go Spirit's way.
Right.
So,
so it's like a vicious cycle, but I don't know who's winning it.
It's kind of weird. Like, he doesn't have God Strength top, but that's because he solo killed your Mars bottom.
Yeah.
So is that a good trade-off for XG? Not really. It's not progressing their game at the pace they want. But it is creating an awkward sequence for Yatoro. Now, however, he will have that God Strength up for the next fight, and he has BKB finished. So you didn't get that big exchange with the Alk BKB before the Sven has his.
Yeah, and we only have a 2,000 net worth lead for Extreme. They haven't taken the mid tower yet. It feels like for an Alchemist lineup, they are behind.
A little bit, but I do like their itemization across the board. Like early BKB for the Lesh, it's going to be double Yules between the Mars and the Breaker, and then just utility. Pipe for the Mars, extra Solar Crest on that Disruptor I mentioned. There's a lot of kiting in this lineup, and Yules against the Ember, really good setup. You're getting concerned for Laurel as he's trying to push towards early BKB of his own. I think BKBs for both teams are going to be insanely valuable, which to me also puts a lot of pressure on Rue in this game, on this 4 Bane.
Sure.
You need some big grips as this game goes down the line. If the fights are coming down to an Alk and Sven going in with BKB, grip can make the difference in those situations.
Yeah, and how do you get a good grip when you've got Spear, Charge, Nether Strike?
Double Yules.
Every
Blitz.
single hero has a cancel, and a lot of them are long-range cancels.
And you just go the Aethel and Zags, and you hope your positioning is good enough.
Yeah.
But there's definitely a lot of interrupt in this lineup, and a lot of early utility for XG. They're gonna take the fights to Spirit here, and they're gonna have a lot of items to do it with. And it's not gonna be easy to kill people in these fights if the Sven is not there hitting them. You don't have another good damage source at this part of the game. I guess the Blade Mail and the Ember maybe counts for a little bit, depending on how much of that damage gets reflected. But again, BKB early on the Lesh.
Another power rune. Oh, never mind. X-Nova.
That was
managed to sneak the deny.
Incredibly bold deny with a lot of heroes off the map. There's a smoke for Spirit coming in right now. That could have been his death sentence.
That smoke, instead of mid, hit to bottom and did not catch XM. Farming defensively on the map.
And also keep this Breaker in mind. Xingqiu, he had a slow start. He's the most farmed core out of this first 25 minutes here.
Most support.
Sorry, yeah, support. He's always a core in my mind.
True.
This is a hero that can still scale like a beast if you get some big items.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets to BKB, he'll be freed up a lot.
He does damage.
I just think the pit is always so annoying. It's like playing against a Dark Willow as well. It's just like some of these heroes just debilitate your... Especially with the new Spirit Breaker, where they really killed his charge momentum. Quick kill onto the Silencer, and finally, Extreme are set up to take this mid tower.
Oh, they got the charge on the Ember. No BKB yet. He's 200 off.
XM's here with a follow-up, and they certainly have enough damage and control to kill a silenced Ember Spirit.
Super nice move for Extreme Gaming here. Again, using Ame's timings. That's an AC done on the Alk. They feel super strong. They get a kill into another kill, into a tower, into Roshan.
This will speed up the game a lot.
And all Yatoro can do is, well, think about what he can do next, because you're not doing anything right now. Godstrength BKB available for what? Didn't get this fight for the Roshan. Ame just gets to clean it up. Still a perfect game for this Alchemist, 4-0-5. And that's one of the biggest things with this hero. If you cannot die that 1 or 2 times, it makes a huge difference. Because you might never die. Like, this hero can just become invincible. Sure.
Yatoro will be trying to bring the damage to bring him low. Daedalus up next.
He needs the damage.
He does have level 19 as well, so soon to be that 20 talent.
He's also going to have a lot of utility behind him. Between the Underlord, Pipe, Lotus, plus the Atrophy Aura. You have the Global Silence, you have Solar Crest done. Both these lineups very carry-centric.
And both lineups have, like, kiting mechanisms. I mean, you get to the 20, you get the Warcry armor. Everybody on Spirit is going to have so much bonus armor that the Alchemist may not be able to kill heroes very quickly.
His damage does fall off a lot more than the super old versions of this hero used to.
But that is also where the Leshrac steps up, right?
Oh, for sure.
The difference between the two mid laners here is, like, Leshrac's going to bring a lot more damage to aid the Alchemist in blowing up heroes in the Emeralds.
You're also going to have a pretty nasty timing if this Lesh can get to Shiva's here, where you have that Shiva's plus AC combo, and you're negating a lot of the physical damage coming out from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Not fine items for the Sven to try and fight through if you don't get that instant stun burst.
How many pollen bags do we have on Team Spirit? See, 1 on the Ember Spirit. Shin-Q. He's going to be fine. Lotus passed over to him.
Dodging that smoke coming through. Spirit had a read on it. Gets power and gets out just that 1 pollen bag.
Okay.
In terms of the anti-healing versus the Alk here.
Yeah, I was curious if that would be in higher demand. Feels like one of the rare games where pollen bag has a lot of value.
Look at this charge through.
There's that Daedalus, but he picks it up, and now he's been chain stunned, let out by the charge, and the chain stuns Yatoro. He got off the BKB, but he still gets swiped down by Ame, and now he works onto Collapse. Maposhka's gonna get run down as well. 3 easy kills for Extreme Gaming. 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis 2.
The global was just not there quick enough. I'm not even sure it would have made a difference. Like, there's a lot of Dispel in this XG lineup already. Perfect chain lockdown. You get that Sven low enough, sure, he gets BKB off, but Ame's just there to clean him up, especially with those corrosive weaponry blades. 4,000 damage from the Alk, 0 done from the Sven. The story continues here as Ame has Yatoro's number. And what a find from Jin-Q. 1 charge just broke this game open.
And now Extreme hitting that 10k lineup. Ame, that's funny, swaps in the... He's still holding on to that Soul Ring just because mana is such a big issue for this Alchemist, but he is rapidly reaching, like, full hard 6-slotted territory.
Yeah, he's almost 10k ahead of this Sven. That's the territory you want to be in with this Allen versus anybody. You get to Swift Blink Abyssal Blade, you're just going to make his life miserable. XG just playing this mid game super well in Spirit. They had some okay defensive maneuvers, but it does not feel like we've seen anything offensive from them in a long time outside of a couple of those, you know, Sven plays around the map.
Yeah, the early pickoffs that they got, but those slowed down, especially now that we've reached, like, Extreme Gaming doesn't really have a reason to split up at this point. They could just kind of make 5-man moves.
Yep, for sure. Spirit Breaker can clean up the waves. They're just going high ground. A minute left on this Aegis. This has been a long Aegis period for Spirit. Get the glyph out here, but does Ame care? His ult is out. 25 seconds, can sleepwalk him in. They're going to bring the Sven back. They'll just walk it off.
Catch and release. Hoping that the Aegis will just tick out naturally.
Spirit are going to make a move here. They're going to try and strike right when this Aegis expires. Yatoro did finish the Daedalus. He's level 20.
Okay, it's going to have to be one of those longer smoke wraparounds, because you still have 30 seconds left on that Aegis.
Oh, they're eyeing this top power ring.
Bait it out?
Yeah, this is a really nice bait play. But do XG bite? They don't have interest.
Is a regen really that enticing?
No.
If it was an amp damage, right? Like, oh, they definitely want that.
XG had vision on the rune.
They sit on the triangle. Extreme might back up into it. They had good vision on that triangle too. Would have been a nice spot to, but it looks like Tormentor is the call instead.
Yeah, they're just not risking anything. They know they have a commanding lead right now. They just got the Abyssal and the Alchemist. Really tough item for the Sven to fight into. Another Tormentor play from Spirit.
Don't have to use God Strength for it. And the Shard for Collapse. I don't feel like that's terribly noteworthy.
Yeah, it's a little extra value, but nothing crazy here.
Yeah, if they somehow like burst down a hero barely, maybe we could point to that Shard being part of the reason.
They just TP'd their entire team to this outpost.
Teleport away, it's not gonna happen. Caught Collapse out in the side lane. And is that enough of a signal for Extreme to go high ground once again, this time with no Aegis, but a man down on Spirit?
They're really cutting the rat action out of Spirit's game plan here. This Spirit Breaker has had a very strong tangible impact, and I believe a very strong intangible impact in the sense of Spirit being a little scared to show on waves, particularly with supports. Even this Underlord, as we saw just there.
Sure.
The Sven doesn't want to show. It's giving a lot of extra map control for XG to play with.
Yeah, really the only hero who can show in theory is Laurel.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on this Ember to push the waves out. He's just one guy. Hasn't had the best game either.
Well, he's not just a guy, he's a TI winner.
Okay, I wasn't trying to, you know, throw any flame or anything.
Early gem gonna be picked up. Love that pickup. You've got control of the game. The biggest thing is just to make sure you don't get caught out by some sort of sneaky ward.
I think the support duo for Spirit has just felt clunky. I think that's been the biggest deciding factor here. Like,
yeah,
not a support duo that has made a lot of plays in this game, not capable of setting a lot up, not good at leading the aggressive fights.
Double observer wards off of that gem.
Oh,
what a
man.
great start.
That's just pure. Put the gem back in the fountain, right? Job's done.
Yeah,
Get it in 5 minutes again. And Ame, he is almost to that Swift Blink on top of that Abyssal. He was thinking about Ags, but
XM's almost to the well, there it is. Shivas.
Yeah, there's the Shivas. I actually are just hitting all the item timings right here. Got an amp damage in the bottle. This is
all that's left to you. You
so
get an
much.
extra Roshan, and then you just try and end the game with that Aegis, right?
Of course, a lot can go wrong for you there, right? Like 10k lead is not a lot here, especially considering it's against Team Spirit.
It's also an Alchemist lead. It's expected for him to have probably 5-digit lead by this point.
But this is where you want to be, at least roughly, plus or minus 5k. Did see the Axe picked up on the Bane. That is significant here if you can land a really good grip on the core target.
That makes a big difference, because now we know that that grip is actually going to last. Right, because Static Storm can't get both the illusions.
No, you can get two of the three.
You can get two of the three. You can get Bane and one of his illusions.
It's definitely possible actually you can get the cancel if it's a very influential one. Like if it lands on the Alk, they feel they need to get rid of it to take the fight. They do have the tools to do it. So we should not rule it out. You're really looking to land this on either the Lesh or the Alk though. You will grip the Mars if XXS initiates and you can grip him before his whole kit comes out.
Sure.
I would take that.
But otherwise, it's Sven all day. A charge through both supports. What a sick start there for Jin Q. How he got that opening, I'm not quite sure. But it's a doozy. And that leaves the base wide open for Extreme.
Absolutely wrecked him.
Nice little high ground ward spotted him out, got the charge, and then they just ended up lining up perfectly. There's still Roshan to be taken, and Extreme are going to wait for it.
I have everything they need.
Unlucky for them. Seems like it's going to be a little bit of a later spawn.
They got so many D-wards off this gem, though. Just don't have vision to get out on the map with. It's going to cause Spirit to have to clump more. Does Ame know that Yatoro's here? No. How also just don't even know what items Spirit are trying to get to that is going to change the dynamic of the fight at this point. Like, it feels like all the utility XG are building up. It all sounds great to me. We just saw the Lincolns on XXS, the BKB on the Breaker. You know, more damage or survivability on the Lesh is great.
I mean, scaling up the Ember, that's going to help, right?
A little bit, but
him having Aghanim Scepter relieves some burden of Sven.
He doesn't do much in the initial clash during the BKB durations, which is where I feel like these fights are getting decided.
Smoke up in Spirit. They're trying to get into this Roshan territory. They don't want to let Extreme have it for free, but they're going to break on the low ground. Break onto Ame, too. Not the best target for him, especially with Lotus and Arena on 3. And there's the jump from Ame. Outside of it, a Sven that gets stunned up while the 3 inside are decimated.
That fight is over the second that Arena lands. And that is a terrible position to go up for Team Spirit. XG hold the high ground. Just park their Alchemist on top of it. I mean, what are you going to do? Run in and grip him? That's a death sentence.
Worst possible smoke setup there for Spirit.
And it's a result of that gem doing so much work around the map.
Yeah, they're just completely blind, had no information about where Extreme was possibly going to be playing here.
And have nowhere to go to take that fight. Like, they're just walking around the entire map blind. You're going to have to go up a hill blind because every hill for you is blind. 0 wards on the map right now for Team Spirit. You do not see that often. But XG have controlled it really well. They've controlled the objectives, they've controlled the vision, and they've given up very little. They will be rewarded with an Aegis on Ame, almost level 25. Thinking about pulling an Ags. Generous. Very generous.
I mean,
see if he commits to that.
Kind of running out of slots.
I mean, the Lesh Ag sounds great this game, right? Nihilism. That'll be a successful TP. This game looks tough. I don't know if to say that for Spirit, because they're beasts at pulling games back, but Dynamization's just been too good here for XG. I mean, they can even go Wind Wakers off these 2 Yules. That's just brutal for this Spirit lineup, right? Against the Bane, against the Sven, against the lineup that has to win a fight off single target initiation, and you're potentially going to end up playing into multiple Wind Wakers as this game goes really late. If that ever comes out, I don't think you have a chance at that point.
Aname gonna force things, early banner to be used, and first chemical raid.
All right, it's all on Yatoro. Gotta land some sick jump with the Sven here and take somebody out.
Who do you try and take out?
Bars or Lesh?
Lesh.
One of those two. Don't have the smokes to really do it. Just watching for now.
Certainly not jumping the Alchemist with an Aegis and these Lotuses and Lincolns being passed over to him as well. But Extreme are showing nobody else. It's the only person showing in this high ground push. And Ame will try and make his joke. Doesn't see an opening, that's okay. Plenty more where that came from.
I got 3 minutes on this Aegis. That's so much time to work with here. Not a situation where Spirit can wait out the clock. You will have to take this fight.
Missile blade into a stun, into a spear with the Arena. Laurel looks like he's going to be okay, but they had to use the Global Silence. There's going to be the Fiend's Grip, but it was pretty useless.
Yatoro in. Not enough damage.
Oh, and he immediately got charged up by Jin Q. That is going to be Moses BKB held at ransom. Q, he needs to try and get some hits off, but he's getting bashed up by both the Alchemist and the Spirit Breaker.
That's it.
No shot. GG is called Extreme. We'll take game 1.
Man, what a game from them. Start off this series, get a solid win on the board. In style with the last pick Alchemist for Ame, who just played a perfect game. Ends this game 12-0 and 11 on that Alc. Joined all those early fights. I think the lane was maybe the only part where...
Peasant, that's what he's saying.
Gita.
Oh,
he blinked into the boat. He's going to have eyes on him. So if they can punish him. BZM keeping damage on towards Amar, so Amar unable to get any sort of blink Doom off there. Nice little micro there from BZM, keeping the creep on the Doom.
Maureen
They see Toby.
The Decrepify
He's very
off.
far forward.
Now he's having to get up towards Kristen, but Kristen's having to get the BKB off. He has been doomed, but the rupture was down onto Maureen. Maureen, he's gone. Roll from BZM over towards Amar. Amar, he falls as BZM takes down another, now ready to maybe even turn towards Skinner. Skinner's trying to chase to finish off the Bloodseeker, but he cannot do so. Avalanches into the toss. More than enough burst to deal with the Carry Weaver, and now ready to go for more again, Tundra. Attempted TP, put to a stop there by the bird, comes crashing down onto Snake King. Is fourth and dead. Crit's going to try for a TP, but he can't get out. Avalanche in play from Saxa. Tundra, they get the team wipe.
Well, they got themselves a couple of these support kills. They did get Toby, but that's only because Toby was so far out of position there. They lose everything. And BZM, he's in the base. He's looking to end it.
They couldn't kill him. Not once this game. 8-0-13 BZM. Pretty much, I mean, it is straight up a flawless game from him on the Beastmaster.
After he got all chatted.
Yeah.
in the beginning.
As I said, sometimes it could be a curse. It could come back to bite you when you look for a bit of all chat banter. Obviously, it was a bit of fun, but it was in good taste. But sure, maybe doesn't taste too great right now for Maureen. I don't think he'll be doing that again next game. No. As everything did kind of go downhill pretty quickly after that one.
Pretty quickly.
Tundra ready to pad up the stats here with a few more extra kills, and there it is. GG is called. Tundra hit back very, very hard here in this game. So we're going to a game 3, folks.
Honestly, BZM show, but some of these little things.
With your Mars when you're playing Kotal, they're going for insta-root on the Rasta.
I mean, Ghost is dropping low, though. They can focus his troll down again. First blood from Miero. Now they've got Omar all locked up in place as well for a double kill on the Dawnbreaker.
Oh,
incredible start.
Yeah, that's fantastic for him. Yeah, get himself towards the space boots nice and early with this. Just dropping item, making sure that gets brought to the lane. Boots are going to come in.
One thing that Kotal's pretty damn good at, securing the range creeps. Just illuminate, blast it down. And yeah, I guess that's not very accurate of me, right? Calling it like POS 5 and POS 4, because that usually refers to the gold distribution, how much gold you're getting out of the team.
Yeah, exactly. So, Bane, but Bane is going to be still becoming the POS 5 here. I don't think that he's going to be able to get much gold playing from the safe lane, taking care of the trolls. He has the responsibility of babysitting right now, which leaves you a bit less farmed.
Yeah, maybe you can stack some.
Glimpse back to Mars. He's still pretty healthy.
There's some good damage out of Pure. I'm not going to be able to finish him off there, are they? Nice spear disruptor. Kataomi illuminated and killed. And now Noob is on Pure with some good damage. Will force the Marcy back in towards the tower. I love those little moves where the Pure is like, okay, they don't have any spells to kill me anymore. I can go back and punch them once.
Yep, one attack. Just fighting back. You get bullied by this Kotal non-stop. He's auto-attacking you. You don't want to allow it, so run up and slap him once.
And that one hit could be the difference between life and death later on.
Yeah, it can be. You want to do everything you can. Marcy is looking to fight this. Has one skill point to skill up. W perhaps. Disruptor.
Oh, let's illuminate. Decent damage. And Pure, the one with the Lotus, gonna get away with it. And there's some Tangos too.
Oh, Shackle coming in. Starbreaker, Omar taking a lot of damage.
We're not allowed to look at that middle lane. There is stuff going on everywhere else.
Yeah,
feel the brunt of it.
Mid lane so far, Sumail doing a great job with blast hitting. Can be difficult against Void Spirit sometimes to really get your CS, but Puck has non-stop spam of Illusory Horde. It's a very spammable spell.
He does get tagged up by the Aether Remnant. With a few good hits from GPK. Yeah, with 4-minute rune popping up though, it's going to be use bottles, refill them up. Bane has come in to try and guard the water rune, but Save was there an inch ahead of him. Allows the Hex and Shackles. Sumail jumps across with GH arriving. They're turning this into a proper fight, it looks like. The Illuminate there, damage is good. And Save dying. Kataomi maybe can glimpse and help him. Thunderstrike thrown out, but the puck gets the high ground hit. Save dead while Omar survives. GPK with another Aether Remnant is going to tap him down though. A 1-for-1 into the bonus kill onto Kataomi with the Illuminate helping out. Sumail needs one more hit. I don't know if he can get it. Illusory Orb into the tree line does take the double kill. And a bloodbath in the mid lane as we get a 3v3.
Yeah, supports come mid, help, and then they just murder all the supports. These mid laners, they just want money, man. They know. It's a conspiracy. They're calling for mid support just so they can kill them.
Into the meat grinder.
Well, that's gonna put Sumail well ahead, getting the double kill there. Good amount of gold coming in.
That's perfect, man.
It was awkward to face shift dodge the Ether Remnant. It's like, yeah, but where are you going? You're still coming back and get hit by it again.
Goes. Again, gone on and killed. It's been a hard lane for him so far. Troll, last pick by Enigma Galaxy. 20 last hits, but a couple of deaths as this Dawnbreaker is just shredding bottom lane.
I think that first choice to take the fights, where they didn't have the damage, didn't have the HP really, was just very detrimental to the lane. Now, Dawnbreaker having the time of her life, just farming, got the Soul Ring, you just see as in. I'm trying to go on in with the Bane, but he just pops away.
Looks like it.
Scurries to safety.
And yeah, I guess Bane going and guarding runes and all this stuff, playing into mid, doesn't help the Troll either. But usually Troll has been that hero that dominates lanes. And having this bad of a start is a rough spot to be in.
It's the difference of having upgraded boots versus brown boots. If Troll got power treads early and there's brown boots Dawnbreaker, then sure. But instead it was the other way around. The Troll brown boots versus face boots Dawnbreaker, then it's not so easy.
Oh. Jump onto Mars. Well held back by Noob so far. Dawnbreaker's going to come in with the ulti though, disposing the Mars back in towards him. A good pick there as Miero continues that streak.
Yeah, that was an aggressive Dawn ulti. I didn't even think it was really needed. Looked like he was probably going to get run down, but now at least Dawn ulti not available for the Wisdom runes.
And Omar has found his man. Oh, no more stuns. TP home. Simply TP home.
Didn't even TP home, just TP to the Wisdom. Gets there first.
Oh, now Omar showing his hand. Trying to go for the steal. Moves up to the bridge and gets cut down.
Nice move by Pure, TPing in, joining for the fight, and then back to his lane through the gate.
Oh yeah, and we've already seen the stacks being blocked up by sentries. Kotl wasn't able to make the large camp stack. So Puck is now going to come in and clear what little creeps there are.
Yeah,
like Ancients, they did stack a little bit.
Yeah, he's making what stacks he can, but he has also been playing the lane mostly. He hasn't really been abandoning the Kotl or the Marsh non-stop. As we have 20 seconds until the power rune spawning. Sports are moving in. GH dropping low.
And Omar and GH basically just playing mid at this point. The tri-lane around Sumail, protect the king, bring the bodyguards, bring in the beef eaters. Make sure Sumail's not eating any poison food, keep him alive.
He got the DD rune as well.
DD rune, yeah. And now Shackles on the puck, post orb. That's huge!
Wow, what a catch! What a catch by Save. Right place at the right time there. That was a real outplay. Because they were 3v4, and they ended up getting the rune, getting kills, getting everything.
Pure? What are we doing over here? That's some funny business, killing couriers apparently. I'm getting controlled up a decent amount, but a glimpse, a bit of a save, and now stealing some creeps away from Enigma Galaxy.
Nice ulti timed out, so can't really steal too much, but back to lane it is, and Noob still doesn't have level 6. And he might be in danger of getting glimpsed again. Dawnbreaker ulti even comes in.
Another one? Onto the Mars? Oh, why the hell not? Pure can come in with one tap on Miero. And he takes the kill, it belongs to him. The Dawnbreaker, the one performing.
Oh, well, when it rains it pours, I guess. There was a drizzle of Marcy and now a Dawnbreaker, and here comes more of it.
BB team really just picking up the pace. And you're looking at this Bane, who's meant to be answering the Marcy. Level 4. We're not going to have that level 6 anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, they lost the side lanes Pretty hard, especially with the level 6 timing coming in from the Dawnbreaker. I think a lot of it comes back to how good of a start Dawnbreaker had. She had a good start, and then she effectively wins the top lane as well. This hero. I suspect we're gonna see a lot of Dawnbreaker this TI.
Good. I love.
Going off of you know, recent action. I remember last TI it was, you know, very popular among the South American players, but this TI is a big hero in Europe as well.
Well, it's like between TIs, it was also huge, right? We had these like we talked about it earlier. Dawnbreaker, Earth Spirit, Dawnbreaker, Nyx were like huge in the matchup for extended periods, and it's like they get nerfed pre-TI, and it's like, okay, nice, it's over. Omar still level 4, just trying to scout people out and guard rings if he can. Dropped to about half health, and it looks like BB Team gonna let him escape with his life. Well, the shield room spawns bottom for GPK. Step back and forth there, a little bit scary, because they're gonna coil him now with Sumail moving forward. Static Storm, well placed though, and this puck in an awful lot of danger. Bane Nightmare up the Void Spirit, but he's tanking through with that shield room going. Arena there to give him a bit of cover as well, allow Sumail to escape.
There's a lot of spells expanded. Dawnbreaker still cooldown on her ulti, couldn't really combo in with that. This is giving time to Troll though, who had a tough start to begin with, but now finds himself top of the CS charts. Maybe not top of the net worth, but he has been lasting a lot of creeps, and you can get some nice chip damage on the tower. 1000 HP gone. It's gonna be a Battle Fury build, the most standard Troll build.
Regular stuff.
That's nice when you're against triple melee force as well to go Battle Fury. Quite likely you're gonna lose some free damage between these heroes at some points.
Yeah, especially if they're coiled up in the arena. Plenty of ways.
I mean the Hell in a Cell.
The Hell in a Cell.
We're stealing that. We're just gathering lawsuits here for everyone. Nintendo.
The Undertaker with a tombstone. It's Kane with his signature move. Whatever the hell he did. Grip someone by the throat. I can't remember.
Oh, he grips it with a tackle.
He does. Nero comes in, but there's Rainbow TP arriving. Mars, Bane coming in here to save Ghost. They've leashed and coiled the Dawnbreaker now, and a big streak to be taken. Nightmare on the Void Spirit stops an encounter initiation. And Miero dead to Ghost. Money in the pockets of Enigma Galaxy.
Disruptor was there, but gonna go through the gate as well, up to top. Kataomi realized he doesn't want to stay down there. Noob is thinking if it's safe to go through this gate or not, or if he wants to stick around and farm.
I guess Marcy playing so far forward on that top lane, a scary idea that someone sat behind him. Well, who was your favorite wrestler growing up then?
Wrestler? Oh boy.
Yeah. Do you have one? Did you watch much?
I never watched WWE, you know. I'll say Alexander Karelin, you know. There you go. That's a Greco-Roman wrestler with a 993-7, I think, or no, what was his track record? It was like 2 losses ever in his entire career. And 900 plus wins.
That's insane.
And his losses were
like real wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, his nickname was the Russian Experiment because it just inhuman strength.
Wow.
Yeah, if you want to watch Greco-Roman wrestling, then he was, I mean, on a different level. I would make the case that he's arguably the most dominant athlete ever to have competed in any sport.
I mean, that is insane. Like, when you said 900, I thought you were, like, memeing. Like, oh,
no. Like, actually that many.
When was this, like, 100 years ago, or?
No. He's still alive.
Oh,
He's,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He also only lost on a technicality that he unclasped his hands behind the back of his opponent because that his opponent was really big. Let's say fat, you know, pretty thick. And you lose points if you can't hold your arms locked. And yeah, basically, yeah, they have to change the rules to make him lose, essentially.
Well, that's a really sick answer, and I feel kind of dumb because puck. We caught in a Static Storm, no? Phase shift dodging. Someone coming though, and there's the control from save. And get the puck taken down. Omar going to be found as well. The Bane cannot run and hide from BB Team. They're all lining up for this one. 5-man train coming in behind that tier 2 tower.
I think they recognize that once they get the momentum of one pick off there, you can't really TP in or it's going to be feed. So even though Mars had ulti available, he didn't want to join that, fearing the 1x1 feed. Every Dota player is familiar with doing it, and you don't want to be the team 1x1 feeding at the road to TI. They did, however, steal a Wisdom. Noob. I think Enigma is the biggest thieves when it comes to Wisdom runes, man. They're always there.
They try that hard, but we need to go back to this topic though. We've got some Andre the Giant and The Rock, Rey Mysterio, Kane, etc. Yeah. These are all right options. The best actual wrestler though was Mankind because he had a sock on his hand, and that was just incredible.
Mankind. I like the name. I don't know enough about WWE.
Oh, someone just mentioned him as well. Don't let Doe distract you from the fact that in 1998 when the Undertaker threw Mankind off. Yeah.
The meme. I've seen that meme on random posts. Mid, they're going on the Dawnbreaker. She doesn't have ulti. Ghost is diving in here.
And they want their start hungry for a kill. Ghost dropping very low, can have ulti now. Life stealing up a decent amount. Spear in the arena catches the Shadow Shaman, and Nero's dead. Ghost, low HP, trying to run away from GPK. They can turn and burn on this one. The troll is so low, so close to death, but the catch is not there. They can't gap close on it. They lose save on top of Miero. Sumel's gone deep for life, very low HP, toying with death, but Pure, a moment from death himself. Another couple of taps to the back of the head, but they don't quite have it, not just yet. Enigma Galaxy can't finish the job on the Pure carry Marcy, but they sure put a dent in BB Team's momentum.
And they don't finish the job, but they didn't lose anyone. Amazingly played there. Beautiful kiting coming out, using all the tools at their disposal. The sleep, the blinding lights, using all the random abilities, even the little God's Rebuke to keep people away from the key targets. And that is beautiful stuff. I mean, a troll getting activated that early, getting involved, getting in and getting big damage done and then back to farming. That is one of the things that can be hard to achieve. Right? Everyone knows the troll is strong when he gets items, but you want to be able to not just be a useless AFK farmer.
Yeah, those choices.
Pay attention to Ghost and how he's playing, man, because he's doing some good moves.
Yeah, that was always a topic that comes up with like Dyrachyo, right? Or I guess even before that. Oh my God, what was the aggressive on CDEC?
Yeah.
These conversations about tip-top carry players don't just sit in lane in a safe lane, farming in a safe space. They're looking for these moments of tremendous action where they can come out level 4, level 5, level 6, go in for play. And right now, Save is going to make one of these transactions happen, taking down Sumail with his global prowess of the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, nice pick off there. Getting Sumail is a huge kill for them. Slow his item progression down, and this puts the Rasta a little bit closer to his Blink Dagger. Save has done some amazing stuff in this game already without any item, but once you get Blink on Rasta, suddenly you can actually find people much more easily. Top. Not that on me, puts a ward, looking for glimpse targets.
No way,
GH, they see me. Nah, there's no way.
Ankle's broken over here. Just kicks him in the shins.
I mean, he does stay alive for a while. He has the Sister Shroud and the Pavis. Took them a while to kill him, but
very annoying.
In the end, he does drop. All for some GH magic, but when you have a glimpse coming in like that, not much you can do.
And so far, so good for the BB team heading into that mid to late game period, which we kind of expect them to excel in. But it's been a good showing here. Enigma Galaxy, again, a lot of these teams showing resilience, going behind in lanes, but still finding their moments, looking for pickoffs, keeping things very competitive, right? BB team haven't run away with this game, even though it feels like they could have. The net worth lead is nothing, minimal. But an important moment now. Marcy with an Aegis is a massive threat.
Yeah, I would say a big thing for me is that Enigma actually have really good late game. If the troll gets to farm, gets BKB and his items, I think that late game he can fight really well in some of these heroes that he counters. The downside though is that Marcy brings all this tempo right now. She's so much stronger at this stage. But they're going into the fight. Arena.
A spear Pure on the edge of it, looks like. Well, same as the focal point. Shadow Shaman dead. Dragon coming in while Rotan still dying here to Pure, but the Mars is being blown up, and Enigma Galaxy get 3 kills in a row. No buyback on Pure, no way to defend Roshan. Ghost says, thank you very much, I'll take the Aegis then.
That was the most next level arena that Noob ended up with. He arena'd.
Kind of put the Bane on Miposhka here, almost no matter what, and pick a more active hero for Root.
Trapped fighting against Roshan and couldn't move at all. Look at this. He's pinned, but he just can't do much. Like, he's not actually in the arena. He's outside of it. No, he's outside of it, so he can't walk down even. He just didn't have a play. And he can't TP out because Roche would bash him probably. You know, there's nothing. Wow. Enormous. Now you have Aegis on Troll, and this is the classic Roche fight into Tormentor. So it's going to be more and more advantages coming in. Enigma are looking on fire this game right now.
Yeah, firing all cylinders. We saw this from Falcons earlier on. All you need is this one moment. Yeah, it was like the same thing, right? Minute 20, minute 21. Roshan, Aegis, Tormentor. Take enemy side of the map, take Ancients, and pivot yourself towards those tier 2s.
Also a pretty insane shard to get the Caudal Shard. You get the 2 charges Solar Bind now. Also makes his heal stronger. I think more so the Solar Bind is going to be really frustrating to play against. Because we're so early in the game. There's no BKB on these heroes. No BKB on any of the cores.
And honestly, a huge flip in expectations for BB Team. Like, this is them feeling strong, kind of controlling the map.
Fight Aegis.
They were meant to have Aegis, but now they're looking at Ghost who has it. They jump on the Troll and blow up his first life immediately. Save, nearly dead, Escher's Ring pop. Under the cover of the tower, the Static Storm hiding inside the arena while Ghost is being dragged back in on the tower again. A Serpent Wall's doing some good damage, but there's the Great Wall to GPK. A lot of cancel, and the Dawnbreaker ulti comes smashing on in. Sumail and Noob disappear, and now Ghost is struggling to stick on the target. Does get Kato, and the kill there is good, but turned on by the Hex, the Shackles, and the damage from BB Team.
I honestly don't even understand that team fight. I don't even understand. They went straight for the Aegis, killed him, and then were able to win the fight throughout it. I mean, the Dawnbreaker is massive. She has Aghanims, so...
But Mars and Puck were like on top of each other and died at the same time, like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they, did they both get caught by the Marcy jump? They did.
I'm not sure. All I know is they died at pretty much the same time, and I don't know exactly how.
Yeah, the death summary for Puck isn't coming up for me, but you see the initial jump. So after this, I thought for sure, like, okay, it's a reset. But they keep going on the Troll, and here comes the Dawn ulti soon. They jump in, Dawn ulti. And then the Glimpse canceled the Fiend script to set him free again. Wow.
And Puck and Mars were, yeah, just on top of each other in Dawn ulti, inside the whirling hammer of the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Some sick control that was saved.
Whew. This swings fast and hard, man. I did not expect that they would get immediately punished with their Aegis. Didn't even get to tower. Tower's still alive somehow. BB Team showing that they are a team that is not afraid. They were far behind in terms of net worth. No Aegis, but they just go.
Let's see what Enigma Galaxy can do here, though. They're smoked up. Hunting in this bottom right-hand corner, where Sumail's Puck has just showed his face.
Scan sees them.
Yeah.
No blink on the Mars yet, so he can't be the one to catch. They're all gonna get out safely. Troll's just gonna take the tower. Easy for a Troll to finish this.
And Courier's being looked at by the Mars. I'll be able to get it though.
Big timings though. From the last fight, BB Team finished up a pipe. They got the BKB on the Marcy, and they have Aghanim Scepter on the Void, so all big key items.
Save has also been getting away with murder surviving in some of these fights.
It's a truly searing game. Spectators pointing out. We got 5 searing signals. A lot of burn.
Goodness gracious me. That's a good item.
But yeah,
Essence
you're
Ring
right.
also a very
Save
good item.
has looked amazing in this game so far, in particular this one.
Getting on top of the Shadow Shaman is pretty high priority, it feels like.
I think so, yeah. Stopping him.
If your troll gets hexed once, it feels like you can just
Chain
die.
stun?
Like, yeah, hex to the shackles, chain stun and dead. And what can you do to stop that? You're gonna kill
Not
Shadow
much.
Shaman before he gets on you, right?
Yeah, not much you can do right now. He needs Aghanim Scepter on Troll to break that, essentially, or I don't know. Or not even Aghanim Scepter, I mean the 25 sound. But there's no way to really save him. Like, you can try and Nightmare him, but it doesn't matter. They're just dogpiling all their stuns. And they don't have a Shaker or something to punish this type of behavior.
Or a bear.
Or a bear. Yeah, a bear would, you know.
Is Earthshaker a bear? He's more doggy. I don't know why, but he's more woof woof. than
Yeah,
rawr.
I don't know if bear is right for him. But I kinda bear-like, kinda.
Like a golem or gargoyle, Earthshaker was one of. What has it been? Restless slumber, grew curious.
Anything in the lore?
I don't know. I'm not very good at reading, to be honest with you.
No, me neither.
I've tried reading recently. My God, it hurts. I need three different drinks and several distractions. I'm trying to read the D&D Dungeon Master's Guide because I've never actually read it, even though I'm a running game. So I've set myself a challenge to actually read some books this year.
Wow. Samael under a ward right now, but far enough away from people he should be fine. Save wants to catch him, but not that easy.
And Kata just lurking mid, pushing wave. Making sure there are no easy angles for Enigma Galaxy to get on the other side of the river. And also picking up his blink.
Aghanim Scepter on Pure is gonna be big. That silence continuously. It's not gonna be nice to play against when you're playing like Bane or something. I mean, I guess his target is gonna be hitting the Marcy anyway with the Fiend Script, but it's just one more thing. Void Spirit can silence, Marcy can silence, but just auto-attacking. Disruptor can silence you or good against you. Finding a good Fiend Script here feels impossible. He's saving his catapult by nightmaring it. Wow. It's the little
Carty!
things.
Yeah. And now protecting with Mars Illusion. Very good, very good.
And then stab it. Just deny it.
You've done your job. Now die.
There's a delay in sound. That doesn't sound
Interesting.
great. Give
I
it a
guess
good
so.
old Omar, I'm here as tech support. Try turning it off and on again.
And close TeamSpeak and then open TeamSpeak.
Ah.
You're gonna lose with it.
Oh yeah, that hero's trash. Faceless Void, I think.
What? I mean, it can't be that trash.
I like the co-op a lot. I like both of them, honestly. The co-op is a bit more punishing if the bad rider were to go.
Okay, here we
The way Sniper is a bottom 5 here.
Initiations. And
Yeah,
then this
this-
whole day has just been like, who gets to jump who first? Play off of one ward, have your Earthshaker, or I guess in this case your Void Spirit and Shadow Shaman just jump someone. Have your Mars find someone.
Some also premeditated idea about what you're doing in that fight, because that's the thing. Usually jumping someone or like getting the jump is about the fact that you are going and you already know what you're gonna do. Whereas if you're getting jumped, then you have to react and you don't know what you're doing. So it's always nice to have the attacker's advantage in the sense that you have a game plan. The opponents have to react to it. So yeah, even though they fought into Aegis under tower, which I thought would have been dangerous, it still worked out really well for them because they were like, yeah, blow him up once, reset, and then we kill again. And it's like, okay. And they just make it look so easy, something that is not easy to pull off. These teams are obviously super competent at what they do.
Yeah, because even if it's premeditated and you know, like, this is the algorithm we want to follow, this spell onto that hero, follow it onto that hero, things can change so quickly. If a puck jumps into the middle of you, you're all silenced up, you're like, oh, okay, well, we've got to kind of react to this.
I think the best part is that it's all unspoken, right? You say what you want to do, but you don't have time to be like, okay, you're going to use your blink and your spells, but not this spell. You know, you don't have time. You just say, okay, poke a little bit, and everyone kind of gets what that means, and you try not to overcommit, but still do enough.
Yeah, that
and that's what
quality
these
of communication.
Yeah, exactly. You need to all understand. That's why I normally talk about how teams need to have same vision, need to be in the same idea about how to take fights. Because if someone goes hard and like pops a certain ulti or something, it's like, oh, well, now we all have to. Suddenly the confusion can lose you a team fight or a game.
Yeah, I feel like when we started to really like interview coaches and captains and stuff like that, you know, we got a lot of this information firsthand instead of just guessing. And like a couple of the first ones were from Kuro. I remember people interviewing and talking to him about like people making calls, right? Whoever the strongest hero is at that moment gets to make the call rather than just the captain doing it all the time.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, or something like fake back, right? Like we'd never seen these fake backs before. I'm talking like old school Dota, where it was just retreat or fight were the two options. Someone like inventing the call fake back and then actually communicating that to your team so they understood what it was like groundbreaking.
Essentially, I mean, it became a lot of concepts kind of evolve over time, and it becomes normal. We build it in as okay, we put that in the pocket of every Dota player. Now we all kind of know what we mean with that.
Yeah, we'll go cut the wave. Like, what did cut the wave mean 10 minutes ago, 10 years ago? Nobody knew. What are you sending me? Why are you sending me pictures?
I'm sending you the camel. I was watching GH during the pause, man. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to redirect our cameraman over to it. But it was doing some breakneck movements, let's just say. It can twist that little neck.
All over the place. Camels are funny creatures.
They are. Have you ever ridden one?
Have I ever ridden a camel? I want to say yes, probably, but I cannot remember ever doing it.
You can go to Sweden
I lived
always,
in Saudi for 3 years, so I feel like it's something that would have happened, but I cannot remember actually doing it.
Yeah. Well, we have a
have
farm.
you ridden a camel? No, we can't move on from this.
No, we have Swedish camels. They live in Sweden. They apparently really enjoy our climate, which is surprising to me. Wouldn't they have been here naturally then? But no, they like it.
I thought sarcasm, but serious.
No, actually, yeah, I'm serious. They're really nice to ride. Very different from a horse. So relaxing.
I might be getting this wrong. Camels are like all from Australia or some shit like that, right? They were like imported, or maybe it's just one breed. There's like one type of camel that was like native to one place, and then like camels didn't come from like Saudi or the Middle East or something. They were brought there.
Yeesh.
But it's Team Spirit, and they've done some crazy stuff, so I'm not going to count them out yet.
Yeah, and we still have certain matchups like Void Spirit versus Puck, where you're going to get a CS advantage for Laurel. The biggest thing is to make sure he doesn't die to the Puck's harassment.
He's doing really well, by the way. He is perfect CS on these first 3 waves. Going into the 4th, still has perfect CS. Still has perfect CS. The man don't miss, Austin.
Don't miss.
The team's crumbling. They just lost 2,000 net worth. Maposhka says it's time to step up. Welcome back to the squad. We played with 10 other mids. They're all worse than you. Please carry us, brother.
Yeah, I couldn't get over that number. 3 to 4 different mids a month while Laurel is gone. Like, they just couldn't find somebody that is even a shadow of Laurel's capabilities.
I mean, this guy is genuinely incredibly good. He has been, I think he has been one of the most underrated players we've had in maybe, I don't want to say Dota history, because that's a lot of play. Yeah, you know. Like I'm in there somewhere. There's a lot of
right, yep.
A lot of underrated players over the course of the years, but he's very underrated. Just I think a product of how good this team is. You get overshadowed a little bit, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially since you're one of the guys with only 1 TI victory versus the
only
trio
one TI ring. What a shame. What a lackluster resume. Only 2 EWC, 1 TI ring. That's such a sad career. That said, Spirit actually doing really well in these lanes for being down 2k gold going into them. They are absolutely CSing fine. They're pulling this back. Slow start for Yatoro, but there was a lot of gold on that axe walking into this one. And they did end up putting the Bane on the 4 again, which is really interesting because I felt like it was going to go to Maposhka almost no matter what. And Rue played a lot of that Shaman early in the season, but I think at some point they also changed the hero player priority on this hero. Like they ended up putting the Shaman a lot more on the 5 than the 4 at some point halfway through this year. So there must have been some discussion around it in terms of what do we want out of this hero in terms of being an initiator or being more of just a backline support who gives us objectives, and they favor the other way. So it's interesting to see them continue to do that here. But like I said, man, the fact that they are leading the CS chart with all 3 cores out of a 2K deficit is absurd.
That is impressive.
Now, they're still down a lot of gold here, but usually you are going to lose lanes out of that hole because the stats come out faster, there's extra regen, you're getting to the level 2s first. So that does tell you a lot, one, about Spirit's laning prowess, and 2, they set themselves up well in the draft. Pretty hard heroes to abuse in this laning phase for XG.
I thought you were going to say the mental strength of the team to bounce back from something like that.
That goes without saying. I mean, you don't win 2 TIs without some insane mental fortitude.
Another grab here. Yutaro going to come in. Hefty damage on XXS.
We'll get his courier.
The giant creep wave that XXS was stacking up. Scare him off of that a little bit. One X-Nova.
They're going to get him.
They got him. So, first kill for Team Spirit.
First blood. If we forget everything else. What a first blood it would have been here. But man, these lanes are really, I cannot emphasize how well these lanes are going. I think it's probably the only time I've ever said it. That you have the last 3 net worths, but the lanes are going really well for This is not the net worth chart that reflects that, but I can assure you, like, Spirit are just playing out of their minds right now in this laning phase. And it does help that they have some heroes that are tough to force out. Like, the Puck is not going to force this Void Spirit off the wave. And the Centaur is really tough to force out of top. I mean, that's just, it's a last pick Centaur. You took Void into it. Void doesn't get forced off the lane, but he's not pressuring Centaur at all.
We have a Vanguard on Centaur, and I wanted to bring up this item. Do you think this item still has a place in the meta, considering how big Blade Mail has
that's it's an aggressive orb, but he's fine, I think. I don't think there's enough damage here.
I mean, you really took a risk there with the orb. I guess hoping that he would juke out Laurel on the steps, but...
He's dead. That's a huge kill for Spirit. Again, this is a 5 Shaman. Being able to put some pressure into this Puck early. They're just owning this early game from the position they were in. Absolutely owning it. I think the Vanguard's fine.
Because it is a lot to pick up early, right? You get the Vanguard, but you're also going to get Blade Mail. It means your Blink Dagger is very delayed. XXS going to be run down. It also means any other teamfight items you might want. Say you think it's a good pipe game, that's going to be heavily delayed.
I don't think it delays it that much if you can use the Vanguard to play more aggressive and secure like an earlier tower. You can cut waves and farm a camp a lot more confidently without the gate coming through onto you. Like, it can end up paying the dividends, basically. And there's some games where the build-up is still viable. The Wisdom Shrines get split. I mean, this is... I don't know, man. Spirit are just something else. Like, this game could have been just over.
I got confirmation. Ame is indeed the only deathless player of this TI.
There you go.
Hey, thanks.
That's a good confirmation right there. Because this game, there's a lot on the line. I mean, what if you lose this game as XG? What do you even say after that start?
Now the grab, Nightmare into Shackles is a cute little combo. Move him out of position for the Shackles to be even more effective. And another death for XM, Laurel. This time around, it feels like he's got some heroes to play around. He's got some momentum going his way. And just like last game, he is getting all the power runes.
This is the big adjustment from game 1 to 2. I think it's so clear. When Spirit feel like they can't do something, they instantly adjust it. And they have shown how much that adjustment means here. As they get some better interaction with their mid, they play through him, they use these power wounds a lot better, and they shut down XM, who's just been left on an island because a lot of the attention from the supports has gone into securing the early game on the side lanes and getting some stacks up. But you gave up a lot of tempo and control, and this Void Spirit in a super good position relative to XM here, getting that Ags up or some early damage at a good time. You have Shaman and Bane, 2 great disables against the Puck. There's the Helm Creep from Ame, just gets fed away. No, it did not. He resummoned in time.
I did appreciate we didn't see any Helmet Doms in game 1.
Yeah, this item has been on the rise. Not the most exciting item to watch, but
no,
very strong item. And of course, This is not really XG going, we're going to build Helmet Dom. It's the build on Void right now.
As an offlaner who hates microing, I hate Helmet Dom metas.
That's the thing, Dota players are lazy. Like, this item is not going to be Wraith Pack, because Wraith Pack, you just buy Wraith Pack, put it down, whatever.
I mean, I think that's what makes this item even more disgusting, because if it is meta, it must be so overpowered. But also, particularly right now, like, how it's just kind of being used as a Midas Light half the time.
Well, that's how Valve intended it, so take it up with them,
I'm just saying now, like, you don't even have to micro to really utilize this item that well.
That's the beauty of TI. You know, Valve are here, so you can just go right down the door and you can give them your criticism later, Austin.
I'll save that for my in-game rants.
Oh,
I hope they're watching the A stream right now.
They're not watching this. Interesting rotation from Aposhka. He was trying to surprise Ame up here, but you can't kill Ame. If you've learned anything from this TI, the man is just untouchable.
Can you imagine he goes through the entire TI deathless?
If this man wins a TI going deathless, actually, I guess that doesn't mean he wins.
I was about to say he loses deathless. FY moment, fireworks going off. Ame deathless loses TI.
Well, honestly, what would be more impressive? If you won it going deathless or you lost it going deathless? I genuinely think losing it is somehow more impressive.
I think so, yeah.
That'd be the most Ame thing to do, not to like throw him under the bus or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's hope that doesn't happen, but him going deathless would be probably the most insane thing I've ever seen in a TI run, because that's just not supposed to happen.
Yeah, the uncrowned king failing to get his crown once again.
This game is completely evened out. So much for a great start here for XG. They're going to have to win this game the hard way. That said, they have crazy good scale with this Faceless Void, so...
Get a grab on XM, got the Nightmare. Now, he's not level 6.
Yeah, nothing
and
to do here.
No follow-up to this really that much unless...
You have a haste rune on Laurel.
Yeah, he could try and run it down. The curveball just goes so far, though.
Dude, what is the power rune distribution between these two mids this series? It's got to be like 90% Laurel.
It is dying out here. And the fact that he's played a Spirit Hero both games and gotten all these power runes, it's kind of disgusting.
I honestly think they should win game 1 off that power rune difference alone, considering it's an Ember. They just couldn't use it for anything. This is a very different game. They're going to rotate the Centaur to mid as the smoke wrap is coming around, but they eye a bigger prize.
Catching the axe midway through, clearing out an Ancient stack. They have the damage to finish him off easily. Laurel Cut sweeping in with his haste rune.
And even got the Ice Shaman there.
And the Centaur will start taking that tower.
Ooh, that is
painful.
That's really painful. You do not want to get nothing out of these early static storms. That's really your only kill threat on this Void Spirit. This hero's tanky with early point booster, Spark of Courage armor. Your only kill threat on this game is the Void coming in or that static storm. And the Void is not going to come in and offer you a lot for a long time here.
And it's Void Spirit puck timing. I mean, it's a really hard matchup if Void Spirit gets a decent net worth ahead because he gets that faster Aghanim Scepter, and as a puck, you will not have an answer for quite some time, right? Like, don't you as a puck usually have to build BKB for this matchup?
That's what we've seen. I mean, when we saw Laurel play it, since he's in this game, we can talk about him, like, he rushed that BKB.
Yeah.
He got it very early. I think just Witchblade BKB in a lot of cases. You need Witchblade on this hero, and you're just not doing damage. And then you're either considering Yule's Blink or BKB versus the Void Spirit, but the BKB is the most expensive of all those, and it's a really slow build-up if you're behind.
And Collapse with his Vanguard Blade Mail. I mean, he's putting that Vanguard to use. He is farming very aggressively. He's taken 2 different towers now with that early rotation to mid.
Oh, a little snake farming.
And Aposhka with big ward.
Some good golden space to take away from the Void. I don't know if he'd be doing this exactly, but you definitely feel good right here from Aposhka.
Dude, this is a disgusting combination, by the way. Shadow Shaman with this neutral item. I mean, talk about a hard hero to kill.
This is everybody's most hated nightmare of the patch.
Yeah, I think
Sister Shroud Shaman.
I can't hit him.
Tesso already done for that TA as well. This Roche is on the menu for Spirit. That next Shaman ward. may not even need it if you win a fight around that mid lane.
Yeah, one of your suggestions was the Ursa to try and contest this faster Roshan, but with the Faceless Void, it kind of almost guarantees that Spirit's going to get the first 1 or 2 Roshans.
Another power. I mean, something has to change in this game for XG. This is not the same game as game 1. Like, you cannot be giving this many runes away and give a bunch of Roshans to TA and expect to win this game. You're going to have to start to find some action soon. There's at least some Code of Blood success.
Rue tries to get a little too cheeky with it, hoping to Nightmare Sleepwalk somebody off of the Wisdom Shrine and steal it, like he stole in game 1, but not to be.
This just feels like the reverse of game 1, where XG have a very defensive lineup. They're hoping it's just going to outscale Spirit by giving up a lot, but banking on the late game. And it's mostly, again, their support interactions with their mid are just trash. Like, Shadow Demon Disruptor going to Puck is just a nothing. You don't have the damage follow-up that Puck needs to threaten heroes around the map. So it has to come from somewhere else. And personally, I know there's a lot of teams that disagree, but personally, I hate Disruptor in these style of games. I think it's just a waste of the hero. Like, what's he offering you in this situation where you can't get aggressive, you can't run at people, you can't set kills up?
Ame failed to get off the Helmadom in time, so Collapse gets the extra Helmadom creep gold.
But he gets this cute thing for the pipe.
Yeah, look at him go.
I guess it's a blowgun, right?
Yeah, blowgun.
Or is it a bong?
Oh, God. Oh no, you're doing it again. You did this last Eon.
Wait, did I?
Yes, you did.
No, I did.
You brought up the special class that Val gave in the.
So I didn't say that. Let's not bring that up again. I know that wasn't me. That was a different bald guy. That was maybe one of the other bald guys. Well, look, I'm not saying that's what it was.
5-5 2000 network lead for Team Spirit. A 2-man smoke play. Rue, Laurel, looking for that opening on the puck.
Oh, there's another power. He literally has amp damage running.
Oh, goodness. There goes Maposhka.
Okay. Yeah, that's something.
I don't know how he got into that position on top of a creep wave.
I mean, you just get blink called.
Yeah, what was he doing sitting in the middle of the creep wave in the first place?
There's nothing happening for 10 minutes. He's going to farm.
Yeah, I guess so. Another coat of blood. The armor grows. He's going to need a lot of the armor. Immediate smoke up from Extreme off of that kill. They sweep the axe to the other side.
You want the Void Spear here? Call into Static Storm follow-up. You don't really want the Centaur. The issue is that Shield Rune can cause you some big problems. You do have Shadow Demon ult, though.
That is true.
You actually don't really care here. Maybe that's why the smoke was committed. Ooh, Blink Blind.
Breaks the low ground, throw a ward onto the high ground, go for the bait. Call and Static Storm, a lot being used for this for not a very fast kill, and Collapse gonna try and pounce on a 2-man stomp. Beautiful hit from Collapse, and with Yotaro there, they've got the damage for both. XXS and Jin Q will both fall. The only one to escape is XM, who managed a phase shift dodge the initiation from Collapse.
Just go into Roche here, drop the ward, that's the only downside, so maybe they feel it's not fast enough. Yeah, they'll skip on it, but those are Deso charges for Yotaro, who's on a way faster carry this time around, and again, the carry differential is like that game 1. The Alchemist was getting more done than the Sven. This game, this TA is going to get more done than the Void. Because you don't have early damage follow-up in the Chrono, there's kind of no point in Ame joining these early fights.
I feel like there are both carries for different reasons that feel really, really bad to be behind. Right? Alchemist just reaches this unkillable state. Templar Assassin can do that, but the thing I hate about playing against Templar Assassin when you're behind is the shard on the traps, right? You just lose so much map control, and any team fights, you might just start off with a bunch of heroes being silenced.
It's the shard traps disabling your map pressure, and then that map pressure leads into quick Roshan and Tormentor kills. And the net worth lead for the team just builds. That's why this hero is so powerful. And right now, XG just don't have an answer for it. Blink is available for Collapse, as we saw in that fight, so you can also look for more small, aggressive plays if you're Spirit.
And he is going to go for the pipe. Not a slow pipe, despite the Vanguard Blade Mail Blink Dagger buildup.
No, he took early towers. That's where this Vanguard pays off.
Yeah.
I mean, Spirit are getting everything they want in this lineup. Like, outside of the terrible start, this should just be a clean Roshan non-contest from XG unless you get this axe in here off a sick call. And if I'm them after that fight, like they threw down the Axe Call Blade Mail plus Static Storm on that Bane. I don't know if you can afford to do that and win the fight.
I don't think so either, but at the same time, if you're not catching the Bane, the Nightmare save on the Axe initiation is also really bad. Right? Like either the Axe gets nightmared or the person he calls gets nightmared.
I think you just have to live with the speed of the play. Throw Static Storm behind him maybe, but I mean, if you catch a core, you throw down this Static Storm, but I don't think you can throw it on a support and win the long fight. You don't have enough in the tank right now. Mjolnir is done for Ame. That helps your damage issues a little bit. Still looking for those 15, 20 talents. That would help a bit more as well. He's going to go BKB from here. This is one of those games where you kind of want the BKB on the Void, for the Void Spirit, the TA traps, the Shaman, but there's always that grip looming. There's Stampede to bail heroes out of your BKB if you're not hitting them in the chrono.
Radiant are scanning.
I wish XM the best of luck.
Getting Ame involved now, pushing him on the front line with the creep. Trying to make the smoke play behind him, bait anybody out, but again, they don't jump this Void Spirit. They have enough to all in him, but it's very risky depending on where Spirit's heroes are. Still an Aegis for 3.5. Very low HP tower down here. This could be a tower that Spirit fight around. They'll give it up for free. Ame denies a bounty rune. Got him. Economic damage. Value of HOD.
Yes, I was about to say.
And then he fed it away again.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Yatoro's just psyoped people into going Helma Dom so he has extra creeps to farm.
Maybe that's what this is the counter, right? The TA, you just two-shot it. You have so much minus armor.
Yeah.
Can't put armor on the creep. So, you've fallen into my trap, Ame.
Were you listening this morning to Owen's various suggestions
Yes,
to how to counter
not good.
Helma Dom? Do you have a favorite in that list?
It was not a list. It was one thing, which was Weaver Geminate XP. Or not Weaver Swarm XP.
Yes.
That's not a good counter. The actual counter is you convince other people to play Faceless Void with HOD, and then you beat them. You gaslit him for
Yatoro
3
has
months.
psyoped the entirety of the TI competition.
It's possible. It's definitely possible. You know, he's gonna play like Drow Ranger with Dagon or something. People are just gonna lose their minds over it.
No, but you don't understand. The Dagon counters the Helma Dom.
But if you beat him with it, like if you're Ame and you beat him with his Void HOD,
yeah.
That's just,
Psyop the Psyopper?
That's just badass right there.
That's just badass, brother. Is Ame still deathless?
Oh yeah, he's deathless. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Oh, I will make sure you know. A little setup here.
Okay. We're a little off the mark there. That nightmare doesn't last forever.
I mean, again, if XG are not making a move with XXS, there's nothing happening in this game. This Axe has to be everything all the time for Extreme Gaming.
Uh-oh.
Want to do something? Ooh, barely got out of there.
Yeah, that was a little close.
I think he still has Aegis, so I don't even think you really can chrono him there.
That's true.
That's why he's playing up so far.
You could try, and if you have any instant damage, you might be able to get him on the second life.
I just worried about the team coming in and their Stampede and stuff. Smoke from Spirit. I mean, they have BKB Ags on Laurel. They are incredibly strong right now. Even finished up an Aether Lens on the Shaman, who, by the way, is the most farm support. Maposhka putting in work. He says if it's going to be a slow game, I'm just going to farm. His read on this was absolutely correct, too. So this is huge. Getting that extra range plus a little Tumbler Toy action versus Puck, that's big.
I like the Team Spirit getting quite aggressive right now because I don't think they just want to let Extreme get to BKBs for free.
No, you don't want this game to go ultra late. You want to put the pressure on with the Templar Assassin's timing. 30 seconds left on this Aegis. Perfect time to go high ground.
It's deja vu. Team Spirit with an Aegis going high ground, just like Extreme did, going dire side high ground, bottom lane.
Is this a
Little
fight
time left on the Aegis?
XG can take? If they go in when this Aegis is expiring with Axe Call and then look for a Chrono on the backline, it's
Clearly
doable.
do not want to take this. They are not coming back, apparently.
Or that's just Rain Track's gone at 24. Legal is done for the Templar Assassin. Still no fight here. Coming out from XG. Slowly falling behind.
Now that is going to be a play. Collapse, going to go Aghanim Scepter. You could bail out some heroes out of the Call, potentially out of Chronosphere.
I mean, the Chrono is not.
Out of the Coil. I mean, you get some hero on the edge. You know, you're trying to grab 2 or 3 heroes. They're on the edge.
Tough. It's pretty tough. Alme's not going to give you that kind of hope.
Why? Oh, okay. You're saying Collapse isn't capable of that.
No, Collapse is capable, but
Generational offlaner.
Ame is not going to give you that kind of opening. That's all I'm saying. Like, he knows. He's going to see the card. He actually doesn't even need to see the card. He's going to know you have the card before you even have it. Generational offlane.
You called him that.
He is a generational offlane.
Why are you laughing at that?
You can't just call him that in a cast. It's like incredibly biased.
No, it's not. If it's true, it's true.
That's fair. There's the BKB for XM. You don't want to do it, but you got to do it. And another smoke on this Axe that yields nothing. I think this is like the 3rd smoke that they basically got 1 support out of.
Oh. Rue, Nightmare and Run. I don't know if he knows there's more heroes around. I'm sure there's no way a Shadow Demon's just hanging out by himself. But how is it that 3 heroes surrounding this territory, Rue just walks away? No Glimmer Cape, no Blink Dagger, no Force Staff. He walks away.
Nighttime vision.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Powerful.
It is.
I will also say, you look at this inventory, he's got 2.1k gold. You going towards that Axe? I'm buying Boots of Travel, man.
What?
It feels too good. I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should. That's like an unranked.
He doesn't have any weight.
I'm saying like in an unranked pub, I'm buying Boots of Travel.
Yeah, sure. That's a Merlini Dota strat.
So that's when people talk about discipline, that's discipline.
I don't think that's all right.
Another power roof. It's just
Really
disgusting, dude.
They gotta stop giving it to
I
him.
honestly think XM has just given up. Like, I don't even think he's looking for the power moves anymore. He just assumes they've all been taken. You're getting Void to some farm here. I mean, honestly, this game state doesn't look terrible for XG. They got to the BKB on Ame. He's almost level 18 for 3 points in that Chrono. You get a Scotty here, you're going to be very tanky, hard to burst down. Fights are winnable.
But you're gonna have enough damage if you go Scott.
That's why you got the Alpha Wolf. You don't sound convinced.
I mean, I think Extreme will have lots of damage in 20 minutes time. I'm concerned like 10 minutes
Oh, yeah.
time.
But if they somehow win a fight in this period, this game's going to get weird for Spirit, I think. This is kind of the tipping point, this next 5-minute period to me. Like, going into this next Roshan is going to decide if this game goes another 30 minutes or if it just kind of ends. You have to win something in that period if you're XG. There's your Ags. There's your BKB for the TA. Big items are here for Spirit.
I feel like I've just watched like 2 rounds of big items being purchased by Core with nothing happening in between. And I can't fully decide on who that favors. Because I feel like Team Spirit is going to be unstoppable in 10 minutes, but it's generally, the game is going later, so that kind of favors Extreme eventually.
I think this does favor Extreme because they were in a position where this game could have spiraled a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, they were so down that they just gave up a range barracks.
Yep. And I also think generally you're happy farming with Faceless Void. I mean, it's Faceless Void, dude. It's the hardest scaling carry in Dota unless you're Ghost with a bear. As we saw earlier.
That's true.
But bears just don't care about technology. They don't. Bears
are
don't.
superior technology.
Bears are superior technology to Lovecraftian space horrors and their control of time. Bears, they don't care about time. You know, they don't care about anything.
True. Bears do not have a concept of time.
That's right. They're above
Therefore,
it.
they are not countered when time stops.
That's what we learned today. So if you outside of that, you're kingdom. So I gotta believe that actually are not the saddest during this time period. I also think Axe is a harder scaling offlaner than Centaur. I'm like kind of a certified Centaur hater in terms of his scale, but Axe is
I think the hero scales better than better than he used to, for sure.
Yeah, he does.
The Ags, the Shard is really nice if you become that kind of untouchable territory.
We're just not there yet.
Especially with this facet, by the way. That double edge really starts hitting hard.
Yes, he can do some damage, but we don't have a lot of that online right now. So right now, the Axe is doing a lot more damage if it just comes down to a straight jump. But of course, I mean, can you find this jump if you're XG? You gotta look for it. It's gonna be tough into the traps.
Team Spirit isn't gonna make it easy on you. D-warding, bunch of traps laid down, and Roshan dying fast. Extreme, if they want to be able to catch this in motion, it's gotta happen now.
Gatekeeper, Laurel.
Blocking him out, just no entrances into the pit open. Extreme.
Might still look here.
Tried the front door, they tried the side door.
There's no door, apparently.
It is locked down tight, and Team Spirits now with an Aegis for 4.5 minutes. Plenty of time to push another high ground. Plenty of time to look to end this game.
It's a very different game than the game one, even though some of the setup was similar. Like the style of Spirit in this position compared to XG feels a little slower, a little more methodical. And they're not in as a rush to get the buildings down or anything. This might pick up here during this Aegis, of course. And there's the Centaur Shard off of the Tormentor. Super nice here. That is such a nice shard to pick up for a hero that doesn't really want to buy it, but really wants it. There's got to be some kind of smoke play from Spirit here during this Aegis to land a core kill into high ground. I don't think you want to force it. You can force it straight up with the Banner Serpent drop, but I do think the initial jump from Axe with a follow-up jump from Void potentially flanks you is a little spooky. Like if this Chrono lands on supports or Centaur plus the Void Spirit, I'm saying 2 out of those 4, the fight can be a bit iffy here for Spirit. They don't have the best saves going into the Chrono.
I mean, but they also don't have the best damage to put into the Chrono. Like, if they Chrono those heroes,
listen,
does it matter if they don't die?
Brother, if you're a 20,000 net worth Faceless Void and you're not dealing damage in Chrono, then the pick is just Garbanzo.
He does just finish up Scott.
I don't know what to tell you.
He's about to get his 20 talent. Yeah. Those are big upgrades for damage.
Yes, this is a huge peak for Ame. Still has that Alpha Wolf, of course, which is honestly pretty influential if it stays alive for the next fight.
Still has no deaths, but also has no kills in this game, where he was a kill monster in the previous 3 games.
Just saving them all. Oh, this would be that big core catch they need. Do you have the angle? It's daytime.
Teleport out. Rue, he's not going to get there fast enough. He's trying to go for Ags, not a Blink Dagger. The Blink Dagger is on Miposhka.
That would have been a huge find during this Aegis period. Instead, they show the TA bottom. This will let XG leave their base. Look for some D-wards, look for anybody in their jungle. And
I'm surprised Miposhka's even playing for the pickoff here.
Yeah, this is
Streamer
very
going to
aggressive.
approach this ward in force. You are not jumping that surely.
They're actually going to try and get
They're
out
going
of
to try. They're going to try and burst down this Faceless Void.
There's no
A
way.
Hex goes off. A call attempted, but a blink away from Miposhka. Beautifully dodged.
Oh man, XG.
And they can't even push out as 5 into 3.
Help was coming, but it was far away. That was a very risky jump for Spirit. There's no way you burst in there without the TA. And there's a risk if that Axe jump lands that you're stuck in that fight, especially against the Disruptor lineup. Just trying to maintain map control during this Aegis period where they know they're stronger. And the bluff works. Like they get maintain control the map, keep their wards, push in this top lane, 14k gold lead, swift blink on Yatoro. Still has that banner. I don't know why he's carrying it, but you know he's going to drop it at some point.
Yatoro leading the charge. Extreme, will they be able to find the opening? That is not going
Scan.
on the Templar Assassin once again. Scan lands, traps in place, feels like Extreme. There are no openings to be found.
And a Bane Axe delivered. I mean, there's that smoke flank that's deadly on this high ground push straight up. But Spirit read it. They also know this flank is coming, so they can position for it. They can put Centaur in the way.
And they just have to go for the jump on a Templar Assassin, but they're ready for that one with the Aghanim Scepter. Still though, the coil on to 3. Not too bad, but the Fiend's Grip of the Aghanim Scepter, it takes out the puck. You can have Miposhka trading away a core for that. Well worth it for Team Spirit. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. And the high ground, it's coming. And not much left for Extreme to stop it.
These enfeebles are annoying for Ame too. Talking about damage in the Chrono, you get enfeebled, you might not have it.
Gonna be used. Ame searching for that Chronosphere, trying to hit all the backline heroes, but Team Spirit don't give him the opening. They give up Yatoro's Aegis. And now trying to reset around it. Ame hoping to be able to get the... Oh, he does not get Yatoro in it. Does manage to get 2, but there's the horse. Of course he's able to get heroes out of the Chronosphere. Ame doesn't give them a good enough Chronosphere to stop it. Laurel is fine. Ame with the time dilation, hoping to slow them down, but Laurel not to be slowed down, just jumps in, goes after the Shadow Demon. Bashed up a little bit, has to use his BKB defensively. Now,
Ame, gotta get something here.
XXS has got to go for the call. He doesn't go after the Templar Assassin. Searches for an easier kill on a Collapse, but it's not too easy. Collapse, plenty of HP. Yatoro trying to finish off X-Nova. Does manage to get 1,000 damage crit, and now it's done. Oh,
what the heck?
Yatoro, he just finished him off. Ame,
so much
he thought
for
he had the
Deathless.
tank, but so much for that. The first step of the tournament for Ame will close out this game. Team Spirit look to even out the series.
If you're gonna die to somebody, I guess dying to Yatoro is the way to go. The only carry who can equal your power.
Tied together in life and death, Yatoro and Ame going back to back, and we will see a game 3 between this duo.
Very nice. Nice game from Spirit to...
It's BZM still yet to get that BKB finish, so he has no way of protecting himself.
Even if he has it, the bash.
On the same page and
yeah, by this point, I think the game was already gone for them. You know, Nemesis, I think, played very well, right? Showing that they can be just...
Bottom, Chrysalis, Helper Saxa will find himself a kill. Can they get out the two of them, Amar? He's got eyes on Saxa. Bash comes into play with the swashbuckle. Saxa's gone. Chrysalis has to remain hidden in the trees.
It's just so much overwhelming damage. 33, even though he's so tanky, he even got a level up while they were going on him and he gained 35% HP. He still just dies. Onto the high ground after 3 heroes have been killed. Skeeter still with the Aegis too.
What do they do about this?
Another pick off on the side.
Bringing in the bottom wave as well here, Falcons.
It just looks like, I mean, Falcons just fixed them. They really truly fixed the mistakes that they had in that last game in particular. And yeah, I mean, Malrine, the Sand King, this is definitely things that I don't know. I don't think you can give this team Sand King.
I think, apparently not.
It's a first pick, and he is literally yet to die.
Yeah, absolutely destroying with it.
BZM gets solo killed.
Tips continue to fly out. I know he's having a rough one here. Damn! Okay. Marco also with the banter with his ex-teammate, asking him if he's even a player.
You know, Laurel with the runes grab.
Yeah.
And just max that. You know, the Vampire throw all that thing up to like 500%. He's got to be getting 100,000 fantasy points by now or something ridiculous. Because this guy he's got more runes in this series than I've seen in the entire day.
Pretty nasty. I mean, Team Spirit, they made their adjustments. Now it's time to see whether Extreme can make their adjustments. And you're pointing to, don't let Laurel have so many power runes. A little bit of dysynergy in the lineups from both sides in the losses.
Look towards
talked a lot about Team Spirit and Extreme. Is this typical for this squad? I mean, I feel like Team Spirit ramp up as their tournament goes on, but Extreme has been a more solid group stage team in the past, right?
They're more hit or miss. I think sometimes they're really strong, sometimes they're just completely off meta. I think that's one of the struggles for the team. They're very creative. They'll pick some random stuff, but sometimes it can fall a little flat. The synergy's just not there. Something for Zhao Wei to address, and again, if I'm going into game 3, I am really thinking about how this mid lane shapes up and how my supports go and interact with my mid hero and against the enemy mid, because I feel like that's where a lot of these games have been decided. Yeah, these carry players are flashy. I think Alme had a tremendous game 1. Yatoro deathless in this game 2. He will match him there, but to me, the story of this game is Laurel had a tremendous game, and XM just got obliterated.
Yeah, on top of them also being able to get the start that they
Yeah, they had a
1,800 gold lead before the creeps meet is an insane deficit.
And you lost the laning
phase. You lost the laning phase against Team Spirit.
That's, I don't want to say embarrassing, but it's got to be close. I mean, that's just a draft difference, right? And it's okay to say we're going to have a weaker laning stage draft-wise if it pays off in the end. But again, the synergy is not really there to pay it off, so you just needed to have a better game all around. Standout player for Laurel. Yeah, he had a very good game this time around. Got to use the power runes a lot better too because you have more playmaking. That's another big difference. Like, he got a lot of the runes game 1, but it didn't matter because they weren't able to use them in a lot of plays. And Yatoro being able to join fights, another big factor. That was a major difference.
Drafting exchanges going into game 3. Anything you want to see different in the opening? You want to keep seeing this Bane versus Disruptor?
Not really. I think some teams should change it up. I think it should be XG more likely. Again, Disruptor is not good for your playstyle if you're playing defensive scale.
Sure.
If you're playing aggressive tempo with an Alk, the Disruptor looks a lot better. You're playing Faceless Void. Faceless Void Disruptor is, I don't know.
And it kind of locks you down too much.
Yeah,
you open with a Disruptor, it feels like you have to be aggressive with it. And one of the people who's going to be leading that charge in aggression when it comes to this squad, it's going to be XM.
Hello, I'm here with XM from Extreme Gaming. XM, how are you doing today?
感觉很棒。
How would you describe Extreme Gaming's season, let's say from the start of the year till now, the start to Road to TI?
年初其实就是我们人员就经历了几次变动吧，然后到现在就那个阵容稳定下来，就是感觉还挺好的，都有在进步。
So you say you've got a more stable roster, which is obviously good, but you are also playing without Poloson, and you have Xnova standing in. So how is the team adapting to that at the sort of last minute change?
我觉得 Poloson 的打法比较偏进攻吧，会让我们那个队伍进攻性比较强，然后那个 Xnova 就是偏防守，然后就是我们的防守会做得更好一点。
And what are your expectations at this TI, and how far is the team hoping that they can go?
其实我觉得就是不用抱就是那个没什么期望，就是享受每一场比赛就行。
What do you think in terms of the heroes that we're going to see at this tournament? Which heroes do you think are going to be the most contested at the top of the meta?
我觉得是那个最热门的应该是那个牛头人。
Do you ever feel like there's extra pressure on Chinese teams to win a TI because it's been so long and you guys have come so close? Do you feel that pressure from the fans and that sort of demand that you should come home with the Aegis?
其实就是会有的，就是跟我上个问题说的一样，就是我觉得就是我们选手就不要抱期望，享受比赛就行了。其实这样就是对我们来说没有压力，会打得更好一些。
So you finished third in Club Vision. You lost out to Tidebound. You guys seemed to have met them a lot this year. It feels like a real battle between you two. If you do meet them, are you out for revenge, or are you just hoping to avoid bumping into them altogether?
就是如果遇到他们，肯定就是很想赢他们的。最好还是不要遇到。
Fair enough. XM, thank you so much for talking to me, and best of luck in the tournament.
谢谢。
Team Spirit, the two-time TI winners and one of the favorites for this tournament, are not going to go down in a 0-2. They push it to a Game 3. The question is, will they continue to keep their winning ways and get a second series victory over Extreme, or is Extreme, who I feel like, I mean, they may have lost that last game, but I do feel like they're kind of peaking at the right time. They've had pretty middling results for this season. In fact, I would say those are lackluster results for a team of Extreme's caliber, right? They got like 7th, 8th at Blast. They placed pretty poorly at most of the PGL Valakias, badly at EWC. They had some smaller online stuff that they won. Any of the tournaments in China they won, of course. They won a random Fisher event. Recently, they did well at Clavision, 3rd place. I think was the best result that they had against international competition.
They're on the up.
They are on the up.
And I think, as we saw in the interview, as XM said, roster stability has hit them a lot this year. It's been one of the issues for China in general the last year or two. This was a team that originally got poached from that Azure Ray squad, right? That core of the 3 that won that land against Gaiman.
Yep.
The ESL... What was that? Malaysia, maybe? I want to say. One of those ESLC events. They won that big land. Was the last tournament of the year. The only
was
one
that
China
Genting,
won that
or was
year.
that Thailand?
I don't think it was Thailand. But since then, they really didn't achieve the same level of results that core squad was showing, bringing big names in. So still some work to be done, but you were right. They are on the up. They're peaking at the right point, and they're looking strong early on in this road to TI. However, this is also a team that can look hot at random parts of a group stage and then falter at others, right? So I'm not 100% convinced yet, but they are looking a lot stronger than I think some people expected, and they've definitely had a hot start here. We will see the Bane again, but in the hands of Extreme Gaming this time as the first pick Mars. You knew it was going to happen eventually. You just knew.
Especially since XXS took it at, what was it, 2nd pick?
Yeah, it kind of
game 1.
It kind of looked pretty good that game. So if you're going to pick Mars and it's going to own, Collapse is going to pick it before you do and probably own you with it. Scary hero in the hands of Team Spirit. At least you don't have to worry about the Magnus anymore, though. So you got that going for you.
Yeah, that's true. What are good answers to Mars right now? I always feel like that hero is a safe early off-lane pickup.
Non-ranged carries. So you're looking at like Sven, Ursa.
I mean, Sven's not really going to beat you in lane. Ursa can.
The TA, I think, can do absolutely fine. It's like the one range carry. And then I think you're looking to just match his team fight. Strong BKB timing can cause him problems because he doesn't have any BKB Pierce.
Sure.
So if you have multiple cores that go BKB or a tanky, it can be difficult. Minus armor also generally hurts him because while he does have Bulwark, he doesn't build natural armor. So some of these minus armor strats, like the SFTA plus a bunch of other big physical, Slardar can absolutely dominate this hero. It's not a matchup we see a lot in the direct interaction, but stuff like that could be something that actually go towards because they are a team that will play some of those strategies. You can also just survive his ult combination. So, like, saves are generally pretty good against Mars, right?
Okay,
Heroes that can just bail somebody out. Like, you put somebody on the front line, he jumps them, you just bail that guy out with some disruption, some Oracle ult, some Cold Embrace, whatever. Then the Mars feels a little sad. Then you kind of have to go later on or play more of a utility route. So you can create a game that's a lot more difficult for him to find impact, but ultimately he is just a well-rounded hero. He's going to give you some AoE control. He's going to give you that insta jump. His laning's pretty good. Like, it's pretty hard to make his game miserable. You can make it more difficult, but very hard to remove him completely. There is the Shadow Fiend. I was talking about this game 1 and the bans. Why is this hero not banned? Why is he not being picked? It'll go the way of XG this time, not into the hands of Yatoro. And I would just mention the SF versus the Mars here, right? I think this is a great pickup. I think it's a hero that can own the Mars on lane. It's one of the range carries that offers you a lot of extra spell damage, so you don't really care if you get some blocks in. And at the same time, you get some of that minus armor to build up, which the Mars doesn't like either. So I really like this pick. It's also a hero that actually will play on multiple lanes. You really have to think about the mid and the safe lane SF here.
I'm with you on that, but if it is a carry SF, there is still a mid-game problem of arena walls and Bulwark blocking out like attempts.
But you have Requiem, you have Raises, you're a BKB buyer, you can just BKB go in. Like, you have a lot of natural options against the Mars that I think make it a fine pickup. Like I don't want to overthink the Bulwark. I think it's a lot of times the least impactful of his skill set that you're considering in a lot of these picks. Outside of, you know, some carry that just gets dumpstered by it. Okay, whatever, but...
Clockwork. I did not expect to see this hero picked up so early on, but it is a good matchup against both Bane and SF.
Yeah, owns those heroes, so your direct counter pick is on the board here for Spirit, classic Spirit fashion.
Does mean you're probably losing your lane. I mean, we'll
Maybe.
see. Snapfire.
I was going to say,
dangerous.
This is likely not a 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
This is a Maposhka hero and how they play it. So you still get that ranged playmaker for Rue. It'll be the Snapfire I was looking for in that game too, but bust it out here. And some more damage to put into the Bane. Not really a fun matchup for Bane. You just get outranged. And a really nice combination with Mars that goes without saying here. So your team fight is looking really good here if you're Spirit.
But you still have another 5 position Extreme can take, and you could still swap the SF to the safe line. So there are plenty of options that they can respond in the draft. If you pick up, say, like Undying 5 into that, Bat Rider, okay.
An interesting pick. You're missing some AoE in this lineup. I mean, you have Requiem to play with, but 2 single target supports that are both setups. Want a little more follow-up here, I think, if you're XG.
10 seconds remaining.
Could still be
I don't know.
bad.
Nightmare into Requiem and Lasso into Requiem.
It's good enough.
Mid SF is looking a little bit more juicy for me.
It feels tempting to just commit to like an SF strat here with some sort of buffer. Like, I don't want to say Vengeful Spirit, but I kind of want to say Vengeful Spirit.
Don't say it.
It looks pretty good here, honestly. Tiny. Okay. So you still have some lane flexibility between this Tiny and SF on the 1 and 2. You can decide at the last moment here. They're going to pick up some XXS hero as their final touch. Probably that Vengeful Spirit. The other one,
a lot of repositioning. 3 heroes with some sort of offensive movement ability.
Magnus could also be interesting for XG, but that's a very different type of consideration. It's very spooky with their core heroes, maybe too greedy. You can also just go generic Aura Buyer later on, and ultimately, Spirit, you got to decide, well, I mean, what is Yatoro doing here? Because he could be playing against 1-2 Tiny or SF, and both these heroes can be spellcasters, both of them can be strong right-clickers. It's kind of not obvious which of them is going to fall into which, and then that kind of changes your carry matchups. The Ursa is the one hero that stands out, but it's not Ursa.
No
it's Phantom
way.
Lancer.
No way.
This is the first Phantom Lancer of the tournament.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I mean,
dear God.
We did talk about it in the green room.
There it is.
Quinn said he was going to be picked up once this tournament.
That is disgusting. I mean,
and he said it was going to be some super specific last pick where it's a free PL game. I don't think it's a free PL game.
No. You still have an offlaner to pick. That's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Because there's some really good offlaners against this hero. And SF is bad against this hero, but can be okay if you have other heroes with AoE lockdown. And then he can go in and drop a bunch of damage and like find the isolated PL or something. Tiny's kind of similar. Neither of these heroes have a good direct matchup against Phantom Lancer, but they're fine if you have some other hero with some AoE control. It is very good against the support duo though. Bane, Bat are doing nothing to Phantom Lancer. Like that is pretty miserable to try and initiate on him or find the lockdown. That's why this pick is really problematic for XG. You're looking at what control mechanisms do you have for the Phantom Lancer in this game. There are none on the board right now, but you still have that offlaner you can pick up. So there's a Medusa ban? That is a wild ban when you pick PL. I mean, there is like there is this Ags Maelstrom build, which I get.
Yes.
But
okay. Yeah.
Looking at their lineup,
yes.
I'm not looking to add. I'm not looking to add another carry damage dealer and play offlane Tiny here. I don't think you're happy in that situation. Like I'm thinking, I'm banning like Axe or Sand King or something in this category. You know,
Sand King sounds pretty sick.
The Shaker, if it was still in the pool, that one got banned earlier. But some AoE control mechanism like this is what I'm thinking about. If I'm Spirit, I'm not thinking Dusa. Like, if I pick PL here and they Dusa, even if it's a like you can do this Maelstrom stuff. Remember that got nerfed, the Maelstrom damage to illusions.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it changes it, but I'm still there's just no way you should be afraid of that.
By the way, with the Phantom Lancer pick, are you more leaning towards mid SF and carry Tiny because you want the max damage out of the SF, or you just
No,
still...
I'm still like the lanes. Like I'd rather see lanes and how the game's going to develop. I think either can play that.
Because I do think carry SF is much worse against Phantomons if they're
I'm
going
just
that
taking
route.
Axe here, I think, if I'm XG and it gets left in the pool. I mean, Alk? No, those are wild bans to me. I'm not going to lie. Like, those, those are some wild bans. I'm just thinking on a way to
This is like a 4 tiny in core Bat Rider? Or do you think it, like, if it is actually, it's going to be off-lane tiny?
I don't think offlane tiny is good against Phantom Lancer in the realm of all the offlaners you can play.
Yeah.
The Phoenix? Mid?
I mean, they've got Mars.
What is going on? They're all laughing. I don't know what's going on. I'm assuming this is mid Phoenix because that seems the most likely
for
here.
sure.
And that mid Phoenix is no joke. That's really strong. Absolutely butchers this tiny. So it's kind of like forcing you into the SF mid here, which is maybe not something actually you want to do. Could be mid snap. That's the only other option, but that just seems like who cares about mid snap, right?
Yeah, we've seen way more core, especially mid Phoenix, in these high level buffs lately, and it is. They knew it was going to be another carry.
What? Where did this come
They knew it.
What is this draft?
These guys just know each other too damn well, and it's going to be.
This is the stupidest draft I've ever.
It is going to be off-lane Bat Rider.
How many carries do you need?
We've seen a lot of core Bat Rider lately in pubs, not so much in pro play. I'll give a shout out to Weehaw, who's just been spamming this hero for the last 2 months playing mid. I keep seeing him in all these high-level pubs. I will say that I do think core Bat Rider looks kind of strong, but is it?
No, I don't believe it. I know the idea it can own some games, but it's...
And it is mid Snapfire.
It's... Okay, I mean, honestly...
That's another hero that
I
saw way more core Phoenix than I saw.
I don't think they wanted the core snap, but I think they pulled an audible here after...
Okay.
It's like, oh, it's mid-bat. Like, I don't know what the Phoenix bat mid matchup is, so let's go the snap. Maybe they were playing the snap all along. The snap is definitely a better core matchup against the anti-mage. Core Phoenix not scaling too well.
Yes.
I'm just laughing at the fact that, like, Ame got the royal treatment this draft, man. You know, Xiaohui's like, it's good carry SF time. We're going to pick SF. He's like, okay, I'm down. It's not looking too hot. I think I need to play that tiny, get some cleave in there. You know, oh, they Phantom Lancer. I don't think I can play that tiny, guys. I got another carry pick. Give me the anti-mage. 10th pick anti-mage.
Good luck, everybody
Okay.
else.
I
I'm
mean,
going
sure,
anti-mage.
dude. Like, how many carries are going to flex the rest of your team so you have to play this trash so you can last pick anti-mage? Such a pub play. It's like the guy who's like, yo, last pick me anti-mage, I'll swap you. Like, I'm insta-reporting that guy. I'm reporting Ame in this match. This is disgusting. He might win it, though.
He died one time, and he just lost his mind.
I mean, if you're not dying, Anti-Mage is a great hero.
That's true.
But this hero did get changed a lot. His Ags is kind of garbage now.
Except
I guess that
against
never really
Medusa.
mattered. Yeah, well, they banned Medusa.
It's true, they wanted to make sure.
Like, Medusa got banned. I mean, I am assuming AM still dumpsters Phantom Lancer. Like, that is the thing. It's being picked here. You need an answer to Phantom Lancer?
Yeah.
Anti-Mage gets the job done. It's a solid Anti-Mage game. I guess. Who knows? Let's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
go.
it has to be. It better be. It better be a fantastic anti-mage game, because you kind of screwed over your other cores in the process. XXS Bat Rider. We'll see how he fares. Did he take the Stoked Facet, or he took the Stoked Facet? Okay. Anything else different? Mana Thirst for AM. Yep. Ricochet for Laurel. I mean, the support Snapfires were going Ricochet, so core Snapfires, of course, going to go Ricochet as well. Trying to do a little fake shenanigans here. Laurel showing up with an empty inventory slot, so if they did have vision of him, they click on him, they see an empty spot, they think, oh, we placed the ward, then they go for the late smoke to place the ward, but the smoke gets broken, and the ward still lies unplaced.
Who's even favored here after all is said and done? We had all these flexes, we had all these swap rounds.
It's Spirit.
I think it's Spirit, just ease of execution with Mars clock with a bunch of damage follow-up. That seems like the logical choice, but
I mean, they had, if they shut down the SF, I do not see Extreme having really any chance of winning this. CS, and I think they have heroes to shut down the SF. You've got Clockwork Phoenix, two heroes that support heroes that can get on top of the SF as a combo and kill him rather easily. Somehow they got 3 bounty rooms though for Spirit,
nice
so
little sneak
even
up
better
here.
start.
Yeah, I'm going to favor Spirit here. I think the lineup synergy and ease of execution does it for me because it's just kind of wacky core matchups across the board. I will say double displacement for XG can be quite strong, especially if you can displace the Mars at the start of the fight.
Especially into a core, you know, magic damage SF.
Yep. And this anti-mage pick, very tough to catch in this game. He should have 0 deaths. Like, this should be a deathless Ame anti-mage game. He's had a bunch of deathless games so far. He only has 1 death for the tournament. If you have a 0 death AM game, it can put a lot of map pressure onto Team Spirit.
And a fantastic start if you're going to get first blood like that.
Yep, and it can put some pressure on Yotaro here. So I don't think this anti-mage pick was that memey. Like, I think there's a lot of justification for it here, and it can definitely threaten Spirit's game plan, slow this game down. If you look at Spirit's lineup, they don't do objectives well at all. They don't go high ground early. This game is going to go long. You have time if you're XG. You just need to make sure the lanes go okay, and you get this AM out to an okay start, and you can start ratting the map. And this game's going to become really obnoxious for Spirit. And then you're falling back on your like Snapfire scale with the 20 and 25 talents, which take a long time to get to, and your Mars scale, which it's a collapsed Mars, right? He can do some beastly things with this in the late game. So I don't think you're guaranteed outscaled here if you're Spirit, but this game can definitely get really annoying for you really quickly. And sometimes you just get frustrated playing against AM. You're like, I don't want to be here anymore. This game's not fun. It's an anti-fun hero.
Well, I think these heroes are here for a lot more than just fun, to be fair. Have you seen this Phantom Lancer facet in action? Lands a lot? I've seen it a couple times, and that spear really does start doing a lot of damage. You get enough illusions out?
It takes time to build up, though.
It does.
Like this hero used to have better ags in the sense of there was a couple patches where you can buy ags and just go fight.
Yes. Yeah.
Now he needs like 3 items. I think 3 to 4 is the threshold for me where this hero starts actually doing something. It just feels really slow to get there. I know all these PL players, they're all going to talk to you and they're going to convince you that, like, I just need one item and I can go fight. I never see it in the pro games.
Yeah.
In pubs, I think you see it a lot more. Where people are more controlled and way better coordination, better at targeting the Phantom Lancer. You know, some guy who's your only AoE stun doesn't DC in the middle of the team fight. And you have to unpause 8 times. You know, it's a very different environment. Spirit, though, leading the CS chart again. These guys are showing up in the lane phase game 2 and 3, taking a net worth lead. 3 runes will do it. Bunch of early stat items for the Mars and the Phantom Lancer to keep the pressure up. I do expect XM to dominate this lane over the long run.
Yeah, so it's a little surprised to see, especially with the weird variants that Snapfire has with this whole ricochet or whatever, the chance to do like only 60% of the damage.
I think so annoying when you're trying to CS sometimes.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's one of the biggest factors that killed the mid snap. You can't CS with a hero. And no mid player wants to play a hero they can't CS with.
Well, I mean, it also gets 30% more damage as long as you don't do the glancing shot, so it should, in theory, give you the, like, or early on against CSF, you should have a pretty large...
Oh, you win the early ways, but you're not going to win this lane overall.
Yeah.
In a 1v1 that's not being ganked or anything like that. And that should be the case here.
I mean, the biggest thing for core Snapfire is you have supports to play with, right? And that is the case with a clock.
They guaranteed that with the clock snap pickup.
This Avalanche on 2. Decent damage for XXS to follow up on. And got the toss back. He knew it was coming. At the same time, XXS maybe didn't know it was coming. He almost dies. He will die as Lance goes out.
Okay.
Yotaro is gifted a kill by Jin Q.
Yeah, that was not the outcome that he was looking for with that toss.
So don't worry, brother. I've got it. he does, in fact. Well, Yotaro, nice little micro there. Moves his illusion and himself away to make sure there's no toss available. Jin Q would have gotten that kill or at least canceled the healing cell.
I don't understand how none of these guys ever miss on the Phoenix.
Yeah,
Just
I feel like I
doesn't
miss
dude.
all the time.
Yeah, every time I play against this hero, I have 90% evasion Phoenix in my lane. These guys play, it doesn't even exist. It just lands every hit. Skill dip, I guess.
Yeah. Another chase down on XXS. This one will be interrupted by the Avalanche, but that means now Jin Q is open for the taking, perhaps. Nice body blocking with the illusion. Beautiful stuff from Yatoro. Does not get the last hit. The creep somehow takes.
This guy's a Phantom Lance player.
Collapse out of mana in top lane. Ame. This guy is an Animage player.
This guy's. This is such a degenerate game. Just PL versus AM last picks. It's some like carry off, you know?
Yeah.
This guy's he's a grandmaster PL too. Versus a master, whatever it is, AM. It's actually just so disgusting.
Yeah, I think Phantom Lancer hasn't really been meta since Team Spirit have been a team.
No, he's just been waiting for one meta where this hero's viable.
He watched OG with the Phantom Lancer. It's like, oh, nice toss back into Requiem.
No,
Doesn't get the timing perfect, but it's enough certainly to kill a support.
Pretty even early game. I mean, the Bat Rider suffering the most, some of the early kill action for Spirit on this safe lane, and Laurel gonna make his life even worse. Have some kisses as I contest your Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, an early level 6 from the mid laner, TP to the side lane, take the enemy Wisdom Shrine, and unless the Bane can do something heroic here on the other side, or unless they can contest still with Jin Q, they are going to be able to contest. Get there in time, Miposhka gets blown up. And Yatoro even coming over to try and help out, but it's too late. The other side of things, Bane did not get to stop Rue from getting the Wisdom Shrine, so it still gets split 1-1.
Had to bring SF for that play. You cannot let Snapfire get everything out of that rotation. Strong start here for the 2 carries. Exactly what you want. And honestly, really good start for Jin Q. He's level 5.5 on this Tiny. That is super good pacing. No mana for the toss. That's a little awkward. Might be dead for
that
it.
is. Misread of the situation. I was about to say, that was one of the things that really hurt the support Tiny, right? They used to be 120 mana on the toss. They upped it.
Yeah, you need Soul Ring pronto on this hero.
And considering the
Clearly.
toss is what this hero is built around ever since they made Crash Landing a facet.
Hey, look at that.
XM with his first power rune of the series in game 3.
That's what it feels like. He didn't even know runes could spawn. Like, what is this guy?
That's why it took him so long to get there. Xnova's like, hey, there's a power rune. It's like, what's that?
That's another Kisses kill.
Eventually, he'll get there. But trade it out, not really worth it. Stream getting the better of that situation.
There's no pressure going into this game, though. Like, you're not forcing him off the wave. He's getting the farm. He is going.
No pressure on the Phantom lane.
Helm of the Dominator. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, this is where we're at, Valve. Helm of Dom, Animage. Come on, man. They can't be the hero to go to Helm of Dom, right?
I have no words for that. I mean,
The
that's
hero naturally has...
good laning item. That is a great TP.
And what is this quad bounty rune pickup? XXS and Ame both found double bounty runes on the sides of the map.
I'll be honest, this game is beyond my expertise. This is like we're playing TI 18.
If Helm of Dom is such a broken item that it makes Animage a viable hero,
that's how you
then
know
we are
you've
truly in for a bad time.
You've gone too far. Science has gone too far. It's the AM metric, you know. You remember the patch where people were doing the Radiance AM?
Yes.
That's the benchmark. Like, if there's an item and you build it first on AM and you can win, That's not good. That's just not good.
There's like an alarm going off in Valve HQ right now. Well, okay, it hasn't won a game yet. We have to say
That's
it
true.
has to win a game. Just because he's building it doesn't mean that he's going to be successful with it.
I mean, how good even is this for AM? He doesn't care about the armor because he's an Agi hero that eventually gets enough armor.
He gives him HP regen, but so does Battle Fury.
Yeah, you get it a little faster than lane. Yatoro just gets melted down here. Oh,
Not able to finish him off. Laurel, he does manage to outrun XM, and he still has kisses to turn things around. So XM's got to be careful on that one. One of the kisses lands on Jinkyu. Couldn't get the other one. Has to focus on the Shadow Fiend. No, he wants to get both the kills, and he'll have both the kills. Laurel gets greedy with it, and it pays off. A double for him.
Sister Shroud doing some work and just lay into that SF. This Snapfire ult has been really effective in this early game. If you're not jumping and killing Laurel first, he's gonna have a good fight. This hero does a lot of damage. Probably the strongest spellcaster in this game with all those mid lane solo levels. So not enough to save your carry PL, but enough to get you to the early boots of travel.
Oh my god.
That is
Why
obnoxious.
that was so loud.
That was incredibly loud for no reason.
Every illusion, it's like the Lancelot passive. Every illusion gets him an extra 10% volume.
That is some cursed stuff. Absolutely cursed game we're in. Hey, but PL at the top of the XP net worth chart, that's something for Spirit to fall back on here. I still think a lot of this game revolves around the Mars Snap. Like, they're your team fight controllers. They're going to be a lot of your early damage. Same is true for XG, I guess, if you look at this SF bat. Like, they're kind of the heroes that have to be involved in the early playmaking. And this Jinkyu Tiny. What can he get done? He's gotten a decent amount done in this early game. If you can keep that up, you'll have a very good timing on this blink.
Still missing level 6 on the Clockwork. Level 6 on the Phoenix, obviously very important.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And a haste room. Not really the best for a Snapfire, but especially a Snapfire that's got boots of travels.
I don't want to hear that anymore. Oh my, he's going helm into Battle Fury.
He's still going back for Battle Fury.
Is that even... That just seems overkill. I don't know.
I mean, what? You were expecting Manta? Like, the Helmet Dom is just a replacement to Battle Fury and you're still going to go Manta afterwards? There's the Supernova. With the Mars, this is always going to be a deadly combination in the early game. You have the way to be able to lock people inside of the Supernova. You have a stun to stop them from hitting the egg. If you land it, collapse. He didn't need to land that one, so he just threw it away.
I mean, I'd put it this way. Would you go Midas Battle Fury on AM?
Midas doesn't give me early sustain, so that
Yes, I
is
understand that,
false
but-
equivalent.
You understand my point. Like, it feels very greedy.
It does feel very greedy, yes.
Tower is under attack. Radiant
Haste Boots Travel Laurel. He is available across the map. I think Spirit want to keep making plays in this game. As weird as this game is, just keep setting stuff up with Arena and the Clockwork ult. And then you have the Phoenix and the Snapfire to be your damage follow-up. It's very straightforward. Just use it off cooldown. Threaten heroes around the map, keep them off the waves. If you can get smokes around these tier 1s, that's your way to take objectives, because the weakness of your lineup is still going to be the objective taking, whereas XG have this Shadow Fiend.
Yes, the Shadow Fiend needs kind of like 3 items to be fully online. Where Sapphire needs no items, just some levels.
But his scale is a lot weaker until ultra late.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, he hits a way bigger valley, whereas this SF is going to power up, and he can also take buildings for XG. We saw him take mid tier 1 with the shield rune earlier. He took the bottom tier 1. A lot more space available for Extreme Gaming right now. And it's also limiting the effectiveness as Boots travel. Laurel got it pretty early, but they've been forced off the waves. The tier 1s are dead. Not a lot of action to TP to right now. Still a good item on the hero. It's kind of core. You need it to move around the map and maneuver fights. But he lost a little value with how fast XM took these tier 1s. This Ame farming his Battle Fury. He has 16.5 regen.
Okay.
What a beast.
How much do you think the Ags for Phantom Lancer changes the AM versus
not a lot.
Lancer?
Not a
Think
lot.
so?
No.
I mean, if you have so much chase, you can keep up with the AM as he's blinking around, and AM does not like mana.
No, but most of the AM PL fights, I think, come down to can the AM jump the PL at some point without Doppel up, you'll kill him. But the reverse is true. Like, the AM blinks in and the PL can rush him, lands him, burn out a bunch of his mana. That feels incredibly bad.
Okay. I mean, doesn't that Ags it busts up the Phantom Rush to give you more illusions for it, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't think, like, PL doesn't do that much burst damage to AM. AM can also just jump around the fight and kill other people. PL feels pretty bad in that scenario, unless he's doing the same thing to the enemy team.
Well, Polshka on the run, trying to juke through the trees, will not find an exit here. Dive on cooldown. They really felt like it was necessary to use the Fiend's Grip.
Claims the kill. Anti-Mage. Powering up here.
Yeah, at this rate, he's going to have an 18-minute Battle Fury.
Honestly,
that is like a very fast timing for a second item Battle Fury on AM. It's just, who goes a second item Battle Fury?
He's cruising, dude. He is going to be a menace this game. Again, lack of lockdown for Spirit. They don't have easy ways to deal with this AM around the map. Or kill him in the fight.
Nice D-ward. Xnova, who's a really interesting bit of analysis there in the interview between the games, talking about the difference between Pelosin and Xnova being a more defensive support. And I feel like that ties up with what you were saying, where you feel like Xnova pairs really well with Ame and what Ame wants out of his supports.
Just tank the ganks and win his lane. And then let me do the rest. Which is last pick anti-mage. Oh, look at this illusion clear.
Money in the bank right there. Got him inside the cogs and got him inside the arena. A little bit of overkill, but a kill on a Shadow Fiend is worth its weight in gold.
Oh yeah, especially in a game like this.
766 gold, to be specific.
Jinkyu's blink. Very good timing here. You look for some small plays of your own if you're XG. You don't have to, like, even though this AM is not in fighting shape yet, you don't need him to go find these small plays and take fights and then disengage. And in fact, you're happy to do that and get trades out here, particularly if you can bring the Snapper Mars down, if the AM is split pushing and farming. Then you'll feel really good. And here's that kind of play in action. Looking for smoke on the 18-minute power rune, or maybe just a little happy little Yatoro farming mid. Or is he gonna debate them?
Yeah, he's trying to bait it out. It's just illusions in here, guys. No real heroes. It may have just created enough chaos that Extreme are not going to be able to find an opening with this smoke.
It's so hard to smoke on this team.
High ground ward, though, might be useful in the future. Unable to get the stop on the dive. Avalanche just a tad bit slow.
Just can't catch him. But, again, the benefit of making these plays, the AM gets the free farm. You can't be too sad about that. He also took this top tower with the HOD creep. That's pretty good value. That's Ame contributing to the map as an anti-mage. You don't see that every day. Meanwhile, what's Yatoro doing? What has he contributed to the map? Nothing.
That can't be true.
He has only taken, whereas Ame has given.
He's given.
Ame is a giver.
I don't think that's true at all.
He says, team, I will give you everything this game.
Xnova, just back-to-back kills in the mid lane for the Clockwork initiation. No, Xnova's not going to go down so easy. They have the arena on both the supports, though. With the kisses, that is more than enough. Now, SF tries to come in with a Requiem, doesn't do much damage. XXS hoping to chase down a hero, but met with some damage from Laurel. Ooh, cookie away before he gets the grab there on the lasso. Any lasso pull back into double raises. Might have been a kill there, but Spirit Very good job of kiting around the Bat Rider, and mid perhaps open for the taking, or at least maybe a bit of damage.
There's a Boots of Bearing Rush for this Bat. Keep that in mind. So he's mega fast in this Firefly, but he doesn't have the blink type of initiation. And those
That
were...
is XM with the blink initiation.
What was those raises, man?
A little off the mark, but still will get the kill. With Ame joining them, Ame gives once more.
This game feels problematic for Spirit. This AM is going to be really annoying. And I just don't see this snap coming online fast enough to deal with it. The PL cannot bail you out of that situation. Not guaranteed.
For Staff, Sunray off the cliff. Oh, he had it. What was the delay there? Quick kill on the Bat Rider, though. Decent exchange if they can get out. Are they going to be able to get out? 3-man avalanche into a toss. Big AoE damage with the raise on top of it. They've already taken out two, and Yatoro is quite low. Yatoro, he does manage to juke it out initially, but I think they've realized the real Yatoro is somewhere in this. Can they clear through these illusions fast enough to be able to get it? Yes, they can. X-Nova even capping it off there with a Fiend's Grip on the real Phantom Lancer.
Triple kill for Jinkyu. He is dominating this game.
He is.
Getting so many combinations off. He's a tanky target. You don't have the Diffusal on the Phantom Lancer. It limits his damage output a lot. And you're not getting the mana burn on some of these supports. This Manta Axe buildup, didn't have it there. You were a little short. That limited your impact a lot too. And this Tiny is just reigning supreme. Not a lot of good spells to throw into him. For Spirit, like, what do you commit to bring this 2k HP Tiny down? You have to commit an Arena or a Kisses, and you don't want to use it on him. He's just punching people.
Yeah.
Man, just sitting there.
And that was an unstoppable streak on Laurel, so a ton of gold.
6x. So much juicy net worth. For Jinkyu, he's about to overtake this Mars, man.
Up 7,000 net worth, and the AM is fully online. Helmadon, Battle Fury, and now the Manta.
He's getting himself some ice armor on top of it. This is getting out of control for Spirit. XG are playing well today.
Sitting at 31 armor. When you already do not have the lockdown for this Animage. And it's going to be a while still until this Phantom Lancer is a hero. I don't know. We'll see how this axe works for him.
He's the Diffusal. That's his timing to come online. Be a high damage threat in the fight. This AM is kind of there. Depends how the fight starts, but he can absolutely join and have some decent impact. There's the BKB for the Mars as Ags for Snapfire close by. Those are going to be the two really big important items for Spirit to use in this game. Try and get some advantage off the map or win some team fights. Translate it into a Roshan at some point, take it away from XG. Do not want to give SF or AM an Aegis in this game.
Hook shot. Spear! Oh! Actually pushed him through the cogs there. Very awkward. They'll get the kill, and there's no response from Extreme there. They're okay with their 5 position being picked off. You can have that mid tower. They are farming around the map.
Defensive X-Nova gameplay. Tank their game. Space for Ame.
And the BKB is now online for the SF. So expect Extreme to run right back at Spirit now they've hit that item timing. Animage will teleport to the bottom to push out this lane. We'll see where the rest of Extreme goes once the Bane is back up in play.
I honestly wouldn't mind Shiva's Radiance in this lineup for XG somewhere. Just further mitigate the Phantom Lancer's impact in the fight. You can go on the Bat Rider here. I think Shiva's for the Bat 100%. Especially with this build-up, where he's just kind of running in and being a tank. Like, it makes sense. He's eyeing it up here. The Magic Amp is really nice for this lineup, too. A lot of magic damage to throw into the middle of the fight. As Jinkyu doing it again, man.
Yeah, toss back into a Bane is particularly deadly. To pull a hero that far out of position, and then they're either going to be Nightmared or Fiend Script, there's just no way you can take that fight unless you're willing to play 4 versus 5. An early Roshan.
This is not an objective Spirit can give up.
Well, they have the Diffusal blade, so the Phantom Lancer can play for this fight.
Looks like they're going to take it. They're very strong around the pit.
their biggest team fight here, or at least one of the biggest, with the Phoenix not being here. This is going to be a risky move still. An initiation onto the Bane that doesn't quite go right with the Nightmare away. An attempt to jump in on Rue. Should be able to easily get that one. Collapse trying to protect himself with Yules. Yutoro's now here, but it's far too late. A BKB goes out, but the Fiend's Grip, the lasso, double control for the Mars. The 3 versus 5 is now going to have to be the option for Team Spirit. And Yutoro, he's not even out of here just yet. He's already popped the Manta. They already got the Doppelganger. He makes a run for it. They have to use the Supernova to protect him. Yutoro trying to go back into play with a buybacks from Rue. They go for an ult. A Mana Void, big AoE damage. Yutoro, he's not dead yet, but he's close. He's trying to make a run for it on the right-hand side, but XM, he has the races. The first one a miss, but the second one finds its mark, bringing down the carry and the last member of Team Spirit.
XG supports dominating these team fights. The combination from the Tiny, the toss back, the grip on the BKB Mars at the perfect timing. No one to bail him out. Spirit caught straggling into this fight. No synergy, not all at the same time. They pay a big price for it, trying to take that 4v5. Not only are they likely going to lose this Roche in the end, but now this AM is just completely out of control. The SF's a big problem. There's just not that many damage sources for Spirit if they're not all together focusing one target at the same time. These supports are causing them a lot of issues.
Bane apparently the hero of the series.
Yeah, in a way.
In some ways. Got first picked every single time and swapped over to Extreme in the crucial Game 3. I don't know. I feel like this fight, I mean, started off so awkward, but even this go back in from Yutoro with the buyback from Rue, it just feels like a miscalculation.
It just doesn't do enough damage to clean everybody up there. And there's enough AoE in this XG lineup that you can't just exist forever.
I was about to say, did he do any damage there?
Not really.
I mean, everybody was healthy on the side of Extreme.
I'll tell you who's doing damage this game, Ame. He has been involved. He has been farmed. He's a butterfly now. Continuing his TI dominance. Man came here to play. This is going to be another Phantom Lancer death. Number 4. This game has completely slipped away from Spirit. And again, their only scale fallback is ultra late game Snapfire models. You're never gonna get there at this rate.
No. 18,000 net worth up for Extreme Gaming. And finally, back to that Roshan. They're just gonna keep trying the Roche, and every single time Team Spirit feel like they have to contest, they get close, and that's when they strike. Jin-Q, XXS, one of these heroes is going to get a grab onto somebody, and now it's the Mars pulling him out. Another one, maybe with the Avalanche, another toss. Okay, not quite. Extreme Gaming, they're just creating space. They finished off the Roshan, and now Ame is here to play with 2 lives. Nightmare gets him over the cliff with the help of the cookie. They'll kill Rue. Still got the toss back. Jin-Q is just not letting the heroes off easy once again. A BKB use. A Fiend's Grip is the answer from X-Nova.
Beautiful gameplay again. If you're not gonna arena all in this Tiny, which there's a sleep save for, you're gonna get interrupted on it. He's just playing with you. He's toying with you. Can't escape. Can't really all in him. The Phantom Lancer's dead. It's another 4v5 situation. It's just not favorable. XG are about to close this series out right now if Spirit cannot salvage something miraculous from the base. This Aegis is a game ender. This AM does not need more time right now. This was a strange draft, but XG getting the better of it in the end. Not enough tempo from Spirit. They went fast, they went lean. So this is a lineup designed to create space for PL. Be able to fight 4v5 if it has to. Just got outmaneuvered straight up.
And every single time the Phantom Lancer tries to actually join his team and making some sort of offensive play like Ame is doing, it hasn't worked. And I dread to say that I don't think this one's going to work either. XXS, okay, he does actually get bursted down.
Got him. Okay.
I wonder why he didn't fly over the cliff.
Sometimes you underestimate the Lancer, you know?
I guess so. all of a sudden, a bunch of lances or a bunch of illusions and one lance.
You know, I felt like that Chris Paul meme.
Double fluffy hat. I just noticed that.
Yeah, he's had it the whole game.
That's fun.
It was like big kill from Yatoro to cut the lead down to 21 kills. It's like that's your Phantom Lancer, you know?
That's a good one. Yeah.
I've been farming all game, guys. See, I just solo killed their offlaner. Hero's broken. It's like, can't argue with it. It's true. Bloodthorn would be a big pickup. That is something that you can go in here, land it on Mantless AM and all in him. I mean, there's a lot that has to set that up, but at least gives you a route to win the fight. Huge damage spike for the hero. But Ame he's ahead, man. BKB for the Tiny. He's just ahead of Collapse.
Yeah, you said they didn't really have the spells to throw around to easily kill him. It's too much of a commitment. Well, now you may not straight up have anything to kill him. If he gets off the BKB, you can't spear kisses him.
He's a menace. Start to get some mana burn here. Ideally, you can chip away with this PL until you find a really good opening to jump and commit into.
What does that opening look like?
A missed jump from the Tiny, or he catches Batrider.
Okay, he got bashed up and your Toro almost just dies. And amp damage on XM almost provided the final blow.
That was the Tiny misjump, but you can't capitalize on it because your PL is forced to base. This rune is just nasty right now.
And he's going to go towards Bloodthorn, which we've seen these Phantom Lancers, the very few that are picked. They do like this item quite a bit. Shin-Q, he makes this commitment. Your Toro does too. They got to jump onto the SF, and XM, he'll die at the start of the fight. Now, the AoE damage is still a little dangerous, but Ame's also very low. A lasso pull back onto the Mars. He's going to die. Mana Void helps get the kill on Aru as well. Yatoro, thanks to his invis from the shard, is not spotted, but the backline certainly is. Shin-Q hits another big opening. An avalanche onto a Fiend's Grip to finish him off, and Yatoro has to go in, try and punish these heroes, but it's so dangerous. He almost dies again. A burnout. Ame not dead yet. Will not lose the Aegis. 40 seconds left.
The man don't die, even when he can. He says, I gave you one death this series. That's enough for you.
That's all you're going to get.
Life on the edge. That was a sick jump from Collapse, though. Like, he caught a crazy good Arena Spear on the best target in that SF, and they're able to burst him down with the damage from the Phoenix and Snapfire. Best team fight condition you're going to get there. He knew his mark.
Did you see the damage on Ame? Because I was focused on the SF, and then all of a sudden I see Ame blink back, and he was at a quarter of HP.
I think he took a bunch of extra burn from the Phoenix and some PL illusions. They added up a decent amount. That Bloodthorn is done?
So I was going to say, with this Bloodthorn,
the Orchid's done.
Big offensive upgrade, but it still leaves this Yatoro Phantom Lancer in this problem where he does the AoE damage of SF and Tiny, and maybe some of the Batrider or Mana Void or something like that. It still seems to bring him down like dangerously low territory.
I think SF is the biggest priority for Spirit. I think that call from Collapse was absolutely correct. If you can take XM out, it opens up the fight for the Phantom Lancer a lot. You can survive some of the AM. It's a back and forth battle, and there's a chance that you can maybe catch this AM with this Orchid deeper on into the fight after the Manta's been used. You can all in him. It's not impossible. But this SF has to be out of the picture. This is everything for Spirit. You've got to find a connection on him with that clock, Mars, all that burst damage.
And once again, Shin-Q, just a 3-man avalanche to start things off. Team Spirit have to use resources to get out successfully, and he's going to keep chasing. Collapse is going to be able to blink back. His BKB on cooldown. Ame tries to cut them off at the pass. Does not quite get there in time. Still, though, Shin-Q with just a casual blink forward. I guess his own BKB is used, but we'll gladly trade that off. And Miposhka actually still gets found.
Tiny doing work right now in this game. You can see the force he is on these front lines.
It's TI, Earthshaker, Tiny.
They always come back.
They always come back for TI. Seems like this year may be no exception. Toro gets over to the other side of things. That Shard, once again, I feel like the Shard is sometimes a little scary Because if they have detection, then they know which one is the real one. Mana Void put to use, but low cooldown anyway.
That's a good
Turnaround
target.
on the Tiny. Xin Q. His use of the BKB earlier does cost him.
That's a gem.
And a gem, yeah. That is a big loss of resources still.
That's really big when you have this PL shard that Yatoro's been putting into use. You lose your gem. Very hard to keep track of this hero. Can start to play some games.
A huge pickup of the gem cuts the lead down to 29k.
That's right. Only a 29k difference now.
Oh man,
this lead is growing so much for XG. It's actually insane. It doesn't feel like it is, but I don't think this game is out of reach for Spirit though, in a weird way.
I mean, it's Phantom Lancer. Does Phantom Lancer still scale like the best hero in Dota?
No, but oh, that hook shot was kind of sick.
That was an interesting situation still, though. BKB's used, and they are still in hunting distance. Extreme Gaming are able to run down 2 and a 3rd, perhaps, with the Mana Void. And, of course, a Fiend's Grip, as X-Nova has been there every single time Collapse tries to retreat.
He's made his life miserable.
Yes.
That's a situation where you get caught out in the open like that, and XG can just start the fight on you with their stuns. It's going to be a free fight for the SF. That fight's, it's over before it starts. Like, there's just no way to engage there into double Requiem. Especially with Fiend's Grip, it's going to be somewhere in the back. You're not going to be able to interrupt that because you're already getting initiated on. I mean, Xin Q, he has a perfect read at this game. Just go in, start jumping anybody, create chaos. And it's almost always going to be beneficial for your squad and disadvantageous for Spirit here. And there is a very advantageous rune. Ame with the amp damage, Satanic done, 3k HP, evasion, 30 armor, magic resist. This guy is a beast right now.
Yeah, I mean, do you even need to show your SF when you've reached this point as the AM?
You just sit back, let the Bat Rider go in, let the Tiny go in, AM and the SF pick your mark. Don't give easy openings for Spirit to try and come back in this game.
The Flares are spotting all these backline heroes, but Spirit, another 10 seconds till they have all the heroes back up in play. And Snapfire crucial for the fight. They will manage to keep their melee barracks. Good for them. Man, if he gets to Wind Waker.
You just need the Snapfire talents more than anything in this game. It's just so hard to get to these days.
Yeah, it used to be level 20 was the big timing, but they pushed that talent now back to 25.
25 is just so far away for a hero that doesn't have any extra XP mechanic or ancient farming type thing. Like, this hero's not Furion or some Medusa or something.
Yeah, it's always going to be the problem that if you're winning, like you're already winning if you hit level 25 on Snapfire a lot of times. And if you're losing, you're probably not hitting 25, so you just never get to have that turnaround.
Best way to get there is killing opponents. So, yeah. If you kill your opponents, you're likely in that winning state, as you said. Bloodthorn is done for Yatoro, though. That's some Copium.
It's a massive damage upgrade if they can get the initiation, but instead, XXS,
well,
Collapse just walks into him. Lasso me, please.
Trying to find something. That was not what he was looking for. He had buyback available, so maybe trying to go in, bait out a bunch of overcommitment, and then Spirit can take the fight after that. That was Lasso Requiem. You still have another one? This will be another 4-on-5 Roche attempt with the Mars buyback potential.
It's going to grab one of the Phantom Lancer Lucian, shoot it into the... not into the pit.
Here's the buy. You're committed to this fight. Last fight for Spirit if they can't do something here.
Rue will give them the vision with his Ags.
It's just not low enough to commit to for yourself here.
Scouting out the jungle area. Does Collapse see anything? I mean, this is just going to have to be a perfect initiation, or they force things inside the pit here. They do have Supernova to be able to commit to this one. So they can try and take away the Aegis. Collapse going to make his initiation. Arena Spear goes out, but the Roshan's still not dead. In fact, the XXS right in the middle of it and gets the Aegis away from Yatoro. He's got the extra life, and now it's all falling apart for Spirit as XM hits the Requiem, double Requiem, knocking him inside the pin. You're locked down here.
Absolutely nowhere to run.
And even Yotaro, he
Definitely.
is. Oh, we gotta have the dust, and we have it.
Yeah.
Dead as well. GG is called Extreme. Will take down Team Spirit and remain one of the undefeated teams here in the first day of TI.
Well, I have a feeling that that just ruined like 80% of predictions.
I know it ruined yours.
I think a lot of people probably had Spirit as the undefeated team, and I don't think a lot of people had XG doing this well this early. So if they can keep it up going into day 2, they're going to be in a really good spot. I think these were some of the tougher seeded matchups for them as well early on that they could have gotten. So this is a huge series victory for them. Very close series, could have gone either way. I think Spirit gambled on this PL pick, right? Unconventional pick, a lot of upsides to it when it works, but a lot of downsides when it doesn't. It just feels like they got a little outdrafted in the end. Like, you had to go back to the Snapfire.
That's so funny to hear you say. Like, after the initial draft confusion of what was going on with Extreme.
Because I think XG were all over the place, but the way they ended up putting it and the way it works, they have a lot of fundamentals in their draft that are strong. Double displacement, this support Tiny was a huge difference maker. Now, a lot of that comes down to, like, does Jinkyu have a good game or a bad game? If he has a bad game and doesn't find a lot of these openings, this lineup is not going to come together nearly as well. But because he has such a good start, he can get a fast blink. He's a menace in this game. Spirit don't have great answers to the support Tiny. They were gearing up for the core Tiny. And it just threw them off completely. You have really good BKB heroes on the side of XG that can ignore a lot of the early spell damage, which puts a lot of pressure on your carry to pick up that load. And PL's just not doing it. You can't enter the fights against the AM. So a really smart audible from XG here. And even here, like, even if you get this Aegis, it's not changing the fight,
It
right?
looks like a bad fight. You've used Supernova and Arena and done no damage with it.
I mean, Ame spent the whole fight deciding what he wanted to do after some control from the Mars. They didn't even need him. This
It was
just
pretty much
SF.
4 versus 5.
Just SF cleaning it up. 17, 3, and 15 from XM. He is very skilled with this hero, and this is a team that plays really well around this hero. It is a very scary hero to give to them, and for good reason. I don't even think this is a draft where they got to do everything they wanted with the SF because they had to switch it up and pull audibles to deal with the PL pick.
Yeah.
Like, this could have been an even scarier SF game, and he still went 17 and 3.
Would you give him the MVP or Shinkyu? Feel like
it goes
numbers look great for XM, but it's all set up by Shinkyu.
Yeah, it goes Shinkyu. Like, he is the linchpin here. He is the guy who brings this whole draft together. He's setting up all the fights. He had a tremendously good early game. He just ruined Spirit. They don't have good answers for him. He's setting everything up. He's controlling the tempo. He's ruining supports. He's ruining cores. He's getting tossed back. He's getting ultra farmed. He's running in with BKB. He's gauntlet. He's punching people down. The man's just a beast. What is there to say? 420.
I mean, I think there's one thing more to say. Avery, 2 carries, 2 unconventional picks, 2 hipster picks for 2 incredible carry players.
True.
One built Helmadam, the other did not. Is it simple as that?
One picked Anti-Mage. And one picked Phantom Lancer.
Okay, but I think you would argue they're equally bad.
I would way rather have AM than PL. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
I don't know how
I
many
actually
people
agree with that. I
would
agree
say
with
that,
that,
but
yeah.
as bad as AM is in like the conventional pub in a pro game, I have way more faith in him. I don't. Phantom Lancer just doesn't win, man. Zero just doesn't win.
Well, he continues not to win here at TI because that was his first pick and potentially his last if Team Spirit couldn't make it work. Extreme, though, 2-0 in this road to TI. Good start for them in day 1. Welcome back to the final series of the Road to the International Day 1. We are about to take a look at Tidebound versus Team Liquid. Avery, I know you are very excited to cast these two teams that you love to be able to watch. Especially, you love watching Team Liquid win.
Oh, yeah, they're
happiest. He was the happiest person last TI, watching Team Liquid succeed.
You don't have to tell them that.
And he really loves Tidebound. And that part is genuine.
That's true. I love one of these teams.
You have the inside scoop on Tidebound, and I guess that makes me the inside scoop on Team Liquid.
Yes, because you're very close with them and very biased for this team.
Okay, well, you didn't have to go that far.
In fact, I believe you produce some content with Insania. So one might say that you're
a regular podcast
That's right.
with Insania. Thank you so much for that.
No, that's not a plug. Let me finish. That means your careers are intertwined. So you are incredibly biased for this team.
Right. I would be happier if he loses and therefore retires, and then I could do more content with him, like I do with
Not
you,
really.
Avery.
In fact, I think I heard you say once that Insania was the best man at your wedding. I heard that. Is that true? Anyway,
I didn't know
Tidebound.
Insania before when I got married.
If you don't know about this team, you should know about them because they are 3 of the Wings champions, reunited at last with
But
more
Avery,
democratic, Western philosophy to drafting and team play. And I mean, this team is super fun to watch. They have been on the up all year. And
Avery,
you talked about hitting your prime.
2 Wings members. What are you talking about? 3?
That's because Blink and you'll miss it, Austin. He's in the background. Coach Blink coming in. The only player to win TI with 6K MMR.
I forgot about that. That's not true because, well, I guess it's kind of true. Didn't Ake win TI with like 4K MMR?
Well, real MMR. It was like some fake MMR back in the day. No one knew about that.
True.
But see, even Faith Beyond found my joke funny. Awesome dude. I got to hang out with him when he was doing talent at EWC.
Oh, at your wedding where he was the best
No,
man? Is that
I would easily have him as my best man. That is a respectable best man choice. When I was hanging out at EWC, I got to know him for like the couple weeks there, and I was like, this guy is way too wholesome.
When were you hanging out with? I didn't see this.
At EWC. Not this year, the previous year.
Oh,
talent.
previous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep up here, Austin. I don't see.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's the point of that story? The point is the guy was way too wholesome. He was unnervingly wholesome. I felt
Makes it all the worse to lose to him, right?
Yeah, I don't want to.
happened one time for Team Liquid, which apparently it was at Blast Slam 3, and all the other matchups apparently have gone very Liquid, which I guess is not terribly surprising given the success of the Chinese teams outside of the Chinese region.
But it does feel like at this road to TI, at least so far, China's been on the rise a little.
C has showed up to play.
Yeah,
China has
there.
showed up to play. It feels like the region.
In Europe, Eastern Europe, not as dominant as people thought.
No.
And maybe Western Europe soon to fall.
You're really preying on that downfall, aren't you?
Nah.
That bit of a little bit of trauma. They got kind of cooked by the Lycan in that game.
Supports this game and the fact that Sumail is very close to hitting the 6 already.
We're probably going to see a 3v3 in the mid lane at that 6-minute mark for the rune. They're probably just both going to duke it out because they both have ways to disengage versus the supports. But Sumail is going to have this edge in terms of having that level 6 pretty much done after this wave.
Yeah, he's gonna be slippery.
Yeah, no one is not going to have it just yet. So he actually might have the advantage here on the side of Sumail with any rotation that comes in. Courier. Omar will be able to take that one out. Dive top. 9 classes here.
So we can get done. It's a lot of damage onto Ghost. Body blocks as well there from 9 class. Trying to buy time for DM to get in with the Malefice. The summons are up. The Eidolons finish the job.
Very well played. That top lane, it's going really well. This is the lane that they needed to go well, and it is absolutely doing so right now. Very well played between 9 class and DM, and I think that, his Dominator's went 600 away, and 9 class looks like he wants to continue just wanting to try to make these moves.
Nice room for Sumail if he wants to make an early move or just to continue to pump up the farm because the Arcane secured.
He's got Soul Ring too, so could look to make for potential move.
That's difficult on mid now. No one's got the 6 as well, so Astral Steps will be at the ready.
Not onto the mid, but could perhaps onto one of these side lanes if he sees an opportunity.
And looks like he just wants to keep the pressure on towards no one in mid. Sumail popping the Arcane and keep the wave shoved in.
They're charging the stuns top constantly. Ghost is no longer really farming that safely anymore. Seeing Sumail look to make that rotation to help him out.
See if he can catch them. It was underneath the ward, so P-Vision know what's up. Still though, 9 class caught by the stun into the damage from Sumail and GH. They'll be able to make a quick kill out of the rotation from the Storm.
Holds his TP as well, so he's able to go back if he needs to. It's around the Wisdom Rune, so is Sumail actually
He's still
considering
got a
continuing
little bit
this?
of mana. It's kind of risky. Maybe a bit too low on the mana to try and contest that. So DM will get the room to take it. 6 online now for him.
Nice move from Sumail, but a move that it felt like he kind of needed to do to help out Ghost, because Ghost, as we see, he is starting to struggle quite a bit in terms of the CS. Quite a bit behind. Oh, and he just got his big neutral stolen from the Rocket. And he didn't pick up the Mad Stone, so it's on the floor. Now he knows.
There we go.
There we go. Did lose the big creep, though. And Satanic, at this point, he actually did not really get pressured that hard. After surviving the initial go, he's now back up to full mana. It's hard for them to set up this pressure, move on to him now, and it's actually no one who's looking to make the move.
So all they can get him. Nightmare to hold him back, and it should be enough to stop no one from considering going any further for this. Further back up coming in from Nigma Galaxy.
He's here. He's got the pick-me-up. He's got the Dominator.
It's a difficult kill, though. With the 2 charges of Astral Step at the ready, can they burst through him somehow? They can't. He's able to get the shield off, away with it to simulate in a step. At this point, it's just a difficult kill.
Yep.
Before they have sort of like the 6 on the Bane, no one, he's going to have that luxury of escaping most of the time.
And they show 4 heroes, so a lot of information given to the side of P-Vision, how they want to play around it. Quick smoke. Looks like they do want to continue to try to make this move, find plays around this Dominator, I'd imagine.
It's still not super easy to make get the chance to get these kills against the cores. We'll see if they can succeed. Looking for Satanic.
There is Unleash available, so if he does show, he does not have Stone Gaze either. He put the point in the second split shot.
I'm not going to look for the setup with the sleep. Buys time for Noob to close in. Is there going to be any TP backup coming into play to try and help Satanic out? Doesn't look like it. They're letting the Medusa go down here on the bottom lane as there'll be no attempt to save the carry. Satanic will fall.
Yeah, no points. I think maybe if he had that point in the Stone Gaze, maybe he calls for some type of assistance, but he did point that secondary point away in, and a nice move. They showed 4 in mid and instantly just smoke and look for a secondary one, so looking to play that tempo on the side of Nigma. P-Vision, though, will be able to get their own tempo play. Top tower is claimed very early on from DM.
Yeah, DM's still very much chilling. And with the start that he's had on the Enigma, he's going to begin to take over quite a large amount of this top side of the map.
No, absolutely. Curious to see what route he wants to go down fully, because as they mentioned, it's a tough game in terms of getting Black Hole off, right? He's playing versus the Phoenix, he's playing versus the Bane, he's playing versus the Storm who can zip in from distance and pull. So, see if he does go down maybe more auras, or what it's going to be for the side of DM in this game.
A close start so far.
Yep. 9 class, he's queuing the Ags, of course. We also are seeing no one is queuing up the Ags himself, too, so he's not going down the Vessel route this time around that we've seen a lot of the Void Spirits do. Maybe just feeling like he wants that silence as fast as possible.
10-minute power in. It's going to be up top somehow. Going to try for the play onto Ducalis. Ducalis. No fall. Samel's got enough mana to keep himself safe. Good jump here onto the river. Noob coming in from the other angle.
DM.
Catches DM by surprise and caught in the river. DM is going to drop the black hole onto the 2 of them. They've got enough damage to bring down Omar, but after the black hole comes to an end, DM cannot escape, and Noob's able to get the kill. So not only getting the kill out of this, I mean, no one's going to try and make the jump on a GH, but hasn't got enough burst to simulate. Does dodge the jump in from Noob. But that's the black hole down, and they only get a support kill from it.
They're getting a lot done with the 2 supports plus Noob right now. As I would imagine, that's exactly what they wanted to do. They're starting to get space for Ghost to catch back up. The attention's being pulled away from the Sven. And it's a Sven, so he's going to catch up very, very fast if he does get left alone when they make these moves on other sides. So playing to their strengths. Play around that Dominator hero. Play around the Marcy.
We should be able to see both carries farm at quite a comparable rate between the Sven and the Deucer on opposite sides of the map, both getting decent amounts of space now.
Just harder for them to, I would say, make space for Satanic on the side of P-Vision in terms of their core heroes. Like they can't really just force the issue, while on the side of Enigma they can actually just force the issue of towers because they just have much stronger team fight.
Enigma trying their best to hold this tower, but P-Vision with the push.
Nice snipe.
Won't be able to finish it. No one gets to touch.
Very nice step forward to get that last hit. How are the stacks looking? Doesn't look like too many on... Actually, on either side. Much less than I would have anticipated from most of these games with the Sven and Adusa, but perhaps that's going to build up very quickly.
Sumail, more than happy to continue to look for opportunities to get aggressive. Has the backup of GH with the Supernova ready to pop. Eyes on no one.
Tough go. Do they have Fiend's Grip available?
Not quite.
They don't.
Yeah, Omar still a little bit short of the 6.
When they've got Fiend's Grip, they can absolutely threaten kills onto no one.
And it was the tower. He's going to come up with the Unleash, see what sort of reaction they get from P-Vision. Smoke's coming in. P-Vision, do they want to try and fight into this? No one's going to try and slow them down with the Remnant. Noob's got the job done, takes the tower. P-Vision not able to fight this.
No, fighting into this 4-man squad right now is quite difficult. Unleash has worn off. Fiend's Grip is available though, and they do have Egg available too, so...
See from the side here.
See what they
Nine
catch.
Class. Get the concoction off onto towards Noob though. Drop the Malefice as well, but he rebounds away. Nine Class trying to chase him down here. Mr. Carlos, he's ready to block him off. Moves in, Noob. No chance of escape. It's P-Vision. Will be able to push Nigma Galaxy out of the jungle.
Good catch, and they have Satanic in the meantime farming the triangle too, so kind of perfect timing for them to be able to find that catch. Does require all 4 just to push the Marcy out, but either way, it was Nigma who was the ones trying to invade, and they get pushed away. And that is 2 components for no one. He's actually getting pretty close to the Aghanims.
Of course, they'll have to be careful now. Once again, the Black Hole's going to be back online for DM. Sumail looking for a solo play down bottom. He's got enough with the final Remnant to burst through 9 Class.
Sumail is going to be definitely a big issue.
I mean, they're pretty much, he's going to be the #1 Black Hole target, right?
I would imagine so, yeah. And again, just not the easiest one. If Supernova gets laid down, you usually can't just Black Hole the Fiend's Grip threat. There's a stun from Sven.
3k lead for Nigma Galaxy, just getting that little bit more out of the map with each moment.
The important thing is, too, is like you're mentioning, you know, Sumail might get the focus of that Black Hole being thrown at him, and then that's going to be the dream for Ghost. Because Sven's nightmare really is you BKB run in and you get Black Hole. It's going to give Ghost potential, just freedom to run into these fights if Sumail is bringing that much attention. And Ghost is now top net worth since he's been left alone for some time.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful. P-Vision between sort of the use of the Black Hole and the Stone Gaze. That they have at least one of them as kind of like the anti-team fight or a way to disrupt Nigma Galaxy's attempts to jump them in any sort of team fight situation.
Yeah.
Without those 2, it's a high chance that these cores are going to run rampant.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, a pretty explosive mid to late game, it feels like, that we're culminating for. As we do have a bit of a slower one than we've seen in a couple of these games. 4 to 6 right now. Satanic does have that timing finished up for the Manta. And I think for P-Vision, the big timing really is going to be the Manta plus the Butterfly, since he's playing versus, yes, it's 3 damage-dealing cores, but not really one that's going to build something that's going to pierce through that yet until later on.
Omar Noob playing it safe there. Did get their hands on Ducalis, but they don't want to try and force anything against the threat of the Black Hole. Indeed, Sumail, he just continues to find these supports solo.
11 Galvanized. It is starting to rack up.
See top lane Ghost trying to make his attempt onto Satanic, but the Stone Gaze is up. Just enough mana to pop that and run away. Satanic escapes.
The playmaking just, I think until the Void Axe comes out, it's pretty lackluster for the side of Parry, for the side of P-Vision. As we're seeing Nigma, they're able to make these moves and threaten a little bit easier at the moment. But I do think, yeah, when that Axe comes out, you're going to see P-Vision look to play quite a bit more aggressive. But until then, let's see what they're able to find. And they are getting to sit back. You know, the panel had mentioned it. It is a bit of a greedy draft that they have gone for this time around, and they are getting some time to chill back, but Nigma is getting that growth a little bit more during this downtime.
And they're going to get that solid BKB timing coming around the corner here for Noob.
Ags is done, so no one. He does have that finish now, so likely to get involved a bit more and maybe look for a potential snipe on Sumail if he doesn't expect it.
Because, yeah, I guess that's the thing. For Sumail, can he get away with kind of the Kaya Sanj and then going to a greedier item, or do you think he still has to get the BKB on top of the Kaya Sanj?
It's a good question. He might go greedy. There's definitely that.
I think that might be the
potential.
temptation. Yep. And so far, Sumail having a very clean game. May feel that he's able to play around the threat of the small silences.
He has 2 saves, in a way, right?
He does.
He has the pick-me-up, and he has the Bane potential sleep, so there's definitely chances.
Almost going to get found. So Ducalis trying to chase on for more. Noob able to hold him back with the micro. Gives the space for the rest of Nigma Galaxy to escape. Ghost has now got that blink online, so will certainly also be looking for those opportunities to turn up for the team fight. And they had to call them out like that. They're 0% accuracy on the hook shots.
We didn't say it. It wasn't us.
Production, they're being
It wasn't
brutal.
us.
I'm sure he's saving the good ones.
Okay, now no one. He's shown himself. I think they'd seen it anyway, but he showed himself there on the Watcher. The Aghanims is completely revealed now, so they should be completely aware of it. And yeah, like you said, Ghost now having the blink can definitely look to join these fights a bit easier than Satanic can.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that number advantage could come into play as well. Nope, Sumail's being sensible actually. He's not going green. He's just gonna go to BKB.
I mean, it's as I said, the temptation can be there, but it just takes one team fight where you get caught by a couple of resonant pulses, and then you feel like, my goodness, I needed that BKB. Sumail playing it smart, and just as a trio, the 3 cores right of Nigma Galaxy, that's going to be their super strong timing. They're looking towards next, having those 3 BKBs on the cores. Ghost. Ooh, there's an illusion.
They got baited.
It's all right. He's going to be like, boys, I just wanted to use the God Strength to farm anyway. It's fine.
They're flanking potentially here. Ghost is very limited on mana.
I mean, maybe this is the big brain play. They're like, okay, he missed the initiation. Let's try and catch him. But Ghost is like, that was just the beginning. Here's the real damage. Comes in with the jump on towards DM. DM's gone. TP's coming in now. They've got the grip on a no one.
Ooh.
It was the big brain plan from Ghost all along. He went for the jump on the illusion. Tried to kind of play a little dumb, you know, bait them into, oh, look at this guy. He just jumped an illusion. Ends up with 3 of them dead.
They kind of ganked themselves.
Yeah, they really did. They got too excited there. Said, Ghost, all going to plan.
That was
the plan all along for him.
A literal dream for the Sven. He's like, okay,
Yep,
most efficient God Strength ever.
Absolutely.
And even making this quick move again, bottom 9 class. Satanic able to hide himself away. They want the big target.
Yes, should be a chance for them to go on this.
Nice
The initiation. Come forward as well for Noob. They're in onto Satanic. And he can't get anything off. No more mana to play with. Can't find the chance to pop the Stone Gauge with the mana gone. Omar will die, but again, Nigma Galaxy, they'll take these trades any day of the week. 6k lead and ensuring that, you know, whilst their carry, Ghost, is getting involved in the action, Satanic, he's getting knocked out of the game.
Yeah, they're playing beautifully on the cores and the supports too. That's the thing we also have to do factor in always is these supports, they're some of the scarier scaling supports in the game too, for the side of Nigma Galaxy. GH playing his Phoenix, he has Max Sunray already done. He's got the Facet too, that hotspot. It can make a huge difference. Even if, let's say, a Black Hole comes out and the Phoenix isn't egged, he can actually just Sunray and change the tides of the fights as well too. So there's a lot of things that are gonna have to be that we have to keep tabs of, as 6k lead for Enigma is massive, especially before the BKBs are done. Now they're going to have those, and it's going to make it
How do you fight into the BKBs if you're P-Vision? You kind of don't want to, right? You've got to now, at this point, fully commit to this kind of play style where you're just focused on ensuring that Satanic has space and is ready to kind of get you to those later stages and try and ensure that the greediness of the draft pays off in the long run.
It'll definitely be very, very difficult to play around them. They'd have to literally just chain sequence the stuns almost perfectly if they do want to catch one of these kills before they do get it off. And even then it's a risk because there's saves, there's a Bane. There's always that Marcy pick-me-up. Sumail. Will he get the Arcane Rune as well?
He's going to get it.
He will.
No one trying with the jump in, but the Ghost is here with the jump himself. Gets him with the stun to Carlos, tries to head over to help out. Will be able to save no one.
Only just,
though. I mean, Sumail's going to still try and chase on potentially. And no one should be fine. Sumail, not quite enough mana to continue to go, but they still get a kill, Nigma Galaxy, and P-Vision, they're just left with no one having to sort of tuck his tail and run.
It's a bit of the Sumail show, and
it certainly is. He gets his storm. 406. They don't have enough lockdown for him outside of the big ultimates, and it is showing.
Roche time. They killed it very fast. God Strength still up. They have the Solo Crest plus the sidekick. It's now worn off, but Sumail.
He's got the catch on 9
got
class.
The jump.
Finds him down bottom, gets that pick off. It's going to continue to slow down this Aghanims that 9 class is desperately trying to farm up for his teammates.
Dude, Sumail definitely gets the TI buff, man. It's real. It truly is. Kill after kill after kill. 16 galvanized stacks, and they're giving it the ages.
There we go.
Big moves. As we see, Satanic is still farming well, but
the
other two are starting to fall further and further behind.
See if he can do it. You know, Satanic, you got to imagine, he likes a challenge. He's like, you know what?
Yeah.
I like this. We're playing on hard mode today here in this game. Let's see if he can carry this one. As the Medusa, he's carried tougher games in the past, that's for sure.
True.
So absolutely the chance to Satanic could still pull through this game on the Medusa.
Definitely scary versus if it gets to a point where it's literally a 4 protect 1 and he's playing versus Bane as well too, that's where things, you know, these Medusas can start to not really have that strength, because if you get gripped, it burns your mana as well, and they only really will have to go for that target at some points later if they continue to fall behind on the Void Spirit. So these next few moments, I would say, for P-Vision is pretty crucial. They have to continue to try to stall.
Oh, they really do. At least until they kind of get their next round of items online right there. So the Aghanim's done from 9 class, so you can get that sent over. DM needs his BKB.
Yeah.
It's coming up to about halfway through it.
But it's not an end-all, be-all BKB.
It's not,
for
right.
this Enigma. There's multiple ways to have it be stopped. If the egg is down, dropping that black hole, or the grip, or just it's immense physical damage that's going to come out from the spend in the Marcy early, so. Tormentor claimed. Omar will now be able to farm.
Straight over to the bottom side of the map. Maybe seeing if they can catch 9 class, who's been pushing out these waves.
Oh, they do see him. Does he push up further?
Sumail's
just on him.
And he's got enough mana to close the gap. Concoction coming out. Sumail, easy dodge, stays in on top of the Alchemist. Backup's coming in now for 9 class. Ducalis will be enough to stop them from chasing. So he'll get out this time alive, 9 class.
Nice, Sumail, just fancy footwork.
And just showing how scary multiple areas of the map are right now for P-Vision. They've got to be careful.
19 Galvanize. He does have an absurd amount of mana regen at this point. What, 24? So can look to continue pressuring no one. Trying to push the limits. Can't find a catch just yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And I saw Noob was debating between builds. Did he actually end up going for the Basher, or is he going Aghanim's?
I think he's coming in for the Aghanims, right?
Oh, that's devastating for Void Spirit in particular. He does want to go for that. These constant silences that pulse is pretty crazy.
He's going to try and, of course, get the Manta online to have some sort of an answer, but that's only going to allow you the answer for one of those pulses.
Yeah.
Then you've got to really consider if you're going to try and fight into the remaining silences, or if you just have to bail out the team fight whilst that ult's going on.
Oh boy, he's got it done. And he even has, they even have what, greater healing lotuses. This is, I mean, Nigma's looking for the fights. Level 18 on the Sven. Blink BKB ready, queuing up the MKBs next as they saw the butterfly done. Sumail starting to poke.
Syntanic pretty tanky with the effective evasion of the butterfly, but is he tanky enough to live through this? Ghost is in with the job. Titanic, he's gone. The butterfly evasion, not enough to save him against these two. Yeah, they only need a few hits to come in from Ghost, and this Medusa's toast.
Nice.
Should they go for next? Enigma Galaxy with the remainder of the smoke.
They're so confident with their plays. You can see how they know their strengths at this timing, especially with these BKBs finished. But Sumail in particular, just every time he sees a target, he's just jumping them. He's catching them off guard because of the distance. And now look at the defensive posture from P-Vision with the Dusa dead.
Obviously a big jump up here now for no one. Does get the Aghanims gifted to him, so gets that 4,200 gold back for himself, allows him to finish the Manta immediately, and puts him well on the way to getting the first component of the Lincoln Sphere.
That will be nice.
So 9 class coming in there, but of course does mean that you're trying your best here to fuel this Void Spirit into success, but it's not going to be easy because you're trying to do it against a Storm. You know, the 4-level difference right now between Sumail and no one.
Also, now at this point, just look at the networks. You essentially now have 2 dead heroes, and the enemy supports are incredibly strong.
And with the BKB, Sumail commits in for the grab onto 9 class.
I don't know, it feels like 9 class is now a creep, and they have a Clockwork who is almost essentially a creep too. This is, if they can do this, it's going to be very impressive with this kind of almost like 2.5 versus 5-man lineup at this point now.
Definitely feeling like the Greed's been punished this game by Enigma Galaxy.
Some really good moves. I mean, in particular, Sumail just having an absolutely explosive game. But just persistent moves from them. They're all connecting.
Trying to make the jump onto Omar, but Omar's got backup. Well, looks like the backup's not going to help him, actually. The backup was like, you know what, we're good. Enigma Galaxy, they want to play it sensible. They don't want to try diving the tier 2s. They'll let Omar fall.
All of P-Vision shows up to defend that tower. And they lose their Bane.
Yeah, they're going to be cautious now as well with the Aegis expiring on Sumail. And obviously his BKB still on cooldown for 40 seconds. So don't wait for that to come back up. Sumail will have a regen rune to fight with.
Do we have a rune counter by any chance? Because I swear I think Sumail's gotten a vast majority of them.
I don't think many have ended in no one's bottle, that's for sure.
This feels like he's been literally just controlling every single one of them, if not maybe missing one of them, maybe 2.
7k lead here for Enigma Galaxy. Nice in progression for P-Vision. On Medusa, we have Satanic picking up the Diffusal Blades. Going to look to get into the Skadi next himself. And DM very close to having the BKB.
Okay.
So maybe then sort of between kind of the two of them in particular, really, the Enigma and the Medusa, they can piece together a fight where they can get the setup for Satanic to do the damage. So it's going to be tough, especially against Ghost. He is incredibly beefy right now on the Sven.
It's going to have to be picture perfect. If they can get the fights before the MKB comes out too, that's where the Dusa can potentially just have that evasion kick in. They also do have good vision down here. This one is not spotted. So it is giving full tabs of where Ghost is. This is a chance of them potentially getting a big kill.
That full Parasma on Samael.
Throws out a rocket. Reveal the positioning. So yeah, Parasma's done, and the MKB is quite close too for Ghost, so they are going to have these extra big damage tools.
if they get the jump, it doesn't matter what the hero is, right? Even onto the Medusa. Between the MKB Sven, the Parasma Storm, Satanic's going to die very quickly.
Yeah, and then throwing the Marcy on top too, that's AoE silencing and also contributing a lot of damage too.
I mean, they have to somehow bait Nigma Galaxy into jumping the Medusa, whilst DM is in prime position to come in with the counterplay. The black holes have to be immaculate from
28
DM
minutes,
this game.
Power Rune, they're looking to invade. P-Vision, it's a very aggressive move.
Look for the jump onto Noob, but BKB's there. He's out of this.
Satanic waiting, not showing himself just yet. Force the BKB. Looks like they'll wait for the 80 seconds likely on the side of Noob to have that one finished up too. And he's also about to have Bastard too, so they are going to hit these timings when that BKB does come back up. P-Vision, no one. He is very close to his linkings too, which will be very helpful. There is quite a bit of ways to break it though, we do have to mention. You know, Enfeeble, one of the best tools always. And MKB is done, so they've got that. You know, they've got that itemization. Just gonna have to see how these big team fights, how the execution's gonna be there. So many eyes on DM.
Yeah, it really is. It's, as I said, if we get the black holes, there's a chance. If we're not getting the black holes, I don't know how P-Vision can turn this. Full Disperser on Satanic. So again, if they can get that set up, get that black hole into a Stone Gaze, there should be time for Satanic to clean up a fair few of the heroes.
He is starting to rack up. He is also, though, the thing I didn't mention this one until now because it's not like he was doing much damage, but something we always have to factor in is Warcry. Level 20, hit on the Sven. It's an absurd amount of defensive. It's 22 armor on the entire team.
Yeah, they're beefy.
So these next few moments are pretty crucial. How long till that rush? Pretty soon. Enigma's starting to get prepared for it. DM doing a nice job with Eidolons here. I see him do this, I think, third or fourth time, just splitting up, trying to get this extra information for the team.
P-Vision? Then they'll definitely be tempted to try and contest the Roche Route. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
They're not going to just let Nigma Galaxy take that when it's up.
I wouldn't imagine so. I mean, Satanic is strong. Don't get me, like, his farm is very, very, very high. It's just, if it's even able to get this positioning and have the backup, because, as we said, the supports are just... They're literally just going to throw out a buff onto their core, and then that's going to be it, pretty much. A Solar Crest, and then maybe a potential hook shot during a BKB. That could be pretty huge. I mean, if Ducalis is able to get one of those off, but hasn't been able to much.
There we go. Nigma Galaxy.
Every item timing. They even have the harpoon, so an extra one on top too.
Hit the scan as well. Both teams have. So I see P-Vision be able to set up in preparation for this smoke move. Got the high ground.
Got pretty decent positioning here.
It's a good wraparound for Nigma Galaxy though. Going pretty deep here to try and strike from an angle that P-Vision may not expect. There's the jump. It's going to be on to Ducalis. Now a little bit over towards DM, trying to stay on top of the Enigma. DM's going to pop the black hole in the BKB. He's got the lockdown. Locking down the Sven. If they got enough damage to kill a Ghost, they have. And Ghost survives throughout the black hole. Noob as well starting to heal up the egg. Is he going to succeed? It is. The stun connects into the Fiend's Grip onto Satanic. P-Vision, they tried to take a fight. They get the black hole control on the Ghost, but the damage is just not quite there. Nigma Galaxy come out on top of the team fight. No one. He's desperately trying to scramble for some sort of kill at the back of the fight, but they cannot find it. And now 9class also in trouble. The TP out for no one will get him out of there, but I think with that sort of playing out as it did, it just shows that the lead that Nigma Galaxy have is just that little bit too much right now. Doesn't even matter if they get this kind of full duration lockdown onto the Sven. They couldn't quite kill him, Fogged.
No, they honestly, such beautiful positioning from them. The Sven is the only one to be in that spot really to get Black Hole, but he got his buffs off. He got the War Cry off. He got Solar Crested afterwards, and you can see, yeah, he was getting focus hit from Satanic, but he wasn't dying.
Yeah, they got a lot of damage onto him. It just wasn't enough.
No.
See here again, DM keeping his cool even though they were jumping him. Gets the lockdown off and they have Satanic in position, but not quite enough to kill Ghost. And then at this point, the fight, panic sets in, right? The Supernova's there. They've only really got Satanic getting a few hits onto it. The Grips at the ready to come in afterwards to ensure that there's no escape for the Deucer. Nigma, just a step ahead in the game and in this fight in particular. Despite, P-Vision's best efforts to try and prepare for this. They knew this was coming, but Nigma Galaxy striking from an angle that they weren't completely prepared for, P-Vision.
Yep. Just, great positioning across the board. And Ghost, he clicked his buttons in the right order, right? Sometimes we have seen, even in these type of situations, they may not click that War Cry. He literally just, he had this plus 22 armor on top of everything, plus all the buffs, and not much more you can ask for on the side of Nigma Galaxy. A perfect fight. 14k lead, they've got the Aegis. 9class.
They might just get themselves a bit of a freebie here.
Yeah, 3-shotted. Another jump too, Noob. We'll just find some Eidolons.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As we see so far, the record's been pretty good here for 9class on the Alchemist, but this game proven to be the toughest one so far on this road to TI.
His moves in the early game were pretty decent, like the first 2 that he made, or first 3, but afterwards it did feel like they haven't been able to make any moves at all. It's just been Nigma dictating the pace of the game.
And especially when you take into account, right, the top lane, there was pressure put on very early on. They take the tower early. Ghost did die in that one incident early on in this game, but since then, the recovery from Ghost has been fantastic. And Sumail, just going completely untouched this game. I mean, it very well could be one of those games where we may just not see Sumail die at all on this Storm this game.
Very likely, yeah. I mean, those moves that they made, right? It's like Ghost died, and then they're like, okay, we're going to pressure super hard, and this Sven is going to get space, and it's a Sven. He catch up, and he absolutely did. So this has been, very nice to watch. This is our first one casting Nigma, and we can see why the hype is coming out so much.
Absolutely. There's that series that I was hearing good things about earlier against BB Team, and here against P-Vision. This game 1's looking pretty hot.
Absolutely. With some signature heroes as well too, right? GH Phoenix, the Storm, on Sumail, the Ghost Sven.
Jump onto it. Hook shot into the pullback. That's the Aegis gone.
That's one.
Can they set up somehow for a second attempt? Ghost, he's in with the jump. Finds the sun onto Satanic. The BKB is there from Sumail. He's ready to get him with the grab. On towards Satanic. They won't fully commit though. They'll back off Nigma Galaxy.
Able to get that Aegis out pretty cleanly. Ghost still has God Strength. He's lingering in the area.
I have to respect the fact that the Black Hole's back up for DM though.
Yeah.
So Nigma Galaxy, they'll hold back.
That's a big Sven. They were able to find that Aegis here, but we do see Ghost. He picks up the full Satanic now after that fight. Getting close to 25 as well. Just the 3 right clickers that Nigma Galaxy does have in this game. So he's going to give them that potential for that crazy scaling. Oh, Ghost, we see you.
He's chilling.
He's
low. There we go.
Paying homage to a certain somebody that's not here.
How about a harpoon his way down?
Sumail, Wisdom, also getting close to 25. And getting closer, we have to talk about this too. There's an Enigma on one side, but there's kind of an Enigma on the other side too.
You got that pseudo black hole there with the Aghanims coming around the corner. I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Nigma Galaxy, their 3 cores, they're going to pretty much have the nightmare for the Medusa in the sense that they've all got the gap closed, right? You've got this Blink into Abyssal build that Noob's very close to having completely online, and then obviously a Storm, a Sven with the Blink stun. Like, one of these heroes is going to get on top of your Medusa.
Yep. As long as they don't do it all at the same time, though. That's where P-Vision
Sure.
wants it.
Yeah, DM's ready
all
for
three
that
of you,
one.
please jump at the same time. But either way, there's potential for that to get stopped too until Lincoln's comes out. If DM is actually able to finish this,
okay,
it can give at least a little bit of a window for you to get that off. Yes, Bane can still enfeeble and then grip to break since it goes through BKB. Anyway now, but
it's that little sort of
that
extra
little bit.
moment that. Oh, in the mid. Another one here for Ghost and Omar. A big one as well. That's no one gone.
How much cast range does he have? Yeah, he's got Tumblr's toy with the lens, so just was able to get that gap close. At 60 seconds, no Void Spirit.
Oh, Ghost. Signing up here with the Satanic. Satanic's trying to close him with the Stone Gaze. DM's in with the BKB Black Hole. The Sunray heal is coming out. Do they have enough damage to kill Ghost? They got the hook shot stuck control, but Ghost surviving with the BKB. He's living. Finally falls. They get the kill, but can they get anything else? Because they've lost 3 themselves. Satanic now left alone. I see Sumail bail out as the buybacks come in from P-Vision. So Satanic will live at the end of it, but that's 2 buybacks.
2 big ones.
Having to be used there by P-Vision to get something out of the team fight.
Well, I said 2 big ones. I mean 1 big one. The 9 class one, not too much, but how much time did no one have left on his respawn? It was pretty close.
Yeah, you're right, after dying in the mid lane.
It had to have been just... Yeah, he must have bought back like last couple seconds of it there. They do get the kill, though.
They get 2 big ones, right? You take out 2 of the cores, which, considering everything else that's gone so far, the way it has this game, it's something for P-Vision, but definitely an expensive something. And I guess still at about 50. I guess it's probably about 40 seconds or so. So did still have a fair bit of time left on the respawn before it buys back here. But you know they're doing what they have to. You know, they have to black hole the Sven just to have a chance to kill Ghost off, not give him a chance to heal up. Which he nearly does, very close to nearly surviving through this one.
Yeah, honestly, Satanic getting into range with that Stone Gaze onto GH, stopping the initial Sunray, is probably what allows him to get that extra bit. So, okay, he had about 30 seconds left, so apologies, I thought it was less than that. Satanic was really close to almost dying, too.
Yeah, the buyback's absolutely necessary. Gives P-Vision a bit of a chance to prolong the end of this game, but will it get them enough to try and turn? They're pushing down the mid.
They've got the data list, it's almost 25 on Satanic also.
Omar looking for the potential wraparound.
That's the biggest hit that they've been able to get in this game.
He's gonna get the Nightmare onto Satanic, but a little too far out of the base.
That was pretty huge. That's the biggest hit they've been able to have the entire time so far.
Pop the Unleash, but can he quite get his hands on him? When he's got the Blink ready to close in, they'll find Tukal as well. Maybe they won't. The Vortex actually off the mark there from Sumail. He's got a little bit of mana left to play on towards him. They'll get the kill, but now Sumail pretty low on mana. Has to back away from Satanic. No one trying for the chase. DM jumps forward, but it means he gets caught with the match. Ghost is in on top of him. The BKB's there from DM. He'll get away. The Stone Gaze is out. They managed to freeze Ghost. Ghost, he's out.
Uh-oh.
A massive kill.
Sumail.
For P-Vision. Sumail's going to try for the TP out, but the Remnant grabs him at the final moment.
Owen.
Oh.
Right when they needed it all.
They did. Satanic getting the big money as well there, killing off the 2 of them, Ghost and Sumail.
And he's 25, and he's about to have that talent picked up, and I think he's got, what, a full Scott? He just got a ton of gold. Noob?
It's going to be all right. 9 class not able to close in with the concoction, but the damage to the base, it's coming.
His TP's on cooldown.
Satanic's pushing in.
Noob has 20-second cooldown TP. He has to run.
And there's no buyback available on Sumail. He's 100 gold short, just under 100 gold short on the Storms. So they're probably just going to have to watch at least his mid-racks go down.
Oh, and that was them chasing for a clockwork.
They chased pretty far. They really wanted the Carlis. It came back to bite them pretty hard, as now that gold lead that they had is pretty much gone fogged. And now their tier 4s are in trouble. Satanic is pushing on. He's going to have Stone Gaze back up in 30 seconds.
That truly might haunt them.
They've still got the Black Hole. The buyback code has been secured. Noob picks up a bounty, gives enough money for Sumail to buy back. And he might just need to. The tier 4s are falling.
Oh, in 20 seconds.
They're going to have to buy back. Satanic's going to look to try and force the end. The fortification's coming to an end. The tier 4s have gone. They've got to do something, Nigma Galaxy. They're losing the throne. There's the buyback. In with the jump. DM backs up. He's got the Black Hole at the radio. Catches Sumail. Catches Noob. That's a dieback on Sumail. Ghost tries to make the jump forward. He'll find Dakalis. But can they hold here, Nigma Galaxy, without Sumail on the Storm? Satanic pushes forward. JH able to dive away just in time. Has to egg here against the threat of them finishing him off. Satanic trying to poke continuously at the throne. He'll respect them now. Ghost in with the jump. DM will get the BKB off. He backs away. They're kiting the Sven. That's Ghost gone. No way back on him. Noob tries to throw his body in and take the attention away from the Ancient, but it is over.
Nigma Galaxy, this is going to be a rough loss for them.
Oh my goodness.
As P-Vision turned the game around. And definitely Ducalis on his clock there, getting the last laugh out. They really wanted him dead. And the game just completely fell apart.
Going for the 5 position with, what, 6k net worth. They overchase and get completely punished for it. They're going to be kicking themselves a bit for that one, but P-Vision, they kept their composure.
They did.
That was wild.
Satanic, I could only imagine as well. But this sort of draft, I feel like this is the draft from P-Vision that sort of plays for those moments. They're like, guys, it's going to be fine. There's going to be a point where they're going to make a big mistake.